Max, Ironforge State.
Young Dip, Galleywick's Pleasure Palace.
Wash, Savior of the World.
Nick's Priest B, Ratchet State.
Bean Baker, Booty Bay Community College.
Atlas Dumpy, Beast University.
Drunny R, Silver Pine Forest.
Goop Trippin', the Thunderbluff University.
My name's Floodlight from Mississippi University.
Dolphin Man, Gulf of Mexico.
Download Coinbase for a chance to win cool prizes throughout the race.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Team Liquid Race to World Verse. My name is Aya. I am here with Cam's and a Tettles that is just a little bit broken. We'll give you a second there.
Why do you say Dolphin Man, Gulf of Mexico?
Bro,
it's clearly the Gulf of America.
You're right. He messed up. I don't know why they didn't get the memo. Everybody else is getting in line. He's got to get on the system.
Oh my
He may be Canadian.
He is Canadian.
Oh, yeah, well, that's why. He doesn't have to call it that. All right, well, huge shout out, of course, to Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as the rest of our amazing sponsors, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. And, of course, we are continuing and raising money for the Pasadena Humane Society. If you're just now tuning in, the Raiders did get their food buff. They've got food. They've got dinner. They are getting back into it. But this is a boss that doesn't seem to have broken them just yet. Or what about you guys? How are we feeling?
Boss dies tonight.
In terms of vibes. Okay, vibes are good. Boss dies tonight, Tettles.
Better. Yeah. Before dinner, some players came by and yelled some things out about the boss. We're trying to keep the vibe.
Like,
no,
things are angry.
Do not like this boss.
That's so weird. I thought this boss was so cool. It's so great.
It's interesting from a Race World First viewer perspective because you like to watch the longest and most difficult fights and the most difficult versions of them. But there's a lot of variance on this boss just in general, and making it a difficult boss, while again cool for a Race World First environment, it doesn't make it necessarily a fun or good boss to progress.
Yep.
The territorial bombshell RNG is just absolutely ridiculous, on top of the fact that it has a pretty tight end range. And so I heard potential rumors that maybe a Vantis rune might be deployed on this boss.
Okay,
which is unprecedented to Vantis rune, the fourth boss of the raid ever.
Yeah.
Now, we have to wait and see if they're actually going to commit on it, but I heard there was a discussion about maybe.
There's a maybe. Yeah, some people have Vantis because they're only being used on this fight, like the Boomkins.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, well, it might be
the Gibbs has a Vantis.
Might be a full 20 type of situation here momentarily.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was a joke or not. I'm going to assume so. Maybe not, though. I don't even know at this point. They were talking about adding more Boomkins
no.
into the tier? That was a joke. Into this fight?
I don't think it's a joke. I don't think you can add more Moonkins. I don't think you're going to have the boss damage to kill the boss. So the reason that you would do it is because the boss has actually, whenever you have to roll those heaps of trash around in the boss room, it is code red, we are in dire straits if double Moonkin gets selected. And in addition to that, sometimes our healer's supposed to be healing and ramping and stuff like that. And so if our healer's getting selected, it's also code red, but that's another big portion of the variance of this fight is if your Moonkins get selected. So in theory, you would love to add more Moonkins.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're never killing the boss, right? They're really good at killing off the territorial bombshells and get them out of the ground, and they do great damage to that. But if you look at the damage to the boss, it's definitely not them.
No, it's not them. Yeah, so much can go wrong in this fight. I mean, literally everything's going to need to go perfectly. No one can die till the end.
Yeah.
Every ball is going to have to hit the boss full charged. And then every other mechanic just wipes you if you mess it up.
So there was a 6.5% wipe, and they missed 3 bombs, or 3 balls into the boss, rather. Sorry. So those trash heaps do around 210 million damage, which converts roughly to 1.5%. So there's a 6.5% wipe. So it's definitely it's within kill territory, and I think it's going to die here soon-ish. It's going to die tonight. But it's been over 100 pulls, and it's kind of interesting. And it is kind of a matter of when. And you're kind of, it's like Nexus Princess Kaiveza-esque, where you're just kind of waiting for everything to just
stars align.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of stars align. Everything just works properly, and you just are able to have that god pull and kill the boss.
Yeah, I mean, because not only do you have the RNG of who is getting assigned the actual trash mobs, but they're getting it sometimes during their big DPS cooldown, so you're also missing out on that. There's just too much that we're leading to chance. So it kind of just, I mean, like you said, stars align, and it just eventually it'll work out.
I think if you're about to pop your offensive CD, I don't think you would ever pop your offensive CDs right before that you
like
have
after.
the option to roll trash, right?
Yeah, I've seen them have a weak aura that says like hold CDs.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
coming up. Yeah, they've thought of everything, but sometimes you just get unlucky. I mean, for like a fire mage, your cooldowns come up all the time, so like not using them and getting off, it seems fine.
Well, actually, I mean, you lose a lot of momentum if you're.
Yeah, that is annoying.
If you're not actually fire blasting and like pyroing the boss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your tempo gets cut.
It's
Obviously,
just when you would want to use them, and they're just losing their momentum and their rotation.
yeah. Obviously, the Moonkin is by far like the worst option because
To get the bomb.
yeah,
the
because
trash ball.
that causes potential for wipes in ways that other specializations don't. Kind of similar with healers getting selected. Healers getting selected, then you're just like down a healer on a fight that they're 3 healing. You're just like, there's a lot of damage that we're taking now.
Yeah, if they could somehow assign it, they could come up with like a nice rotation, make sure everybody gets on there optimally, but it's just random. So you can get, you would love to have THD on there every time, I think.
Ooh.
Unfortunately for him. The Warlock's just in there for the health stones and the gateway every once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, and there's some that you kind of know. I mean, with the tank, depending on who holds the aggro of the boss, like that is a little bit predictable, which is why we're seeing Scott so high up on the damage meters. But other than that, it's just complete RNG.
I mean,
complete chaos.
100%. Like the tank being predetermined, that's optimal. It's just so funny because we started off with 1 Moonkin and we were 2 tanking with a Blood DK, and then we moved to 3 Blood DKs and 2 Moonkins, and then we moved to 3 Moonkins and we were 4 healing with 3 tanks, all 3 of them Blood DKs, and then you hit the enrage at 25%, and then you're like, oh, so we don't have enough damage, and so then you drop one of the DKs, and then you're just playing double DK, and then you're like, oh wait, we still don't have enough damage, and so now we're playing Prot Warrior and 3 healing because we still don't have enough damage.
Wait, what boss number is this in the tier?
4 out of 8.
Oh, I forgot for a second, Kim.
It could be 2.
Yeah,
It could be 5.
that's true.
No, they're doing a 4th.
That's true.
And, people are wondering, should they have gone Sprocket Monger?
I was gonna throw that.
I don't think so. My guess is he's going to be harder.
Well, especially
Maybe there's
not
a way
now.
it's easier in like certain ways than this one with a little less RNG.
Yep.
But I'm going to assume it's going to go more pulls than sticks in the end. Actually,
Really?
depends on how long it takes them to kill sticks. Like if it goes down now, they'll have a lot of pulls to get on Sprocket Monger, potentially kill before reset. But then say they don't kill sticks tonight, they kill it tomorrow, they won't have enough time to kill Sprocket Monger, but then they'll come in next week with way more gear, maybe making Sprocket Monger easier.
Problem with Sprocket Monger is it looks like it's a bit of a a bigger damage check than even this, right? This is pretty heavily execution based with like a non-trivial damage check, which makes it kind of annoying. But Sprocket Monger seems like it's like the actual big damage check where if you start pulling it next reset, or you get some pulls on at this reset, and then after your re-clear and a bunch of the other chores that you have to do, and just you get more crests and you get more upgrades and stuff like that. Then that will be a pretty sizable advantage for Sprocket Monger. So, but even still, I think it's very telling that they went sticks first. Like I think that tells you pretty much everything you need to know about how difficult Sprocket Monger is.
Yeah, and sticks. I mean, I think they didn't know what the enrage was. I think going in, if they knew where the enrage was, they maybe would have like rethought it a bit. But they had no idea until they hit it. They saw it was 630 and were like, oh no.
Yeah,
And then they had to reshuffle the comp. But just the way the boss is, normally bosses like this are not this hard, where they have like a kind of new gimmick to them. And it's the fights kind of just rinse and repeat this new mechanic. It's kind of like a fun boss, but
it doesn't add any difficulty. It's just part of the fight.
So maybe we can show the Coinbase leaderboard. I have something that I want to show you guys on this Coinbase leaderboard.
Okay.
One of my co-commentators, he's a very well-known doctor. Dr. Atnos, perhaps.
Ah, the legendary
And if
Dr.
you check-
Atnos, of course.
they climbed.
If you check 6th place on the Coinbase leaderboard, Pop-Tart Corn Dog,
You're gonna
3 out of 8. They are pulling Stick Spunk Junker. Do we think Dr. Atnos of people is able of killing Stick Spunk Junker in this capacity? Just knowing Dratnos. Do you think
know.
he's
They
he's
can
capable?
kill this boss. I think Dratnos can if he had enough attempts.
I
yeah.
believe in Pop-Tart Corn Dog.
How many?
How many? 200.
Generous.
I mean, he said that he's juiced up. He's like
This
full
guy,
bis
yeah.
Oh,
besides one piece of gear. I mean, I don't know about the rest of the guild, but You never know.
They basically the other instant dollars at 4 and Fat Shark Yes at 5 actually stopped pulling sticks Bunk Junker because they don't have the ability to be able to field 3 Moonkins. Because Moonkin is the worst.
That necessary.
Yeah, Moonkin is the worst spec in the game for literally everything except for this boss in particular, which is the required.
Yeah.
And so nobody came into the tier being like, yeah, we need to gear like a bunch of these. Like you probably have like one and a half sitting. Like they're just like sitting on the bench. And they know they're gonna be benched for the entire tier, and just is what it is.
What's your gear looking like, Tuttles? Maybe you should
horrendous.
Get in there. Oh, okay. No, never mind.
Yeah, maybe you can be part of some splits and get looted up.
Yeah.
Your sucks.
I'm in clutch.
Already did all.
Geared up.
Already did all heroic.
Yeah, I heard you're getting recruited by guilds just for this
Are you?
boss.
No way. You are. Are you actually?
Yeah.
Scouted.
Wow.
Some
people hitting
asked.
up
But I
DMs?
I think they'll nerf this boss on the reset, and hopefully they hit it with a very large hammer. Not even a very carefully calculated nerf, just mallet.
Yeah, what nerf would you want? Would you like it to stay the same, but then just make the enrage like 10 minutes?
Okay. I would do a couple of different things. First and foremost, I would reduce the Mythic coil damage by a little bit. It's basically one tapping people 100 to 0. That seems a bit rough. I would maybe never allow healers to actually get picked for the trash roll mechanic. I know that it's the bit with the boss, but I think it's just like ridiculous, a ridiculous point of variance. I also think the territorial bombshells, if they are ran over with the trash heap, they also shouldn't explode. I would take 20% HP off of them or something too, to be able to, because if you take 20% off of them, then you're able to get them out of the ground faster because they come out of the ground at 75% HP, and so that you could also move the enrage back to 8 minutes and make the trash heaps whenever they contact the boss, instead of doing 1.5% of the boss's HP, do 2% of the boss's HP per.
I feel like that's all you would need to do is just extend the enrage timer a little bit.
It would still be very difficult.
For what? Yeah, exactly.
But it would be dead now if that were true.
Exactly. Right? Isn't that where we'd want to be?
Well, we want to be there, but we're thinking next week for the rest of the population.
Oh, yeah.
Extend the enrage timer, and it's still a 60 pull boss.
Right. No, you're right.
Which it's not, in my opinion, a very well designed 60 pull boss. It's good. It's a good fight if it's 10 pulls. It's not a good fight if it's 60, and it's definitely not a good fight if you're class stacking for it.
I think it's fun seeing the creativity.
I like
what
that.
they come up with when the boss is really hard. But at some point it's past where it's like, okay, we thought of literally everything we can think of, and now we're just kind of rolling the dice.
I think I think what actually this fight should be more based around. So right now it's based around like territorial bombshell spawns. I think that this fight should have been way more based around like getting on the trash heap and making sure that you pick up the Scrapmaster with the ball before it casts the recycler one shot onto people.
Yeah.
And I think if that was like the main core of the fight, and if you did that correctly, you won. That's like a 10 to 20 pull fight, and that's like cool, right? The damage check was pretty trivial, the healing check was pretty trivial. Nothing else really mattered. Like that, if that was the main mechanic, and then they got to show off this nice, trash rolling mechanic. You know what? That's fine. That's a fun boss.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think for this week they could, if it just had the longer enrage, I would have been fine with that. We wouldn't have known how ridiculous it could get. But yeah, I thought it was basically, can they, like you're saying, can they get the Scrapmasters in time and just make sure none of the bombs blow up and boss is dead? But turns out it's way harder.
Yeah.
Let's scale back a little bit for people that are maybe just now tuning in and just kind of highlight some of those mechanics that we are seeing, especially the ones that we are in particular dying to quite a bit. We do have a lovely graph courtesy of Wowhead, one of our partners here for the Race Rules First, just kind of giving a little bit of an overview. But some of the heroic mechanics, the jump between heroic and mythic is I feel like significant also on this fight. Tuttles.
I don't know. I think it's I don't think the mythic mechanics actually make this fight necessarily hard. It's like the recycle cast from the Scrapmaster and the coil over. It's more the territorial bombshells immediately punish you. How many of them are spawning is like a little bit, and then a lot of the overlaps are really tough.
Yeah, and on top of that, everything just cranked up as high as it can go.
I
mean,
I actually don't think it's. I don't know. Do you actually think do you think it's the mythic mechanics specifically that's causing problems?
It was at first.
Yeah.
But they've done so many reps. They get those guys out of the way.
Those Scrapmaster recycler casts, yeah. I mean that would be like the hardest part of like your normal guild. Like any normal guild is gonna get like owned by the Scrapmasters.
I'm just basing that off of a conversation I had with Trill, where he said, the the driving around as a trash ball is super easy on normal and heroic, but when it's on Mythic, it becomes nearly impossible.
Yeah, it's because you don't get punished on
there's
normal and
just
heroic for
less
making.
to worry about.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get punished on normal and heroic for making a mistake. Where on Mythic you immediately wipe your entire raid, and that's like the pass-fail nature of it. People kind of talk about pass-fail as like this buzzword, but like this is the epitome of like turning a fight from like a pretty cool fight where you can make some mistakes to the moment that there's a pass-fail, it's just like immediately so much harder.
Yeah, he also said that this is like the most personal responsibility dependent boss he's seen in a really long time.
Okay, interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm pulled it, so I couldn't tell you. Or on Mythic, rather.
Backup
Yeah,
assigned
well,
+1.
was Kaivez a personal responsibility? Personal living responsibility?
Yeah, I mean, that was just difficult to live.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. Like, when you get the ball, you literally have very little time to grab the trash, pick the guy up. If you don't do it in time, someone dies, which is basically a wipe. And then also...
There's about 4 or 5 massive nerfs I would hit this boss with still. Yeah.
With a mallet.
Mallet.
Yeah.
And every time you get the ball, it's a different time of the fight because it just randomly picks people. I think you can just get it over and over also. Like, you can get it back to back. And then every time you get it, the layout of stuff is different. So you have to think really quickly on the fly and get it all done in time. And then everybody's got to do that, picks 4 people every time. Or sometimes it does 3, right? I've forgotten. We've watched this so many times.
So it's 3 in phase 1, but whenever the boss goes up in the air and then crashes back down with the circle, then it's phase 2 and then it's 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
THD, like, watch out quickly.
I'm trying to
get it.
trying to get as close.
Like hyenas.
I'm trying to get as close to the monitor to be able to see if they Vantis runed. It looks like the answer is maybe no.
I don't know if I see it on THD.
Yeah.
But THD did it there perfectly.
Oh, still had some deaths on Tobo and Shay.
Oh, I thought he maybe hit one of the bomb shells, but
Let me take a little bit of a look and see actually if he does have that Vantis rune. I gotta look what the Vantis rune icon is. I saw it earlier today, but I don't think THD has it.
oh, they're gonna hold it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's like you kind of would kick yourself if you have like a 0.5% wipe and the Vantis rune would have made the difference.
Yeah,
At the same point, it makes sense.
So I'm thinking too is maybe they're very confident in their Sprocket Monger strat because I'm just expecting that boss to be really hard, and at this point, possibly not die this week. So
Another thing that Troll says is he thinks that one's going to be easier.
Sprocket Monger, okay.
But
Oh.
yeah, but
Then why you wouldn't need the Vantis for it?
yeah,
Because there's no chance they're killing one-armed bandit.
no.
Vantis
I don't even
rune
think
or not.
Personally, I don't even think we see one-armed bandit this week.
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling.
Yeah. Do we think I am sorry to ask these kinds of chatting questions, but do we think we're going to see 2 resets? Or like another
into
reset?
a third week?
Yeah, into a third week.
The odds are rising.
Yeah.
Yeah, we came in and I thought they probably would never do that again,
Yep.
or at least they'd try and stop it. But it's feeling like at this time, at least, people make the comparison between this boss and Halandris. Halandris was way harder, and
Yeah. Yep.
literally needed to get nerfed. And then also Halandris had Anduin coming up, Lords of Dread Ragalon Jailer, who were never tested. And on top of that, like a lot of the bosses are pretty difficult. I mean, it's similar that it's a wall boss with bombs and a lot of pass-fail, but yeah, if this goes to a third reset, be interesting. I mean, it made sense with Sepulchre because the raid was just so massive, but this one's just a nice little 8-bosser. So going to 3 resets would, I think, be unideal.
Yeah.
And that's... I don't know how the Raiders would feel this time. I just know in Sepulchre the burnout was...
significant.
Yes, it was big.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, also, I have no idea, but I do kind of wonder also if, because this one is so hard, if they are sort of proactively nerfing the subsequent bosses to make the rest of it go a little bit smoothly so we don't end up into a third week, but I have no idea.
I mean, the raid is supposed to be like gradually more difficult over time.
Yeah,
right?
yes, it is, but I mean, do we want it to be more difficult than this, the rest of the bosses?
I mean, I don't know.
do we want it to go up from here?
Yeah, it would be kind of a bummer. Say they kill it this week, then this boss gets nerfed to bring it like more in line with other things, and they nerf other ones.
Yeah.
And
Collect
then,
or stand in circle.
Sprocket Monger 60 poles, 1-armed bandits like 100, Mugsy 150. Like
That would be
to have this random stick spunk junker 100 and something pole boss.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys ranked Sepulchre the first ones in S tier for Race World Firsts, though, in your After Dark yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, I think that one maybe
Yeah, you okay?
Did it go S or was it A?
I think it was S. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard it on good authority that you put it in the S tier.
I think
Okay.
I think that very difficult instances do really well for like a race world first viewer experience. I think that is so sick.
Yeah, I think we just took into account, Halandris was just awesome to watch and a moment in WoW rating history, never to be forgotten.
The unkillable Lords of Dread with the Bonesmith Iremir tanking and I think that race world first was epic. I agree with you guys.
You
and I
agree
think
with the S?
And I think that Liberation of Undermine, like even if it is like overtuned for the average Mythic Raider, I think that it can still be very, very cool for like a race world first experience, even if the bosses need to get hit with a mallet, right? Like, even right after they're killed.
Yeah, I mean, one good thing, they do so much prep, so at least the bosses are like meaty and hard. With, the other tiers, they would be, I don't know, Mugsy by now. They would have just done all the splits, and then like one day just knocked everything out of the way.
Yeah.
And that's also kind of anticlimactic. They're rewarded for all the prep, but then there's a bunch of bosses that you don't get to see their full potential. And you can see, like, if you just crank up the tuning on a boss, no matter how simple it is, it doesn't need a bunch of phases. It doesn't need a bunch of flashy mechanics and crazy rooms and shifting and all that stuff. It just has to be tuned really, really hard, and they can just turn roly-poly into what we're seeing now.
Roly-poly into Halandris himself.
Yeah.
It's it's the pass-fail nature of it, because like you're kind of talking about, the moment that they turned it from like some cool mechanics that in isolation probably shouldn't one-shot you to like 100 to 0ing you if you make a mistake, that's the moment where I was like, oh wow, hold on, so everything has to be perfect. And then our damage check is still tight.
Yes.
Cool.
Sometimes they can survive the bombshells going off.
It's cool to watch. I think this is a great race to watch.
Yeah, I wish some of the, like, this boss had more phases to it if they're going to spend this much time on it. But it is. I'm trying to think of like the sweet spot, or I feel like at this point it's gone over it. There was a point where they like really min-maxed things, got really good at it, and it was like, wow, look at they came up with this new rule, and oh, now they're having Scott do the bomb all the time, and and he goes straight into the boss, and they put this like weak aura on these bombshells so people can see them when they're rolling around. You can see all the different improvements they make, and I think that's fun. But then they just hit a wall where it's like, okay, there's literally nothing left to do but keep pulling.
Part of it too is like the damage check is so tightly tuned that whenever you have like fired up go down there, because the damage check is also so hard, in a normal circumstance for a fourth boss like Roshanon, for example, they 15-man Roshanon for better or worse, right?
Yeah.
Like they basically kill that fight with down 5 people for pretty much the entirety of that fight. Whereas this fight requires all 20 people alive on a difficult boss that you can actually just like lose one person to so easily, and that just instantly wipes you. Yeah,
because they also have the DPS check on those bombshells. I think that maybe was what got him. I couldn't see how it exploded, but I mean that's why they have the moonkins in there.
You can live a bombshell explosion, kind of. The dot that gets placed onto you is depending on where it is in the fight, the dot is going to tick out and kill off your entire raid. The problem is like you have to basically send all of your healer CDs the moment that one of those bombshells goes off, and then they no longer have the healer CDs for points of which you would actually want to heal the fight. And so that it's just kind of kicking the can down the road. While you might have been able to recover one of the territorial bombshells, wiping you there, it's not going to be like something that you can even sustain long term.
Yeah, and also if it happens while a healer's on a ball, it's probably game over.
Oh, that's over completely.
Does Corndog not stream their prog?
Some of them do.
Yeah, there might be some streamers in there.
Not live.
Well, Dranos hasn't been streaming for 4 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, let's see. Let me look here. Ah, okay.
He's locked in.
They are on sticks.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just
think
didn't
they're
know if
getting
they were
some-
going to go to Sprocken.
No. THT was trying to convince Dratnos to go to Sprocket Monger, and Dratnos was like, "No, we want to do Styx Bunk Junker. It'd be cool."
Yeah, they said they're doing some muscle memory building.
And then he said, "The best guilds in the world pulled Styx Bunk Junker week 1 of Liberation of Undermine."
He was here.
Exactly. It's the week 1 Liberation of Undermine Styx Bunk Junker. The best guilds in the world made it.
Yeah. If you haven't died to the completely untouched Styx Bunk Junker, then
Have you really lived?
just not even a real raider.
Just He just ran past us, Dranos.
Dranos did?
Oh, we did?
Quick bio break.
I love Dranos. Dranos making his guild pull sticks funk trunker is so funny.
Oh my god.
Is he have enough power to force them all to be there?
Yeah, he's the officer. He's an officer.
Oh, whoa.
Morale
The
officer, maybe, but he's an officer nonetheless.
Yeah, take a look at their composition.
Oh,
Their comp is based off the vibes. They're also got world.
Vibes.
They also got world first Rick reverb with the Holy Paladin, very rare.
oh.
Oh. Okay.
How many Moonkins?
One.
Okay.
No, two. I lied.
Oh.
Two.
Oh, very cool.
3 warriors. One of them a prot warrior. No, only one shot. Actually, I can't tell on this UI. Let's see. Looks like
5, 4,
this is 1 or 2
3,
shadow priests.
2, 1.
I hope it's
2.
3.
It's 2 shadow priests.
Okay.
Nice.
Let's see. They've got a resto druid, a holy paladin, a mistweaver monk, and they've got dead nose, of course, and a prot warrior.
I can't believe he made it onto our Coinbase leaderboard. This is unreal.
I think it's great. I'm going to embrace it. So we've got a lock.
Look at that. He's almost ahead of instant dollars.
We've got an evoker, also. A couple evokers.
Okay. Yeah, very different comp. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wonder what that's about.
An enhanced shaman, of course.
Uh-huh.
Gotta have the enhanced shaman. Fire mage.
Yeah, don't they just have a bunch of classes to pick from?
Yeah.
They're not preparing all these
Yeah, they
What's up with that?
yeah, they did 15 splits as well.
standard.
Interrupt. Next.
Havoc Demon Hunter.
Do you think this is making them wish they did more splits? 20 splits.
I think that maybe they wish they didn't get themselves saved to their Mythic ID and instead split Mythic.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe if you had known at this point, like if they were doing Mythic Plus, they saw that Echo had 120 pulls on Stick Spunk Junker or something like that. Yeah, maybe you just go.
Oh, I think Liquid might have split Rick Reverb too. Like what we had, this is crazy.
Yeah, they would have had a ton of time to try and pull it off.
Speaking of the other guilds, I saw a couple of other questions asking where they were. Echo is not online at the moment, but they are at 17.12% with 61 pulls. Method is at 37.58% at 73 pulls. I don't know about Method, but I know Echo's waking up really early because of the timing of the reset.
Yeah.
Right? Like 5 a.m. or something like that, their time? No?
Oh no, I'm just shaking my head because it's crazy.
That's on the reset. I think they've been starting like 8-ish local time.
Okay. I was under the impression they were doing that just to practice or get into that sleep.
They move it right before the
Right before.
the reset. Yeah, the
You'd wanna, like,
Tuesday night.
Gradually start doing that, but what do I know?
Nah, there's video games to be played.
True. You're not wrong.
Yeah, they
Hey,
do a
Dratnos,
different approach to their sleep.
is there a chance that you could pass instant dollars so you can move up one more slot on our leaderboard?
No, we're going to Mythic Splits.
He said Mythic splits are on the table.
Blitz.
Very
He's
rare.
got a full plate of
Enough.
food. He's ready to go.
Dranos Giga Chad.
So they're splitting Mythic Raid.
Which makes sense.
You see the swagger in his walk? That is the walk of a guy that is fully bissed out. No worries at all.
And this just gets a vibe on Vexy and Cauldron of Carnage. Kind of sounds nice.
He's having a great day. He's
Bring
got
your
his
other character
food.
in there.
Yeah.
Somewhat powered up. Maybe got some scraps from the splits.
Yeah.
And you get to just do a chill boss.
Yeah.
You rolled over the first time, and you get to avoid all of this.
What are you up to this tier, Cams? Are you raiding?
No, I'm just been doing some Mythic Plus on my priest.
Yeah, I heard. I heard you got, in the words of tags, destroyed in the key that you did.
Oh
Right.
yeah, I was
Slapped around.
628 item level, I think, in
Yeah.
10, and
Ooh.
it was Priory. I haven't done it before,
Okay.
and yeah, I was just like literally just full health to 0
Oof.
many
Several
times.
times, yeah. How many deaths did you have?
Like 7 maybe.
Oh, I mean, that's not
we
too
missed
bad.
the timer by just like a few minutes. It was very close.
Yeah, 7's not horrible.
No.
What are we looking at, Tettles?
I mean, this is looking like a great pull here. 46% on the boss.
Yep.
They are going to have to start rolling some of those heaps of trash around. It looks like one of those Scrap Masters about to kill off Nick here. And yeah, they do have one battle rest, so it's totally fine. The issue is like the territorial bombshells not getting out of the ground, but it looks like they had enough damage to actually get them up. Oh, Boomy actually ends up going down as well to one of those Scrap Master recycler casts off to the side. I thought this was going to be a good pull, but you know, the scrap, again, that's what I was talking about. The difficulty of this fight with the Scrap Masters alone is already pretty difficult.
Yeah.
And the moment that one person dies, you know, you're toast on the damage check just on the boss because of how tight the enrage actually is. So this is probably going to end up being a wipe. They're going to continue on just to, feel out the fight, get as deep into the fight as possible. It becomes really mind-numbing. If you just slam a wipe the moment that one person dies, it just feels really terrible. And you want that rhythm. You want to be able to get as late as possible into the fight, even if you know it's probably not going to be a kill with one person dead.
Yeah, because
they got battle
when
res
they kill
now.
this fight, they're probably going to get a couple, 5% lower attempts in a row. And they want to just, they're pretending this is one of them.
Yeah. I mean, they had a battle res for a Boomy right there, and then they Impact died as well, and then he just slams Onk immediately. So they've committed a lot to this pull with that 30-minute cooldown in Onk, but it's not the end of the world. Now the boss is 27%. I think they're going to have 2 more of these trash rolling situations before the end of the fight. The enrage on this boss, you see the encounter timer at the bottom, it's 5 minutes. The enrage is 6 minutes and 30 seconds, so we are a minute and a half away from that. And now Nick is actually going to have to roll this trash heap. Moonkins rolling the trash heap is really bad. If 2 Moonkins are actually on the trash heap, it's very unlikely that you can even kill off those territorial bomb spawns and get them out of the ground. And so that is just the worst possible case scenario. So I don't really know who's going to be rolling with Nick, but assuming that it's not 2 Moonkins, this is probably still possible. It looks like the Scrap Masters were able to get picked up mostly, and then people just ended up taking out. I think one of those territorial bomb spawns got killed off, which killed off Nick, Impact, and Pistolo. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, looking at Fired Up screen, he's got this bar at the top. That's kind of the enrage timer.
Oh,
they were doing really good on it, actually.
Okay.
Right before everybody died, they were kind of right on the line, and I think when the balls hit, they gained some ground. Yeah, unfortunately, they lost some people, but they're going to keep going just to practice the end here.
I mean, they get another ball rolling situation here, which, again, per ball that contacts the boss is around 1.5%. So there are ways to actually catch back up. But I think this is probably going to end up being a wipe. I don't think you can actually kill this boss off being down 3 people for an extended period of time. Scott going down on that tank as well. He might have actually lost his heap of trash, even depending on what he ended up dying to. Or maybe Yips has to roll with the boss, targeting him. It's going to unfortunately be a little bit of a wipe, but 8.1% wipe right at the enrage there. If they didn't have those deaths,
that's how you want to do it.
If they didn't have those deaths, that's a kill for sure.
Did they miss any trash piles?
Like the balls in the boss?
On the boss?
Yep.
It's so hard to actually...
Yeah,
I think
it's hard to tell.
I think it's really difficult to tell unless you're listening to their comms, because somebody has to actually communicate that they missed a trash heap onto the boss. It's already difficult as is to tell what people are dying to, whether it's recycler cats, whether it's one of those territorial bomb spawns go off. Just exactly what is killing off people is already hard enough to tell what happened. Whether or not somebody's trash heap expired is also very difficult to just know.
Especially usually because they expire right before the target, so it looks like it hits them anyways.
Yeah, because people are trying to optimize how much trash they're picking up off the ground. That way they're taking less group-wide damage. There's just so much going on with this fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of hobbying, for lack of a better word, in some of these Twitch chats about how this is a wall. But the reality is they are still continuing to optimize it. This is not a situation where you should be in
dooming
at all.
Boss dies tonight.
If you're watching,
call your mama.
Yep.
Call your friends.
Call her up.
Call your enemies even.
Let her know. Sure. Yep.
Tell them that Liquid's killing the boss tonight.
Yeah. There's no if their best attempt was 15%, then I would be here. I'd be joining them. I'd be pretty upset and just going, they need to nerf this. I don't care what it does to the race. Just get us out of here. But it's just right on that edge. I mean, I really hope they kill it on a clean attempt. I would feel so bad if they get just some 0.5%.
Bro, we cannot
I have a feeling that's going to happen, but
we cannot let the mobs win. We have to be. You mean to tell me that we're going to lose to some mech?
Some
robot? Some guy in some suit?
Bunker?
Come on now.
Some guy that lives in a pile of trash? What?
Yeah, what's he doing in here?
I don't know.
Just collecting stuff.
I'm going to take him to the junkyard if he's not careful.
He's patrolling his little trash heap.
Yeah, he owns this little pit.
Yeah.
Pretty nice here.
Just having
I think Gallywix owns it.
Oh,
okay.
This guy just protects it.
He's in charge of this room.
What happens? Wait, so... Oh, never mind. Ignore me.
Oh.
For some reason, I'm thinking Sprocket Monger is guarding the entrance, but no, he's just off to the side.
Yeah.
I like the layout of the raid. I like the 4 boss.
4,
choose your own adventure.
And then break into the Galagio.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Oh
cool.
yeah.
Very thematic. For
Yeah,
sure.
a lot of us want the Galagio to be a more prominent part of the raid, but what you see is pretty nice.
Yeah.
I think Pop-Tart Corn Dog is doing keys.
No. Oh. He said they were going to split
smaller
Mythic.
groups, but hold on. There's a loading screen. Yep, they're in priority right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe some Mythic Plus and then maybe some Mythic Splits.
Yes, perhaps.
Hard to tell.
Absolutely is. Well, if you're just now tuning in, we are on poll number 113. 6.79% was our best poll that we got a little bit ago at this point, but we are consistently getting within that 10% range, which is definitely a good sign. But just currently dealing with just, here
Back
and
up
there,
assign cross
those
one.
deaths in.
Mhm.
That enraged timer,
Interrupt
just a little, just slightly tricky.
Yep, just grinding away.
Do you think Blizzard nerfs the fight if they don't kill it tonight?
No, I hope not. I don't think so. I think like integrity-wise,
Cam's, what's
No.
your gut reaction on this one?
No, I don't think they will. I think they should have nerfed it yesterday, though.
Okay.
I think that's the time it should have come. But now they've put so many attempts in that if a nerf came in, it would be, I think, big bad for the race.
Do you think they'll hit the boss with an appropriate enough nerf after this reset? Because that was one of the bigger criticisms about Overnax and Nexus Princess Kaiveza was just it was way too hard for the average Mythic guild. Like, do you think that this is going to receive an adequate enough nerf?
I don't know. Part of me thinks they might just not nerf it.
at all?
Yeah. I don't know why.
Oh,
Maybe just
God.
because
Chad.
last time they didn't.
It just killed. It
I
just
think-
kills Sticks Ball Chucker.
Yeah, just get good. No, I think if they do, I think that if they do anything, they should just increase the enrage timer. Because then the fight still stays very hard. In fact, it's oh no!
Wait,
Oh, he hit
okay.
a bomb.
It's literally
Sorry, I locked up.
Dude, the Tesla coil, the Mythic mechanic Tesla coil was literally like right on top of the boss, and Scott even couldn't even roll his trash pile into the boss. That is, I'm at a loss for words. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was sad. Yeah, I think if they increase the enrage timer, then the fight would be really hard because even getting to the enrage timer, it's proven to be difficult. I mean, they have a lot of these polls right here, like 60%.
Yep.
So the boss would still be very hard, maybe too hard. If they want to keep it hard, that's what I do. But let me try and think. I mean, enrage or health needs to go down. Maybe some raid damage. And then outside of that, they really have to nerf like the mechanics of the fight. Like maybe you can roll over the bombshells and it doesn't explode. Maybe the Scrap Masters have a longer cast. Maybe they don't one-shot. Something like that. That would make it a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't know what the intent of how hard this boss should be. Like, what did they want? Did they want? I don't think they wanted this.
It's pretty unprecedented for a fourth boss of a raid to be 100+ pulls. What was the last time that happened? Gorfine? That was like the 5th boss
Yeah,
though.
he's 5th.
Oh,
They just brought it up last shift.
a 4th boss being this hard? Like a
Fourth boss or mid boss.
Rashok, I guess, was
The
5.
size of it being 8, like you could count other mid bosses rather than just the 4th. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, obviously
Halandrus.
Halandrus. Yeah. Nice mid-boss wall. Gorfine mid-raid wall.
It's pretty rare to get.
was it?
It's pretty rare to get over 100 pulls on a boss just in general.
Yeah.
You know, that's typically reserved for like the second to last and the last boss. If there is a boss that's over 100 pulls, that's, you know, and it's not the second to last or the last boss. It's like, you know, Painsmith. It's like a mid-tier wall-ish boss, like an Lady Ashfane kind
Oh,
of
Ashfane. Yeah, that one's
kind of
up
situation as
there.
well. She was like 5, wasn't she? Or was she 4?
What?
Ashfane.
Yeah, I think she was 4.
Oh, okay.
And she was brought up as one of the 4th bosses that was pretty tough.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Well,
So, yeah.
what's the answer to your own question then, Tuttles? Do you think this gets nerfed before the reset? Chuckles.
I think if Liquid doesn't kill it tonight, probably.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That might happen.
It should have happened yesterday. I'm with
Yeah.
you on that.
But it would. That nerf would heavily favor.
Oh, fired up and just
Europeans.
took advantage straight out of the guild bank.
Okay. They're fully juicing up.
Hold on.
Wow.
Can we
They're
cut to,
mid juicing up.
can we cut to Fired Up's POV?
Could you imagine if we
Yeah, he just cast that Vantis rune on there. You see
zapped
it?
it.
Yeah.
use these Vantis runes and then they nerf it? I really hope they don't nerf it.
What if they just one-shot it, overkill it here?
Here's the thought process on using the Vantis rune. So they already had Vantis rune sent on some of the players, probably
Yep.
like
5,
20% of the raid. The thought process is if you accidentally like wipe and the boss is like 0.75% and you don't kill this guy or something like that, you are just going to be kicking yourself. Like that, you really need this boss to die like on one of those kill pulls. Like you can't wipe the enrage at like 0.75%. And so you're just going to all in on the Vantis rune. The Vantis rune gives you 3% versatility, 1.5% DR. So some of those situations, you know, a lot of the damage that you take on this fight, you're going to get one shot whenever you're dying to it. But the Vantis runes are really good against things like the Mythic coils. Any of the damage that those Mythic coils do, any of the damage that just like the trash heaps do, the burning trash heaps, that's really good versus that kind of stuff with the DR.
Yeah, but if they end up nerfing this boss, like you said, would that not end up being a bit of a waste? If they've committed their
It would be
Vantis?
tragic.
It's 9 p.m. on a Sunday. I don't think it matters anymore.
That's
I think we're beyond.
Yeah.
I think we're beyond worrying about something like that.
Yeah, I mean, even if this does get nerfed, we're still not seeing.
Yeah, we're seeing the reset regardless of what happens.
And Vantis on sticks, or not Punk Junker, on Sprocket Monger only matters if they wipe at like 1%. It's not going to do anything. There's no DPS checks to like progress on the fight. So it's not like they're going to need it to push him to see a phase that they wouldn't have otherwise seen.
It only matters if you think you can kill Sprocket Monger this reset, which possible, but not particularly likely. And you can only kill Sprocket Monger this reset by going through sticks first. I mean, you don't have to, but you're not going to bail on killing sticks because you need the loot at this point. Like you're kind of like all in on killing this boss. So I think that committing the Vantis rune is it makes a lot of sense. I think you're committing basically everything that you have in your bag as well, like with the crafts and whatnot, to try to do as much damage as possible to this boss.
I mean, you can see it's helping the bar at the top of the screen. They're well ahead of the red tick.
Oh, nice.
And you can see they've gained so much ground when these players roll these trash piles in when they're just collecting.
So they are going to lose a little bit of ground because they've already pressed their bloodlust. So they did end up front loading a lot of their damage. They ended up front loading a lot of their offensive CDs. Malarcus going down right there. They are going to have the battle res for him. But then they make up even more ground the moment that they contact the ball with those trash heaps. And so they really just need to make sure that they're staying ahead of that red tick that's at the very top of Fired Up screen, which indicates the HP of the boss relative to what the 6.5 minute enrage is.
Yeah, I don't know if the tick is the enrage or the fire circles after the enrage, because that's the fire circles after the enrage is the thing that finishes them off.
Yeah, so the enrage is a hard enrage in the sense that the boss gets big and it will kill you very quickly, but it's not a hard enrage where he like slams the ground and all 20 players immediately wipe. It's like you're dying 10 seconds after the 630 hits kind of situation, but like 5 people almost immediately die the moment that he contacts that enrage.
I think they survived like 20% of it when I saw their 6% kill.
Okay.
Or sorry, 20 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll go smack the tanks. They die pretty quick.
They immediately died. Then it's the Demon Hunters like fell rushing away with the boss taunted.
Yeah.
The Holy Paladins taunted with the bubble up. Like,
yeah, then the fires come out and only immunities can save you then.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I think the like raid damage, I'm pretty sure a reason they don't have a rogue in, they might not be great at this fight, but the damage reduction part doesn't affect the trash fires.
You're 100% correct. So atrophic poison only affects damage sourced by the mobs that have the atrophic poison on them. A lot of the damage that is on this fight is tagged to environmental damage. So the burning trash, that's environmental. The territorial bomb shelf that explodes, that's not environmental necessarily, but that you aren't saving anybody anyways, and that mob is dead, so it's just the dot. So that's effectively you're not going to get a DR from that. It sticks Bunk Junker individually. The only thing that he's actually doing is just meleeing the tank, so you're reducing tank melees by 3.5%, which again, not bad, but just not valuable in a way that really matters. There's also a bunch of AoE mobs that you would have to be able to apply that atrophic poison to reduce some of the damage that they deal to people, and it's not super valuable in a fight like this, which is weird because I think if it's attached to like a Holy Valley, if it's like a Devo, or we're talking about a 3% DR that's just like flat raid wide, that's way, way, way better than if it's just stuff that's sourced off the boss. I think even if it was as simple enough as the atrophic poison actually affected the environmental damage from the burning trash, you would be playing the rogue.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why they can live the enrage so long, is because so much of the damage just doesn't come from the boss who's enraged.
Mm-hmm.
This pull's actually looking insane.
I mean, they're actually making really good pace. Maybe we can cut back to Fired Up's POV. That way we can check the HP of the boss relative to the enrage timer. They do also have that one battle res back up as well, but there's still a lot of problems that they have to be able to solve here. There's going to be 2 more of these trash rolling phases prior to this boss dying. They do have a minute and a half on that enrage timer as well. So they're going to need to make sure that they get a perfect roll on all of these trash heaps and make sure that they get the scrap masters picked up for the recycle cast before those take out players. And they need to really make sure that they don't contact any of these territorial bomb spawns. There's also these big bombs that are in the middle of the room. Having players go from medium to large trash heaps and roll over these bombs before that timer expires is also a massive deal. But these territorial bombshells actually getting picked up out of the ground and mass gripped into the boss, and they actually end up getting killed off before they were going to explode. And so now, I mean, hey, everybody contacted the boss with the trash heaps.
Yeah, I believe they have one more set of the trash. That's kind of the only thing that can go wrong. They can clean up these ads. I don't think any bombshells are left. No, just the scrap master. Just kick him, get him in there. Bunk Junker, 13% health. It's looking very good. 40 seconds on enrage.
One more trash rolling circumstance here, and that's going to be it for Liquid. They need to really just make sure that they knuckle down and they're able to actually contact these trash heaps into the boss. It's going to be able to do just a ton of damage here, and I think we're going to take a listen into what the players are having to say as we are so close to a kill on Styx Bunk Junker.
Yeah, let's head to one.
We have late 2 minutes.
We're spreading in 5 here.
I won't grip, okay?
Real boomy.
Watch the bombshells on the way in. Watch the bombshells on the way in.
Drop.
Get kicks here. Get kicks.
Fade.
Let's drop.
Let me call the enrage, okay? Okay, everyone kill the
Can you
bombshells.
grip away or
Enrage,
no?
3,
Can you jump away, Scott,
2,
or no?
1, jump away. Guys, fire will kill you. Fire will kill you. Fire will kill you.
Back up a sign cross 1.
I'm ready to talk next.
I have it.
Yeah, tell me when I need.
Fire
Okay.
circles in 5. Listen, fire
go
circles
next,
are going
I'll
to
go
kill
next.
everyone in 3.
gonna
Fuck
die.
yeah!
Let's go! Fucking dumb shit.
That's how you do it.
Quick, one shot.
My venture buddies will take
God fucking damn.
5 pulls
Man,
later.
Vantis is still free. We didn't even need it.
Nice.
Nah, we would have. Fuck it.
I just let him pick at the loot.
Yeah, it actually is. Vantis did, but
Dude, I'm a
we can
passenger
pretend like it
nursing.
wasn't.
Literally first ball, bro. Oh, they fucked us clean.
That was
Dude, Limo.
the cleanest pull we had all night.
Yeah.
If you ever call my fucking fade again.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. That was a Coinbase world first kill of Styx Bunk Junker. 114 pulls, and it was that Vantis rune that definitely ended up making the difference. But despite that, even if we hadn't have used that, that would have been an incredibly clean pull either way.
Oh yeah, like if they didn't Vantis, we were just talking about that right before it came back to us. It was like they may have wiped at like 0.1%, which would have been horrific. So it's probably a good thing they still Vantis to make sure it actually happened, because if they wiped there that low, that would have been tragic.
It's one of those things that you were talking about, the fire circles that are the part of the enrage off the boss that ends up wiping you towards the very end. And it's pretty difficult to tell if the extra 15 players who slammed the Vantis ended up mattering there. But again, if you wipe there at 0.5%, you are going to be kicking yourself for so long for just not committing a
Tragic.
Vantis rune so we can pull Sprocket Monger. Like, what? Like, that's a great kill. Like, I think that was the perfect kill. That's kind of what we've been waiting for. They were in any pull territory for a long time, and they just needed everything to just click on the right spot. Nobody runs into territorial bombshells. Everybody's able to get those scrap masters killed off in time, and it just worked. And they only ended up committing 1 battle res. They still had 1 available even at the very end of the boss.
Yeah, that was just so perfect. Look, they got a nice dreadful tier token, the Galley Bucks. And are those leather pants? Sorry, I don't know the off pieces.
I think
a nice
so.
mega magnet.
Let me pull up the boss and.
I hope those are all very good.
I think they're all bad, but
Okay.
Oh, no.
Tier's okay.
tier is tier, right?
Yeah.
Going to THD. I mean, he's going to be in all the time.
I mean, it's one of those things that the off pieces, no matter what, you can always catalyze them if you have catalyst charges remaining.
Yeah, true. Yeah, those could become tier pants. Nice myth pants. All right, that's whew. That boss was a doozy.
That was.
That
I was like.
kinda,
Go ahead.
oh, it's just like every tier now. There seems to be this moment where you go like, oh, and that was this boss.
So those pants are heavy versatility, low haste, leather. The Dumpamex compactors. Those are plate hands that are heavy haste, low versatility. So, maybe something for your tank, perhaps a prot warrior hands or something.
Doing top the meters there.
We need to juice our tank some more. The Junk Master's Mega Magnet is an agility trinket. I don't think it's very good because I haven't heard anything about it. I know that a lot of the trinkets from the raid aren't particularly compelling for melee DPS, and I haven't heard anything about the Mega Magnet, so I think this thing's probably not very good. But you know what it does? It allows you to spend some additional crests on some of your higher value trinkets, like the Eye of Kazan or something else.
Yeah, Malarkus got it, so maybe we can see if he'll use it on Sprocket Monger. Yeah, it looks like Scott, if they are going off who won the roles, Scott got the gloves, Impact gets the pants, THD with the tier.
Very nice.
I'm pulling it up to see if it's actually good for Beast Mastery Hunter.
All right, well, while you look that up, I do want to give another shout out. Of course, Coinbase is our presenting partner, and because that was a Coinbase world first kill, they downed a Mythic boss. That means we will be giving away a Team Liquid signed jersey. You can head on over to teal.gg/Coinbase and use that code TeamLiquid20, and then head over to teal.gg/RWBTS, and you'll be eligible to win a Team Liquid signed jersey. And then the grand prize, NA and EU only, you can fly out here for the next tier, and there's only one winner for that, so definitely go do that. And well done to the guild for finally getting down Sticks Bunk Junker.
Okay, so after doing some research, it looks like a Wowhead guide has this magnet ranked in the D tier.
Okay.
Not a particularly compelling piece of gear.
So that's some free crests. That's about
that's some free crest upgrades right there.
Yeah. I mean, hey, you take it.
I mean, you would just, you know, if you get the crests out of it, you get 30 free crests. Totally fine. Like that. The trinket I thought was bad. You aren't going to be able to realistically use it on anybody anyway, so you just try to give it to whoever needs those pieces of gear. Looks like THD ended up getting the dreadful tier. Scott ends up getting those hands that I was talking about, and then does that say Impact with the
Impact? Yeah.
With the pants?
Yeah.
Wait, were those mail?
I thought you said leather.
I thought they were leather.
All right. Well,
maybe he might have just accidentally.
He might have just.
Or well, it wouldn't have. Yeah.
Maybe I passed on them.
okay, well,
And
if you were just now tuning in and you missed that poll for some reason, we're going to take a look at the replay of that downing of Sticks Bunk Junker. Let's check it out.
Is this when you went to the theater yesterday? Oh, let's pre-pull. Nah, I'm out.
You sound mad, bro.
I hope Lips Ball looks like that too. That's gonna go crazy.
I hope they nerf it now. Like just after the Vantis slam, they just
Morgan
fucking
is so
send
OP, man.
nerfs.
Look at him. Literally saving my Vantis, by the way.
I feel like now that we've Vantis, they might fix the Worgen thing though.
Yeah.
Ribbon's fired up, smacked and Scott.
They don't even know what it is, by the way.
Bro, how the fuck were you turned around?
It's a good question. Also, that picked up one guy's.
W drift, yep. W drift.
W drift.
Look, mediums, boys. Mediums are hype.
Why didn't you say Shay? I'm deaf.
Yeah.
I
kind of got both of them. I'm getting eaten.
Picks.
Hello.
Hello.
What, man?
What,
It's a
bro?
good bet. It's actually a good bet.
Vantis doesn't work on the bombs, by the way.
Is this kind of a low value Vantis?
Kind of a dog shit Vantis? Yeah, realistic. I was saying the same earlier, but I but
This is pretty dog shit.
Go, Diamond.
I might have to
Please
walk
don't be
into
bad,
Diamond
don't be bad,
instead.
don't be bad.
The fuck?
That's okay.
Hashtag wogging up, bro. Fuck it. I'm literally gonna unleash the
Hashtag
tech.
all
Are you
falls.
throwing the W's up right now?
Yeah, bro. I hit one in the cam. You can't even see it.
Y'all do it too.
Fuck yeah,
Just
I ain't
check the
holding
VOD,
it
bro.
up.
Check the VOD
Spread
on
3, 2,
Twitch.
1, spreading now.
Just check Rico cam.
Been in some crazy
That's
games
too
in my
soon,
life,
man. That's actually too soon.
New garb.
When the 10 bombshells spawned, Riku
Hey,
literally
oh my
messaged me
God,
on
this
Cinny
Discord.
lip and 3. Lips ball looking
I'm coming
insane,
back.
by the way.
What the fuck?
Nice balls, bro.
Okay, spread in 3, 2, spread now, spread now. We're about to get kicked soon. Communicate the bombs.
Band
One
back.
far bombshell needs a grip.
I got it.
Aaron X needs kick.
Res mark.
Moon.
There's a bombshell that
high.
just never made it in or something. I don't know where it is. There it is. It's fine. We got it. It'll die.
Set, focus, cross.
Kick and taunt. And then spread. Spreading in 5.
X gonna retop kick.
It has ignite, the far one. I don't.
Set, focus,
Don't
square.
be-
Kick
if
on
it
X.
gets
Killing
kicked, it'll
Cinny.
come
Killing
in.
Cinny.
Taunt.
Dude, just W Cinny. He's fucking huge. Holy shit. Okay.
Don't burn.
10 seconds. 2 Moonkins have been picked here, but no other ranged. All the Scrap Masters are easy. Spreading in 5. Spreading in 3, 2, 1, now. Only one bomb left.
I have every hyena, so can you hit the bomb?
I can get that bomb. I'll get it.
Perfect. Cross the back.
Mark.
Good call, by the way. Kicks. The
Don't
hyena
burn.
should die. That is not what I meant. The fucking bomb, bro. Alright. Kick these ads. Okay, fire circle. Spread now. Now. Spread out. Are we doing any, like, weird...
Darkness.
Yeah. Get in melee
Set
here after
focus
your
square.
spreads. Dark here. Full roar to spread out. Okay. One moonkin picked only. There's a bomb really close to the boss. Get the hyenas. Hyenas are coming. No one's getting them.
I'll stun him.
Okay. Spread now.
I'm watching Nick, but no cocoon.
Yes,
Okay.
guys.
Yeah, I'll get Sunny.
Bomb
Okay.
next to the boss still.
I get the bomb.
Watch your HP.
Okay.
Watch your HP and get kicks now. Goop's gonna... Oh, that's fine. Get kicks, boys. We're in a good spot. Okay, spread in 3, 2, 1, now. This is AMZ.
Set focus square.
Nice. Look at spawns here, everybody. Look at spawns. Okay. Look at your marker. Malarcus, KSP, Zevi. Okay, we're spreading in 5. Spreading in 3, 2, 1, now. There's a bomb close to the boss on Diamond. Communicate.
I'm doing it.
Okay. Okay, watch kicks now. Bombshells will die. Watch kicks. Watch kicks. We're spreading in 10. Get it in position, tanks. It'll burn just fine no matter what. Get it there. Keep it there now. Stay. It shouldn't... We don't want to burn it blue. We want to burn the middle ones.
RaiderIO here.
Is this the strong shadow priest?
5 seconds.
Alright.
No.
That just happened. Alright, put a barrier behind the boss here. Everyone in. Get in.
I have CDs for this.
Nick, you're gonna roar.
Square.
Okay, we're spreading in 10. Okay, we're spreading in 5.
One
Get
dog.
hyenas.
Mark.
Okay, and we're spreading now, guys.
Get a wrap on the boss.
Okay,
Back up.
I got it.
Okay, get the bombs. Okay, and then we're chilling here. Get kicks. All right, the next set we just need to do a good burn here, tanks, and we need to spawn
in the
with.
back needs a range kick.
I can do
We need
next go.
taunt them into the boss. We're spreading in 5. Spread now, guys. We just need to kill these bombs, all right?
It's AMC after.
AMZ behind the boss, and we have a disc ramp. Make sure the boss has space.
Double V as well when you get AoE going.
Yep.
Bunch on the right, by the way.
I have no CDs for these.
I have a very weird...
This one's pretty good.
It's fine. We got really good
Alright.
bombshells.
We have
It's fine.
late 2 minutes.
We're spreading in 5 here.
I won't grip, okay?
Will boomy.
Watch the bombshells on the way in. Watch the bombshells on the way in.
Rob?
Get kicks here. Get kicks.
Ribbons, fate.
Let's drop.
Let me call the enrage, okay? Okay, everyone kill the
Can you
bombshells.
grip away or
Enrage
no?
in
Can
3,
you jump away, Scott, or
2,
no?
1, jump away. Guys, fire will kill you. Fire will kill you. Fire will kill you.
I'm ready to taunt next.
I have it.
Yeah, tell me when I need.
Fire
so
circles
good.
in 5. Listen, fire
go
circles
next,
are gonna
I'll go
kill
next.
everyone in
It's
3.
gonna
Fuck
die.
yeah!
Let's go!
That's how you do it.
Quick one shot.
God fucking death.
5
Man,
pulls
Vantis
later.
is still free. We didn't even need it.
Nice.
Don't burn.
Nah, we would have. Fuck it.
I just let him pick at the loot.
Holy
Yeah,
shit,
it actually is a Vantis div, but
Dude, I'm a
we can
passenger on
pretend
your
like it
thing.
wasn't.
Literally
Set
first blow, bro.
focus square.
Holy fuck, that was clean.
That was
Dude, Limo.
the cleanest pull we had all night.
Yeah.
If you ever call my fucking fade again, I'll kill you. Actually.
You have 2 dogs on you.
Easy.
Bro, he doesn't have a rogue to call to feint, bro. He has to do it with someone.
What? He has 2 dogs on him. Like,
Yeah,
I see the
feared
2
already, man. I
debuffs.
feared him. I feared.
Dude, that is
It's also,
so filthy,
but it's also a
man.
call for everybody
Dude,
else to know that you have
getting
aggro.
Dude, actually getting a quad hit on the kill. Literally, how did we find the damage? I had a quad hit.
Morgan tech.
Dude, hashtag Scott breaks
Hashtag
your wall.
Morgan.
Morgan. Wait, did you double it?
Morgan.
Hashtag full
No, I
base.
quad hit.
No.
I quad hit.
He quad hit, Bubba.
Look at my damage to it. The tanks do 50.
He did hashtag SAP right 7 my group. That's different. Is that
Actually
really
saved the
quick?
quad hit.
No, because the other
we
tank does
should
3
talk
Vantis.
about what we're doing.
Yeah. Did you mute?
Can you pass on loot, Donkey Go?
Alright, so the current plan is
Just
to
trade
do
impact,
heroic.
trade impact the loot.
Oh man. You're not starting at the key.
Oh, sorry. I opened my talents.
We're doing a heroic split for Lips Warrior, right?
Everybody, and welcome back from that Coinbase world first kill. Now we can take a look at our Coinbase leaderboard. We can see Liquid there at the top, 4 out of 8. We've got Method and Echo, of course, following closely behind, as well as Pop-Tart Corn Dog and Instant Dollars. Can't forget about them. Fat Shark, yes, and Hotpot here. I mean, there's a lot of, basically everyone, lots of people here on 3 out of 8, but we are at the top, and now the question is, what is the next step? Because this next boss, that was kind of the big question, Cams, is it going to be as hard? Is it going to be harder? Easier?
I will be disappointed if it's easier, because I think this fight is one of my favorites. When I was watching the PTR testing, this is the one that stood out the most to me.
Yeah.
I think. One-Armed Bandit looked cool, but Sprocket Monger was like, okay, this boss is going to be real. The tight room, the conveyor belts, all the mechanics.
Yep.
Seems like it can be very hectic, and if the DPS check's there, which sounds like it probably is, then this one's going to be a banger, I think.
I mean, where do you expect to see some of those difficulties lying with this next boss titles?
I mean, so the Mythic mechanic on Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock is kind of an interesting one. It's a polarity mechanic where half the raid is split into these players who have this red debuff, and half the players are split into this set of players that have a blue debuff. And you're going to have to position the boss relative to all the players with different polarities in a kind of an interesting fashion. And I think that in conjunction with the pretty beefy DPS check that looked like it was going to be present whenever we were watching other guilds like starting to pull the boss, I think that those two things combined are going to make the boss really difficult. Now, I do think that this fight becomes a little bit easier whenever you have a 21st man, whenever you have some weak cores that are trying to help you and tell you exactly what's going on. But I don't think it trivializes it by any means. I think it's still just going to be a really, really difficult fight no matter what happens.
Yeah, and I've heard it's pretty scripted, if on the PTR maybe, and on Heroic, everything kind of comes out the exact same time, the same way. Like the drills will be random, where the mines go is kind of random, and I believe the polarity also is just picks randomly every time.
Exactly.
So there will be variance there, but what makes it like potentially a really awesome fight for me too is I like when stuff becomes scripted in a way where like it becomes a dance, and the DPS check being there will mean everybody has to know where to be at all times. And it'll all kind of like come together really nicely, like 30-second chunks at a time. And you'll see them just optimize every little bit. And yeah, those are the most fun, just the incremental progress.
Yeah, so these bosses are very different is what I'm getting at.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can take a look.
Styx was pretty random.
Yeah.
Even though it was the same thing over and over.
Yeah, this one is not so random. Courtesy of Wowhead, we do have a little bit of an overview of some of the mechanics that we are seeing. And this one is one also that was giving some people a little bit of trouble in the splits as well, titles.
Yeah.
Just a little.
I mean,
not as much as like One-Armed Bandit, of course, or Mugsy or Gallagher.
During the splits, a lot of that difficulty came down to the fact that you need people to like actually hit the DPS check. The DPS check is not trivial if you're walking in this raid at like 640 item level. That's talking about the heroic one. And I kind of expect the mythic DPS check again to also be pretty tight. I heard the number like 2.1 million DPS around a little bit, so it's going to be quite high.
Yeah, very similar health to Styx, but then no ball to roll into
exactly
a huge chunk of damage.
It's going to be kind of a dance similar to, I would say, Silken Court-esque. Where the quadrants that you're going into are scripted, maybe very specifics about who's popping this mine. That's going to change on a pull-to-pull basis. What player do you have is going to change on a pull-to-pull basis. But a lot of the overarching themes in the encounter are going to stay the same, even though that polarization generator that you see on the screen right there is going to be a little bit different from a pull-to-pull basis.
Yeah, I like how this has just become a staple mechanic. They've had the positive, negative charge stuff all the way back from vanilla, Thaddeus. But now it's just, I don't know if it's they can't think of something and they just like, put a red and blue in, but I kind of like it.
I don't hate it here because a lot of times whenever you see these type of mechanics, The most recent fight that used them was Anduin. You also think of something like a Maiden of Virtue from Atumus Argyris, where if you contact somebody with the wrong color, you immediately just wipe your entire raid. This one is not exactly like that. Now, you do a decent amount of raid-wide damage. You put a pretty big dot on you and the person that you've collided with. But the only thing that happens is like it's a 20-yard knockback, and it's definitely livable. Obviously, it's really bad if you contact another player, and it's even worse if you contact like the entire stack of red or blue players. But it's not something that immediately is wiping your entire raid in a way that a lot of the other polarity mechanics just completely would kill your entire raid.
Yeah. Yeah, where you touch and you hurt each other. I mean, Thaddeus had it, but it just reminds, like, Star Augur was the first one to me, where it was like
that fight became
nuts. Like a real mechanic.
Yeah,
they've been reusing, but yeah, this one way less punishing. Star Augur, multiple colors, and if anyone collided, it was just a game over. You died. That fight was awesome.
I can't imagine if that fight was actually broadcast during the Racial First era. That was an insane fight. I remember there was 3 heal, 1 tanked because the damage check was impossible otherwise. That fight is one of the coolest fights of all time, in my opinion.
Yeah, looked awesome. And yeah, I love that. What was the name of it? Whatever, the star signs.
Yeah, I'm a simple man. I love a really difficult damage check that's tight to the very end, and you have to like Nexus Princess Kaiveza, kind of in the same way. I think that just like having to optimize like a really tight damage check just leaves for a super satisfying finish for a boss for me.
Yeah, I think actually Sprocket Monger may be the closest to Kaiveza in the raid. If the DPS check's there, even though it's got way more going on and Kaiveza was very like dance, rinse, repeat, I think once they get, say this goes into a 200 Polish range, it's going to look very dancey.
The only thing that I hope that it doesn't do that Kaiveza did was tank sacking, so you one tank it. That was a bit cursed. Assuming that you don't have to do that, I think that Sprocket Monger is going to be a cool fight.
Yeah, I think a sweet range for it would be about 200 pulls. Like, that's the high end. Anything under 100, I'll be kind of disappointed.
I think it could be a really cool 50-pull boss.
You think so?
Like, Sludge Fist was, what?
Maybe
I thought that was
70?
100.
I was thinking like 75, something like that.
Yeah, maybe it could have been twice that. I'd have to go look back.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it has to necessarily be like 200 pulls on a patchwork single target check for it to be cool. I think it could be even 50, and it would still be kind of sweet. It depends. It just kind of depends on how many of those you're actually seeing to the end of the fight. Because like say they start seeing to the end of the fight by pull 25 and it dies by pull 50, and they took 25 pulls to optimize the DPS check down. I think that still like comes out as like a really sweet fight, especially for like Racial First progression.
Yeah, I guess for 200, I think that would just be where they run into the wall like sticks, where at some point it was like the boss is basically dead. They're just doing the same thing over and over until it actually dies.
Yeah,
and I think could be about where Lock and Stock kind of like runs out of surprising ways to kill them.
Yeah,
is after that many pulls, but it could be quicker. I mean, they are getting very good at learning these bosses.
Is there any world where it's mathematically impossible?
We might live in that world right now.
Okay.
Yeah, after seeing how hard Styx was, my confidence level in precise tuning, actually that was tuned like right there. I mean, they were seconds from wiping.
Yeah.
Maybe a second from wiping with Vantis rune. I don't know if that's well tuned, but it was definitely tuned. Yes, it was. It hit the mark right on. But I don't know if that mark should have been there on that boss. But that's, I think unless these other bosses like really shock us, Styx might be the surprise of the tier.
Yeah.
I think that that is one of the most surprising bosses that they made hard. I don't know if I've ever seen like a boss where I was just so stunned that it was difficult than Styx Bunk Junker, because more often than not, and I don't mean to describe them as like gimmick fights in like a demeaning way. They just like, it has like one very polarizing mechanic that just like is supposed to be visually appealing. Very rarely do they make these like super visually appealing gimmick fights a difficult boss during the raid. Normally they make them to like, hey, let's see this new cool mechanic that we made for this fight that works really well in the Liberation of Undermine, right? You get to roll around on some trash. You're just like, oh, that's kind of nice.
Yeah,
and then you're just like, wait.
Remember Katamari Damacy? We're going to make that.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's just like, now, 110 pulls. You're just like, what? What do you mean 110 pulls?
Yeah, and it was also, I had this with something like Halandris, where you're like, maybe they're just not playing their best. We're going to go to bed. We're going to wake up. Echo's going to kill it. And you go, oh, okay, it wasn't that hard. But then, no, you wake up and it's like, oh, they haven't killed it. The boss just is that hard.
I didn't think. Okay, I assumed that Echo wasn't going to kill it, but the fact that you couldn't tell for certain, and then I woke up and Echo's best pull was like 19%, and I was just like, "Yep, this fight is insane."
Yeah, because I've got the old PTSD from how it was back in the day. Is you get the NA advantage, head start. You clear as much as you can. You go to bed, and you're like, we did pretty good. You wake up, Echo's like 5 bosses ahead of you, and you're like, it was Method back then, but yeah, they just destroyed. So I've still got that back in my head.
You go to bed, and you wake up, and they've killed Agrimar, and you're like, what?
Yeah. The biggest one for me was Throne of Thunder. We got to Darumu.
The eyeball guy.
Yeah, he was really hard, and I think we went to bed, and I think they'd killed Primordius, who was like Darumu and then Primordius. It was like, what? How did they do that? And then what's its name? That ridiculous anima boss, Dark Animus.
Yeah, Dark Animus. Yeah.
I can see you sinking deeper into a darker place, Cams. We gotta get you.
Cams is rated at a high level for a very long time.
Yeah, that's an old boss.
Fond memories and perhaps some maybe not so fond memories.
Yeah, I did.
What's looking like over there?
Oh, you want to hear me doom about Dark Animus?
Rating is very fun.
Please.
Yes, it was very fun. I had to Warlock tank one of the stupid ads on Dark Animus. Literally just, I don't know how many pulls, 200 pulls in, never messing it up. So all of a sudden, my pet stopped getting aggro for no reason. And then my guy would just run around and rage things. And it happened like 3 times in a row. And they sat me, and then they killed it like an hour later.
Oh my god!
I was there for yes. And I swear to you, it wasn't my fault. And while I was sitting, I went to the store and I was just listening to Discord on my phone. And it was happening to the person who took my spot. He's like, my pet isn't keeping aggro, and he was an officer.
Yeah.
And he got,
Well, at least you got that validation. A little bit, right?
Yeah, I changed nothing. I kept trying to figure it out. And they were just all so tilted because the boss is so difficult.
Yeah. And the harder you try to be like, it's not my fault, like the more it looks like you're just making excuses for
and they're like,
you screwing up.
You turn off the taunt. Is the threat on? And
I DC'd.
Yeah. Oh, doing the pet tanking on that. And I had to move it. You had like little things.
You had the blueberry out?
Yeah, you had to tank it to the side and you'd kill mine. And then I had to taunt it off a moonkin or something. Like there was this whole crazy sequence of stuff. And then drag it around the room to dodge everybody else. It was a nightmare.
The craziest part of that story is that he said that he was in Discord in 2012 before Discord existed.
Yeah, Mumble probably.
Mumble, goodness gracious. Yeah, that is an old one. All right, well, I mean, touching back a little bit on what you guys were saying earlier and just how surprising the difficulty of this boss was, I would love to take a look at the predictions that we originally had for this. I'm going to shame us a little bit. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to do it to you, but look at the difference. I mean, the closest one was Jack, and even he was way off. 114 pull is that final count that it did take to get down Styx, Bunk Junker, and none of us were close.
Listen, I want you guys to know something at home.
Yes.
Predicting boss pull counts is like buying a scratch-off ticket from the gas station and praying that you win $100.
Yeah, you can.
Yep. I predicted 8 pulls for Halandris back in the day.
8?
I can't remember.
Yeah, that was
exactly.
A silly number.
It's the problem is that you just have no. Okay, you could judge based off PTR testing. Like I tested that boss on the PTR, and it honestly wasn't even that hard during the PTR. It was really buggy and was actually probably impossible to do. And then they retested it, and it was it's fine. But then it was just it's still. It had more HP and it was a little bit harder now during this, and they had worse gear than we actually tested the boss during PTR testing. But if you actually give the pull count that the boss during PTR testing was supposed to be, then you would have 1 billion pulls for some of these bosses, like Sprocket Monger during PTR testing unkillable, Mugsy unkillable during PTR testing as well. It's
Silken Court
literally unkillable during PTR. There's so many of those fights that are just unkillable that they had to tune after the fact, and so you actually have just no point of reference for what it's supposed to be.
So if you guys could re-predict for Sprocket, would you?
Oh yeah,
it's going up. We're going up.
Not 30.
Okay.
I went low because the guilds have just been owning lately.
Right.
But it's looking like this is more Neruba Palace kind of cranked up midsection.
I'm thinking 75 minimum. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now.
I might go 125.
Yeah, I haven't even seen it really pulled that much. I think that Echo maybe threw 5 pulls at it. ID, I think I watched throw 10 pulls at it or something like that.
Okay. I'm gonna keep mine.
You keeping yours?
I think.
Where are you?
You're
30?
You're 30. Yeah, I think. I mean, obviously, I don't. It's weird that a boss in the middle of it. Did you just do a little fist bump?
Yeah, 30 gang.
Yeah, 30 gang. That it's 114 and then you start going back down. But I don't know. Maybe it's just copium. I'm not really sure. Either way, I'm sticking with it.
Got a lot of health. No ads though.
And known what?
No ads, so they can
No
just
ads.
be pure single target specs. But a lot of movement, a lot of health.
A lot of things.
Yeah, a lot of rockets.
A lot of rockets.
Treadmills.
Yo, we should get Jack on here for that.
It's funny with Bunk Junker. I think yesterday when we saw that it was like, oh, this boss is pretty real. I was like, I bet Jack is going to be pretty close to it. And then we saw the Enrage, and it was like, okay.
Jack's not even close.
Yeah, you just get more new information as it went on, and it just kept unveiling how difficult it was going to be.
Do we think that would have been doable without Vantis?
Yeah, but
how many more pulls would it have taken? It was.
I don't know.
Could have been that one.
It could have been that one.
Hard to tell.
It's one of those things that it could have actually been that pull even without the Vantis. But again, you really just don't want a situation where you wipe at 0.5% and you just like are kicking yourself and thinking, what if? What if? Like,
yeah, no, that's
otherwise,
a really good point.
Because we're going to the reset. We're going to reset 100%. You don't want to waste any more time on 6 Bunk Junker. You would rather pull Sprocket Monger, see what's going on with that fight. You would rather like
what's going on here?
Yeah, I don't know. You would rather pull Sprocket Monger, see what's going on in that fight. Potentially be looking to move some items in your raid comp. Maybe somebody else needs some more gear. We'll have some time to do maybe like a Mythic split or something like that.
Do you think that is a call then that they should have made earlier? Because I mean, they hit their best pull a few hours ago. That 6% one.
I don't know. I think that when they slammed it was totally reasonable for them. Like, could you have pressed it earlier? Yeah, but the later into the reset that you go, the less impact or the less punished you can get for actually Vantising a boss like Styx Bunk Junker. It is just really weird to be Vantising a boss like that.
Yeah, they also like a decision they've kind of never had to make before. They've never had to Vantis a boss like that, so it's like, what do you do in this situation? They're kind of in unprecedented territory, and also it's hard to tell because maybe a Vantis would have saved somebody or killed an ad just in time that would have saved an attempt that they wiped a 50% on that would have been a kill or something like that.
Exactly.
But they didn't ever have an attempt so close that the Vantis would have been the kill.
And you never go into Styx Bunk Junker thinking that, oh yeah, we need a Vantis this is the sauce.
Mm-hmm.
You try to delay it literally as long as possible and hope that you can like squeak out a kill off the just natural ability and ease of play. But because it's the 4th boss, right? It should be easy, but it was not. It was very difficult and kind of silly.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Rashanon, a whole different world. They killed that like with a lot of people dead, just one shot and kind of laughing, vibing, running.
Well, they
unoptimized comp.
Man,
yeah,
too. Like,
yeah, they had a lot of deaths. They killed it kind of in the Enrage, I think, but it was one I think the Enrage could like extend or something, and that's why. It looks like they're here in a 30-man raid.
Oh,
what do they do?
Yay.
Wait, what? Splits again?
I believe we are doing splits again.
I don't know how they have any characters that are even unlocked to any of this.
Are they left?
What are we splitting for? What are we trying to get here?
No.
It's got to be a heroic. Because do they even have characters to not lock the loot up? I don't understand.
Who's unlocked? Like, who is unlocked?
Yeah.
Like, what are we trying to gear? Like Scott's pallet?
Yeah, Atlas is on a paladin. That's
pulling on Mythic, and they wanted a little break.
Yeah, maybe they just want to vibe out. The most surprising thing is they actually have unlocked characters.
Does chat know who they're trying to gear?
I've been kind of looking at it. Oh, Lips Warrior.
They're trying to gear Lips Warrior?
Yep, that is what chat is saying.
So what, they think that Yips is going to be on a paladin for the entire tier?
Or at least for, I mean, at this point, comp per boss. They're not comping for Gallywix anymore.
So they need Lip to have more characters potentially that they can flex into?
How many does he have now?
One, but hypothetically, if we got this warrior.
Ugh.
Huh.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, may as well just assume each boss is going to need to be comped around, like perfect, like they did with Styx Bunk Junker. I mean, I don't know if you could really have a better comp. Maybe they could have squeezed another Moonkin in if they actually had it available.
Yeah. Okay, so Styx has died. When do you kind of project this raid to be over?
Now? I think it's going into the weekend next week for sure.
I think that Sunday is probably, like Saturday or Sunday are probably some of the earliest days that we could potentially see.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that's reasonable.
I think if it goes into 3rd reset,
it would be like Wednesday, right?
Yeah, it's going to probably be close. But 3rd reset just sounds so crazy. It's only 8 bosses.
Shout out the jailer.
Yeah, but that raid was enormous and probably the hardest raid they've ever made.
I like the lower third. Raiders are doing not Mythic.
Are they normal? What difficulty is this?
I know he doesn't have little skull.
Cool. Well, didn't think I'd be back. I thought I was at a split jail, but we're back in.
You remember?
Fantastic.
You remember whenever people were like, yeah, so they said they're going to be done with splits, and then we're just done with splits for this week.
Yeah.
And then somebody always is on the couch and goes, well, they can always find more characters. This is kind of like what we mean whenever we say, yeah, they can always find more characters to do splits for if they really need to. Like, there's always somebody who's got some like random rat that you could absolutely juice up if you absolutely needed to.
Is this rat raid? Is that what we're looking at right now?
These are the rattiest of rats. This is like,
boy.
This is everybody's 17th alt.
This is a what do they call those things in the subways where they're all like the tails are molded together?
Rat King.
Yeah, this is a Rat King raid.
Yeah. All tangled up trying to get Lip out of here.
Yeah, dude.
So I guess Warriors just own single target?
Apparently. Which spec?
Arms, I believe.
Arms?
Fury's also
Fury,
good.
though, right?
Fury pretty good.
Both are actually.
I mean, it's just splits, but.
Both are quite good. I think that Arms is the big heavy execute spec. So if you're looking for one of the specializations that is like valuable in execute for fights like Bandit and Muggsy and stuff like that, I think that Arms is gonna be the preferred spec. But I think that like Wolf Disco was playing mostly Fury through the first couple of bosses on his Warrior.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just thinking for Sprocket Monger, most likely to be Arms.
I have no clue.
Because if they're gearing Lip's Warrior, it has to be for Sprocket Monger, right?
Yeah.
It's like. They can't be thinking of any other boss this week.
Yeah, because the timing of it makes me think that that's what it's for.
Yeah, they've got like 1.1 day left.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, they do have 1.1 day left, but you have to kind of think about it like this. They're probably not killing Sprocket Monger in like 8 hours tomorrow. It's possible, but it seems unlikely at this point.
Do you think Sprocket Monger doesn't even die before reset?
That's one.
Okay.
I think they could potentially clutch a kill. If it's like a 70 puller?
You do about 100 pulls a day, like if you're like really grinding away at pulling a boss, right? You can do about 100 pulls a day.
Yeah, so if he's like a 70 pull boss, they could clutch one out, but if it's pushing into the mid 100s, then yeah, no, they're just not going to have the time.
I pulled up Warcraft Logs to try to look at like damage done to Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock, and the top two specializations are both Warrior specializations, both Fury and Arms.
Oh, nice.
So both of them are good on the Patrick fight, so it's just probably a preference. You know, there might be a question of like what weapon you even have.
This is kind of cool. You get to just see like Stick Spunk Chunker. I mean, you could have known.
Dude, I'm about to see Stick Spunk Chunker normal. It's gonna be sick.
I mean, you could have known, theorized, oh, Shadow Priest would be good at this. It was really hard. Or Boomkins, or it comes out in logs on parses and stuff like that. But it's kind of fun to see like, okay, if it's literally requiring perfect comp, like what would that comp be? And now we get to actually see them like think those things out. Normally that only comes in on like the last two bosses or just some, the random flukes.
Goop literally told me that he geared a Moonkin in case Stick Spunk Chunker was hard. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that Stick Spunk Chunker was going to be that hard.
They probably thought, what do you mean just in case it's hard?
Log on the Evoker, man. What do you mean just in case?
Yeah, I asked Max, like, now that these mid-bosses are just randomly hard, are you guys going to prep differently? And he was just like, oh no, we thought it could be hard. That's why we have 3 Moonkins prepared. It was literally for that boss. So they even thought it could be really difficult.
40 pulls.
Yeah.
40 pulls is really difficult, not 110. 40 pulls is like, oh, okay, we got to empty the bag, right? Bring in these Moonkins. You're just like, what?
You're in an unprecedented times.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a new, like, era. If Blizzard wants, like, because Nerebar Palace is really hard. This is looking very hard.
I love progging hard raids. I think the thing with, like, difficult raids, though, is they're not for everybody. There's like there's like a lot of different tiers of like Mythic guild too. That doesn't always like really always like come across like super easily. So there's the first tier is obviously the Race World First guilds, and there are I'm thinking like the top 5 guilds in the world. Remember, I'm saying Race World First guild. Realistically, here we're talking the people that you see in the top 5 sans Pop-Tart Corn Dog, and then there are like the probably top 20 world guilds, and those guilds are insane too. And that's what Pop-Tart Corn Dog calls them. That guild is actually crazy. And then there is like Hall of Fame level guilds, and those guilds are pretty good. And then there's just like the average cutting edge guild, and those guilds are pretty good, but they struggle at a lot of them actually died on Brood Twister Ovanax because they made it to Brood Twister rather quickly, but there was no world where they were killing it. They're killing that thing 2 months later, not 2 weeks later, 2 months, and then you're just like, well, what are you supposed to do? And it's like one of those things that because of the difficulty gradient and the amount of different types of Mythic guilds, I think that making the raid overly hard ends up killing them off. And like we're already seeing a tier to tier decline. Like at each and every single tier, you're seeing fewer and fewer people actually progressing Mythic and just progging Mythic in general. And I think that like making it too difficult is not going to help the existing people who are already doing Mythic raid.
Yeah, and you also don't want to run into some like awkward situation where some boss in the middle is really hard, and then by the time you get to the end bosses, they've kind of been like nerfed a ton, and so you spend a lot of time on like not the end boss instead.
Do you think it'll break some guilds up?
Styx?
Yeah.
If it doesn't get, if it straight never gets nerfed, then yeah, I think some people might get like very frustrated with the state of the game.
I think I'm pretty sure if
it's gonna get nerfed.
I'm pretty sure if Styx Bunk Junker doesn't get nerfed, that fight kills 1,000 Mythic guilds or something ridiculous. That fight's unkillable for a lot of guilds because the mechanical complexity is like really the mechanical complexity and individual personal responsibility in that fight is really high in a way that
yeah, even if it had less health, it's still Halandris-like in that the health doesn't matter when you just explode.
Exactly, that's the thing. It's kind of like Halandris. Halandris killed a bunch of Mythic guilds because of the exact same reason. It was just like the punishment level of the mechanics was just way too high, and that's why they ended up nerfing the bombs from 10-second countdown duration to 30. Like, yeah, it just completely changes the fight.
Yeah, they just, like on Star Augur, another like the pass fail, they just let you get hit by the Grand Conjunction explosion thing like twice. The first one gave you a debuff, the second one killed you, just to keep some of the edge off. But Styx, yeah, so for nerfs, I think they gotta do the health or the enrage timer, one of those. And then, I mean, health makes it easier, enrage timer makes it easier, but it's still difficult because it'll last long and you have to survive. Maybe more time on the rolling itself, like 5 more seconds to pick up your garbage, and 5 more seconds on the Scrapmaster cast would also do a lot.
Oh, I think, yeah. Like that's one of the first things I would do is just a lot more time on the Scrapmaster cast to allow people to get less punished. You know, more damage whenever the trash ball contacts the boss too. It also extend out the enrage. I think that most of that fight realistically should be, don't let your players get one shot by the Scrapmaster. Make sure your trash balls hit the boss, and then like if you are able to do both of those things, then you probably should kill the fight. And I don't think there should be much more mechanical complexity to the fight than that.
Yeah. When do you think if they're going to nerf it, they have to say tomorrow, right? Or do you think they'll just pop up on Tuesday?
Either they're not gonna nerf it or nerf it.
They'll announce nerf tomorrow. It's more of a question of how big is the nerf going to be.
Yeah. What's the chance they don't nerf it?
I mean, there's always a chance.
It would be fun to watch the reactions.
I mean,
takes.
So I've seen crazier stuff. They didn't nerf Halandris immediately either, and I was gonna I swore up and down that they were gonna nerf that boss immediately. So the thing is that there's always a chance, and the problem is the more guilds that actually get onto Styx Bunk Junker in this current iteration, the worse off it is. Kind of similar to Brood Twister Ovanax.
Worse off as in what? Of it not getting nerfed?
You know, Instant Dollars, who is currently the 4th guild in the world, and Fat Shark Yes, who is currently the 6th guild in the world, have basically stopped pulling Styx Bunk Junker because they can't kill it.
Right.
They're basically FFing the fight until it gets nerfed, or they get way more gear and they're able to field a perfect comp.
Okay.
Because progging it is ridiculous.
Why are guilds like Instant Dollars and Pop-Tart Corn Dogs not switching to Sprocket then? Is it that much harder?
I mean, THD was trying to convince Dratanos to get
Yeah, so why wouldn't they then?
I mean, you're probably not killing Sprocket Monger this reset because you don't have the gear.
Okay. Both of it is just a gear thing.
I probably would have advocated to pull Sprocket Monger as well, because even if you can't kill it with this reset's worth of gear, you're actually learning what the boss is going to be, where I think that they could completely change what's the difficulty point of Styx Bunk Junker to try to curb 100 pulls off that boss.
Right.
Yeah, and I think it's probably easier to run the math and know that Sprocket Monger is mathematically near impossible, because they didn't know the enrage on Styx. But on Sprocket Monger, I think because he goes through cycles and every time he upgrades the weapons, and at the final one, then he enrages. So I think it's more known that it's going to be where they think it is.
Right.
But they had no idea where Styx enrage was until he hit it. They assumed it was probably like 8 minutes or something, looking at his health. You know, that kind of thing made sense. And then, yeah, Max said last night they just saw it at like 6:30, and it was just like, oh, okay. So it's going to be like that, huh?
I remember whenever we were sitting back in the cast room, and you go to the enrage at 6:30, and I just look over at my side monitor and I see they're at 25%, and I was just like, no way the enrage at 6:30. You got to be kidding me. we were sitting right next. Cam and I sit right next to one another in the cast room, and he said that. I was just bewildered whenever I saw it.
Yeah, I think everybody was. No. What a little secret surprise. Styx Bunk Junker.
But yeah, I mean, dude, they didn't. If you remember, they didn't nerf Halandris immediately.
Yeah, they did a massive nerf on him like a couple days in.
Well, they didn't touch him until after the race was like completely done.
Well, there was one before anybody killed him.
Okay, so there was one before anybody killed him, which was fine.
I think it was like 20% health. It was something ridiculous.
But then there was no nerf until after the race to World First, and only 5 guilds had killed the boss then, and 130 guilds were progging the boss at that time. And so if you're in a situation that's like that, it is just really bad to leave Halandris in that state. And I think it's possible that they leave Styx Bunk Junker in that state, because I saw it with Halandris. I would give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that they remember what happened with that, and I will give Blizzard the benefit of the doubt and assume that they're just going to nerf it.
Yeah, especially with the Overnax so fresh in the mind.
And honestly, dude,
similar.
No harm, no foul if it launched a bit hot. If it was like that for 7 days and they just completely nerf it, and then the raid is a lot more normal after it, it's just going to come down to like it's going to be a historical thing that'll be talked about, but it won't even matter for the people who are actually trying to like raid Mythic outside of the race World First.
Yeah,
which is totally fine. Like, who cares?
Yeah, and they said they didn't like that the difficulty spike just went through the roof instantly,
exactly
and then they just moved it over.
Well, that's exactly what just happened.
Yeah, they just moved it to an earlier boss.
We took a step on the stairs up from Cauldron of Carnage to Rick Reverb, and then we took an elevator to the 11th floor for Styx Bunk Junker.
Yeah, he was just a little earlier than the 5th step.
I am curious, like, what their ideal pull count would be for guilds at this level.
Yeah, me too.
On Styx?
Just no, like for every boss in this tier, like how many they're aiming for.
Yeah, I mean,
it certainly is not that number.
I'm interested in hearing what Cam's thoughts on these are. For the first, for this tier, the first 2 fights I'm down with as being one shot.
Yeah.
For Rick Reverb, I honestly thought like a 5-pull boss was totally reasonable. I actually think that what Rick ended up turning into damage check-wise and just like what it is as a boss, totally fine. Now, Styx Bunk Junker and Sprocket Monger, I think that Styx probably best pull count is something similar to Magmarax, where it's like a 15 to 20 pull boss just in general. And I think that Sprocket Monger, that's a fight that could reasonably be like 35 to 40 pulls, and you're not mad about it.
Yeah, I'd say like for a mid-tier boss, I think if they can hit the 30 range, it's pretty good. But that's hard to do without making them kind of BS pass-faily.
Yeah.
It's hard to make mechanics that aren't too difficult, but then but still take like 30 attempts. I don't know. There's a sweet spot that seems very hard to land the boss in. It's either like really hard or just gets rolled over.
And I think Bandit kind of similar situation. If it was like 35 to 50 pulls, I mean, nobody's complaining. Muggsy's best number probably 100.
It's
like a dance
optimal?
fight. Yeah. Muggsy's like a dance boss. I think like 100, 150. And then Galley, Galley could be anything, but like, 250 to 300 is normally pretty good, I think. Like a pretty healthy amount for like race roll first guilds. And so it's like, that would be I think like a pretty optimal curve of difficulty. And then once the race roll first is over as well, people who are just like progging it in their average Mythic guild who raid 9 hours a week or whatever also aren't straddled with the fact that they have to fight Brood Twister Ovanax after one-shotting 4 bosses in a row.
Yeah. I mean, at least they got that nice 4 box. was a vibe.
I did scam a lot of 4 boxes last year. Did you also get a lot of 4 boxes?
I did a couple.
Yeah, that was nice.
I guess it's safe to say, like, we don't know the specific number that they were aiming for, but it definitely is supposed to be a curve and not a 90-degree angle or an elevator, as you say, Tuttles.
I just don't really know. Yeah, it's really difficult to actually tune World of Warcraft in general.
Oh, there's so much going on.
Yeah, the game is always kind of like this, right? Where the raid fights are either way too easy or way too hard, and the classes are either way overtuned or way undertuned, and very rarely do people actually be like, yeah, this is the correct amount of tuning.
I mean, we meme about it being too hard for where it was or whatever, but like the fact that it was just barely killable like that is pretty impressive. Like.
Yeah.
And same with Kaiveza. The fact that it was just right on the edge of it actually impossible, but still killable. I don't know how they found that number, but it's cool.
Sticks being in the state does not matter, assuming that they don't leave it in the state. And the problem is that they left like Brood Twister and Kaiveza is just way too hard for way too long. If they just absolutely slaughtered Sticks Bunk Junker, the only people that will ever talk about how hard Sticks Bunk Junker will be us during next Race World first, and them after the race where they were like, what was that boss?
Yeah, most people will probably, it'll be an amped up heroic boss.
Exactly.
And it probably will, I mean, if say they nerf the health by like 20% or something, then I think that puts that in that like 30-50 pull range. It's still complicated. The ball mechanic's not free. Like to resolve it without wiping the raid or getting people killed.
I don't like the mines, the territorial bombshells.
Those are sketch.
I think the territorial bombshells are just like too pass-faily. That's you kind of described it like that earlier.
And too like chaotic. It's hard to control it. They spawn randomly. They kind of aren't going to be positioned perfectly unless you get a ton of reps in.
Having seen it played out as well, I would also probably add like 3 seconds onto the Scrapmaster shot.
Yeah.
Because Liquid, we really didn't talk about it too much, but they had a really cool recoil for the Scrapmasters to like basically pre-assign players to let them know almost immediately what Scrapmaster they were going to roll over with their trash ball, and that is actually a slick weak aura that got way overshadowed by the fact that the boss was just insane.
Yeah, I don't think there's like anything they could have improved on like from that side.
Yeah, their Scrapmaster.
They had everything covered.
Their Scrapmaster rolling was honestly not that bad.
Oh, they were doing it at first. It was like they were going off just all the time, and then near the end, you watch someone on the ball. They just pick up their guy right into the boss. It was so slick, and it literally needed to be because anytime rolling around, it's just damaging the boss.
I would probably add like 3 to 5 seconds on that too.
Yeah, on the rolling, that could use some more time also.
Yeah, if you cut, like you said, 20% HP, you no longer can contact territorial bomb spawns. Those mobs also have 20% less HP, and then add 5 seconds onto the Scrapmaster. We're talking now we're talking about a boss.
Yeah, like a pretty chunky 4th boss still.
Yeah.
You know? Like
you can still wipe. You can wipe.
I think even that version of Sticks would probably have taken 30 pulls. There's Liquid at least.
It's still hard because you have to get the bombs, like the big tank bombs. You have to still hit the Scrapmasters, otherwise you're gonna wipe. Like there's still some of the wipe mechanics that are in the fight, while making it more feasible for a guild that reaches it, where you're just like oh my gosh, what am I even supposed to do here?
I'm excited to see it on the reset, on the reclear.
Yeah.
No matter what state it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's either going to get completely destroyed, or it's going to be kind of annoying.
Exactly the same. Yeah.
God, I hope they dominate that boss.
Me too.
Because they won't Vantis.
No, exactly.
They're not Vantising.
And I mean, gear will make a difference, but if they don't nerf it at all, I don't know how much gear they hope to get, but it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, they probably won't change comp either.
Yeah.
Maybe
well, I mean, they're gearing a warrior right now, Cams. You never know.
That's right, yeah. Maybe they'll try and slip in a warrior.
I think they're just trying to get more options for their comp.
Yeah, I mean...
They just want more geared characters in case they... It's this weird thing where they noticed there was like a discrepancy in some of their compositions that they were able to craft. And particularly with the warrior, I think that they were like, oh, how would we even fit in this second warrior if we were wanting it? Right?
Yeah, I mean, we're like in a post-Sticks Bunk Junker world where you go, maybe every boss needs like the literal perfect comp.
Well, here's the warrior options that they normally have. Smacked, he's healing. Boomy, he's on Windwalker. Windwalker looks OP. And you're just like, well,
What's happening?
where does this warrior, like this DPS warrior, like who would even play it anymore?
Yeah, Wolf Disco's been playing it.
But yeah, so
but how are you getting 2 in?
Exactly. Where's the second one? Like Wolf Disco can play it, and he is playing it, but like where is the other one?
All right, well, I do want to give a quick mention, of course, to our presenting partner, Coinbase. If you head on over to tl.gg/Coinbase RWF and use that code TEAMLIQUID20, sign up for it in the app. You can also get $20 within that app. You will then be eligible to win a Team Liquid signed jersey. Sign that QR code, or sorry, scan that QR code as well. And then for the grand prize, only one of these will win this. It is an NA and EU only eligible grand prize. You will be flown out here to the Alienware training facility for the next tier. Have you gotten us any new deals, Tettles, for this?
Oh.
For this?
Yeah, you've been getting all kinds of add-ons for this.
Well, don't be too greedy. I'm already flying you out.
Oh my God. Okay. I'm so sorry.
No.
I won't ask again.
Yeah, don't be greedy.
Okay, my bad. All right. Well, if you scan that code or you just follow the steps 1, 2, and 3, we may just see you next tier. So huge shout out to Coinbase for making the Race to World First possible.
That would be so sweet. You know, actually get to come to the Race to World.
Oh my God.
The Race to World First for just viewers at home. Honestly, it's like.
He's looking around right now.
You kind of get to just hang out with your friends for a week and talk about World of Warcraft. It kind of fills that void that BlizzCon no longer happening. Yeah, exactly. It kind of fills that void that BlizzCon no longer happening.
Oh, true, actually.
What it did for me, just being able to see my friends like a few times a year. I think that the Race to World First is so cool.
There's like a Hilton we can go to that's nearby. We can just like hang out in the lobby.
Yeah, I don't really normally.
Dratnos isn't showering, so he's taking a shower, so we've got that also. You can bring him with us.
There's no parties here. I guess I'm just kind of constantly working, but it's.
Oh, you don't know where to look.
You're partying here?
I'm always partying.
Disappearing?
Yeah.
I guess you are the life of the party.
Oh. All right, well, if you're just not tuning in, we are doing some heroic splits. Yay! So we're going to head into some comms for a Monster Energy listen in.
No. It's like a
secret tech.
Yeah, secret tech.
Dark Flight.
By the way, when we were talking about the Worgen shit.
We not mute?
Just hit the dry knee,
It
bro.
doesn't matter.
This whole time.
The fuck?
Tried stuff.
Blizzard already posted the revert on a kill, by the way.
Up, man.
We need to do that against Bomb.
Scott, you are gonna have divine justice for that shit, bro.
Up goes insane.
Go, someone get the bomb.
Someone will get it.
No way we're gonna die here.
Is that the most hype fourth boss ever?
That was tight.
No, I really smiled on
Rashan was
smiled on Ashbane, and it still pisses me
Dude, it's
off.
actually crazy the difference. I hit a woo when we killed that boss, and you remember when we killed Ashbane, bro? No happiness.
You guys are
The
trying.
complete
If I had up actually smiled, it pisses me off still.
I swear Rashan was still more hype.
Fired up was in the guild, thanks.
No, you weren't though, but I
was.
can feel.
He was. It was me and Shaq were joined in Uldir.
Dude, that shit, dude, we would do trash kits with the gun and Viz.
Dude, and Ben went unholy. Oh my god. Kingfly resets the boss, and then you have fucking. Dude, the one tank.
No, Ben was a rogue. Dude, he had a fucking insane rupture, like the craziest rupture I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, the one tank Kybeza strategy was actually practiced on fair
Inspired by that, yep.
By me and
the boss music just fucking ends here, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh
man, no, the music goes.
It'll just loop. You gotta get a bomb, bro. You gotta get a bomb.
This is where the boss break is on nothing, by the way.
Wait, you don't have that. You better have the loop music on.
That setting on. It is looping. But it ended for like 5 seconds. Actually, what are you supposed to do? Like, piss off, man. Piss off.
The music's not that special.
How about you pissing me, bro? I
just got fucking rolled over.
Fuck you, bro.
I just got who fucking.
Seriously though, I ain't doing it.
Seriously, bro, stop.
Literally, pull up, bro. Meet you in the pro lab in 2 minutes, man.
Damn, the Nerf to sticks kind of hit.
Music got hype.
Wait, everyone focus here.
Hashtag full focus.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, guys. I fucking just 3-hit the boss.
Guys, you know how insane the walk-in shit is that...
Walk-in Evoker?
I just put in a ticket and they refunded the race change. Like, because it was under 72 hours, so I actually just kind of fucking got bailed out.
I mean, it's like
You actually
insane as well.
Have you even looked
it's
out
kind
as
of
working
insane
yet? Like,
breakdown.
Armory's not even gonna show it.
Yeah. It's basically one big grift.
Actually,
There's
Griff
nothing burger. Think about it.
Dude, Scott, you are gonna have
make
divine
sure
justice, by the way. Literally, divine justice is coming
divine
your
justice. Oh shit. Korean church are gonna fucking decline me for mocking that
way.
tomorrow.
Yeah, bro.
Bro,
Like,
it was
you fucked up by the end of that.
It was
actually
crazy,
buzzing.
man. Dude, it was
really
buzzing.
wanted
to go in.
Bro, literally 10 pints in the fucking church.
That's why me and Impact wake up early, man. Like,
Yeah, the Rangers left smack boob.
Dude, they literally gave us a pint. Like, second one cost, but
Double Zenith.
yeah.
I'll take that. Reroll.
Bro, there's a lot of play dropping here.
Lip, you're not even getting any loot from the split. This is literally a no man's split.
It's a no man's.
We're giving it away to charity.
It's a MNS.
Wait, aren't you able to take that trinket too?
Oh, that's trinket is
Agi. It's Agi only.
But won't work anything. You can take it
That's
though.
for some
Well, you could use it.
I could take it, yeah.
It's not like they won't let you equip it. The dumpster diver.
Nice weapon.
It's a good weapon.
Stats could be better, mate. You want the one from, if you don't get one from the raid, you want the one from Waterworks, if I had to guess.
Dude, look at that weapon. That doesn't even look like a two-hander.
So, like, in the... Wait, what the fuck? It kind of looks like, you know, the WOD PvP one? It's like the same size as the WOD PvP one.
Hello?
Yeah, bro.
Hey, you remember that, right, Sang? The WOD PvP one?
Hello?
It's probably the same model. Like, they probably used the same model for it.
No.
Wait, what? Like the look of the weapon or the icon?
Yeah, no, the look of it, or like the shape.
Dude.
Like it is the same as the WoW PvP one. It's just
Dude,
obviously a different model. It's like an electronic.
Raiders goes fucking insane.
Fucking Astro W.
Oh shit.
That is such an insane message. Oh.
Let me check her at us.
Oh, I'm Resident Healer. Let's see.
Hey.
I'll get Scott first.
Oh, by the way, be very careful.
Go on. Click.
Here we go. I'm getting Cinny.
Nope, summon.
Yeah, everyone called their summons as well. I'm getting Cinny. Getting Malacus after.
Well, I'm already clicking Mark.
Yeah, I'm getting Turbo and Stun.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Nick then Lip.
Getting Boomy.
Getting splat after Lip.
Just stop the comms, man.
Boomy got. I'll get Telegon.
Serious.
Bro. Yeah. Let's just fucking be slow for fun. Like, why
How's
not?
your coins looking though? Turbo, for real.
Bro, I'm actually up like 50.
Holy shit.
50%. bro.
Everyone
few
is
days,
here.
we
Get
just
Telegon to get someone.
No,
Tell
it's-
Telegon to take
Could
the
you
summon.
have 2 healed sticks if you got lucky?
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck's sake.
I think you
I don't
got a
know if you would have
zero
had
heal
enough cooldown coverage, but
Good with.
Well, what?
Just press side, just press side.
What's King Fly asking?
There's no king fly. He's saying one.
Guys, I'm saying for the
No,
bombs.
it'll work.
Oh,
okay.
You guys are just...
God, you guys
Dude, how in all that chaos did I just hear Lit rip the most insane to fucking halfway through? The fuck?
3.
Okay,
Yeah, bro.
Okay,
Yo.
the defuck bit actually is good though. Like that's actually a good bit.
And does Ryan have wings up now or what? Getting a bit laggy.
I call this the green.
Dude, isn't it crazy that Evoker does 8 EX HPS in 30 man, meanwhile Pala does fucking just lags the raid?
That's only the player. It's a player
It's a
thing.
pilot dude.
Yeah, it is, because I've had Pally like smacked and lagged me.
Dude, Nick Pala smoking Driny on that
Nick's
pro.
full AFK in melee.
Nick is full AFK.
Nick is
So
full
they're goofing this entire
AFK,
full, bro.
AFK.
I think he's on one.
Dude,
Hello, what's the plan?
Hello.
Oh, Nick is still alive somehow.
I mean, Nick on healer just isn't the same as Nick on DPS.
Can we get some like random ass comms from the leader? Like, which group is blue? Which group is red right now?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys
Flip warrior blue.
Pop. There's probably gonna run away with you.
Guys, please
we're
pop.
good.
Communicate.
We're gonna die.
Okay, do 2. 3. 4 can just blow up Natty, or we can grab it.
I can do 5.
You have to get boss when you get back.
So if we were swapping sides of the room, it would be red up by the boss and blue on the other side. Except we're not swapping sides of the room. And now blue would be towards the middle and red would be towards like the where we came in from.
5, 4.
Just imagine if you're blue or red here.
I'm both right now.
Okay. And you bait the drills out and that'd be hype. Probably, I like drills on the conveyor belt a lot actually.
Yeah.
Nah.
Like range basically just bait on conveyor belt and then you just move in when you don't have it.
You sure on Mythic you'll even be able to get to the boss if they're on the conveyor belt?
In the perma stun right now. You guys in a bit.
I guess you could
See
just
ya,
put him on the right side.
See ya, bro.
See ya.
I'm still considering how to do the intermission actually. I think there's
the fire bombs.
I think there's a way to do it better than I'm imagining it doing right now.
Hashtag see ya.
I don't know, they'll probably do a lot more damage.
So you can do it with the memes, right?
Do what?
And you'll need the fire bombs.
Numbers?
Oh, I don't think you get the way it works, Black. If you don't get it.
1,
3,
5,
3.
6.
Oh, double!
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Literally said 3, by the way.
How about you get 4?
Yeah, I'll go get it. Fuck it. Hashtag fuck it, bro.
I don't like tell after dark being
Yo, Shaq, check your back, by the way, later today. Like, literally watch your back.
I thought it said shape your back. I was like, the fuck's going on in there? Like the old shit actually shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Hashtag on all 4s.
4s.
Houston to my success.
Yo, Scout, you confused?
Right.
Get the fucking lightning. Get in that hole. Get in the hole.
I told Dranny that and he fucking ran off once. Crazy scenes, man.
That's good.
I think people are gonna be really pissed off when they found out we exploited, by the way.
On Worgen and stuff? The Worgen related one?
Yeah.
One,
get caught, so it's fine, right?
I'll get 3.
Yeah, it's actually fine if you don't get caught.
Am I muted? So
Hashtag greatest WoW player, by the way.
do 2 for now.
bubble time. That's
yeah. I bet it's not even that bad. Yeah!
It's not.
Let's not die at least.
It'll up the kill rate 20%.
The healer's minded you dead, and you are dead because you're dead.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fuck it, man. I checked my bubble taunt before running out. I just had my talents open, fucking looking, perusing. You will never believe what you don't get knocked off here.
Hold it right there.
Yo, Matt.
Yo. Hashtag dip in the lightning.
What's up, G?
Yo, was that knock not
so
cancel cast?
Oh, you sound a little mad there.
That's fucking sick.
I know you can
blow it,
I'm
bro.
telling you, this is the best boss
really?
on the raid.
Yes, it's the best boss.
How do they even do that? Has that ever been a thing?
Yeah, no, it's been a thing.
It's a weird knock. It's a weird knock.
You know Kazara? Aspect of the fox.
Dang, no one's listening, buddy.
2003.
Yeah, I know. No.
Vanilla WoW beta. Aspect of the fox. What the fuck?
What the fuck, bro?
the mic.
You know Kazara from Aberrant didn't interrupt your cast?
You know you can't glide that knock. There. I said it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Very rare.
Dude. Big fucking hit across the board.
Dude, what the fuck's happening?
The fuck?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to do the last 2 on that this week.
Whoa. The fuck?
Did we use these characters for this?
Well,
Yeah.
we did 14 of Mugsy and
We can do 15. We can
Last
do.
one.
We can.
We can do like a. Can we
A
not do like
10-man.
a 15-man or something?
We could
Yeah,
just
there's some-
tomorrow
The 15
while we
characters, we
progress,
probably
we could
could.
just send Lip with 29 pugs and just maybe by the end of the day he fucking figures it out.
Social experiment.
Bro, this is like literally hitting him with the car in the show.
yeah, if you can lead it at 29 bugs.
Just join some cutting edge groups. It's gonna
We
be sick.
should kill it so you get to sit in the box, right?
Yeah, we should definitely. Yeah, we should do it, and we can probably muster 15 characters. Mustered.
Is that a reference?
I mean, as long as you do have like.
Oh, you mean like half saves, half on saves?
Yeah.
Hashtag
I think like anything
character.
above 6, because like if you have some of the insane mains that don't have 15th guys come in and carry, you could probably manage to like bring in 20 unsaved like characters. Like some of us have good ones, like me and Yips have an extra and stuff like that, and then like we could use like Nick's Druid to like carry damage.
Are we doing that now, or just like if we have time tomorrow, or what?
Well, I mean, I'm down to do it now because we're here, right? But
on check, just log on FightUp's account.
Like, if you can make a group real quick. Like, did you get people? Like, do you have the 15 guys? Do you have 15 guys on the sheet? But it's definitely better than. Well, it's definitely insanely
It's not
high
being
value.
tracked on the sheet, but.
How many people? Like, I'm doing a thing in announcements right now. If you have a guy above 620 eye level, just react to it.
Guys, they removed the speed buff.
What the fuck?
What? What the fuck? Dude, they did not.
The speed buff is if. No.
Okay, so we'll just run.
I got a speed up right here.
It'll be 13, Scott.
What did you say?
Sure. It should be 13. Just looking at the math. This should be 13.
It's only because casinos are closed. No, I'm in 15th guy. I'm in 15th
They're so
guy.
fucking funny, man.
Oh, like you have
13 players.
There's 13 people that have it.
They're actually bad.
So let's see if there's more.
You think you could multi-box 2 people and still kill it?
Anyway.
You can't stop us.
You know, I don't know when Blizzard will learn that no one wants to do their stupid trash.
Oh!
That's why it's called trash.
To be fair, if this trash actually wasn't fucking just CCing, like this place is sick. Like I feel like every split we did, people were saying how sick this place looks. But the problem is the trash is so bad you can't even spend time in it. Like you just have to run past everything. Like look at this shit, bro. Yeah, literally, I fucking did a skip through. I got through fine. Everyone follows me. Bang! Entire group dead. Everyone should be reacting to the thing, by the way, because we have 13. Even if it's on the sheet, by the way, you react to that thing. If you have a above 620 eye level 15th character that is unsaved for the last 2.
Just unlock the sheet so I can put all my characters' names in level there.
What are you doing over here, Kispy?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from that Monster Energy Listen In. If you're just now tuning in, we did finally get down Styx Bunk Junker, and now we are going back to splits. We're gearing up some characters here. So in the meantime, I do want to give a shout out, of course, to Coinbase, our presenting partner. If you go to teal.gg/CoinbaseRWF and use that code TeamLiquid20, you can get $20 as well as be eligible for a Team Liquid signed jersey, and then the grand prize of being flown out here for the next tier. So huge shout out to Coinbase. This wouldn't be possible without you, as well as the rest of our amazing sponsors.
Seems like a situation where they're trying to, according to chat, gear Lip Warrior.
Yeah.
I think it was more of a situation where they probably didn't recognize Warrior was going to be as OP as it was, and then the other people that they would have on like a secondary Warrior was going to be like, you know, somebody like Smack, who's healing, Boomy on Windwalker, and Windwalker's OP. So then you're just like, where are we supposed to get this extra Warrior from? Because you obviously have Wolf Disco as the first copy, but then the second copy is kind of weird, and Lip is obviously this Swiss Army knife of melee DPS players, so he can play kind of anything, and so I think they're looking to gear him up a Warrior rather quickly here.
Yeah, and going off Styx Bunk Junker, we're assuming lock and stock's going to be pretty difficult, so they might be just trying to get all these chores out of the way so they can spend all day tomorrow on him and not have to think about like, oh no, we have to go do that Lip Warrior run. Like they're just kind of relishing in finally getting Bunk Junker dead.
Yeah, I mean,
a little chill run at the end of the night.
Yeah, exactly. Like if this was their plan all along, it's honestly kind of perfect timing because they might just be doing this for the rest of the night and not have to, you know, pull any Sprocket stuff before Echo and Method start their day. Tettles?
Yeah, I think as well, like having this character like started, then that allows him, like even if they are pulling Sprocket Monger, even if he would be used on Sprocket Monger, he can still be in Mythic Plus while they're starting the pulls, and so you know, I think it just makes sense, like logically, if they believe that they're going to need the specialization long term.
Yeah, true. I didn't think about the Mythic Plus side.
You try to pretty much gear every single character or class combination that you're going to think is possible, and it's just one of those things that this is part of the race roll first. It's always a part of the race roll first. You're never done with splits. The casters are going to tell you that you're done with splits. They're lying. Never know splits.
Yeah, don't believe anything we say. But we do have, some kind of a cool comparison that we can make here. We were sort of talking a little bit earlier about a fourth boss in comparison to some of the previous raids that we've seen historically, and where Styx kind of lines up in terms of pull count. That ended up being, what, 115? Right? Now I'm
yeah, about there.
Over 100 pulls.
It was like 113.
113,
yeah.
Or the 114 is where it died. So, yeah, right there.
Yeah, so we actually can take a look at some of the other bosses that we've seen in comparison, because that is definitely not normal titles.
Very atypical of a fourth boss. There was also a Franck clip where he was dunking on Max a little bit, because Max during the pre-raid segment goes, when was the last time that there was a boss that was over 15 pulls? And it's just like, this is exactly why, because it's so rare for a fourth boss of a raid to actually go over 15 pulls. Pretty frequently, well-regarded fourth bosses are Forgotten Experiments, 12 pulls.
Yeah.
Sinarth, it's not exactly the most fun fight because the ice mechanic, again, also 12 pulls. More often than not, though, they are sub 15, and so Max was spot on whenever he was saying that. And so Styx Bunk Junker being as difficult as it was definitely caught everybody off guard.
Oh yeah, I mean, an order of magnitude harder than the hardest boss on here. Pretty much, yeah.
10x.
Very
the
difficult,
pulls.
yeah. So yeah, even in one of the hardest raids ever, Sepulcher, the Sausage, only 4 pulls.
Sausage?
Yeah, the Sausage. You don't remember him?
I don't remember it being called the Sausage.
That's all I even know.
Sorry.
The boss.
Dude, I saw this graphic and I said Dosecny, and Cams goes, who? And I go, the Sausage, and Cams just goes, oh.
That's okay.
I don't know why it was the Sausage, but
No, it makes sense if you look at it like that. I think that no, I'm not.
we were losing our minds in Sepulcher.
Oh yeah, very true.
That was a long tier.
This
is also going to be a long tier.
Yeah, but it was not fourth boss long. Fifth boss long.
Yeah.
Roshanon, little one-shotter. Yeah, that was last time. The meme is going around is they're not happy that Roshanon got one shot, and so that they upped Styx.
Yeah.
And it's sad, Roshanon, you had so much like build up because he's in the dungeon in Dawnbreaker, and then you come into the raid and he just
falls
like,
over.
Oh, it was cool that it carried over, but then he was just so easy.
So this is pretty likely to be a pretty long tier, and if you want good value on something, you can Twitch Prime to twitch.tv/TeamLiquid. We're going to be running ad-free content if you do Prime, otherwise you're going to get some ads.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a long-term investment. Think about it like this. You could subscribe to Aya's Twitch. Okay value, I guess. Alternatively, you could get way more content hours and a full Race to World First worth of ad-free viewing if you Prime here.
Yeah, it's true. I would use it over here.
I just typed in chat any gifters and that worked for me, but hypothetically, of course, my Prime was available. I would have used it.
Yeah, look, you got them going. There
Yeah,
we go.
people
Yeah, subscribed here
were
before you
gifting a
subscribe to
ton.
me. Yeah, I heard we got to a level 17 hype train. Were you on the desk for that? Kim?
No, I
Oh,
think it was Jack, maybe Kalmazi,
okay.
but
Makes
I have not
sense.
been here for the hype trains.
Maybe we could start a hype train. Yeah, any gifters, chat.
But yeah, it's just good value. I think it's the Race to World First is going to be running for a long time. I'm kind of thinking maybe like next Sunday it's gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good bet.
Without seeing the bosses, it's going to be difficult for it to end before then. Again, possible, of course, because we don't really know how difficult the fights are. Say Gallywix is like super undertuned, and then Muggsy looks like KT from Sanctum of Domination. It's always possible, but I think that most people are looking at this and like, okay, thinking middle of the next reset.
Funny that it's Sunday and we're saying it's too early to tell how hard the rest of the tier is going to be on a Sunday.
You haven't seen the hardest bosses, right?
Yeah.
Like, there are bosses that are, the end boss tends to be, what did you say, 150?
Yeah,
plus
minimum.
pulls? Yeah.
Which is at least 2 full days.
Yeah, exactly. It's like 2 full days of progression for the
Right.
final boss minimum. Sometimes it's around like 4. It just kind of depends on the boss. Between 2 and 4 is fairly average, though, I would say, for final boss kills.
Yeah, Gallywix being literally a complete unknown.
Yeah.
Like very little known from the Dungeon Journal. It sounds like there's a ton of secret mechanics that have been data mined and that are being updated and stuff. So I don't know what any of those mechanics are. They probably are not letting any of that info out to us until the fight starts happening. But who knows where that boss ends up. It's kind of short on heroic, kind of very I don't want to say simple, but it's kind of simple. It's just a lot of circles running around.
So why do you say there's so many unknowns with Gallywix for the viewers who don't really understand what's going on with that boss?
Yeah, so in the Dungeon Journal, when you open it up, I think it just says like intermission or something like that, and there's just some mechanics that are on heroic.
It's intermission and it starts immediately with P3.
Okay, so yeah, it's odd in that way, and then I guess, so when they data mine abilities, like the raiders, they'll go and find things, and a lot of time there's abilities that were put in on bosses, and then they take them out. And so you'll data mine stuff that's not there, and you just assume that it's not in the raid. But then when those abilities are then being updated, like, I don't know what the last time was, but say they start updating some some abilities like today on Gallywix that are not on heroic, you have to go, okay, that's probably a mythic only mechanic we don't know about, because why else are they updating the values on this thing? And I guess that's been happening. So we have the analysts know what some of those abilities are. I don't know what any of them are. And they don't really have a good, clear view of how they're going to work in the fight and how it all pieces together. They might try and come up with something.
I could text a friend from Wowhead and see if I could get an answer.
Oh yeah, we could probably circumvent the analysts.
Good, but I don't know.
We have our own analysts.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily good to do.
Because there's also been rumors circulating around a mythic only, or sorry, a secret mythic phase definitely being possible. What is your guys' take on that?
I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a secret mythic phase, but I think it's more of like a thing where there's
secret mythic fight.
Yeah, exactly. There's just like not a lot of information in the Dungeon Journal about the boss itself.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like implying a phase where, you know, that's like a one portion of the fight that was like being held back from the Dungeon Journal. So something like, you know, Illidan comes out on Gul'dan. Right, like that was something that was completely omitted, and that was just like a phase. This is like, I think that there's going to be over half the fight that is not present currently in the Dungeon Journal, just because starting the boss in Phase 3 and having nothing else just doesn't necessarily make sense with what Gallywix is. It's not necessarily that it would be bad, but it's more just like, there's more to offer you from the boss than just that one phase. And if it was solely that phase, it doesn't really make sense for an end fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Dranos is saying maybe they could make like a really cool one-phase fight that had enough mechanics that overlapped in different ways that it kind of kept it fresh and going. But it had to be a really short fight, and it'd be very experimental. So I don't know. I mean, why not?
I think it would be. I think it'd be tough, just for an end. I think it'd be tough for an end boss.
For an end boss, yeah, it'd be very hard.
At all?
No, just like a one-phase fight that's kind of always evolving.
Because that's the alternative here, is that it's just a one-phase boss, and everything in the Dungeon Journal is 100% correct. But I think it's very likely that it's just like a lot of the information is just omitted.
Yeah, it'd be really cool if like they kill Muggsy and they kind of go into the room and he's like below, and like as he comes into frame, like the whole room is different or something, or like he's like in his mech already, something like right off the bat that looks completely new.
Well, that's what a lot of people are theorizing, is that it's something to do with the room itself, like you drop down into the center, or something like you said, like the room moves around and shifts in some sort of way, because it would be on theme also for some of the other bosses that we're seeing, and the way that Gallywix is currently looking like on heroic, with things just moving around. And
yeah, he's like a transformer.
That we've got coming up, Sprocket. Oh yeah, he turns it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's already kind of getting in and out of the mech.
Yeah, he gets
transforming a bit.
He gets in and out of the suit.
But I just want to be as hype as possible. It's like, what if the room just moves all over?
I think the fight's gonna be sick.
I think so too.
I think that secret mythic phases for Race World first bosses are so cool. Like,
so cool.
I remember the first time I was casting for Echo this tier, but in Sepulchre, whenever we saw the Jailer's Shield the first time, I was like, oh my god, this is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Argus, I remember. Great moment. Goes all red.
Dude, I do remember with the Jailer's Shield, somebody's first line was, "We get to go home," because they knew it was the end. That rate was insane.
Do you have a favorite secret mythic phase from either of you?
Illidan on Gul'dan was pretty cool.
Illidan on Gul'dan was, oh my god, it's Biss. Oh my god, double House of Cards. What in the world?
Unfortunately, this is for Lips Warrior.
House of Cards is actually insanely good for Warrior.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes,
for some reason, I was thinking of it in only.
Oh, and we got a Zenith tier piece as well. We are high rolling. Is this
a Lip War? Yeah, is this normal or heroic?
Yeah, that's kind of the question.
Paying attention.
I thought it was normal.
It's even if it's normal, it's totally fine. We don't really worry about.
Yeah.
The tier, we can get some curios off of Gallywix. We don't really care too much about the tier. The House of Cards, that's Biss.
Yeah, very good. Congratulations, Lip War. That's why you're here, man.
Look at Lip War. Getting all of the loot.
Sweep. All those giga necks.
Very rare high roll on all the loot right there. Yeah.
Secret phase.
What was my favorite secret phase? I thought the Gul'dan one on Illidan was cool.
Yeah, I had seen that before, like on video, so it wasn't surprising. Argus was maybe the first one that I saw with no video.
There was a Chinese
firsthand.
guild that Alpha that was streaming that too.
Yeah, but I think we saw it like in limit before that came out, possibly. So that was like the first one that I saw like with my own eyes before it was out there. So that's very memorable.
Red Argus went hard, even though the people call it a secret mythic phase. That didn't really feel like a secret mythic phase in the same way that Gul'dan on Illidan on Gul'dan was. But I mean that was cool.
There's Imperator Margok.
I didn't love
Cho'Gall.
I didn't love N'Zoth. The Cho'Gall one was cool.
Yeah, N'Zoth was lame. We kept thinking there was more, like a cannon. There's so much lore building up.
I remember, thinking it was gonna be like way cooler.
I don't even know who started that theory. I think that might have been me as the most embarrassing part. I was just like, dude, this just doesn't make sense. What are we doing here? Like, what? Surely this is like a cannon, and there's a boss. Because the boss also had so much HP. There was cannons earlier on in the fight, and I was just like, there's no way.
Yeah, you're gonna like Azerite shoot him, and he's gonna damage him. It's the only possible way you can get.
That's what I was. I'm pretty sure I started that. That was insane cope.
Dude, my favorite part about that tier is when the N'Zoth despawned across the entire like.
I think
for every single person.
I don't even know what I was doing then, but I didn't even see that. I think I maybe was taking a nap or something.
Oh.
Yeah, it was when they were like staying outside and trying to like Zerg it down, I think.
Yeah.
And they just were like, nope, boss gone.
They were stuck.
They stayed inside the mythic phase and they had absolute corruption on the boss, and they were just sitting there watching the boss take down the AC. Yeah, that was
breaks the entire game.
That was so troll.
That was so fun.
God, I don't even know what my favorite mythic phase is. I didn't like the jailer one because the jailer one was buggy. I didn't necessarily think it was bad. It was just like it ended up getting cheesed with
the Mirror of Torment.
Mirrors, yeah, the mage Venthyr ability.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
That was
also that boss just like kind of didn't need that phase. That boss was brutal.
boss did not need that phase. That was
Isles, like what are you talking about?
Oh, you're at the end of a month-long tier where you're already up. What? How many pulls was that? The jailer. Throw a secret mythic phase onto it.
I think it's probably Gul'dan.
Gul'dan just I mean Illidan's sick.
How'd you feel about Raw Den?
Raw Den was lame because you just kind of cheat. Like nobody did the fight legit. You just didn't ever have to go to like the red side with the worms.
Oh.
So
it was Lei Shin the secret boss, or was Raw Den the secret boss?
Raw Den was the secret boss.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was making
but Lei Shen was the real end boss. Like nobody killed Lei Shen, and Raw Den was like literally free.
Nobody cared about. Did anybody care about Raw Den as like the end of that tier, or did everybody view Lei Shin as the final boss of that tier?
I think I was in a guild who gapped up on Raw Den, like we did good on Raw Den, so for us it mattered. We gained a bunch of ranks, but like being honest, Lei Shen was the end boss.
Okay, what if that happened today? Who would people view as the world first? It would probably be the final boss, no?
I mean, I guess the problem with Raw Den is he had like limited attempts, so you could fumble it, and that would be.
I think limited attempts suck. Yeah.
Yeah, Lei Shen was just like so much harder, and Raw Den was not complete. You like didn't do half the fight. It was just this weird, like you stacked a bunch of bursty range. Like we had a bunch of Shadow Priests and Moonkins. You just kind of stood around, waited for the balls to come out, and just like blasted them down.
Did you use Sinestra?
Yeah, but just on 10 men.
Okay, was that cool? Whenever that was like. It
was a cool boss, but I was very casual then.
Okay.
So
I didn't start until WoD, so there's like some stuff that's just like completely like I know I've heard of it because it's like there's like historical things that like people teach you about, but I've never like seen it.
Yeah, Lich King I guess had it was a secret phase, right? When you went into the thing.
Into the sword, right?
Yeah, that's only on heroic, right?
Is that part of the Dungeon Journal though?
I don't.
There may not have even been.
Cited
a
it as a
Journal
secret
back
mythic phase.
Wait,
Dungeon Journal was added at some point, maybe Cataclysm.
Oh my god.
I don't know if it was in Wrath of Lich King. It's been a while. And then secret. I mean, going to the sword was cool if that was heroic only.
Okay, so there's a poll that I found. It says best secret phase: Ragnaros from Firelands, Shaw of Fear.
Oh, Ragnaros from Firelands.
Garrosh Hailstream.
Him having feet?
Yeah.
Imperator Margok. Oh my god, I forgot this was actually secret phase. Archimon from Hellfire Citadel. I didn't like that one, but
No, that secret phase was kind of lame.
I didn't really feel kind of similar to N'Zoth. Gul'dan, Argus, and N'Zoth are some of the most popular ones, and obviously the Jailer.
Yeah, Ragnaros actually might take it. That's a legendary moment where he stands up, and that phase was ridiculous.
And then there was, I guess you could say Sirdenathrius, but I think Sirdenathrius kind of falls into the, kind of the N'Zoth one.
N'Zoth one was
what happened
this
on
one little. It was like the mirrors, where one half of the raid went into the mirror, and they had, like, instead of getting sucked, they got pushed.
You had to do the normal phase, but inverted, and it was like
right.
Yeah, and they couldn't touch each other.
Yeah. The dungeon journal didn't really say anything about it. It was just like, and going to the transition, you have to go to the mirror, and what lies beyond is only for mortal eyes, or something like some RP line. It's kind of like the same thing. The N'Zoth journal was like, and Magni and Mother have jumped into the time machine or something, and it's just like, well, go help them. And then you just don't really know what's actually going on.
Yeah, and also it like kind of hypes it up, like, ooh, what's this going to be? And it's like, oh, it's just this little room with this guy.
Wait, dude, the room with the guy was like, whatever. It's the fact that there's no payoff. Like, what are we doing with this guy?
Yeah, you just go in there and you're like, okay, now what? Oh, we're just doing more of this phase.
If the boss got lasered and there was this huge amp coming out of that phase, that would have been sick.
Yeah.
Like, actually sick, but it was lame.
Yeah, you're going to put a bunch of RP in there for what? For nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Get people all hyped
Yeah,
up.
there's maybe lore reasons.
That phase was also easy, too.
Yeah.
Like, painfully easy. Gul'dan, the Illidan phase on Gul'dan was ridiculously hard in comparison.
Yeah, Gul'dan was awesome.
The Illidan phase on the Gul'dan fight, I think that's by far my favorite, just because it had like a new lore character that popped up, and it's pretty rare that you see like a new guy that you have to fight.
And Gul'dan, I just loved how Gul'dan looked, like all the platform, the way the spells looked, the kind of changing of the.
I didn't like
the day and night kind of shifting.
I didn't like the Eye of Kilrog mechanic on that fight.
Oh, that thing was that thing was hard to deal with.
Yeah, that just did way too much damage.
So much health.
Yeah, I do remember those. But then I liked the Illidan. I don't know if you guys found this, but we spent probably like 25% of our time just progging that Illidan phase.
The Illidan phase?
Yeah, which a lot of guilds I felt like didn't spend that.
No, yeah, our P2 was the pain point.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Most guilds, I think, spent a lot of time in P2. We spent an abnormally long amount of time in P3. Because we kept getting infested.
Yeah.
With Troll.
Yeah, I think by then I mean, that was a brutal tier.
That was just...
I've had a lot of brutal tiers, I'll be honest. And
World of Warcraft rating is sick. I love World of Warcraft rating.
Guild literally fell apart. We killed Grand Magistrix.
Oh, shout out Elsond. Yeah, that was a good fight.
We killed her. Guild died the next day. We merged with another guild.
Oh, no.
And so now we're just clashing,
I forgot
10 officers. Solus, shout out.
These? Which guild was this?
So Midwinter died and merged with SNF.
And it was out of I mean, the guild it fell kind of over, like middle of that tier. Like, Hellfire Citadel really hurt the guild. And then Emerald Nightmare gave us false confidence because it was so easy. Helio was like, okay, we did okay. Limit got banned, we beat him, LOL. And then, and then we went into Nighthold.
I forgot about that.
Hey.
Oh god.
Yeah, then we went into Nighthold, and it was a real tier, and we just got bodied. We got destroyed.
Dude, that tier was sick.
Yeah,
Who were you rating
sucked.
with that tier titles?
I was with a guild called What Does Dog Think, and they died that tier. And then I joined a different guild called AK that tier.
Called what?
AK.
Okay.
Okay. Valoris?
Yeah, with Valoris, exactly. I rated with Valoris.
I've seen Valoris in chat a few times.
Yeah, he played
already?
some GeoGuessr.
He's back rating again.
No way.
Yeah.
Nice. What's he playing? Paladin? He played
I don't remember.
Paladin tank, I think, right?
Yeah, he was a tanker.
Like Bubbles or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They came out on Ashvane.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll never forget coming in London into the venue and just seeing Valoris like with the weatherman, and he had like his big screen. He's just standing there talking about whatever fight it was.
Love it. By himself for hours. Yeah.
That was ridiculous because he didn't like raid that tier at all, except for 3 tanking Ashvane.
Yeah, I think for Ashvane.
He's like, hold on, My guild needs me.
And he wasn't even there to do the casting, but he was just sitting around, and then he just ended up, because they had a lot of like classic
Wait, that's
players.
how that happened?
Yeah, they had a ton of classic players there because classic was big at the time, and they were like, I don't know, these classic players will bring in viewers, whatever they were thinking.
Oh, like as casters?
Yeah.
But they didn't know anything, and then so Valoris just kind of went up there, and he was there like 12 hours a day.
Wow, I didn't know that was the context of that.
Yeah, I don't even think Valoris
Wait,
was
who
like...
were the classic players? Because I know they had like
Sony.
Like Zarya was there, right? And Sony
and Stay Safe, I think.
Alibaba and Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who they all were.
I don't
It's
deep in the
Counter
pit.
Strike players.
Yeah, there was a bunch of people that didn't know.
And maybe that's who I'm thinking. They had some people who like did not know that much about like the world first rating stuff, and then Valoris just went in and dropped the knowledge bombs.
Yeah, you gotta have.
That was crazy.
You gotta have those
Yeah.
people. You gotta balance out a cast. Okay.
He was in the guild at the time, which is the funniest part of the entire thing.
Well, I remember they when we were with Complexity, like sometimes we had while Zyronic was raiding, he'd like hop on the desk and play by play.
Yeah, I mean, Zyronic was casting the MDI with.
Yeah, but like if you're raiding and like you happen to be on bench, like that would never happen now.
I don't think that's true. I think if you're benched for the final boss and you know there's no chance of coming in, you would maybe hop on the desk.
Yeah, I remember in Aberrus we had people come out, especially because they went dark.
I don't think it was the final boss. I think it was like the middle of the tier, and he was benched. I could be wrong.
You're saying Zyro coming out?
I don't know.
I'd have to ask him.
They're a little stricter now.
I do think that we could, for a final boss, I think we could maybe get some people on the desk.
Yeah, well, I mean, we do it, I think, every tier. If people are kind of done for the tier, they
It depends on if they
hang out with
want.
us.
It depends also if they want to.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I
Not all of
remember. I
them
think
do.
Mavie and MZ came out a lot on
Yeah.
Starcraft, especially when they went dark.
Yeah.
We were just trying to like think of anything to talk about. We're like, please,
Yeah.
we need more people out here.
Had Atlas a lot. I remember Birch in Sepulchre was on the desk a few times. He did
Birch.
the,
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
he
God.
did the chicken wing challenge. He had a blankie cape.
Hot wings.
Yeah. Trying to think who else we've
I
done
think the
like-
hot wings been banned after that.
It did, because I think it permanently messed up Kalamazi's intestines.
Yeah, yeah, and I think Max did it too, and he was.
Really?
I think he did.
Yeah,
I know Atlas did, and you know, you just. It's
Yeah.
less about the actual eating of the wings. It's more like the whole day after.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Just extreme stomach ache.
I think if there was a chance that THC would never get benched, but I think if THC would get like benched for a final boss, I think that we could just like steal him for the
100%.
entire time.
Oh, he would love it out here.
Exactly.
He loves. Yeah.
Dude, that
I
guy-
put impromptu THD interview on my bingo sheet because he likes to hang out with us.
That guy loves the game and just loves to yap about it.
Yeah. Yeah, if he ever wants to retire from raiding, he's got a good spot on the desk here.
Oh, yeah.
We'd welcome him with open arms.
Yeah, I miss when we would have the interviews with Max at the end of the night are nice.
I think those are sick.
There used to be the hot seat before dinner, and then we would have a rotating different raiders.
Yeah.
But now they're like, just let them eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some of them don't like doing it.
Yeah.
But Atlas was always good, and sometimes tags would come out.
Yeah, I think we got tags a lot because he also likes to yap about WoW.
We procced a Yips interview after Ovanax last year, and
Oh.
that was sick. I love talking to Yips. He is one of my favorite people in the scene. We got interviews with him after TGP this season, and that guy just rocks.
Yeah, tell me about those interviews.
I mean, that guy's just a memer. That guy literally just like loves to start drama, and he's just like, and it's just like one of the final questions, like Rook asked Yips, and she was like, "Any final words for your competition?" And Yips just goes, "I hope you guys disconnect and lose." And it's just like there was like,
Dude,
man, that guy holds up.
Crazy.
Yeah, I hope you DC. I was just like, damn.
You were telling me about this earlier today, and up until quite literally that moment, I thought he was just like a very serious, kind of stoic guy, and I did not realize he was a bit of a memer. And now my whole perspective has changed on him.
Dude, he's like, yeah, and he's just like shouting out his girlfriend on the broadcast. He's like,
Slay.
yeah, my girlfriend rocks.
Oh, I have to go back and watch. Now I want to go see them. Oh, wait, we should play them. I wonder if we're allowed.
I don't know.
Gonna go ask
Maybe.
Adrian.
I would love Big Poppy Shakib to come out here.
Yeah.
I would like him to host. I just would want to see what would
God.
happen.
Yeah,
if you
what
just
would
said,
happen is if
you need to read these sponsors, you need to intro us,
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
can ask us questions, just go. I think that would be great.
I'll tell you what happened. That long list that we've got there, a couple of them might start dropping out. Like, don't ever get that guy out again.
I think that would be like one really long word. I think he would say that there's just like one really, really, really long word.
And like, how long until he makes you laugh. You know, it's like how many seconds?
Dude,
probably the
before we
first
even
words.
Turn on his microphone. Yeah. All right, well, if you are tuning in just now, we are currently doing some splits. So in the meantime, I don't think I've mentioned this yet on this block. We are, of course, still raising money for the Pasadena Humane Society. We hit $10,000, which means I believe that we'll be playing that Trill versus Casters PvP incentive video at some point. And that means that our next incentive goal is coming up. So if you would like to support us and also support a great cause, make sure you're heading over to that link. I can read a few of these recent ones. I don't know if I'm going to be skipping any or not, or repeating any, but I'll just read a couple of them. We've got $200 for a leaf on the wind. I want to see Florida Man get beat up. Love you, Cal.
2.
Jeez, okay. Thank you for the... You know, it's interesting, too. Oh, I think it says love you all, but it's... I don't know. It says love you call. C-A-L-L. So I'm not sure...
Oh, yeah, maybe
they mean all or Cal or what. But thank you for the $200 either way. Super, super appreciated. $25 from Semi5. Our top donator is $1,000 from Mr. Ron B. Shout out, Mr. Ron B.
A shout out.
Save the floose.
That's right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ron B. That was a fat dono.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, nice, Ron, is what I would say to that. You guys remember that video? Okay, doesn't matter.
Maybe if I saw it.
Yeah, I'll have to link it to you. But our next incentive is at $15,000, and we will be doing live week aura sound. So head over to tl.gg/rwf-donate. We've also got a couple of pictures that we can look into that you guys have been submitting to us, because we are reviewing Transmogs and UI and battle stations, and we will be generously accepting pictures of your pets also, because we'd love to see them. All of them.
I think I can do some elite live week aura sounds.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, well, you just volunteered yourself. That was actually really... Bam! Bam!
Bam!
Bam!
That's the one I can do. Bam!
I'm gonna think of another one.
One that's like, chong.
Yeah.
There's one about a barbecue. You know the barbecue one?
No, what is it?
I don't know how to say it on screen.
Oh, okay. All right, well, let's take a look at a transmog that has been submitted from a viewer.
Oh.
$35. Make sure you're linking your armory, by the way, if you'd like us to look at your...
Oh, yeah, not the Wowhead dressing room.
Not the Wowhead dressing room. Yes, just the armory. Here is...
Slug.
Slug.
From the Gaberhood.
Wow. A warlock.
Little mug here. Oh,
Yep.
it's like a Molotov cocktail.
It is.
It is. Offhand Molotov cocktail.
We got the goblin with the crown.
Very nice.
Yeah, I don't know about the shoulders.
Kalamazoo would approve the name for sure.
Yeah.
Slug.
Yeah, it's a good name. I think this hairstyle's cute. I will give this a 7.
Okay. I'm going to go with just a 5. Nice in the middle. I like the cocktail.
Okay.
The shoulders, I'm not so sure about.
Yeah.
The belt.
I'm with you on the 5. I think this looks good. I think it's like really difficult to make goblins look nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goblins tough.
Yeah, same thing with gnomes. Anything that's short.
Baroness slug.
Yeah. Mechagnomes especially. Those
Perry, you're fighting like a losing battle.
Show me a cool mechagnome, and I will eat my shoe. Cool looking mechagnome. All right, well, thank you so much for your submission. $35. Send in that armory link. Yeah, thank you, Slug. Here's another one, Sorvina. Oh my God.
Got a Christmas mog here.
Is incredible.
Is Undaunted the
That's the Heart of Hearing Guild, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm pretty sure this is, right? Oh.
I believe so, yeah. They always crush it. Actually, somebody from my, like, I have a regular viewer that's in this guild. Oh, what's happening? I hear screaming. Do you guys ever have like, I can't sometimes tell if it's production or the guild?
Yeah, okay, so
go ahead.
It is Undaunted inclusive WoW Guild for Deaf and Hard of Hearing. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so yeah. I had to make 100% sure.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Very Christmassy. Not just the candy canes and the boots, but the red and green all over.
Yeah.
They look like they're trying to save Christmas. I made a Mog that kind of looks similar to this, that one tier, whenever we were in Vault of the Incarnates, because I was really worried that I was about to be in
Oh, yeah.
in Switzerland over Christmas casting Vault. So I made a Mog that looks similar to this. So, it's kind of out of season. It's kind of like whenever you leave your Christmas tree up for a little bit too long.
It is stale.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with
3.
Whoa.
I was going to do like a 6 or 7. I'll land on a 6.
I'm with you. I'll give it a 7. I like it. I think it's fun.
I think meme Mogs. I love a good meme Mog.
Huh?
But you kind of have to rate it on its own scale. But I think that this, I feel like there's something. I feel like we can do more. I believe.
Okay.
We just have the Xavier shoulders for fun on. I think.
They're red. They're Christmassy. It's got a red
they're
light
rare.
on.
Anyways.
Flexing.
Okay. I think it's nice. All right. Well, thank you for your submission.
Merrymaker.
$35. Oh yeah, I didn't notice the title. That's cool. $35 with a link of your armory, and we can take a look at
Actually,
Transmog.
You can get a 4 because you're playing Vengeance, and we need more tanks in the world.
Oh.
Kind of based.
I'll give you a +1 for a tank.
Ooh, very nice. All right, so if you play tank, then. Ooh, look at these little guys.
Look at that one on the right.
Sierra and Sylvanas. How do you feel about naming your pets after World of Warcraft characters?
It's kind of cute, yeah. No?
I apparently hate it. It actually kind of messed up.
I think it depends. I think it depends. These are cute.
That's cringe.
It's not like you're naming it.
Don't say that.
It's not like you're naming your son or daughter after
That's
a
true.
World of Warcraft character.
If you're naming your human a World of Warcraft character, then yeah, that's no. But this is perfectly acceptable.
I think that this
They're
is
a little duo.
I think that naming them Sylvanas and Ysera is totally fine.
It's
Personally,
fine. It's cute.
I like Sylvanas there. Look at that little look.
Oh,
They're very cute. That is a very boopable nose. Both of these noses are very sweet.
it's crazy that we bought this love seat just for our dogs to sit in.
I think it's awesome.
They love to sit in it.
Yeah, I like to snuggle.
Claimed it.
That is dude. Can you imagine the hair in this house? White.
What's the difference between a love seat and a sectional?
Love Seat is a brand, isn't it?
Love Sack is a brand.
Oh, Love Sack is a brand.
Love Seat is like just that. It's like a small couch, right?
Yeah, and then the sectional?
And the sectional is sections.
Oh, I see.
It comes apart.
Gotcha.
Modular.
Yeah. They're expensive, I think.
Okay. Learning.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your submission. Very sweet puppies. My ratty boys. Oh, look, it's the raid. Are these guys in the
Dude.
raid that we're currently in right now?
Why do they submit a picture of Kalamazoo?
Whoa. That's uncanny. Who's the other one then? THD?
I don't know, Kalamazoo's friend, maybe?
Almazi and THD just
Rat nose.
munching away?
Rat nose.
Oh my gosh. My ratty boys submitted by Dabble Do. Very cute.
Yeah, cute. I had pet rats as a child.
Oh my god, I had rabbits and lizards and turtles.
Oh.
Wow.
too. Yeah.
A lot of pets.
Yeah.
Ratsy and Ratso.
Rats. That's very creative, Cams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I came up with Ratsy.
Mm.
My brother's was Ratso.
Isn't your priest just named Cam's Priest?
Cam's Priest, yeah.
Good.
Yep. You're really good at names, I see.
Uh-huh.
Good.
Well, you had to come up with a bunch of guys, and I'm already bad enough at coming up with like a name.
That's fair.
And then you're in the raid, and it's...
I mean, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of raiders who just like, it's DHD lock A, B, C, D, E.
Oh, you're right. You don't want to spend too much time on it. I get it.
We could have named ourselves. I think that THD could have named himself better names.
Yeah.
And I'm joining guilds where I'm trialing with like 10 guys.
That's
and then
fair.
they can just, if you need to bop me or something, I can call my name out, and it's right there.
I think that makes sense. You're right. Okay.
It was a functional name.
Got some black kitties.
How do you pronounce Torg? Torgu?
Torg?
Torg? Torgu?
I don't know.
I immediately said Torg, but like I don't know if that's wrong.
Very sweet.
Moxine, I think it's Torg. Moxine Torg.
Dude, I love cats. I'm
Yo.
a huge cat guy.
That is a
I see
perfect
something
cat
over there.
window.
I am
also.
a huge cat. Okay. How do we have replay on
You
that?
said this before?
No.
Was it that quick?
I don't know. They're freakish.
That was insane.
They are freakish over there.
Either you've said that twice
their
or they got it
soundboard,
that
man.
quickly, both of which are impressive.
What was that? What did
I don't know. Play it again, production?
I love their soundboard, man.
Whoa.
that is a way too dank.
Okay. All right. Well, love these pets. I wanna tap them on the butt.
Yeah.
Little patting.
You guys.
Yeah. Sweet guys. They're looking in the same direction too. They're probably making those little. I love little chirping noises that cats make when they look out windows. Does
Oh,
Bert
yeah.
do that?
No.
Really?
Bert's pretty quiet.
No.
Bert doesn't really meow too much. He does sometimes, but
It's not like a meow. It's like a chirping almost. It's really cute.
no, he just turns his lawnmower on whenever I'm petting him.
Man. Oh, here's another transmog also on the left here, but it's a Dractyr,
Oh,
so that is
dude, that's-
low. Low for me.
This goes hard actually. I don't know.
It's for a Dractyr, it's actually pretty cool. I will say.
God, this is actually fire, but it's a Dractyr, so you're just like dude, you were fighting an unwinnable battle by the way,
Yeah.
Mr. Zimnus.
Wonder-
You were
I wish I could see it in Visage
So this is the these are the Blackrock Foundry shoulders, right? These are.
I think so.
Blast Furnace. Maybe.
Sounds familiar.
Maybe not.
They're not Evoker shoulders.
No, definitely. No, they're definitely before Evokers.
Yeah, these are pre-Evoker.
Dude, here's the thing. As an Evoker, I would probably give this a 10. I think this is heat. I like the fact that you made your lizard all black. I think that the problem is ultimately you were playing a Drakthir. Like we are never winning this. I think I'm gonna give you like a 6. I think, dude, my lizard looks awful, and my chat jokes about it looking like a sperm because I'm just like all white bald. But like,
it's mine too. I'm a white bald guy too.
I'm telling you, Drakthir is unwinnable. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna give you a 6.
What do you guys think are more ugly, Drakthir or diaper gnomes?
Ooh.
I think Drakthir is way worse.
Yeah.
Drakthir's so goofy. I'm gonna go. I think a 7. You did the best that you could.
I think that this is if you're just comparing this to Evokers. 10. Like
yeah, if this is Evoker only.
I think this is fire. I always unmog all of my armor on Evoker because I think it always looks the worst. So the fact that you're actually mogging the outside of the Evoker is already pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you try. Like
you definitely try. You did a good job.
There's a theme. Yeah, I mean, it looks really good for what you were working with. Poor Drakthir.
You know what's crazy? Evoker's tier set last set looked. Like, they actually make Evoker tier sets that look really good, but you literally cannot wear them. It's so sad, because you're just stuck in lizard form.
Damified here. Little priest. What are those shoulders?
Those look old. Those look like some old tier. No, maybe
They're
not.
kind of Vantis looking.
Yeah.
Gargoyle-ish.
No.
Huh.
Blood Elf. What's the... Oh, priest. Okay.
It looks like a mage.
You think?
It's something about the purple that just like gives me an arcane mage vibe.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's carrying around a tome as well.
Disc priesty, I guess.
Yeah. They got the void.
I don't know.
Yeah, the wand is pretty like light purple.
Yeah. I don't even recognize any of it. Do you guys?
No.
Dude, I play a chicken and a lizard. Like I don't mog my guys. I literally walk around in chicken form at all times. I'm saving the money by not transmogging.
You know, Glyph of Stars.
No.
Ooh.
Glyph of Stars is hideous.
What? Do we get
this?
anything?
I like it. I'm gonna go a 9.
I think those shoulders are heat. Actually, I'm
Yeah.
good. I'm at least a 7.5 probably.
I'll go 8. I think it's nice. I don't know where any of it's from, so.
Yeah, I've not seen anything like it really.
Yeah, I literally don't even. They don't look familiar.
I'm not smart enough to know sets of Mog, just in general.
Jet was really good at that.
Yeah.
He knew all of them.
Yeah, Mog Man.
Yeah, that guy's also
real harsh.
That guy's also really good at farming dungeons for trinkets over and over again until he gets it.
Is he?
Yeah, well, it happened.
I don't know.
There was it happened. It happens every single season. It happened. He spent. I think there was 70 runs of Underrot one time, and he was malding about Floodgate for this season, and he got a trinket after 28 runs of Floodgate this season.
Already, dang.
Yeah,
okay.
He slammed over 28 runs of Floodgate since the season launched, trying to get the melee DPS trinket.
What good for
Well,
him?
it's over now, and at least
And
it's
it
not
doesn't
70.
Yeah, it could always be worse. It could be 70.
All right, well, that is going to be it for us for the moment. If we missed your transmog or your pet picture, you can send it in. Please don't send a social media link. Also, a reminder of your pets, just send in an image hosting file of some sort. And if you want us to look at your transmog, make sure you are linking the armory and not the Wowhead dressing room. So, tilde.gg/RWF-donate if you'd like to do that. In the next casting block, we'll take a look at it. In the meantime, huge shout out to our sponsors, of course, Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. Thank you everyone so much for hanging out with us. We're going to head to a Monster Energy listen in and get some new casters in.
And Mac can do Divine Hymn at 1 minute. Like when you find it after the 1 minute 5 from.
Who do we have that can heal? I mean, is it just
Me or Tobo?
Tobo probably. Then what is Tobo on?
Yeah. On a shaman.
Can you heal on it?
Fat Chopper inspiration.
Can you heal on it somewhere?
I mean, kinda.
Loving this
He can,
impact, loving
he can press link.
Press link, it's chill.
Yeah. Okay.
Fine.
Like, then Tobo does 45 as well, right? And then Sari, maybe you bury a 45 and we link 120. I think that's better.
I can spec Mistweaver if you want.
When are you ramping it?
I'm popping all my stuff at 45.
Are you also popping at 45?
Yeah, I think
Then
so.
he can pop at 1 minute then. Turbo at 1 minute.
Okay.
105. That's when you pop your, like, we're not gonna call you tired. You can press that. That's 5 million healing.
Okay.
I am doing a ready check. Get this done. I need to fully focus up this fight's not free still, and we're on a lot of, like, less geared character. Like, this run isn't just more geared because we are on some mains. Definitely gonna be.
It's probably the same as the splits.
So barrier 45, like Devo, like 140. Yeah, just Devo.
I mean, if we're only 6 healing, we're definitely gonna going to like shit on the DPS check. We ran 8 healers in all of our runs. I think.
So remember, 45 seconds is group 1 pressing personal, and at 120. Put them.
Okay. Debbie?
I'll just take the Olsiobs. I didn't get hit.
Yo, who just fell in?
Fail, man. It's fine.
Yeah.
He types insane lag.
Okay,
I'll get mine in a sec.
Next frontal you press personal, and Siri presses barrier.
We're at 29 minute.
Yeah, that's fine.
Concrete.
I'll be 20, I don't know how strong Till's guy is.
Okay, next frontal is no personal, but Atlas aim set.
Your guys suck, Till.
Oh yeah. And Lip, you can rally next frontal.
Trick shots.
Lip's rally and next frontal. Okay. Next frontal is Turbo's Link plus Wolf Disco Rally. And if you're in a frontal now on as a DH, you can press Darkness.
What's going on with this PI?
I have like an insane ramp for this one.
What's going on with this PI, Rivens? Delay PI or something?
Yo, let's
next frontal is Yips's rally, and like if you're in it, press Darkness. Yeah.
Are you calling my ammo?
And then AM. Yeah.
And you're here.
Yeah. This is last one. And
I have to get it after
Okay.
that. Yeah. Grabbing mine now.
Good. Phasing in 6 seconds. We're blowing up triangle. Blowing up triangle. Call if you're doing it. We had multiple issues in splits of blowing up 2 at once.
One dead. Find it.
Right in the middle.
I can do it after the beam. I'm doing it now.
W. Throw the rest of the bombs off.
I'll get the one close.
Could've still grabbed it, Boomy.
Okay. Atlas, you can aim set the next soak. And we just press the swings, and you have. Because we have ramp for the one after, so and you press convoke anyway, right? So.
Doing it here.
Yep.
My guy is sketching out big time, by the way, so I literally got global by trick shots, so.
Okay, and then 1 speed here for the move.
I'll wait back to the bomb and then come to the bomb. Can you take the trick shots? I don't know if it'll go
Okay,
off.
next one, smacked, you're hymning, we have series ramp, and Driny should also press you on, like, in it.
Yeah, this is
So
a
you're
soak is a big crackles in it.
And this is the personal.
Everyone personal, getting your soaks.
Collect or stand in circle.
Blowing up purple, right?
Yes, yes.
Good.
Feelings definitely look at we're healthy now.
Doing it.
Okay. Boss is moving. You need a grip moving?
No.
He's fast as fuck. Are we beating with this timing? I don't think so.
Or
that's just bug in the middle.
Or we don't have a good tier to do it. Like
we're definitely doing the
52 it'll stop.
Is it 52? Okay, just keep going then. Keep going, keep going. Could be 51 and a half.
His turbo. His turbo.
Bait.
Yeah, bait.
They're, yeah.
We have no crack, nothing on us, so we're fine.
Max melee.
Maybe drop a speed here for the when he comes. Yep.
I'll start Yip, so I have an easy time. Beats up in 5, so could be perfect. I have everything though. So
Drill's just having a normal one right now.
Trill asked if he should go Mistweaver, bro. I'll let you kill the fucking boss and
Okay.
shot that.
Like Nick is tranking next, Susev is wingsing, right? And then we can have Lips rally.
You're
Okay.
ramping. We're gonna hold up orange.
Okay.
I'll hold
Then you
third
hold.
one after.
Yeah.
I got mine.
Get these out.
Dodge.
And
Topo
you're holding
now.
as well, Topo. Lip
Crack
can
during
press
the thing.
his,
Lip press now.
rally.
I'm gonna take next.
And Atlas.
Wow.
One left.
Fucking good.
One left. We want to be in orange.
Just don't be too close.
Then it's intermission plus fall off, and that'll be Yips's rally.
We're blowing up orange.
And Rani is popping. Yep.
Yep. Get these out here. Get these out.
What was that?
Everything left.
Okay, 2 crackles during this, by the way. We're blowing up orange, yeah?
Yep. Hold on, swear.
Yeah. Rani.
Crackle here.
Bang.
Doing it.
Dude, Boomy is just a little fucking responsible raider right now.
Hey, he's
Let's
pretty
go,
cold,
bro.
man. He's just fucking pretty cold.
But these
As
are
opposed to
canisters.
normal.
He's
He
trying to
normally
show off.
doesn't do that.
You can press your
danger points, man.
Ascendance here, smack, what's it called? And smacked hold, and you're ramping, Nick? Or, no, I guess you're
I'm
just
gonna
ranking.
Yeah. As well.
Okay, Wolf is cool if needed only.
Run right.
You're probably not needing it. We look healthy, just get max range. We're healthy.
Yeah, we look good.
Defects Pharaoh launch?
The next one is,
works, sometimes it doesn't.
next one is your ramp,
Yeah, I have it too.
and you as well, and then
We have 3. We also might want to.
we can just him that one. And Wolf
If
just
his
rally.
link isn't if his link isn't if his ramp isn't enough, we could also link this if we're scared.
And we have the last canister to
Should
fight.
intermission though, but I'll just take the first down.
Need it.
Playing here in star.
I think it's ready
It'd be
to get the
good.
bomb out of this. I'll just grab boss.
We're dunking in star, guys. Dunking in star.
It wasn't loud or Zoe.
What is actually that loud?
Kicks are bad.
Like muffle.
I don't know why I said that. Kicks were just fine.
I have it.
Fucking
Fuck you,
fuck
Boomy.
you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Never mind. Fucking Gatless didn't even call it.
Dude,
Yeah,
I had
let's-
such a bad headache 30 minutes ago, man. Holy moly.
Next canister soak is
Same.
empty the back.
So like Jaina levels?
No, not that bad. It was pretty bad though.
I don't think anything will top that
Yeah,
shit.
the Jaina
Remember
shit
that
is
shit, bro?
crazy.
I think
And-
it's great.
Okay,
Dude,
bigger
like the
bombs
troll
here.
raid
Taking this to the
shoulder
edge.
tier 2.
These next soaks, we should use Cerise, Barrier,
It's
Atlas
everything.
AMZ, and Tobo Spirit Link.
You
Yeah.
get yours first.
Empty the back.
Remember our Jaina strat, mate, when we'd break out all the ice cubes? The melee?
Hey, I do, but also the fucking chalk splits.
Bro, the Oleg guild's missing the lust thing.
Fucking chalk.
as well.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god, the chalk.
The mail split was always the worst.
Dude, bet it on plate, bro.
Oh my god, warrior tanking.
I'm dead. Oh,
Get these out and run away, run away. This can still, this is very real.
I have to run out of
We'll
Shaq,
crackle after this too.
Shaq, you remember Mechatorp on the plate group?
Oh, dude, don't even speak.
Oh.
Right,
Don't even speak.
literally right after Rastakini. Ooh,
Plate.
Not amazing,
crystallize
but
this
not
and
horrible.
Fragile Might.
Back boss.
Look, just the curious.
Two Curios as well, not even bad.
Really? We're not even going to talk about it?
Yeah.
Bubba just talked about it.
Good bit, Mark.
Mark's not even in. by the way.
We need to do the mythic loot, so it hasn't been done. I've tried to check only so far.
Picked
Okay, so
up some
Boomy for the legs. It should be Spot for the gloves, and then Trinket. I think
I can get behind that.
Shaq has a Trinket currently, so he has someone else. Want to reassign it? Yeah, it's just I think Shaq for the Trinket. Unless it's like an immediate crest upgrade for someone. That's a DPS. I don't think it was when I was looking at it.
We should talk about sleep. So we would normally do this normal and then progress for about an hour and a half on Sprocket. But reset is only an hour, so does it do 8 a.m.? Is that after the time change? Is that when the servers are at TG?
Comes up at 9.
Comes up at 9 is what they said.
So would we want to prepare to be up? Would we want to prepare to be up at 9? But I don't know if we can shift our sleep schedule 2 hours.
Welcome back to the Team Liquid Race World First, presented by Coinbase. And I heard your cries, Twitch chat. You know, I am a woman of the people after all. And I decided we should go back into splits. It is okay. I got you. I know it was a scary time back in Mythic, but we're back. We're safe. We're in splits now. We do want to make a shout out to all of our sponsors that are supporting this event. So a huge thank you to Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo, as well as the Pasadena Humane Society. We've been raising money. We hit that 10K marker. Thank you very much for that. And we do have one more shout out before we actually are going to be going back to those praised be splits. Because if you sign up to Coinbase, you actually get $20. So you should head on over there and sign up right now. The guild has killed the boss already today. I think another one might be unlikely, but we also give away one of these jerseys at the end of every day. So if you want to head on over there to tl.gg/Coinbase and use the promo code TeamLiquid20 and then fill out the form tl.gg/RWFBTS, then you could actually get flown into the next race.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I mean, you have to think about, you get to meet Mix. You
That's
get to
right.
Meet myself. You get to meet current world top 5 raider Deadnose.
That's right.
Sounds like it'd be a great time to come out here and meet all the casters, meet the players, see the production behind the event.
Yeah, pretty exciting grand prize that we have on offer here. So definitely make sure to follow that 3-step process. Hit that print screen button if you forget, so you can write it all down. You know, check off all 3 of these steps, and get yourself that chance to win.
Is that how you usually approach it?
Oh yeah, anytime there's on the screen that anytime there's something on a Twitch stream that I want to remember, I just screenshot it, right? Because you never know when we're gonna take this away and put a different thing on the screen.
Yeah, it could be happening any moment. You know, you never know. It's really mysterious how that works. I am glimpsing over onto our other screen, which we have, which shows our raiders, and there's at least a loading screen.
Yeah, so right before we came back from that Monster Energy listen, we heard Max talking about like, oh, 8 a.m., 9 a.m., when's the reset? Do we want to start moving our sleep schedule so we'll be awake at the reset? Because, of course, we got one more day of this reset, and then it'll be the new week, and time next reset is always more valuable than time this reset. So if they can make that trade, they definitely will. On the other hand, the servers are often down for a little bit longer, even on the second week, so you probably don't have to hit 8 or 9 a.m. You probably 10 a.m. is probably safe. That's probably when the servers will come up at the earliest anyway. So
yeah, I expect we'll see some sort of announcement probably tomorrow about any server downtime, if there is any. Like you said, it's usually there is an hour or so on the
it's less bad than that first week, but the servers have been a little bit scuffed this week in various times as well, which makes me, whenever that happens, it's a little bit more likely they'll have a little bit of a longer maintenance as well. So again, we'll have to see exactly what that is, because at this point, it's going at least to that second reset. We're only halfway through the total number of bosses, which is crazy to be this spot in a raid like this, because if if the difficulty goes up after Styx, we're looking at a 3 or 4 week tier, right? That's Styx took over 100 pulls of progression, and if it goes up from there, yeah, we are going to be here for a long time, and we've got to make sure that we conserve our energy. We don't do anything, we don't stay up late, especially during week 1.
So I heard a lot of talk on, lock and stock right now is mathematically impossible. I do want to talk about that a little bit, because they have the same amount of health, right? Styx and lock and stock both have the same HP value now, of course. On Styx, you have the balls, they help, but you also bring a lot of AoE classes. The big question that's kind of in the room is, where is that hard enrage on lock and stock? Where is that going to land?
Right.
And that completely defines whether or not this boss is doable or not.
Yeah.
We have no idea.
Yeah, again, you can sometimes extrapolate from Heroic, right? They tried to do that with Styx. The enrage was 2 minutes earlier than it was on Heroic. But sometimes there's enrages that are later. For instance, Rygalon was a fight that had the exact same cadence as Heroic up until the enrage, which was 30 seconds longer on Mythic. It gave you that extra epic big bang to kill the boss with. So even if Sprocket Monger is looking mathematically impossible with the Heroic enrage, maybe there's a longer enrage at the end. Or maybe it's one of the 30 times in WoW's history that people throw around the words mathematically impossible and they're making it up.
there's a lot of making up and happening today. Let me just say that much. But I am curious on where we're going to be going. I kind of hope that it will be to Mythic, because the idea is eventually you'll have to go there tomorrow anyway, right? There is not the situation where you can keep everything dark for 1.5 days and just be like, oopsie, well, we won't show you anything we know. But maybe there is something they can still garner from being dark right now?
Yeah, I mean, that would be strategically the best thing to do, would be to go dark and pull Sprocket Monger for a little bit, but it looks like they're not planning to do that. I'm seeing them logging out of characters. Right now I'm seeing them like in a half-full heroic raid and actually disbanding that, so I don't think that that's the plan tonight. I don't know for sure. Of course, you know, going dark has happened in various races in the past, and it's the end of the night is when you'd be most tempted to do it, but I don't know if they're even planning to do that tonight, because I'm not sure what value you'd get from an hour of Sprocket Monger. You'd get some, and then the nice thing is you can have your analyst kind of doing some work while the rest of your raiders sleep a little bit. But I think they have a pretty solid plan for Sprocket Monger based on PTR. There's been some info streamed of the Sprocket Monger, at least the first 1.5 minutes of that fight, that can help maybe confirm whether it's the same timings as PTR, and if it is, then maybe they wouldn't even learn that much with an hour in the dark. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it sounded like at the end of that listening that we caught, when they were talking about, you know, when we should try to wake up tomorrow. It kind of sounded like they were talking about maybe changing their sleep schedules today for that.
Right, moving to an earlier, right, not trying to pull it back a little bit.
Which means they'd be going to sleep pretty soon.
Right, you'd want to be, again, there's kind of marginal value for that because the servers probably won't be up that early anyways, but if they are, then you definitely want to be ready to be up with them. And, you know, again, turn your week 1 hours into week 2 hours. That's always a good deal.
Yeah, right now they're just standing around in good old Donegal, waiting for instructions, so to say, you know. I'm not sure if a call has been made. They did go in there earlier for literally one poll just to make sure the weak auras they made up were working, you know. It's always a little bit fidgety, like you're saying, when you just have it from the streams. Is everything tracking the way that we intended it to be, or is it maybe a change with something on this boss from what we saw on beta testing, for example? So they worked all of that out, and then they went and did the splits. Now, my information is that we geared another warrior.
Right.
How are we feeling about that?
It's not too surprising. I mean, a lot of the players that are normally their warrior alts have already been kind of allocated out to different things like monks.
Right.
Other classes.
Like Smacked, for instance.
Smacked is now healing.
Yeah.
Umi swapped over to Windwalker Monk this tier. So it makes sense for Lip, who's playing Ret Paladin, to maybe gear up a second warrior, because it looks like a pretty solid option when Wolf Disco was playing on some of the earlier fights. And they have other people who can play Ret Paladin, right?
Right.
Dazer. Ret Paladin.
Yeah. Dryny if they really need to, yeah, sometimes you get this sort of web of things where, you know, you look at your depth chart and you're like, oh yeah, we have 2 warriors, we have 3 windwalkers, we have you know, all this coverage, and then you realize, oh, hang on, we can't have 3 windwalkers and 2 warriors with what we have right now because one of the people is covering 2 of those. So if you do actually want both of those things, you need to look somewhere else and fill with that. And Lip swapping off, it doesn't look like this is actually a Ret Pally stack tier. The Ret Pallies have looked okay, but mostly they've looked like something you'd play if you didn't want to play the Prop Pally. But if you are playing the Prop Pally, then the Ret can be changed into something else profitably, and so that's potentially what they're setting up to do here.
That's surprising because people were very high on Ret coming into this year, especially even on Monday, right before the raid came out. I was hearing whispers of
I was hearing about it as well,
Paladins talking about maybe Dryny playing the Ret, Dazer playing the Ret, Liv playing the Ret, and then they got hit with that change to their new talent that was kind of making them a little overtuned, and we went down to 1 Ret, and we might even be seeing 0 Ret now that they have the Prop Paladin in the raid covering that Diva Aura. So, a little unfortunate, but they're making the swap early. I mean, we're only 4 bosses down. Even though we're a week into the raid, there's still plenty of time for Lip to gear up. He actually got a package in that raid, too. He got a House of Cards. He got a weapon.
That's always really good. Whenever you do one of these like later splits, you don't have that RNG buffer that you usually do of like, we're running 10 of these. You're going to get good luck on one of them. It's just like, okay, you got one shot at it. Let's give you as much gear as we can. And if you hit those very rares, you hit those good trinkets, that is a great feeling. So very good news for Lip's warrior, and therefore his chances of being in the raid. Although at this point it might be a week 2 thing, as we do have 1 split ongoing here. Boomy is on a DH in this split, and there's another Lip warrior in here. So this may be.
So
this is normal, right?
I think this is normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I trust you. I think we're doing normal and heroic, so...
I'm running the numbers.
One of the two. If production can enhance that skull, then I will also be able to tell.
I can see, because there's no mines on the... No mines are coming out, and no mines are on the bigwigs timers here, so
Fair. Yeah,
this is a normal run. Also, everybody's alive, and the boss's health was going down real quick. So, yeah, they're probably hunting for whichever items didn't drop for him on the lower difficulties.
Maybe some tier as well.
Yeah, tier. My guess is tier, because this looks like a very class-stacked raid. They probably just didn't invite anybody who was on his tier token, because they don't have everybody with that liquid weak aura like they usually do, I think, so... maybe just relying on the not being able to trade tier
That's
thing.
normal.
There it is. Yeah, the heroic has the fangs.
The fangs, and it looks a little bit meaner.
Yeah, it has the eyebrows slanted down.
Yeah, in the skull.
Which is funny, yeah, because eyebrows
are not in the skull.
Transfer
That's right.
to skulls, yeah. Artistic license, I guess.
Well, it was Mystic and Dreadful there, which are not the tier that you want to see for your warrior.
Unfortunate, yeah.
Maybe a bit better luck later on. Also, I mean, eventually, if they do, I mean. They did a 30-man heroic Gallywix just now. Did he get all 3 curios from that?
Probably, yeah.
I would
almost certainly. So I guess he'll have 4-piece pretty much for free, yeah.
He's got the 2 catalysts. But
2 catalyst charges.
Ideally, he saves both of those for Mythic.
Yeah, so maybe this isn't tier that they're looking for. Maybe it is actually like, oh, let's get the very rare, let's get the chance at that go pack, back thing. Let's get these weapon shots. For instance, this upcoming boss, we've got the best in slots, which is appropriately named. That thing is so good for anybody that can wear it.
I mean, you would hope it would be that name, right?
It would be a big miss if it wasn't.
It would also be funny if it was like quite the opposite.
Yeah.
Nobody wants it and it's called Biss in Slot.
Yeah.
Almost like the raiders who click Biss on everything, you know?
That's true. We have, in my guild now, we have our loot council add-on. You can't click Biss without writing a note now.
That's good.
It won't
good
work.
Tech,
yeah.
That's actually really good tech.
Yeah.
It's what we killed Cauldron of Carnage today, and the cloth boots from that boss drop, which are just stinky stats, man. It's like low verse, high mastery.
Ooh.
Every single cloth caster right now wants haste.
So that's like almost always true. It's also almost always true that verse is bad for cloth casters.
Everyone hit Biss on it, and they were like, "So who's this actually Biss for?" And I was like, "I don't want that." So we just gave it to somebody for upgrades.
Yeah.
That's the best thing you can do with that item.
Yeah, maybe somebody who can catalyze it in a week or two if they don't get, tier, just catalyze an off piece for some stats.
I don't know what my boots catalyze into, but if they're high haste, I'm going to be a little upset.
There's a Wowhead page that I bookmark every tier that has all of the off pieces so that I can see. But yeah, usually not something you're thinking about until medium late in the tier.
Yep.
The chance to actually catalyze a non-tier piece, because that's so much worse usually than saving it for a nice tier slot piece.
So anyways, your guild is working on Styx Bunk Junker now, right?
Yeah,
we gave old Styx, like 10 pulls or something. Actually, it was really fun. We initially were really worried that it was gonna be one of those bosses where you just pull it and it's like 90% you're dead, 90% you're dead. But we made it a couple minutes into the fight and dealt with a few of the ad sets, which was really fun actually.
Have you had everyone race swap to Worgen yet?
No, not yet. That'll be the next order of business. Yeah, shh. Don't leak the tech.
Oh God.
Got that dog in you?
Yeah, we got that dog in us.
My existence. Dear God. But I did, when Pop-Tart Corn Dog up there overtook, when you guys had your best try there, I did hear you celebrate.
Yeah.
Quite a lot.
We were going for. Our goal was to get into that top 5 to overtake FSY, because that guild's really good, and we could briefly be ahead of them on the Coinbase leaderboard. We're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, just quick screenshot, you're good to go.
Exactly. Yeah, we got some nice screenshots of us taking down Rick Reverb and a low amount of pulls, and then all the other guilds taking a lot more. Which anytime you can do that, always feels good. And then whenever the reverse happens, you just make up some excuse, right? It's
That's
like,
right.
well, that doesn't count, right?
Our healer had lag.
Exactly. There was a lot of lag and DCs. Oh man, DCs and those other guilds raid too much anyway, so it doesn't count.
Yep.
These are this is the tech you gotta learn. Yeah, start selling yourself as well as you can.
It's just how it's the age-old gaming theory, right? Anybody better than you is just a sweaty tryhard, and
right.
That's right.
You is terrible at the game and shouldn't play it.
Exactly. Yeah. What are they doing here? All right. So death skip to the one-armed bandit room for this split. I'm looking around at the rest of the liquid screens that I can see. We got a few people AFK in Dornegal. We've also got at least one Keystone, at least one Mythic Plus Keystone underway. Atlas is kind of turned into the Keystone Shepherd. guiding others to gear that he won't find much use out of.
Well,
although
what else is he supposed to do, you know?
Yeah, actually, I saw he was in a key on his Windwalker, or on a Monk at least, so...
Yeah, there he is.
They're maybe prepping him, you know, maybe they think, oh, Monk's really good. What if we want to play 7 Monks?
Yes.
Let's get Atlas Monk up there.
So I just enhanced this here on our second screen while we are watching the split assemble for the one-armed bandit to see who's in the group with him.
Mm-hmm.
To see if maybe there's some other interesting choices, but I think that's mostly mains here. We have Drenico and the Mage, THG on the locks, here on Priest, and then Rivens on...
Drenico's a Warlock main, right?
He's a Warlock main, yeah.
Okay, so maybe gearing Drenico on the Mage, and then, yeah, Rivens, Suri, THD on mains, and a Dark Flame Cleft, so they're maybe helping out, or maybe there's an item they need. This is a cloth stack mostly, right? There's 4 clothies in here, so maybe they're gearing Drenico's Mage on something, or maybe it's somebody else's character that's picking up some gear. Here you can see that Dark Flame Cleft that we were talking about. THD piloting his main Warlock in here. Looking at the damage meter as well, Drenico kind of popping off.
I think Fire Mage is a little bit broken.
This boss fight as well is kind of a Fire Mage specialty. You got big ad spawns that just get that ignite for free.
We do have a couple of Transmogs that we
Ooh,
can
that could be even
out.
equally as fun to look at as an M+ dungeon or a one-armed bandit split.
Right? I mean, I know you guys all love splits, but we figured we show them because you guys have been donating like crazy, and we're very thankful for getting further on our charity goals here. So we do have Keradik in here, Frost Death Knight being sent in. Human.
Yeah. Got that nice, I like this belt. I love the like textured belts that have stuff going on, and this one has that scroll, that dagger in it. I think that's nice.
Clean.
Yeah, this is a very, like, you could imagine that a lot of these are like questing green transmogs. Not like old questing greens, right? Not like TBC garish colors, but like, you know, one of the more recent expansions green sets from like Zaralek Caverns or something. I don't think that's where this is from or anything, but like some, you know, adventuring gear set. Some very simplistic swords. I think those are trading post swords that are really nice. Again, like simple, clean, but high definition as well. Definitely got that kind of subtle Frost Death Knight theme going, where if you showed me this and I thought about it for a sec, I could tell you it's a Frost DK. But initially, right off the bat, I would maybe thought Fury Warrior or Combat Rogue, Outlaw Rogue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nice.
I mean,
understated.
I don't think these are question greens, right? Because I don't think anyone would send in just a transmog full of questing greens.
I mean,
well, I think have you seen the sets this tier? There's
if they're from Moonguard, man.
Well, no, that's a you know, you get the Mog from wherever you can find it.
Okay, no, that's fair. I like it. I think it's clean. I think he's like, you know, cosplaying kind of like a guard for a town or something. Maybe like a Gilneas or something.
Could be, yeah. Veteran of the Fourth War, of course, an appropriate title for your Frost DK.
I'm gonna go like 8.2.
All right.
Wow.
I like that. I'll go with 8.3.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, and
What
it's
was
already
yours?
gone. I was gonna say something about it, but it's okay. We're moving on.
You have to rate it.
Yeah,
What was the rating?
Oh, it's
No,
Tell us about this next one then, Makes.
was the
Wait,
rating?
okay, we're back. We're back.
I actually, if you look at the top, the brown there is a little bit reddish.
Mm-hmm.
If you compare it with the brown on the belt, and I'm a little bit sad about.
That's
that.
right. We have a warm and cool, yeah,
Yeah.
cool clashing.
That is the one thing that I don't love about it, but I agree with the belt, and I agree with the overall simplistic beauty of it. I'll give it a 7.2.
Okay.
Okay.
Very fair.
Now we can move on. Thank you very much, production.
Thank you for making that contribution, making sure that we got to hear
Yeah, of course.
very good insight. Let's see the next one.
Well, now you're not going to get it. There is Damon Doug from the Goofy Goober Inc. and also Moonguard.
Yeah. So I guess RP Goblin Guild or something like that, perhaps.
That's very fun.
Got one of those Molotov cocktail offhands.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
seen another one of these earlier today. I wonder where those come from. Maybe that's from this new zone.
It might be. I like this color a lot more. We had like a greenish one earlier today. This one's a lot cooler.
That's nice. The fist weapon is kind of straight, like going below the feet. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
And those shoulders, very ornamented shoulders. I do like this backpack as well.
Yeah, for a first thought, I thought it was the island backpack, but it's not that. And it's also not the trading post one because it has an anvil at the back. Any of you know where this backpack is from?
Is it not a Delve one?
Is it? Oh,
be.
that might be. It could be a Delph.
Could well be, yeah.
I love the backpacks. I think they're so cute.
Again, there's so much going on with that. I think it's great. Very exciting one. Then a nice just generic-y leather belt. I think that's maybe a rogue tier set off-color belt, perhaps.
You know what I would love? If like on the shoulders or the hat, there would be one more red accent.
Yeah.
Like if the band on the hat was red or something like that. Like that would really send it.
Yeah, the shoulders, you could do like rogue and Taurus mythic shoulders. Those have a nice little red thing going on.
Huh.
I like this though. I do think this is nice.
It's a monk, right? That's
It is a monk.
I wouldn't have thought looking at it. I would have thought something like rogue, probably.
Me too, I think. Yeah.
This definitely isn't a monk transmog.
Right. It's not like a class-themed one.
Right.
This is like a goblin citizen aristocrat. You know.
He looks like he would beat you up. In which case, I guess I can see the monk.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Also, the thing with this Molotov cocktail offhand is they hold it backwards.
Yeah, that is true.
You're not supposed to hold it that way, because it would all just fall out of the bottle when you pull it back to.
That's true. Yeah, look at the way gravity is going here. They need to at least tilt the front of it down somewhat.
Yeah.
That's good tech.
So because of that and that alone, I'm gonna give it a 5.8.
All right, I'll go with this. I'll go with a 6.
Okay, I'm giving it a 7.3. I actually like this a lot.
Awesome. Thank you, Dave and Doug, sending in your transmog. Anybody, if you're interested in getting your transmog looked at on stream, it's just $35 to our charity donation at tl.gg/RWF donate. Here's Prayer Magic the Draconic.
Okay,
Zyro,
there's a message for this one.
Okay.
And I know who this person is. This is somebody that goes to the rat raids for alt raids that I go to occasionally.
Okay.
And they were upset with me for trashing their transmog yesterday.
Oh.
And they said, I submitted this yesterday for Aya and Tettles and instead got roasted by Zyro and Kalamazi.
Oh, no.
So I need people with taste to look at it first. I'm going to bow out of this one.
All right.
I've already rated this one. I've already said my bit. You two, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I haven't heard your takes on this one.
Neither have I.
I will say, okay, right off the bat, I personally have a visceral hatred for any of those like two-tailed cloaks. You know, the ones where it's like there's a left half of the cloak and a right half of the cloak,
Oh, why
but then
is
an
that?
empty middle bit. I just think I don't know. I've never transmogged one. I never will. I hate them. So that subjectively would lose some points for me. Objectively, I mean, there's a lot of nice stuff going on here, but it does seem like there's a lot of kind of discordant colors, right? Like a lot of the accents are all very different colors from each other. It's kind of clashing that way, right? Like we've got oranges and reds and some warm colors, some cold colors.
Yeah, I'm afraid I have to agree with that. There's some like green on the belt.
Yeah, the staff, like body of the staff is a color that isn't seen anywhere else, and it.
Some white light on the shoulders, some warm light on the staff.
So I don't know if that was your criticism of it, Zyro, but.
Yeah, you guys are pretty much spot on with the problems that Kalamazi and I had with it. Now, what are you going to rate it?
I'm still. I do like some of the individual choices. I like that hat. I think the hat's very nice.
I agree.
I think this is one of the ones where, like, if the game had a dyeing system where you could re-dye parts of armor, I think this would go really nicely because I think there are just a few little accents that, if they were the same colors as each other, would really tie this together. And because they're not, I'm gonna have to go with a 5.
I actually would have gone with a 5 too. I think this is right, like what you expect to see in Dornegal. It like doesn't blow me away, but I also don't think it's like the worst thing.
If I saw this in Dornegal, I would assume that this person had a good Mog and had just upgraded their shoulders and weapon.
Exactly.
And they weren't remogged, you know?
You guys are a little nicer than me. I gave it like a 4 something.
Okay.
I think Kalamazi like trashed them for being a goblin.
That's fair.
Honestly.
It's a goblin tier though, so we gotta take a temporary truce on trashing goblin Mogs. No Mogs though, still fair game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, especially the Mecha Gnomes.
Oh yeah, Mecha Gnomes, of course.
Well, Frost Magic, I'm sorry you got me on the desk again for your transmog. Maybe try again. Maybe you'll get someone to review your.
Just keep re-rolling it
when I'm not
Send
here.
it in again. Run it back.
I can't believe you got it twice. Can you imagine them watching and they're just like, not again?
Noted. We'll fix those shoulders, I guess.
Listen, it's just our opinion. If you like it, then that's the most important person to like it.
That's true. Do we have any more?
Not sure. Production?
Okay, not currently. Do we have any pets? I guess that's a no.
We have a Mythic Plus Keystone Dungeon.
Oh, this part of the dungeon is so hype.
Yeah, this is a cinematic Poggers escape moment.
Listen, The other day, I was in this dungeon, and it's been a while since I was in the Dark Flame Cleft, okay? It's been since, like, the beginning of the War Within beta.
Right.
And I died here, in, like, this area where you're fighting to, like, start the cart, basically, and I ran back to my team, and I'm a Demon Hunter, and I run through the dark, and I don't see very well, and suddenly I fall. I didn't know that these holes there are actually, like, holes, and you can go down.
Oh.
So, in case you're in this dungeon for a first time, it is still the first week of where Mythic Plus is open. Holds bad. Don't go there.
That is very good to know.
Learn from my mistakes, Twitch chat.
No, realistically, if you want to actually giga-pull this section of the dungeon, it's a pretty good way of doing it, right? Your tank can actually just grab one of those candles that's around the carts and just run ahead and pull a whole bunch of things. They're going to be a little scared if they actually get hit, right? Because when you're in the dark, you're...
Well, if you're holding a candle, I think you don't take the huge penalties that are otherwise associated with being in the dark. So yeah, if you do this section of the tank, you run ahead with a candle on your head, and you make sure you don't actually deposit it into the cart.
Right.
And then you can kind of keep the mobs off of the cart, and it can just keep rolling through.
And of course, like, the only thing that's really scary here is if the creeping horrors get a huge amount of stacks from all the ads you kill, and then they start stacking that dot on your tank. But you can see Atlas showing exactly how to deal with that here, pulling those horrors away from the corpses they just exploded.
Exactly, yeah, those creepers get a stack of damage amp, basically, for each of the mobs that they are near. So the dead mobs that are nearby. So yeah, you just take them away from any corpses, and you'll be just fine in this section. Although, that dot does stack up to a nasty amount of damage even without that. You can see Atlas here starting to try and kite at the end, and he's going to Zen Med off the last few ticks of that dot to not die to it. Because, yeah, if you do go too quickly here, and you let that dot stack up into the double digits, it will get very lethal.
Whew. Apparently, Hunter Flare works as a light source here, too?
Love that. That's one of those things where if it doesn't work that way, it should. Like, that's great.
That's pretty cool.
Nice and flavorful. Although, I guess pretty powerful for hunters in this dungeon, but that's fair.
Honestly, I mean, when else have you looked at Hunter Flare and thought, ah, yes, powerful spell?
Shadowlands.
Yeah.
There was you remember there was the legendary where it was like, if you flare into your tar trap, it explodes and does damage.
Yeah.
And for a while, that was Abyss legendary, and it was so clunky, but it was the most damage you could do.
I remember farming normal mode.
Plaguefall, right? Was
Plaguefall,
it? Yep.
Yeah, for the third boss for that legendary.
That was fun, and you would queue up an LFG for the Plaguefall. You would join, and it would already be on the fourth boss because somebody else had already left the dungeon.
Okay.
And then you'd get mad and post on the forums.
I don't care how much damage you do in the dungeon. If you are not on top of this meter here, once the cart stops, you lost.
True.
Oh, really?
That's all that matters.
Yeah, you got to spam the 1 key and the click.
Unfortunately, if you do damage to the boss below 90%, it goes back up to 90% when you pull it. But
still.
But still, yeah, you get bragging rights on the scoreboard. Who's going to be THG at the top right now? He's got 16.
17.
17?
I've seen 18 before, but it looks like THG is going to cap out here at 17 of these. Still pretty good.
Not bad.
And Dranako down at 11. What are we doing here?
See, that's what I mean.
That's tough.
Sounds like he gave up.
Atlas rolling his way in there. I love the lighter than air thing. I don't know if you guys have played Monk this expansion, but after you roll for the next 5 seconds, if you can double jump, and the second jump is like a forward dash in the air.
Oh,
it's so fun. You're so mobile. You can use it to like cancel knocks on things. We saw it on Ansarek being used to pretty great effect. And there you can see him doing it where he sort of rolls and then just double jumps and goes wherever he wants. Transcends back, rolls, and now he's got another lighter than air set up so he could double jump and dash.
Blizzard will find a way to make that very fun ability do damage, and suddenly you have to do it to do your rotation.
True.
Do you remember?
I've been there.
Oh my god, you just unlocked like a core memory for me. Do you remember in Highmall when monks had to farm the PvP2 set?
No,
Gave their like roll a lower cooldown and gave them some damage buff. It was so I don't remember exactly what it was. Well, I remember monks just being so upset about that. Chat, back me up. That happened, right? I'm not just making that up.
I didn't actually, like, that was a tier I didn't really play in very much. I was very casual in WoD. I played some Gladiator Warrior. That's fun.
Started with Hellfire Citadel, and I was still a pleb for a long time after that. And now I'm a pleb again, so all works out.
Windwalkers always have the most obscure things that help them out with their damage.
Yeah, this season they got a replacement for spinning, or for Flying Serpent Kick that is like one of the Plunder Storm abilities, Slicing Winds, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. mixed reviews from what I've heard from Windwalkers on that ability.
It's the first non-dragon class, right?
Yeah, to get an Empower.
To get an Empower spell. That's cool.
I actually do like the Empower spells. I like them if they're castable while moving. I think that's... And I like them when they have cases where you would use them at full charge, low charge, and medium charge.
Yeah, I think otherwise you don't need an Empower.
Yeah, otherwise just make it a regular spell, right? Yeah. But something like affecting how far you travel, number of targets, like Eternity Surge, I think both of those make a lot of sense. Even the Flame Breath one, you do sometimes full charge it or not use it all the way.
Yeah, I think that's good. That's how it should be.
Yeah. There's the Earthen racial one as well. You guys know that? There's the Earthen have an Empower spell as their racial, but it's so badly undertuned that nobody ever uses it. But it's kind of cool because it's like a heal or a damaging spell, depending on how much you charge it up.
No, I had no idea.
It's cool, but yeah, it doesn't do anything, so that is sad. Reminds me of Goblin Rocket Belt, where it has that rocket jump, but it also has a damage version that just does like 2 damage, so you never use it.
Yeah, everybody knows the Goblin Jump. I don't think not very many people know about the belt, but we did hop over back to our normal mode split that they're doing to Gear Lips Warrior, which is who we're looking at here right now. This should be the last boss in the split. And then what time is it right now? We're approaching the midnight marker. Question is, are they going to go back to Lock and Stock?
I doubt it. I
don't think at this point you would. Yeah, because... I mean, if you could do it off stream, that would probably be worthwhile. But if they don't want to go off stream, which I applaud, I support that decision, then I don't think you'd want to just pull the boss for 30 minutes and then you go to sleep for 8 hours and Echo and Method get to have learned from those 30 minutes, but you haven't really gotten to deploy all the learnings from that. So
I have to say, Shay's a new member to the guild, but I can appreciate his alt name scheme already right off the first tier.
Yes.
He's got a druid named John Cat form, and now in this raid he's on an enhanced shaman called John Dog form.
He also has Michael Mouse, the elemental shaman. Yeah, Shay.
Oh, that's so good.
His name is Gotoy, and then another alt of him is Gotoys R Us.
Yep.
That's good.
There's a lot of good names coming out of Shay.
This is normal, right? Yeah, it's normal Gallywix. Okay.
Yeah, so earlier, right after they killed Styx.
Blaze lines. Are the blaze lines on normal? Okay.
They're the same as they are on Hero.
So
I see.
After they killed Styx, they basically immediately said, okay, let's do splits in the plural for Lips Warrior. And they started with Heroic. And then at the same time in the tool, they were looking for people for normal, the floor and bosses.
That makes sense.
So that is exactly where we are right now. While we were looking at the Transmogs and the Dark Flame Cleft, we did make it through most of these bosses and are now on our favorite Chrome King Gallywix on normal mode here. And that one should go down. And then after that, it is either talks or maybe more keys, if that is something that is still needed. You could probably do another key tonight, or sleepy time.
Yeah.
It is likely one of those two things, keys or sleepy time, in which case that means we'll be getting a hot seat interview with Max. And guys, I need help. I'm terrible at interviews. Do you have any good questions that I can ask so I don't get looked at like I'm asking a stupid question?
I got nothing so far. We can ask him about Styx Bunk Junker.
We can ask about that, boss.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Max was actually pretty excited about Styx Bunk.
Yeah.
I feel like throughout today that has changed a little bit.
Yeah, I think it overstayed its welcome a bit.
On the Frunk tweet, that prop.
Oh yeah.
I thought that would surely be a good question.
Absolutely.
He did ask Frunk to delete it, but I'm sure he would love to talk to us about it.
That's a bit. That's a bit. Of course it's a bit. It's got to be a bit. I hope this gets reverted just like the exploited Gallywix kill. Absolutely insane that Liquid can openly talk about using the Worgen exploit on stream.
I feel like us laughing about it is not making it any better, but like...
Yeah, like if you think that actually happened, you're hearing us, you're like, oh my, it's so blatant.
Right?
Yeah,
like
to be clear, there's no Worgen exploit. Like, Scott's character is literally a dwarf.
Yeah, this is verifiable. You can check the armory.
It is so crazy.
It's just something someone on competitive WoW just like made up.
It's so good though. Well, I applaud it. It's a good makeup.
So it started because during the kill they were memeing themselves.
Yeah.
And there is an interaction on Styx Spunk Junker where sometimes the balls do different amount of damage. That also happens, but it's not related to anything Worgen or anything else. Like, nobody knows. It's just...
Nobody knows how to force it to happen yet, yeah.
It just happens. And the only reason Scott is at the top of the damage meter is because he's on every single one of the orb sets.
Oh, there's an eye. That's huge.
Okay, an Eye of Kazan for Lips Warrior. If he didn't already have one of those, that's nice. That's the main thing really here besides the Jaster Diamond that would have improved his character. So, yeah, it's pretty good. You can see Sang logging out. He's full logging out as well, exiting, not logging out the other way, although it looks like that got canceled maybe here. Oh, no, we swapped over to Boomy's POV, Lamau.
Yeah.
I see.
I definitely see Raiders walking about.
Yep. This is looking like an end of the night, perhaps, as we moved here so we could see the full set of loot.
Perfect.
Those normal curios, unlikely to matter. The Eye of Kazan, definitely nice. And then besides that, there are some plate boots that I guess he could upgrade potentially if they have some good stats. And a couple other random off pieces. So yeah, Eye of Kazan's nice. No Jaster Diamond, but that is no problem. And the raid is now starting to disband. We will see if there's anything left to do for Team Liquid tonight, or if it's time to go to bed, come back tomorrow for the last day of the first reset
that feels
at
so
4 of 8 Mythic. Getting to 5 would be big tomorrow, but after Styx, I don't know if they can get Sprocket Monger in one day. They're not going to have Vantis runes. They sent almost all of them on Styx there to secure that kill.
I think that was absolutely right. I think they needed to do that to make sure it dies tonight. I think they're setting themselves up for success for tomorrow to, if they're not able to kill it, at least get a bunch of really good tries. It all kind of hinges on the question of where is that end rage, where is it going to sit, how are they going to deal with it? And then, of course, the big question is, are there any changes on the reset for bosses like Styx? Or maybe some of the other bosses. It is quite common that there are some tuning changes on the first week or after the first week of Mythic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that Styx definitely deserves some nerfs, given, you know.
This is Mythic.
Yippee.
Okay.
And there are summons going out.
All right, so maybe we're going to see some Mythic Sprocket Monger lock and stock. There are a couple people up and walking about, but whether or not it's actually time to pull the boss, with like a kill attempt here, or with the real comp here. I mean, all of these people that are in this raid are mains.
Yeah.
Big mains as well.
Dratnos, I'd be more worried if people being summoned into Mythic.
Yeah, we're alts.
Yeah.
But it's like this is, these are mains that have been seeing play, that have been getting used.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you want. You want to see some couple of tries here. And this is going to give us a little bit of an idea of what that setup might look like here on Lock and Stock, what they're maybe thinking. I am expecting a lot of single target DPS classes to come in here, preferably ones that can also move comfortably while doing damage.
Yep.
So that is kind of what you are looking for. I'm expecting to see mages, and sure enough, we do have a second one come on in here. So I'm curious for where we're going.
Yeah, so part of the reason that we think we'd be okay with them pulling this boss tonight is because there's not too much that you're worried about leaking on this fight. Like, the only thing you're really concerned about giving away maybe is if there's some tricky positioning later on in the fight in regards to having the polarities on different parts of the raid. But I think that's something that most of the top guilds are going to be able to figure out on their own. Now, the real thing I think we're going to be looking at is how some of the overlaps work on Mythic, if there are any different cadence things on the Mythic version of this encounter. And also, we still do need to see what the enrage is on Mythic, right? It's a huge question mark, because that means we can find out what the DPS check is, and whether or not it's even possible to kill this week.
So there is one change that happened from the PTR testing to the live version with the mines, where on the PTR version, so it's always 4 sets of mines, right? It's 2 colors of one color, 2 of one color, and 2 of the other color. And on PTR, it was 4 sets of 4. And now on the live version, apparently it is 3 sets of 4.
Okay, so just like Heroic.
Is one less set that they'll have to deal with. And it is kind of relevant, because the way that these mines work is that you cannot go too fast through them, but you also cannot just let them on the floor, because then mechanics might hit them and you go boom.
Yeah, I mean, lowering the total amount of sets doesn't necessarily increase the amount of time that you have for each of them, but it does mean that you'll have more players that can do it, especially on that last set, right? You don't have a set 4 where only 8 people in your raid are eligible to do that soak. So it should be a little bit safer, a little bit more manageable than it might have been on PTR testing. Because, yeah, on PTR testing, when I was testing that boss, at least what we were doing is we were having like tanks soak multiple so that we could free up even more other people so that they could then do that last one, because otherwise you only had so few eligible people to do that last one, and it was so hard to get them to do all of them in time. So yeah, curious to see what that looks like. There are some very systematic parts of this fight as well where it's going to do pretty much the same things in the same order every time. And I think even the mines are fixed, like where the red mines are, where the blue mines are. The only thing that is a big point of randomness on this fight is who gets assigned which polarity. So that's the Mythic mechanic on this fight. Some people will get it polarized red. Some people will get polarized blue. If you run into somebody the opposite polarity, it doesn't one-shot you, but it does knock both of you back and put a pretty nasty dot on you. So it's not as bad as, Silken Court, something like that, but it's still, you can't have the groups just running around wherever. You do need 2 separate groups, and then you can maybe survive it if a couple people mess up. And then you have to soak the mine of your color. So that is a big thing, right, where the mine mechanic is super important. You can't let one of them expire and get hit by a mechanic. That's a wipe now as well. It's a much harder version of the fight, and it repolarizes you every minute as well, which further stops you from being able to just lock something down and keep repeating it.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We do have our lovely boss card. So let's take a look together here at how it all plays out. We've been talking about this one already, provided by one of our sponsors, Wowhead. But in case you're wondering what we're talking about here, are a bunch of the mechanics.
Yeah, nothing here is different from Heroic, right?
Yeah, these are the Heroic mechanics.
These are the Heroic mechanics of the fight. Lightning's the same. Might be a little faster on Mythic. We haven't seen too much of it. It might amp up later over the fight, but I doubt that they're going to change that too much. The inventions, for the most part, same concept.
More number, same ability.
Pretty much the same things. We're really looking at how the Mythic mechanics are going to change the encounter, those polarities and how you deal with them. So, of course, again, same idea here. There's still mines that you have to blow up, but based off of your color, right? Only red players can hit the red mines, only blue players can hit the blue mines, and this is the big thing right here, this polarization generator throughout the fight. Kind of similar to Silken Court, you're going to be one color, but instead of you getting to choose your color at the start of the fight and having it the entire fight, like on Silken Court, on this encounter, like you mentioned, the fight assigns you a color, and then it can randomly change throughout the fight.
Yeah, and there is, of course, a passive ramp-up mechanic once more. We saw it on that previous page there. Every single time he goes into the intermission, he does get a buff on himself. So you cannot go forever, but you also can't go forever anyway, because there seems to be a hard end rate.
Right.
Like we saw in Styx. Styx also had a ramping mechanic, just making the fight generally a little bit harder over time. But then eventually, there's going to be a wall, and you will go boom.
This fight also gets harder because every intermission phase, it will empower one of the inventions. So the thin little red lasers turn into massive, thick purple lasers that will deny much more of the space in the room. And the rockets that do a lot of damage if they hit you turn into orbs, void orbs, that will pulse for damage on your whole raid if they hit you. That would be just in the very last part of the fight. And then I think probably what's going to happen is the third intermission, maybe sometime after that, is where the enrage will be, although we'll have to see exactly what that looks like on Mythic.
Oh, yeah.
There is a break timer up before we start pulling this boss, but yeah, it does look like we are planning to do some progression here into the night, which is nice. It makes sense, right? We had daylight savings today, so they're kind of an hour reset from where they were before, and we can get a little bit of pulling going. We can go up to like 1 a.m., something like that, and be on a similar 24-hour cycle to where we were yesterday.
And they're kind of trying to stay on the same cycle as what they were pre-daylight saving times. So for them, technically, even though it's 11:30 here, they're kind of still feeling like it's 10:30. So it's still pretty early in the night for them. They can still go for another hour and a half, and it wouldn't be too overtime from what we've seen this week.
I muted myself.
A timeless classic.
Other than that, I wanted to say that I talked to one of the analysts earlier, and I was kind of like, hey, so what's the deal? What are we doing? To try and get a little bit of an idea of our shift. And they said no later than 1 a.m. So
that makes sense.
That for sure, I think, is our hard out to be expected. Now, of course, it depends on what kind of information they can gather. If they are able to see 6 minutes into the fight and they find a hard enrage, I wouldn't be surprised if at that point in time they would just call it and go sleepy.
Right. I think, once there's something, if they get any really big hit of information that they need to readjust their strategy for, at that point, just go to bed, come back tomorrow with it adjusted, or adjust even tomorrow morning during an M+ run or two if you still have anything that you need from M+, which at this point, they've run a lot of keys this week. A lot of players have very small upgrades still remaining from M+, but some of them do still have some stuff, and if you need to run M+, you'd rather do it this week than next.
I mean, the upgrades are so tiny. The upgrades we're talking about on their characters
Bracers,
right now are like, we're talking, so their characters probably sim for in the 2 millions of damage. In the upgrades they have left from Mythic Plus, they're probably giving them like
3,000 DPS.
5 to 8,000 at the maximum for like the best upgrade they can possibly get with the best stats. So we're talking super, super minor on the entire raid from at this point on. But I mean, it can add up. But the question is, how much time is it going to take to get those tiny upgrades? So we'll see. I don't think we're going to see as much Mythic Plus unless there's like some super chase items left in Mythic Plus for them to go for. But we did see a little bit of Mythic Plus earlier, so you never know.
That's true. Yeah, you never know.
Lips Warrior probably has some keys.
That one has a lot.
Yeah.
Go back into splits.
True. We could.
Anybody missing splits? I mean, we'll be back in there on Tuesday for sure. But if you guys are really eager, I'm sure we could find another character to gear just for funsies.
Now you might be thinking, Tuesday splits, they'll be much faster than they were last week. And maybe that's true. Or maybe what they'll do is they'll be like, oh, we have 10 extra item levels. Let's do more simultaneous splits. And then they'll take longer again. Get more value. Take more time.
I think what we're going to be seeing is almost just only one-armed bandit onwards on Heroic. And then maybe only normal Galliwixes if they get really unlucky and still don't have Eye of Kazans.
Maybe some bandits as well. I guess, bandit normal doesn't have too much value. Houses of cards, like whichever characters don't have a house of cards, maybe run it.
Yeah, maybe. Potentially.
I was talking to Atlas earlier, and that was obviously before the Styx kill. So he was like, oh, you having fun out there? How are the casters doing? And I said, oh, phenomenal. And he said 3 out of 8. And I said, still better than splits. And he said, we're going back in there Tuesday. Don't you wait and see. So, the Raiders are also quite excited for splits. It seems to be like a common theme. I feel like patch. Everybody loves splits. We're doing so many of them more than ever before. And I feel like we can do better, right? Like you could always do even more still.
My guild did a Mythic split this week, so they could do one of those if they wanted as well. Yeah, we did 2 out of 8 Mythic for our characters that were unsaved to the main run. And
any big ticket items in that group?
A bow for our second hunter actually from Cauldron of Carnage, so pretty big.
Not bad.
Pretty big value.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Lips Warriors currently unsaved to Mythic,
They could do a 2 of 8.
The first 2 are very doable with their best ults. I promise you, it's those will be one shots. Yeah, Rick Reverb is that DPS check is probably still a little tight to have a bunch of 645 characters even.
Yeah, but
it would be tougher.
2 would be a lot.
Yeah.
I can tell you that much. Lib Warrior is not going to see Lock and Stock, at least not tonight, because our break time is over and we can take a glimpse at our raid composition here. And I'm not seeing any additional DPS warriors. There's only Scott, and I can calm everyone. Scott is not going to be on top of the damage meter in this fight.
You sure?
I am very sure.
He will still do an alarming amount of damage, I suspect. But yeah, he'll probably get beat by the DPS. There's no Moonkin here for him to beat on single target, which is something that happened during one of the splits, apparently. But yeah, this is our composition. We have got a little bit of a monk party here. We've got 4, count 'em, Windwalker monks, because that spec deals a lot of single target DPS, and this fight is a single target fight. We also have the 1 Havoc Demon Hunter only, but 2 BM Hunters, another strong single target spec. Now, BM Hunters also deal excellent mobility damage, right?
I love reduction.
You just keep moving, keep your damage going on the move. They're great at doing far mines if you need to. A little bit, they definitely need some healing in that spot, but that's okay. We have the 2 Warlocks as well. Warlocks, having 2 of them as well, can be really nice for, you can set up a demonic circle far and go and get a far mine in some of the nastier overlaps, although the polarity might throw a wrench into that plan.
That's why I think they have the 2 Warlocks as well, is so they can have 2 separate gateways to
the gateways are nice
along the platform and not worry about running into each other. I think that's probably the only reason you run 2 Warlocks on this fight, because that class is not particularly great at single target damage, which is really all this fight is. So we'll have to see if that's going to be okay. I think if they do have to optimize, they'll try to make do with just the 1 gateway at some point. But the rest of the yeah, that 4 Windwalkers is insane.
Yeah.
When's the last time you saw that many Windwalkers in a raid comp?
It was I saw that many in a dungeon comp at the end of Legion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Four
right.
Windwalkers and 1 Blood DK.
Caught. That was me.
Yeah, that was a good comp. that was a crazy time. But yeah, then other than that, they're just filling out their raid buffs in the other slots, which does make sense. We've got the return of the rogue. We got old Karui Chopper. That's I'm Exile on his rogue.
What's with
nice
the name?
rogue name. That's a Path of Exile item. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a little sad we didn't get one of the bin names or the JPC names to trick chat into thinking they were.
Oh yeah.
Well, that happened in the split.
It did happen to me in one of the splits. Yeah, JPC the man was in one of the splits, and it was just one of Exile's rogues. That's good. Good bit.
You can see a lot of inspecting going on across our screen. So not only Nick there, trying to see what everybody else is up to, but our tanks are back on their main tanks as well. We did see, of course, Yips on that Blood DK. On Styx is now back on the Paladin. That means no more Rat Pally, no more Holy Pally. Well, they never saw the raid in this patch anyway. But other than that, I don't have any questions about what we're going to be seeing. My big question is, how is it going to play?
Yeah.
You can't influence which of the colors you get, right?
Nope.
It's just random.
Yeah.
Pure RNG.
There are, a couple rules, right? Like the 2 tanks will always get the opposite color as each other. So that is, and I think the healers get split evenly between your 2 polarizations.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
We only have 3 healers. What does that mean then?
2 and 1. Yeah.
But
yeah.
Are 2 always then the 2 in the same group? Or
That's a great question. Yeah.
Find out, I'm
That's
sure.
something to pay attention to for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world either way because you're in range to heal the other group usually anyways, but unless they have a crazy strat, that shouldn't matter too much.
Can see some world markers coming down here to help with
for the
allocating
mines.
where you are.
Those are the 8 spots where mines spawn, so this way they have a way to refer to every single mine that could spawn. Makes perfect sense.
I think this fight really reminds me almost like a 1-to-1 example of like an Operator Thogar back in Blackrock Foundry. I think the progress cycle on this fight is going to be very similar to that, where there's a certain slew of mechanics that's going to come at you. You're going to have to look at a video of them and be like, okay, how could we have lived that in this situation? Everyone would have to watch that video and learn from it, and then you're going to slowly figure out how to deal with that one. Then the next one's going to come at you, and you're going to be like, okay, this time it's rockets plus beams, and then there's a polarity 10 seconds in. How do we deal with this?
Right.
I think the progression on this fight is actually going to be pretty linear. Again, I think looking at the HP the boss has, it's really going to be a question of how doable the DPS check is, and we're not really going to know that until we see when the enrage timer is.
I think this is going to be a boss where Liquid will progress really quickly through some of these spots where you look at it and you're like, wow, how do you live through that overlap? And then the next time they pull it, they have a great plan and they implement it and execute it and beat that overlap. And then, of course, we see the next overlap and we learn how to defeat that. Now, some of this information, they're going to have guesses on what might happen. That is their plan that they'll start with. And, of course, there's PTR information. This boss was tested on Mythic. So the amount of things that stayed the same as that will be their starting point. But yeah, presumably there are going to be some changes and some things that they'll need to rediscover and figure out to get this boss killed. The comp that they're running as well is hyper-optimized for this fight, right? The single target check with all those Windwalkers, the 2 Warlocks for the 2 groups gateways, and then filling out the remainder of their buffs is most of what they're up to here. But yeah, 5 monks in this raid. This is definitely turning into a very monk-centric tier, both the Mistweavers and the Windwalkers getting extremely good value.
Monk is such a fun class to play too, man. I might have to level up my Monk and play it too if it's going to be this good.
I thought the same thing. I wonder how many people are re-rolling to Monk as this race is going on. I mean, at least all of the DKs, right? So that's a whole group of people that are going there. And then I think some of the rogues may also consider that option as we are looking at this tier unfold to be more and more Monk favored. Now, I'm always curious on what weak auras they have cooked up, I'm sure there's a weak aura for the bombs that they're using. I'm sure there's maybe a weak aura for the mechanics, the inventions that are coming in. I'm curious on what we're dealing with. You can see a fully filled guild bank.
Always a beautiful sight.
Yes.
Very satisfying.
Yeah, we know on Heroic they have a pretty nice kind of UI element that shows the room and where the mines and the wire transfers are on each set, and makes that information very easy to digest. So I'm sure they have more planned for Mythic with that polarity generator.
Look at the little like red smoke bombs they have on.
So I imagine what's happening here is that is where those are like red stack points maybe, because the two polarities are red and blue. So maybe we have some red smoke where red players are supposed to go at different times, and there will be blue smoke where blue players are supposed to go.
How long does this hold up, Dratnos? Do you know?
I don't know how long it lasts now.
Maybe chat knows.
Maybe.
Chat, after all, knows everything.
I like how we've got Dryny M in this raid again. Dryny was kind of dooming about his prospects of getting played this tier, and a lot of it was like, oh, well, if they need this, this, and this, then I can come into the raid, right? And it turns out that a lot of this, and this is a lot of other monks, and it turns out this time they do, right? So actually, Zasevi and Smacked, who've often been mistweaving, are windwalking in this particular poll.
Yep.
And that means that Dryny is the third mistweaver and is in as the first mistweaver, first and only, with those other two swapping to windwalk this one.
I think that's one of the unique quirks when it comes to Liquid's overall comp, is that Sevi's always been somebody that can swap between playing either the healing spec for his class or the DPS spec for his class. He did it on Jailer, where he's playing Boomkin, but he also played Resto on a lot of the other fights that tier. In Smacked, playing healer this tier came from DPS, so we already know he's probably pretty comfortable playing most of the DPS specs in the game, so it makes sense for him to also swap back over to that Windwalker for this boss, especially with how strong it is this tier.
Yeah, then you've got Trill and Boomy, who are two excellent DPS players. Trill definitely known for Windwalker, and Boomy known for multi-classing. So they've got kind of a lot of different paths that these players have taken that have all converged on playing Monk on this boss, which is somewhat a testament to the balancing this tier. Those monks are doing something else to these bosses. The opener is going to look egregious. And you watch the opener with Lust on this fight, those four monks are going to be at the top of the meters, and then there's going to be a chasm between them and 5th place.
Yeah, we'll need to look at somebody that actually has a damage meter that falls this low, because there's so many monks in there. THG might be a good option as we are looking over. We also have geared up a little bit as we were dealing with sticks, so a lot of the characters are now quite high on the 50s. I believe there's even one character on the 660 in the raid.
Probably Scott.
Yeah, probably.
Last time I checked was on 659.
Oh, slacking.
And then
that's it?
I'm trying to remember who the 60. I think it might have been
Oh, it's Malarcus. Yeah, Malarcus on the Hunter. Yeah.
Malarcus has a really, really high item level. I wonder what Kingfly is on, because obviously he wasn't in there, and then I'm Exile would be interesting as well. So maybe if you can look that up, Zyro.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Looks so there is a dedicated title for the Hunter in the guild that is the highest item level. They dub them the Bazooka.
Love it.
I thought they call him the Closer.
Well, Malarcus is the closer.
Yeah.
But every tier they're called whoever gets the big gun is called the Bazooka.
Okay.
Yeah, Kingfly's 655, so he's definitely no slouch. He's also been doing a lot of Mythic Plus during these first few bosses, so he's filled out all those slots presumably and still has pretty solid gear. So I don't suspect there to be too much of a difference between them.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, obviously the Raiders have kept busy while everybody else was progging sticks, making sure they can upgrade whatever they can find and getting all that gear in. And we're watching right now as a lot of strat talk is being done. We can see some weak auras being set up here as well. So assumedly we should be starting any minute now as soon as they are good to go here on Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock. They did have 1-2 polls earlier, just making sure that the weak auras were working. And now they are eager to get into actual progression here tonight. Hard call-off time should be in a little bit more than an hour. What do you think? What are we going to see in the next hour?
I think we could see... I don't know. I think we're just going to see solid progression. I think it's hard to say how low they can get the boss. The Raiders, I think they're going to be pretty confident with this one. It's a lot more straightforward encounter. There's no minigame shenanigans going on this time around like there were with Styx, where you pretty much had to play an entirely different game in the middle of World of Warcraft and, Katamari. So I think this is a little more up the alley of a DPS focused guild like Liquid. If it is a tough DPS check, I think they're going to be pretty happy here. But what I would like to see is just consistency with the polarities, right? Making sure they aren't bumping into each other and getting stacks of damage on the raid, because I'm pretty sure one stack is maybe healable through, but if it happens multiple times in a row, it's probably just instantly a wipe. We kind of saw that a little bit from some of the early pulls from Instant Dollars. This is a pretty tough boss position-wise. But if they can figure out different positions for different portions of the fight, and it is static every pull, you could see some pretty rapid progression.
Yeah, I think we'll end tonight at like 58% on this boss. That's my guess. I think.
What did you want a number?
That's my guess. I'm
happy with
a
any answer, but if you want to add a number, you can.
Go ahead.
39%.
39%. All right, you're more optimistic than I. I think that we're going to spend another 20 minutes before we pull this boss.
So here's a little bit of a glimpse on how that timeline reminders add-on looks that they've been using since last year. And you see that they already have timers for that polarization generator. It's supposedly going to be happening twice in P1 and then at least once in P2 from what we saw there. But we don't know how far they have seen into the fight just yet. But it looks like everybody is starting to move, and there
pull timer!
Pull timer!
All right, here we go.
Sprocket Monger lock and stock. Pull number 3, but really, pull number 1 as Team Liquid. The first skill to actually progress this boss works away, and we are going to be seeing that Bloodlust straight into the boss here. I'm looking at the damage meter. Where are the monks?
Oh, I like this peak aura.
They're bursting. You can see they have something oh, did we blink into a hole fired up on the very first pull? I think we did. Ooh, I think we blinked into a hole on the very first pull.
Okay, that can happen.
It's an oopsie, but we can still gain information. They're not going to wipe it here. They're going to figure this out.
What's this Rogue doing on this meter?
Rogue is good.
That's crazy.
Rogue is very good right now. They're just getting overshadowed by how good Windwalker Monk
is. Trill at least managed to take #1 spot there before this fight ended. I was thinking that was going to be... my prediction was, it's already kind of destroyed. Yeah, the subtlety opener, really impressive here. But yeah, they exploded presumably to a mine mishap.
Yep.
That's usually what causes everybody to die with that speed on this boss. But yeah, they had a really nice weak aura at the very start of that put the text in the middle of the screen, new polarity, and the word new was highlighted red for Trill because he was being assigned the red polarity.
Oh, nice.
And then he could know to go on the red side. Whereas presumably then in the later parts of the fight, it will say old polarity in red or new polarity in blue for him on the next one, for instance.
Can you actually get the same one twice? Do we know?
Yeah, you can keep getting... otherwise, you would just stay in the same spot and your color would swap, yeah.
Yeah. The animation for that first polarity is cool too, and I want to see when they do start swapping polarities if that animation is going to be the same for the boss.
Yeah, it was on testing at least.
Very, very huge. It's in your face. It kind of covers the entire
It's one of those weird ones where it's like, it's got a nice, pretty animation, but I also recommend weak aura help for everybody because in the heat of the fight, you may not see... You get like a battery and you get a colored line connecting you to the battery, but you can see everybody else's as well. And so if you're in a pile of people, you might not know which beam is connecting you to the battery and so which color it is. But yeah, then you can see once you do get assigned a polarity, everybody else of the opposite color has a nice opposite colored circle around them, indicating where you can't walk without bumping into them. But your friends with the same polarity as you don't actually have an annoying indicator around them, so it doesn't clutter up your screen with unimportant information.
Yeah. That's actually really nice. It makes it so you have a lot more visibility on your screen.
This entire tier, Blizzard have been moving in a great direction of visual clarity, of mechanics that are cool and flavorful and thematic, but also have clearly defined borders of where the swirly starts and where it ends, which I think has been a long time pain point for Mythic Raiders, has been these swirlies that have kind of fuzzy edges and are tough to see.
And they're moving forward with that next patch. We'll cover that in a second, though, because we are getting back into another poll here. Hopefully this one lasts a little bit longer than the previous one, but everything here is just pure learning, right? That time around, a little bit of mishaps, but here come the polarities here in just a moment. Here you can see huge animations. Everyone gets aligned to them, to the polarity from the boss. You know exactly what color you're going to be. You can see we have red on this side of the room, blue on the far side of the room, and here are the mine spawns as well. They aren't as static as they were on Heroic, right? You can see they're a little bit offset at times.
Yeah. But they're still in that same general area within a couple of feet of their respective markers. The screw up as well, you can see Nick actually getting stunned there by that screw up ability. And the boss now has to come in this direction.
Gotta dodge the beam turrets.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Sevi going down, as does Exiled Tobo and Suri here on this set. And now they're going to maneuver around with red taking the outside path, blue the inside path to get further down here. The next set of foot blasters come in, and you can see how they're now sort of moving the raid such that the red, there's that red one up at the top right of the screen right now that somebody from the red team is going to have to go and get, and all the blue players are nice and leaving a corridor open for them. Although these rockets are coming out, and the lasers are there, and they haven't soaked all those red ones. And so on Heroic, you can leave one to get hit by an invention and get exploded that way. On Mythic, you can't even leave one. If one mine gets hit by an invention, it triggers the same effect as if it had been blown up by somebody of the wrong polarity, which is a raid wipe.
I am really curious because it's very fast-paced from everything we've been seeing here, but we are going to be going to a Monster Energy listen-in and hear what the Raiders have to say after a couple of tries.
It wouldn't be the first time I had a weak aura problem.
Yep, he doesn't have it, right?
Oh, he didn't have it either.
Mines, he should be told now, right?
Yeah, he should have been told by now.
Mine worked, but...
You will notice it. It is a giant fucking road.
Before Trill logs on tomorrow, I want his fucking weak aura problems fixed. So give Siori his computer overnight or something.
Does someone have a look over the Prix?
We're not... I don't know.
Yeah, I just meant because, I mean, obviously there was an issue earlier.
Can you open the raid plan, Max?
Sure. Because no one's saying anything. What is the weak aura called, Bart?
His horse is syncing just fine with the, like he's synced up with the horse. I don't know why he's having weak aura problems. Bart would have to look at if there's like conflicts on his.
I mean, we talked about this on PTR, but like on this picture, the red should be like to the left a bit, and the blue group should be to the right a bit, like near their bomb. So the other person like has.
Yeah,
like
we just... Oh, this is why I said I ruined my raid plan for no reason, because I literally put all of those red markers there just to show exactly what you're talking about, and someone didn't even get it.
It is not loaded.
Yeah, I had to
set to
put
never.
mine on because mine was on load ever 2 before the first ball. So make sure your shit's on, not loaded.
Okay, so guys, let me show you what needs to happen
Just
here. Right?
assignments.
Imagine there's like, how do I notate this to make it easy for you? I did it before, but it didn't help. Like if you're red here, right? You can stand. Let me make a big red thing. You can stand here and here. You just can't. If you're a red person, you can stand anywhere on these markers except for in front of the obvious blue one that they have to run through you to soak.
I have a question about last poll. So, will that one be popped sooner than it was on that poll?
Someone said they popped the wrong thing. I'm gonna try to get a POV of that in a second. Let's see.
Mark was like coming over to soak it, and that would have made the boss movement really awkward and weird. I think
the third one was like turbo delayed, and so the fourth one was
let's
also
see.
delayed.
So we're Suri is supposed to pop one on diamond here, which is the like left side of the rim.
I popped. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay, never mind.
What's the weak aura called when you get drill?
I know when you stun, it's called screwed. I don't know what the actual drill.
But here's the thing, though, like, so Suri went to the wrong one, and that was the one that was supposed to be popped. But
yeah, it's like they pulled before I got fourth, so I wasn't expecting to get the very first one. I wasn't.
But also, wouldn't it make sense
that.
for us to do the mismatch ones like not immediately? Wouldn't it be good to give it more time to have? I mean, I don't know. That space is just there. You can just easily get to it. I don't think it's a problem. It's just
better to go early because I have to move the boss and
so
trying
Mark
to move
just
the
got
boss.
confused.
That
Mark got
hard.
told to soak X, and obviously X isn't there. So he's like, "What am I supposed to do?" But you have to go there. But you would have already soaked this, right? Like Mark's soak would be ready. 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3. Mark soaks now. Mark is soaking 3 seconds before the tank bomb even goes out. It's
Okay,
like
yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
First one.
Or no, sorry. This one is the first one getting soaked. Yeah, it's fucking turbo. It's like it's gone.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
You guys have to pay attention to your Mark weak auras as well.
Yeah, they changed, but they shouldn't. Well, I guess they have to change because of polarity, but it should be fairly consistent.
Also,
Yeah,
for me,
sorry, for me, it was
it's
different
fucking with
from
my
full
brain
1
to
and 2.
see this
Yeah, it should be
vertically instead of.
sideways, right?
Can we maybe have this be lateral instead of
No.
vertical? The map.
No.
Okay, never mind. Okay.
You could have it as an option, you know, like flip
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
They just like have a little flip
Because
option.
like I'm
they'll
just used to
rotate.
always looking at the raid plan and seeing it flipped is just like looking at things in two different orientations.
Is anyone else but Max actually looking at that?
I'm not.
I don't even enable it.
No. I'm
What?
not enabling it with
Nope.
that thing looking like that right now.
That's weird. Try again.
I don't think it's
okay. So now that my Weaker is on, I'm soaking the second mine, right?
It will tell you what to soak.
On the first mine, on the second
It's
mine.
gonna be random.
It's dynamic.
It's just the one you got that pull.
Okay, let's go.
Good time. Some health stones as well.
I think a couple of range can saw.
You want sack on the first one?
When do we want a personal, by the way?
Okay.
On every mindset.
Mines.
All right, everybody. We are reds are going
probably
to,
fine on the first one.
Reds are going to the left. Blues are going to the right. Red left. Blue right. Okay. Now ranged drills are in 10. You should be on the back thing unless you're popping. Be away from the mines. Give them room to pop.
You get the drill, press it.
Okay, drills now. Be on the conveyor belt ranged. If you don't get it, move. Okay, and pop 3. And pop 4. Get in position. Beams now. How did you live that? Okay. You fucking... Whoa, really? Okay. Wire transfer. Mines. Give position for mines. Remember, blues on one side, reds on the other. You can't cover their mine.
3, 2, 1.
Good. Trill. Kingfly.
Let's go drills while I'm popping.
W. Fired up.
Someone has to back it up.
He's got it, right? What is the backup? Oh, back. You, what do you mean? You're dead.
Watch rockets.
Okay. Remember, swap sides. You're swapping polarity or you're same. It says switch or same. Okay, mines now. Mines. Remember, this is going to be tank first. Far. This is yips 1. Splat your 2 far.
3, 2, 1.
What's happening? Splat is very lost right now.
Oh, it's just skulls.
You are so lost right now.
I didn't realize it was this set. Okay.
Okay, we can look at Splat's POV and maybe we want to know if it's a weak core or not. Like if it's like a far, do they want to know it's far maybe, like on that specific set?
I just thought it was one set like later that was far, to be honest. It came.
Yeah, but like just so we have this never happen.
It was on testing, right? Yeah, but now it's not.
It could be nice if it said like, I don't know, like soak too far, maybe like 5.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if it's a far one specifically, I feel like they need to know. Also, a warlock getting picked for that, I feel like is super fucking bad RNG. Ooh, I wonder if there's a world like I put warlocks in the middle of the note so they would have the least likelihood to get picked ever, but because of RNG, you're just gonna get picked sometimes. So warlocks. Answer me this. Would you rather soak on that second set where you have to move way less often, but you're going to do mines way more often? Or would you rather do mines way less often, but when you do them, sometimes you have to go across the rim?
Aren't most people going at once a phase anyways?
Huh?
12 people. Only 12 people.
Okay.
12 people,
out of 18. Well, I guess the tanks are part of it anyway.
I don't fucking know, man. Just a sign.
I was thinking about it. I mean, if we know that we're getting far, it's kind of fine because we have our port there from like on pull.
Oh
anyways.
yeah, you can personal gate and port. You're not gating in the intermission, and you can replace your gate, I guess. By the way, do you guys have your gate down from the intermission? If in case we get there, I feel like we can get to the intermission like any pull.
Where the fuck is it?
Oh, okay. Well, that's a great. Okay, it is right here. There's 2 specifically. Probably have one. It's a little off here. It'd be like here and here, and here and here.
You don't want to do the one on the bottom. Gate over a trap sometimes.
Oh, you can change the angle to not be over. This is just a raid plan. The angle could be completely different.
I just can't go over. Going over that conveyor belt's kind of deadly.
There's not a trap in the intermission on there, but I don't know if there's one right before it. This is during the intermission. In the intermission, there is no trap on this conveyor belt. So should I go over the intermission in case we get there, in case people are confused? There's a polarity change right before the intermission. The boss will be pulled to the middle. Everyone will kind of want to be near here. Red melee are going to go on this side of the boss. Blue melee are going to go on this side of the boss. Right? Red ranged are going to be like the farthest one towards the edge, and blue range are going to be slightly closer. As long as red range and blue range are stacked, which you'll have time to get there through polarity, you will get knocked back and like be able to just be chill and be next to each other. And then the intermission would look like, why is there not another fucking slide? But 1 second.
We're getting knocked into the hole?
Nope. You're not getting knocked into the hole.
doesn't it make more sense to not make a blue sandwich with the range? Like have it be red, red, blue instead of red, blue, red?
We could. The reason it was like this before was because of the P1 positioning coming out of the phase, but we have now changed that forever. So yes, we can change that. Also, you guys can help me workshop. Also, range, you can help me workshop stuff. If you guys want to just straight up natty get knocked back here and not gate and animation cancel, then we can make this piss easy. And then you animation cancel and you hit from here, and then red just moves like this way to give you room. That might actually be better.
Wait, that sounds really good.
Yeah, I feel like
now we're not knocking each other at all in animation.
Yeah, there's like,
and it's like super simple to remember, like blue behind it, red in front.
Yeah,
that sounds splendid.
Have we watched is there a POV of the intermission from live? Like, did the guild get that?
Yeah, it is the same.
It definitely does knock, like, yeah, just because on testing it was weird where it like forced you into different.
It does the regular, it does the heroic. Yeah. No, it's heroic. This fight is literally heroic with an extra mindset.
This is just worse for damage if it matters, though, right?
Maybe not, right? Because
range will be out of range instantly.
If you're gating right away and then not right.
No, you're in range here, animation or like not canceling. You can also gate and go in melee if you want to too. By the way, blue. We have blue range, no reason not to. If you want to. Okay. Let's just go over a couple more things again. So, oh my god. Okay, but like this, move over. W. We did most of this right up to here, so I feel like very self-explanatory. All we did was we got to here. Yips did correctly. Did you get assigned? You correctly got assigned this. Splat got assigned this, and just like wandered around in a circle over here, and then we died. But range. Okay, so that's the one thing that we wanted. Maybe Bart was on Splat's POV there. Let me. Is there a way to do this live last 10 minutes thing without it resetting my POV? Do I have to click live last 10 minutes to always get the live last 10 minutes?
Currently, yeah. I can add something later, though.
Okay, cool. So, like, here's Splat last pull. What Splat is saying is, like, for any far sets, which there probably will be multiple times in this fight, right? Like, he sees pop 2 square, and you can see on the map where it is. I don't think a lot of people are looking at that. Also, you can remove that if you're not looking at that. You should remove that. He's getting pop 2. Maybe it could say pop 2 far, because it's like...
I'll always give you guys a middle conveyor belt for that one. I'll go on the outside for you to get to where you need to go.
I can add something, but I also feel like if you're not used to the fight, like the second this pops up, you need to check where skull is, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't wait 5 seconds and then check.
Yeah.
Is that one hard assignable? It sounds like one that would be a prime candidate for.
Yeah. So one is the tank, and then you can put like 3 names for the other one and hope they don't all get the same color as the tank.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Could we like probably mages are best to do that, I think.
So yeah, SB I'm fired up.
What's the map we car called?
Foot Blaster overview or something. The miscellaneous.
So what should it say in the note, by the way? Is it 3R KSP fired up?
Like no, it should say where it says yips. Like it already says yips, so you can do yips KSP fired up, like on one line.
Okay. Will if they're hard assigned, will it call from them earlier in the list if they're ever picked?
It'll just tell them like 8 seconds it's flat goal.
No, I mean like, could it call fired up on the first set if he's hard assigned to that set? Or second set?
I think there's a polarity shift just before that, no? So you wouldn't be able to tell. Yeah, there's like a polarity shift like 5 seconds before those mines go out, so you can't know before that happens.
All right, let's just go. Go. I think this seems really easy and repeatable, though. Like, this seems low-key like
Yep, so you need to move the bots for the middle as well. Like, you just have to go ahead of us.
By the way, when we go back to this side for the intermission, do you guys remember what is on this side of the room?
Well, we're back from our Monster Energy listening just in time for this next poll. And as you heard there was a lot of discussion on how to use the weak auras and how to assign a lot of the walkways where players should be standing and all of that good stuff. We're getting another view at the weak auras in the top left and top right on THD's screen here, which I'm really enjoying.
Yeah, it's interesting that THD has the weak aura that he does up in the top left. You'd usually think of that weak aura being like a fired up weak aura that he has on his screen so that Max can raid lead with it. The fact that it's on THD's screen instead makes me wonder if maybe Max is raid leading off of THD on this fight.
He could. I think it's also just something that's in the package for everyone to
Maybe,
see,
yeah.
just in case.
THD does usually like having all of the available information.
Right.
Oh, bang, bang!
That's a double bomb pop there.
Yep. You can see the ping going down for the one that wasn't in sequence there.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, these are just kind of weak or assigning problems. Now, to talk specifically about like why this is potentially a problem, like on heroic, because the polarity is not there, you can just hard assign and say you 4 people are soaking this time, you 4 people are soaking this time. With the way the polarities work and how it's completely random, it's harder to assign specific people because if they don't have the right, 2 colors for each set, 2 and 2, you have to weak or math that out pretty much essentially.
Right.
So they're going to have some learning pains.
It's a priority list, it looks like, is
yeah.
the way that they're setting it up, right? So, yeah, depending on your polarity, you might be earlier or later in this. And that's one way you could do this. You could also, like, hard assign certain timings for a few people and then soft assign others. That would be sort of like, you remember how Fire Act Intermission worked? Often what happened on that was you would hard assign, like, okay, you can always get 2 left, but then if you, obviously, you can't have 2 people always get 2 left because somebody else is going to have the opposite color as you, so you'd have other people who were usually 2 left, but not always, and depending on the amount of people that got different colors, you could have sometimes get something that you very rarely got before.
I think I have a better comparison boss-wise. I think in exact comparison, do you remember Maiden to Vigilance and Tomb of Sargeras?
I do, yeah, but
Maiden to Vigilance intermission soaks.
That's fair, yeah.
It almost reminds me exactly of that, where you have you have a weak aura that tells you where you need to go, but sometimes people have their different learning curve on knowing exactly what the weak aura is telling you to do.
Yeah.
That's a nice way to phrase that, Zyro. I do recall that boss as well, unfortunately, but
no, Farak works as well. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious. So we did see the weak aura up there. We were talking a little bit while we went into break on how tight the window really is, because you basically have to explode the mines. Are we calling it mines or bombs?
I think mines is more accurate. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
there's a lot of bombs this raid.
That's true.
Gallywix has a bunch of them, so literally a bunch of them.
So you have to explode the mines basically on cooldown. As soon as that vulnerability goes away, you already have to step into the next one, because otherwise it happens what we saw right before we went into the Monster Energy Listening. You get inventions and they just blow everything up.
Yeah. I wonder if it would be too difficult to see where the mines spawn as well and make like a vocal play to know that they're not going to get hit by a beam turret there, because the beam turrets are in the same place every time, right?
They are, yeah.
So you could see that one mine spawn a little more off to the left, so you can know, we can leave that one for last.
I think they will always get hit by those beams.
I think so,
and
too.
If they get hit by a beam before they're soaked, they explode anyway, so you can't leave it until after the beam. So I think even with the little variance about where it spawns, I don't think you can ever save it until after that beam set. I think you just got to be fast. Okay. Sometimes there are ones that are not in entirely, but if that's true, then they'll always not be in, I think. I don't think there's any RNG about whether, like, the blue square mine will be in or out of a mechanic, but I will admit I'm not 100% certain about that. And if that is how it functions, Zyro, you're absolutely right that you'd want to adjust and do those last to give yourself a little bit more time.
So basically, anything the boss does sets off the mines. Right. Whether it's the lasers on the floor or any of the inventions, anything will kill the mines. And I think with the beams, they're probably always on there. The thing that I could see that could maybe not hit them is the rockets, because they go kind of everywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if they would always be on track, but I feel like that is impossible to call for, to like
I'm not sure if the rockets do blow them up.
Every invention.
Yeah, I know the lasers do. I know the wire transfer does. But yeah, if the rockets do as well, then yeah, it's just you gotta. I mean, realistically, you just gotta get them done beforehand, right? Because there's no way you could ever try and avoid having a rocket go through any specific spot. It's just gonna happen. There's too many of them.
I'm just trying to, I try to think out of the box with these style of things, because obviously, like, the brute force thing is just soak them all before the mechanic happens. So regardless, you're not too worried about it. But in the past, there were fights like, Fate Scribe Rokalo, where they came up with this kind of silly way to solve the intermission where everyone just ran in the same direction in the circle the second the phase started. Whereas the intended design of the fight was for you to just jump over the beams if you went the opposite direction, so you didn't have to run through the beams, and like no one did that in progression. So sometimes, I don't know. Sometimes you gotta think a little differently.
It's definitely like correct to think about these kind of things. Just the lines in which the mines seem to spawn is always between 2 bars, right?
Right.
And as far as I can see, the beams cover that area, but we'll get another look, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's right here, right?
Yeah.
It's this set of mines.
It was basically right on the blue marker, and now we have one more down to the back left. And yeah, they're able to get them done in time. It does look like those beams probably would have hit all those mines, but maybe not. Those rockets coming in as well. Scott soaking one of those, helpfully. And here comes the repolarity, and yeah, you can see switch polarity in red there. You actually do get a grace period as well to run over everybody during that swap, I think, as well. So you don't have to worry about dodging around, making like a traffic rule of always going left facing the boss like you would if that wasn't true, which is nice.
Yeah, you
will
can
be magnets and rockets here.
See Trill just walking over there, making sure he's already close to the mine he needs to explode. That's kind of next to the red camp. But we are in a new best try here, so exciting stuff happening late at night, 20 minutes past midnight for Team Liquid, as they have decided to send a few more polls on to Sprocket, Monger, Lock, and Stock. And
okay.
Haven't even seen the intermission just yet, but this boss seems a lot.
Cut getting out of there with the tank buster. You love to see that. We had a couple deaths to the raid damage going off. It looks like people
intermission
are running.
Time though.
People are running into each other, so we're gonna get some deaths. But we'll see what this intermission looks like.
Yeah, Scott is going to be the only person alive, but he will be able to live here for quite a while. There's not really anything that happens to the tank until those 4 mines in the next phase will explode.
He has a couple healers alive too, actually.
Oh yeah,
we got see a lot here.
Yeah, they weren't on his raid frames in the visible spot for us, but they are indeed still standing. So we've got 3 people alive.
We could see 1 set of mines.
Yeah.
So.
And this is the same set as Heroic here, where now the 2 on this side are the safe spots. And we have mines spawning red, blue, blue, red, it looks like.
Scott takes out the healers all by himself.
It looks like the rule of thumb is that the red ones are always the ones towards the entrance and exit of the room.
Yeah.
And the blue ones are always the ones towards that middle conveyor belt that bisects the room there. So I think that is, it's nice that that holds true always. That'll be a useful thing to remember. It does create a bit of a weird spawn on that exact set though, because it does go red, blue, blue, red, and so you're gonna have a red soaker go to Narnia through the red people or through the blue people all the way down to that end of the room to soak it.
This is kind of like watching this fight is like giving me sensory overload. Like there's so many mechanics on the screen in addition to having the polarities that you have to worry about.
Yeah.
Being able to just find some method to the madness and focus in on something that makes a little bit of sense is going to be a huge boon for these guys for progression. So obviously polls are going to help, just reps.
You know what I would bet on?
What's that?
I think the devs that made this raid love a bullet hell kind of game.
Yeah.
I am betting on that.
Toho?
If you look at Styx and now you look at Sprocket Monger, it's a rain of mechanics onto your entire raid. There's something happening at every single second of the raid, and it's just it's giving me that vibe.
There's definitely an overload factor to this fight. I mean, even on the lower difficulties, we saw them wiping to fights. Even this fight early in the week on Heroic was a very common point of pain for Liquid Splits and for everybody else just doing their Heroic clears. This boss was not free by any stretch, and yeah, on Mythic, that is ramped up even further, especially with that addition of the polarity that you have to be thinking about at all times is staying in the assigned areas for your polarity and not just dodging the mechanics, but dodging them the correct direction.
Also, it's important to look at the damage meters for that fight, and it's
yeah,
healer topping the meters there. Sevi, showing these DPS players how it's done.
Move aside, Trill.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, but while we're waiting for them to start the next poll, we do want to make a quick little shout out for our presenting partner, Coinbase, because at the end of the day, and we are nearing that time, you can win a signed jersey. over on Coinbase as long as you have a Coinbase account. So head on over there, sign up TL.gg/Coinbase. And if you sign up with the promo code TeamLiquid20, they even give you $20 just like that. So make sure you head on over there. And then once you're already signed up for those nice jerseys, you can also fill out the form at TL.gg/RWFBTS for the grand prize to get flown out to the next race to world first. Coinbase will fly you out if you're NA or EU, and you get to do a whole bunch of stuff. You know, the casters have been making up things on how your trip here is going to look like. You get Chef Heidi's food, you get to meet the casters, you get to be in Automatic Jack's video. If you want to, I'll teach you some German cuss words. You know, we got you covered. Whatever you need, we'll be there, we'll be helping. So sign up now, and you can have a chance to win all that.
THD can use his family's witch doctor roots to put a hex on somebody you don't like.
What?
There's a lot of things you can gain from coming out to this event. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Fine. Yeah, no, thank you to Coinbase.
Absolutely, yeah, great grand prize, and a bunch of those great, you know, the jerseys are great prizes too. Really nice jerseys, beautiful design this tier, very clean, beautiful new Liquid logo on them as well. So do make sure that you check that out. We are now 7 polls into Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock. What's the vibe? I kind of suspect that this is going to be like a 50 poller after watching these. Yeah, I think this is going to be easier than Styx. I think that this is the kind of boss that Liquid are going to destroy with a couple of hours of good progression.
Can we pull up our predictions on this boss production?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good shout. I think this is definitely a boss that's going to be in that like 50 to 75 pull range. Like I think the progression path on this boss is very, very straightforward. Once they get past these initial pains of like, people understanding the positioning of where they need to be, and
it does get harder as the fight goes on, but it doesn't get like fundamentally different.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, I had 34 the first time.
32. Yeah, we're like right
15.
there.
That's probably the lowest, and then Jack is the highest. I would actually side with the Jack here. I think it's a 70 pull boss.
Yeah, I mean,
that feels about right.
I think the worry after watching Styx is that we're all going to have undershot again. So we'll see if this ends up being harder or easier.
Okay, I'm making a new rule. The next time I make predictions for a race to world first, I'm just adding a 0 to whatever I think.
For every boss?
Yeah.
Wow.
So Galliwix would be 3,330 pulls.
Somebody needs to overshot it.
I see.
I will take that crown.
All right, production. You know, you heard her. Let's go.
For the next one, I said.
Change everything now.
One. Somebody has to do it. Max at 45. How are you guys feeling about your 30s?
Yeah.
I think I'm a little.
I think I'm under a little bit as well. Yeah. Oh, there's Makes.
There it is.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yep.
Galliwix with 333 billion. Wait, hang on. How many threes we got here? This is very hard without those commas.
This is looking like
they put those in there.
This is looking like my anti-9 Bellatrix scores.
That's like 33 billion. Yeah, that's a lot.
Something like that. Yeah.
That's a very high prediction.
Perhaps a couple blueprints, maybe.
Oh, there we go. The commas are in. All right, 333
for a while.
Billion. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Those flights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, that's just 333 million, right? Because
that's billion.
That'd be billion. Yeah, because the thousands.
Million would be 6.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's an unreasonably high amount. If it was a million, it would be reasonable.
Well, I didn't say that. I just said 10, but that was for next race. Okay, I'll bring up some numbers. We'll see.
I liked your Bellatrix reference there, Zyra, as well. That is nice. That's a great game. You ever looking for a game between tiers?
Yeah, everyone thinks it's just a fun little game until they hit E for the first time. Then they're chasing that high forever.
Yeah, it's a beautiful game. Look at those 2 gateways. Oh, wow. That's so cool. I bet their plan is to have Sprocket Monger somewhere. Hear me out.
Yes.
Here's what's going to happen in the intermission.
Sell it.
Sprocket Monger is going to be between these 2 purple gateways.
Yep.
And the players of one polarity are going to be on one side, and the other polarity are going to be on the other side. And then as they're getting knocked away, they're going to cancel that knockback by using the gateway control shards, and they're going to wind up on both sides of Sprocket Monger where it jumps during that intermission. So those green gateway points are going to be roughly on the two sides. Now, I think they're going to have to walk a little bit further because the gateway range is a little bit restrictive here, but I believe that's what's going to happen here. That's going to accomplish multiple things at once. Your melee are going to get to stay in melee with the boss for full uptime, both before and after the boss jumps. You're going to cancel that knockback with the gateway, which is always great tech, and you're going to keep your entire groups from having any danger of running into each other because they're going to be getting knocked in opposite directions because this boss knocks away from itself. So I think that's going to be the plan, is right before the intermission, they're going to drag the boss into the very center of the room.
What about the poor ranged players that Dranos? What are they going to do?
Well, they're going to take the gateway, and then the ones, especially the ones that are forward, are going to have to keep walking forward to avoid getting automatically pulled back into the other group. So yeah, that's why there's not too many ranged players in this that aren't super mobile, right? We've got the warlocks that have to be there for those two gateways. We've got the hunters that can just not lose any damage while moving. And then we've trimmed down on those classes like those moonkins, like those shadow priests that we were playing on Styx Bunkjunker that would have a much harder time still being effective during that kind of intermission.
Yeah. The only thing I think that's a little out of place is potentially maybe the Shadow Priest.
Yeah.
And I guess that's just there to give an extra PI to somebody, which is still pretty powerful.
Yeah. Who's
getting the PI?
So you're probably PIing two of the Windwalkers on pull, because Windwalkers on pull really love that PI, and then you're probably shifting those two PIs maybe to the Hunters as on the future casts of it.
I think it might just be on Hunters always.
Could be on Hunters always.
Hunters are one of the best recipients for PI right now, if I'm not mistaken.
They are very good. But PIing the Windwalkers on pull is great as well.
Okay.
New best try on Echo goes down to 0.8%.
Wow.
Echo
Good try.
closing in on the equalizer on Styx Bunkjunker.
It's a strong morning pull from them.
It is indeed.
Do you think they woke up and just ripped Vantis because they saw Liquid do it?
Could be. Could be time to try and get that boss equalized here at 4 of 8. Of course, Echo have longer left in their reset than Liquid do as well, which means there's a chance that they could get that 5 out of 8 and Liquid don't, or even 6 out of 8 and Liquid don't, and that would be a big advantage for them in terms of gear.
I think similar to last race, the finish for the first reset for these two guilds is going to be, or even Method, right? Method's probably getting pretty close at some point today as well. I think the main thing to try to gain before next reset is information about One-Armed Bandit.
Right.
Or if it's easy, get a kill, because that'd be huge for a 6-box. But just based off the tuning we've seen so far, I think killing this boss and One-Armed Bandit tomorrow might be a little bit of a stretch for the guild. But information about that boss so you can see how tough the DPS check's going to be and think about your comp for next week is going to be very, very important. Similar to like Silken Court in last race and getting information for Queen Ansarak.
Yeah, really. I mean, the race is going to be decided next week. At this point, you know, any of the big 5 up there on our Coinbase leaderboard could still do it at this point.
Yes, any of the big 5,
Yeah.
Dratnos. Do you want to remind everybody who these guilds are? I mean, of course, Liquid, Echo, Method, a name. Instant Dollars, I think by now many people know also. The Pop-Tart Corn Dogs.
That's my guild.
Awfully familiar,
That's me, yeah. And then we got Huoguo Hero, or Hot Pot Hero is how we often anglicize that one in 6th. That's the Chinese first guild last year. They finished world 4th on Ansarak, so
yeah,
a very exciting guild there. Fat Shark, yes. Our 3rd European guild on our Coinbase leaderboard. Sitting in 7th right now. They often also do finish top 10. And then a couple of guilds that you may not be as familiar with rounding out our top 10 right now.
Do we know anything about the 8th guild?
I don't know anything about them, no.
Well, we know Humble. We know Dorky Raids in that guild.
That's
They're a
true.
North American guild. They're very solid. They've been pretty good. Lagite, we've seen
That's
show
Euro,
up a few
right?
times. Yeah, that's a European guild. They've shown up in the top 10 in the early parts of our races in the past as well. So, yeah, there's a couple names that we aren't used to seeing in the top 10 there, but I think as we get further and further into the race, the usual suspects will begin to pop up once again.
Yeah, I suspect that our top 6 is going to end up with the current top 6, except swapping Pop-Tart Corn Dog out for Fat Shark. Yes, that's very likely to be what the top 6 ends up being if I had to wager at this point.
The top 3 race is obviously the very interesting race for the Race to World First. I think equally as exciting as a race between Instant Dollars and Fat Shark, yes.
That one has been a very fun one to watch, yeah.
They're typically like the foil to each other on NA and EU, and they've gone back and forth over the past couple
Used to be
of races.
BDG and Method fighting for 3rd.
Yes.
That was a great spectacle, and then
Pieces.
Method sort of shot ahead. Yeah, for a while there was pieces. There was, I think it was Sylvanas, where we had BDG, Pieces, and Method all fighting for 3rd. That was a really exciting finish to that race.
Well, we do have some transmogs that have been sent in while the raiders are still strat talking. So we can take a little look here at what you guys have been sending in. It all goes to a great cause. It goes to the Pasadena Humane Society. They have been taking care of all of the pets that have been affected by the LA wildfires that happened very recently at the beginning of the year. And for $35, we'll look at your transmogs, your UIs, your war bands, I don't know, whatever else you want to show us, your desktop PCs. I'll rate your PC if you want to. But here is Glizzy Wizzy, who unfortunately happens to be a mechanome, but this is probably the least offensive.
This is one of the best ways to do a mechanome, yeah.
You're dripped out. What are you talking about? We got the top hat, we got the cane. Yo.
Yeah, Glizzy Wizzy as well. It's a great name for a character.
Yo, this might be the best mechanome transmog I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. If you must play mechanome, this is how to do it for sure.
This looks like the boss they're trying to kill right now.
It does,
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, Glizzy Wizzy would not be an out-of-place name in this raid tier. You've got Styx Bunk Junker, Sprocket Monger, Lock and Stock, Glizzy Wizzy. All of Gallywix's minions.
Fluber Gooble.
Bro, I'm gonna give this like a 9.1. I kind of love it.
I like it too, yeah. I'll be a little bit, I'll give it an 8.5.
I think
it's great.
Given the fact that it is a mechanome, this is really the best mechanome I've ever seen, and it is so hard to make something that is actually worthwhile seeing on these characters. So I am giving it a 9.5. I actually think this is very impressive.
Also, they got the gears out for free?
That's right.
That's right.
Okay.
You get a big whiff. I don't want a small whiff.
Yep, that sounds like our Tattles, all right.
What's Aya think about this, do you think?
I don't know.
Are you trying to Fraka soundboard play?
Yeah. Soundboard.
Oh, there we go.
Entering Glizzy Overdrive.
Production's having fun back there.
Yeah. Late night soundboard goes hard.
Hooray!
Glizzy Wizzy, thank you for your submission. We all loved that one.
Here's Yeasty Holes, the 80 dwarf elemental shaman.
There's no way you gave yourself that name. That is absolutely horrifying.
Ugh.
Yeah, another Moonguard character that we're looking at here. Not surprising.
A lot of Moonguard submissions, I've noticed.
I noticed that too. What is up with that? Somebody explain to the European.
That's like the RP server.
Yeah, exactly. It's Moonguard is a very active RP server. The Goldshire Inn, always a place you can go on that server for some exciting RP adventures.
Don't tempt me with a good time. Get out, production.
Oh, well played.
What a terrible thing to say.
What do you think of this mod? Yeah.
Sorry, the name is...
You got one shot by the name.
I got one shot. Yeah, I'm giving it a 2 out of 10. This is the worst thing I've ever seen.
I'm giving it a 7 out of 10. I like it.
That's just a typical Ragnaros elemental shaman. I don't know. I've seen a million of them. I'll give it like a 6 out of 10.
Okay. All right.
It's fine. I mean, it's a good mog. It all goes together well.
I'm surprised it's not like a joke mog, given the name. Yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah.
All right, poll timer is up. Here comes poll number 8 of Sprocket Monger, Lock and Stock, THD, playing Demonology here on this fight, which makes sense. I think Demonology is the prime single target option for Warlocks this tier, right, Zyro?
Yeah, it's the best of the worst, I would say. And
I was worried on this fight about the movement being a little tougher for a demo than but that's not even, that used to be like kind of the stereotype, right? Was you had to move, demo lost the most, but that's not even as true as it used to be. Right now they're kind of all the same.
No, you have a lot of instant cast abilities. You obviously have your Demon Bolt charges that they've fortunately put back into the class after.
I remember going into the expansion, they were like, you get a 35% chance instead of 100, and then they buffed it to 50, and then they buffed it back to 100. They're like, okay, our bad.
Removed half of them, and then like, okay, you can have them back. Yeah, the class does not feel fun to play without them. So you have all of those. You have instant cast dogs that proc quite often. Most of your dog casts will be instant. For the most part, it's okay, and you can plan around it. But yeah, pretty much all of the Warlock specs suffer quite a bit from movement, and it really comes down to a pretty high individual skill cap to make sure you're not losing out on too much damage. But yeah, I think right now they're kind of just worried about making sure the movement is down pat, and you can see early on, even on some of these rocket sets, there are some DPS that are just unfortunately catching a couple of those to the face, and we see a few early deaths.
Yeah, we're getting the spicy mine spawns here, the split, as you can see, 2 on one side of the room and then 2 on the other side of the room. That means the people who have red need to be very mobile to get back there. That is also one of the reasons why they're set in so late, but that was too late as our lasers are entering here as well, and they will take care of that mine if you haven't already.
It's a little too slow there, yeah.
Yeah, nasty set indeed, being able to get those far outer mines. I think that the red polarity is going to be the problem polarity most often, because whenever you do have a split set like that, you have the 2 red ones could not be farther from each other in the room, so you need to very quickly identify if you are that person traveling far, and then you need to get there while avoiding all the people of the other polarity that are between you and where you're trying to get to go.
Yeah, again, I think most of this is just going to be early pull woes where they're trying to figure out exactly what the movement is going to look like and maybe find out a more efficient way of assigning the harder soaks to people that have more mobility. But I think that's something for the week or people to figure out. And like these early pulls tonight are actually really valuable for that, because in between tonight and tomorrow, they can really hammer out some of the details of how to assign those harder soaks.
Yeah, it is a nice benefit to having 4 Windwalkers in the raid as well, as Windwalkers are very good at covering a lot of distance in a short amount of time. So we did see some of those players getting assigned to those far edges. I wouldn't be surprised if they already have that logic in the week aura to kind of send those Windwalkers on the adventure to get halfway across the room. We have seen some Transcendence ports down as well, although it looked like the Transcendences were mostly in the intermission, like they're placed where the boss travels for the intermission. Maybe you could use it to port for the far mine soak as well, though.
Yeah, what's a cooldown on Transcendence?
It's like 45 seconds, I think, to
quick,
use it.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to replace it but you can transcend and then immediately replace a port right where you transcended to, and just keep it kind of like a demonic circle in that spot. Very powerful effect. Hard to get good use out of because it does require a tremendous amount of planning ahead. Not one of those movement abilities you can use super reactively, right? You have to be proactive with it.
Did we forget to use a Soulstone?
I fear we might have.
2 Warlocks in the raid.
We may have to see
No
Impact
way.
committing the Ankh here. Or maybe whoever has a Soulstone is tabbed out looking at something. That often is the explanation as well. Yeah, Impact does end up having to burn the Ankh here. It's okay. He doesn't die anyways, so not going to need it.
That guy's a beast.
Yeah, Impact has been extremely good on this Enhancement Shaman.
Yeah, when was the first tier that we actually saw him on the Enhance? I think it was it Sofo?
Last tier?
Oh no, he's been on Enhance for forever.
Yeah, because Enhance got Wind Fury Totem in Shadowlands, right?
Yeah.
And that was kind of when you've seen an enhancement every raid ever since. Although this expansion, of course, they have Sky Fury now shared between all shamans, which means that you could replace the Enhancement Shaman with a Resto or Elemental Shaman.
If you.
But we haven't seen that yet. Yeah, Enhance has still been the premier spec so far since that change has been made, but it is now theoretically possible. For a while, it was like, oh, Enhance only, right? And you saw basically 0 Elemental or Restoration Shamans. Now at least that side of the playing field is leveled.
Yeah, I want to say it was Sepulchre the first ones where we first saw him playing the Enhanced Shaman. And I think at the very start of the tier, Liquid was the only guild playing them, but everyone else very quickly caught on to how strong it was.
Yeah, Wind Fury groups were very powerful. It was one of those things where you looked at it and you're like, oh yeah, we should have been playing more Enhancement Shamans ever since this ability got added to the game, probably. So I know there were people that were starting to do it in Sanctum as well, but it's probably good, yeah, going back to whenever they put that Wind Fury Totem button in there. I think it was Castle Nathri was the first time you could have done it.
Right. Everyone was so enamored with stacking the DKs.
That's true, yeah, we didn't have any space for anything. Just all unholy DKs all the way down.
Listen, there was nothing wrong with that.
That's right.
We can go back. All it needs is Warcraft devs to log in and give us some,
Yeah, just put another 100%, max cap on the Absorb AMZ can deal with, something like that.
Would that even be enough to bring DKs into this raid?
I feel like it is time to finally give us a buff, yes? Like a raid buff? Any of those is for me?
No, you have grip in AMZ.
No, I actually don't. Only Blood DKs seem to have that. Because otherwise we'd be seeing more DPS TKs. But before we get out of hands here, we're waiting for the Raiders to do another poll. We're going to take a look at another Transmog because you guys have been sending these in. And here is
McGunn. All right.
Why are they holding a bow?
Yeah, what's happening here?
Wow.
This is like a very Sylvanas Transmog. Kind of a classic. We've got some Torghast shoulders.
Listen, your name is Gun and you're holding a bow. 0 out of 10. I'm sorry.
So I like the Transmog. If I ignore the name, which is, as we just learned, a very hard thing sometimes, I do think the Transmog is pretty.
Yeah. It's a nice Transmog. Definitely very, Dark Ranger-y.
Yeah.
Sylvanas-y, and yet this person is, of course, logged out as BM. Pack leader, which makes sense, obviously. Just because it's flavorful, maybe Dark Ranger doesn't mean you're gonna log out in a weird hero talent.
I wish they had a massive bazooka.
Yeah, me too. I wish they did as well.
I actually do think this is a pretty good looking Transmog.
It is a nice Transmog, yeah.
If their name was McBow, I would probably give this like an 8.1.
Maybe that was taken.
Yeah, or maybe Legolas with a bunch of different alt codes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's always a good option if you're playing a bow hunter.
People always put the German in there, and then their name is not Legolas anymore, it's Legolas.
Kalamazoo, what's the first thing you think of when you look at this mog?
Oh, he's squinting at the screen.
He can't see.
Oh.
Wow.
He can't read from this far away, so that wouldn't be his first thought as well.
Period.
Well, the character name is McGunn.
Ooh, I don't know. I'll get it.
Well, they're holding a bow. Like, what's going on with
A
that?
bow!
Production just sent it. I think it's on.
Is it on? You hear me?
I can, yeah.
Be on if they unleash you.
It's not.
It's definitely not on.
Well, they're not unleashing you. That is all. It's on.
Oh, it's always on.
It's always on, but they have to.
All right, well, you can't hear me, but we're ordering food. Would you like some food?
Ooh.
Oh, is it Taco Bell time?
It is Taco Bell time. Yes. It's time for the bell. 1 o'clock has come.
That's exciting.
It's always exciting.
Overdrive.
Listen, while you guys are ordering Taco Bell, I'll finish this Transmog submission here, yeah?
Yeah, I'll go with an 8.
8 flat?
I do think it's nice, and the name clashes, but it's hard to change your name, even if it, you'd like to, right? You can't change your name as often as you change your Transmog.
One of my favorite ones from back in the day when I first started playing with I'm Fired Up is people would ask, does he just change his character name when he plays Frost or Arcane?
That's funny.
No.
He just doesn't play those specs. That's the answer.
I'm going to give this one a 7.8. I like it.
Why can't I rate it? My mic's not on.
What's your rating, Kalamazoo?
My mic's not on. I can't rate it.
Your mic is on.
Oh, is it on now finally?
Yeah, I mean, we can't hear
I can't hear
you.
I can.
One in chat.
Can you hear Kalamazoo?
One in chat if you can hear Kalamazoo.
They said yes.
They said yes, all right.
Yeah.
Nice. Kalamazoo, somebody texted you mad and says they want Taco Bell.
Give us a 1-2. Give us a 1-2.
Yeah, see, they're all writing wrong.
I don't know who it is. Let's go.
All right.
It's 7-3.
7-3.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all right.
Yeah. Okay, that's solid.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, thank you, McGunn.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There we go.
Is there another transmog we can look at here?
I think there's another Transmog, yeah.
Oh.
We're actually getting close to the 11K marker. Did you enjoy getting destroyed in PvP by Trill?
Oh, did you see the full video?
Have we seen the full video production?
It was very good.
I don't think I've seen it yet.
Yeah. I wasn't alone.
It was a rough afternoon, that one.
Where's that? Did that video vanish?
Maybe it's not fully prepared.
I don't think we've shown it
yet. Are you ordering the whole menu over here?
Yeah,
What's going
man.
on?
We're gonna need a big truck to carry all this in.
I'll join in this time.
Next
all
Transmog
right.
production? I know there's a lot going on right now.
Steak, grilled cheese burrito. Those things are good.
That actually sounds
Makes, would you
really
like any
good.
food this evening?
Yeah, I think I'm going to double you up
Maybe
on
we can
that.
try and convince
All right.
Makes. Would you like any food this evening, Makes?
What's for offer?
Ooh, we've got another
for
Transmog.
Oh.
Another Transmog review here. Ooh, not even a fully leveled character as well. Siphodias. There's a note on this one apparently as well. Perhaps we can see
we're getting
on
word.
the old Tiltify.
Holy moly.
Chance.
Hounds of Tinder.
Need to refresh this page.
Refresh.
Yeah,
Not
nice
even
work.
max level.
Okay, pause. Let's find our...
Pause.
Is that...
Are you guys okay, or do you need help?
It's this guy. Greetings from the faraway land of production.
Oh.
Long-time viewer, first-time viewer.
Okay.
This Time Lord Paladin alt is my favorite original Transmog. P.S. Save the frames, the bosses. I think you're on the wrong stream. This isn't AGDQ. But still, we will rate your Transmog.
Yeah. The Time Lord thing definitely got a Bronze Dragonflight feel this this Transmog set. So I think this is a very flavorful combination of title and Transmog.
I don't think
What's going on with the back of the knees?
Yeah, that's like tiger stripes in the back of the knees.
Is that
there.
like a part where the texture's missing? Yeah, it's just see-through. Look, you can see
it actually is
this person's like bottom of their legs aren't connected to the top of their legs.
Look at the watch. It's very nice. Though.
Yeah.
Well, they got the rolly on too.
Waste of time.
Sheesh.
That's right.
That's an AP right there and a waste of time. That's pretty nice. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it as well. I can't unsee the fact that their legs have been cut in half. Though. You can't see it from the front, but from the back you can. Yeah, look, it just phases through.
That's just those kind of things that happen when you're a Time Lord. I'm gonna give this an 8.7.
All right. I'm gonna give it a 10 as well because I.
10?
Well, I know this is a production member, so I'm always trying to get favorable. You know.
You're such a sucker.
Oh yeah, I'll bump mine up to a 9.7.
Okay.
Well, I'll be honest for the only person on the desk here, and I'll give it a 6.5.
Ooh.
What?
Ooh, oh, Makes, I'm just getting word now. You have an extra shift coming in tomorrow.
That was me. I procced one today. It's okay.
Oh.
That makes important question. Would you like any food this evening?
Let me take a look, and the guys can talk about whatever.
Yeah, we may have one more. We may actually have a UI to look at, or maybe another poll here potentially, or Fired Up's absolutely beautiful face there. It is a poll. Here we go.
Love that.
Sprocket Monger lock and stock, this time for sure. 68.5, our best previous poll.
I think it's actually Sprocket Monger lock and stock every single poll.
I see. We've got THD getting red. He's kind of pre-spreading over here to the edge.
Have you seen any polls of this, Boss Kalamazzi?
I have not.
Would you like to join us for this cast while Mix is ordering some food?
I'm taking a look right here. Yeah, I'm locked
All right.
Yeah, lock in.
Listen, the time after midnight is an unlawful time.
So they
There's no
pre-spread around, and that way, whoever gets the drills is already not have anybody else under them, and whoever doesn't get the drills doesn't have to move. Boom!
Watch out.
One of the mines goes unsoaked and causes an utter calamity there. You can see they even have the weak aura with that skull marker being like, ooh. Oh no, I guess the skull is just the world marker where it was. Yeah, so it looked like whichever one was just there didn't get soaked, perhaps? I didn't even see it on the ground, though.
I didn't either.
And neither did anybody in the raid, perhaps.
Have we seen the intermission as of yet?
Yes, we've seen the intermission with 3 players alive.
How's the knockback look? Is it like heroic or is it different?
It's a pretty scary knockback, but it looked like they were setting up 2 Warlock gateways to cancel the knock after the first time we saw it. So we'll see if that ends up actually working. We haven't seen the intermission since then. But yeah, you can see, THG actually putting a little side gateway there.
Okay.
A short gateway.
Does the lock gate not, or the knockback not animation lock you during the knockback?
No.
You could cancel it with gateway. Yeah, that's at least I was able to during heroic.
We also proc Tettles. You just,
Yo,
I didn't even see you
I don't know. Exactly. We were sitting in the back watching the boss. Not like we're.
Yeah.
It's 1 a.m.
Where do you think we're going?
We're all waiting for Taco Bell to show up. There's not a whole lot else going on right now, so why not just proc everyone up on the desk to watch?
We can get some more microphones in here.
Yeah. Do we have any other microphones, production? Or just the one?
All right, new polarity for THD at the start of this fight. He's getting red. Looks like the red players are now moving towards the back of the room rather than the side of it, which makes sense because the 2 red mines are on the back of the room. And yeah, here's baiting of the drills. They want these drills to be just on the very edges of the room, either the vertical or horizontal edges.
One final bomb going off here, and Nick has to soak that. There it is. 4 mines dealt with perfectly here. We're going to get a new wires here. Beams are going to be coming out as well. They're going to have to dodge right afterwards. They're going to have to move across to this side of the room. Get wire transfer in 5 seconds, and then a new set of mines that we know, again, they have to deal with right before the next set of beam turrets come out. Like every single set of mines seems like it has to be dealt with in about 10 seconds. Otherwise, the inventions just run right over them.
Mines have just come out.
Spawn. You need to walk into the very first one. You can see that's exactly what's happening here.
And they actually have it planned out, a timer for when he's going to go.
He has to go. He has to start going across right now.
It looks like maybe somebody else already got moved.
Somebody else is getting it, maybe?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Well, no, nobody got it. It was supposed to be THD, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, at least that's what the weak aura was saying.
Yeah, it had his name, but didn't he have a different color?
He did. He had the right color, but he would have had to go and get it. It was far. But that's how this works is the way that you move your groups, either you have to have red move a really far path on that one, or you're going to have them kind of cross over through enemy lines to get to that mine and make sure that the blue people leave a path for them.
Okay. Kalamazoo, add a crunch wrap for Demonic 187.
Well, I just ordered it actually. Would anybody care to take a guess how much the order is?
It's
how many
not
people?
much, I'm sure.
$100. 100.
How much did you tip?
Well, I can't tell you that I gave it away.
5 people? I'm
Oh,
saying
okay.
120. You guys are feasters.
That's right.
110.
$10.
Oh, wow.
Yo.
You makes out of the...
Taco
In
Bell's
between.
At 1 a.m. We're definitely getting some spit in our food. That's okay. That'll be here in about,
For a $110 order? You think they're going to spit in the food for that much?
I've worked fast food. At 1 a.m., you're getting something in there.
Ooh.
But they're there for the night shift. Like,
That's true.
Yeah, like us.
yeah.
Love the night shift
I love
here.
the night shift.
I have a lot of questions,
10
but
minutes, that'll be
I'm
good.
not going to ask them.
I'm departing now. Good luck.
All right, bye, Kalamazoo.
Kalamazoo, bye.
Say bye to Kalamazoo.
We have received the note that's letting us know the raid night is over. We're starting to get raids from the Raiders. THG Lock raiding the stream. I think they might be done here for the night after that one.
It does look like it. Yeah, I'm seeing players starting to go offline, disappearing from this raid. 10 pulls on Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock, a best of 68%. That's going to be where we stop the day.
Honestly, I'm not too mad about it. I think there could be an argument being made if we look back at today that maybe the Vantis should have been pulled earlier.
Maybe.
I think that is the one thing that maybe we'll take a learning from that. But they were kind of hoping. They had a couple of very good tries. They knew it was killable without Vantis. So wanting to save it for a potential lock and stock, I think also makes sense. You can't blame them too much for that. And I'm happy that we saw this boss tonight because we got a lot of testing done. We got a lot of analysis done. And there's also, the starting of downloading how it works into the player's brains.
Right.
And then overnight that can set. And then they come back tomorrow and they'll feel much better on the boss than if they only had done 2 tries.
You want to go to sleep dreaming about this boss, not about Styx, right? So you need to do a few pulls to make sure that that's happening.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, this is about the same as a midnight finish for them, right?
Yeah.
It's 1 a.m.
It's 24 hours from yesterday's midnight.
Yeah, so that's kind of what they're running with right now. Do we think that they're potentially going to swap to another different schedule once the reset comes around, though?
I wouldn't be surprised if they started pushing it later, even maybe to 2 or something after the reset because, trying to squeeze those extra hours out.
But I was also thinking start time, too, because they were talking about maybe starting at server up on reset.
Right. Yeah. That's going to be the most important thing. And Liquid have been very disciplined about not staying too late and making sure to just go to bed, even if you want to keep pulling, because you're going to play better in the morning anyways. But yeah, as it stands right now, the goal is going to be to make sure that they can be ready on server reset on Tuesday. It would be tragic to waste that chance.
Yeah, I think so too. It does feel kind of weird that we're 3 out of 8 and there's one more day between.
4 now.
4 now.
4
yeah.
now.
Styx is down.
Yes, 4 out of 8, but one more day between now and reset, right? We know we're not going to be going too far into this raid. Even if Lock and Stock is a boss that's easier than what Styx maybe looked like here, then that's where that stops,
It's
right?
still best case, 5 out of 8 this week, and maybe even only 4 out of 8. So
quite an interesting situation.
there is almost a 0% chance that this was what they expect. I mean, there is a 0%. This was not what anybody expected here, and it does kind of mean that maybe those early bosses were done differently than they would have liked. Maybe they'd like to go back in time and have just the same people in on some of those bosses to make sure that actually people are getting 2 and 4 boxes. Because sometimes what you do is you don't play people that you think are always going to be in on the first or second boss, because they'll be in on all the future ones and they'll get their 4 or 6 boss that way. This time around, that wasn't going to work because, they're not getting the bosses that they thought were going to die this week down. So the loot may look a little bit different. The vaults may be a little bit weaker than what we were hoping for in terms of just the number of myth track items in there. The good news is there's enough time and they probably have 8 keys done. So maybe they could take a good item out of the M+ rows.
What do we think the percentage chance they kill this boss is tomorrow?
Ooh.
80%?
I think it's high.
Yeah, I think it's high. There is a world where this fight has, the thing that made Styx so hard was, okay, we figured it out. This seems reasonable. These mechanics seem doable. We have enraged at 20%. And then you have a long road ahead of you to figure out how to get that 20% done. That could happen on this boss as well, in which case, this could easily not die tomorrow. As long as that doesn't happen, I think they will solve the mechanical dance of this fight tomorrow. But if it has a Titan Rage as well, then could live to the second reset, which would be absolutely absurd for a 5th boss. In the modern Race to World First, that has never happened. 5th bosses usually die on Thursdays, not on the second reset.
I'm really wondering if the people at Blizzard that made the tuning on these bosses were wanting it to be like this, to be honest, because obviously it doesn't affect only the race, it also affects other guilds, as I'm sure you both are well aware of, but I'm feeling like right now a lot of the Race to World First watchers are like, I like this. I like it that the boss is hard. I don't want them to slice through the early bosses. And at the same time, the people that are wanting to kill these bosses themselves, they're kind of looking at it like, huh? Like, what do you mean there's 115 pull 4th boss on the menu here for us in the next couple of weeks with like also the classes that it required. So oddly specific and niche. I'm already seeing screenshots in Discord's proc up of the collection of monks on Sprocket Monger that Liquid has been playing here now. I think it is definitely a little bit unprecedented in how this tier is evolving.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of guilds where it's like, oh, hey, how are you going to get 3 Moonkins in on Styx, right? It's like, I don't even know 1 Moonkin on some guilds, right?
And I would like to keep it that way.
Yeah, it's, you know, there are going to be some difficult challenges posed if guilds want to replicate these compositions exactly. I think in a lot of cases it's going to be better to just adapt to what your own guild is and who's good in your own guild at what they're good at. But that's going to require another level of adaptation. If these bosses aren't nerfed and you're trying to come in and you're like, okay, we got 5 more eye levels so we can make this fight easier, but we don't have the Moonkins, you're going to have to actually do some serious thinking, some progression. Normally, a lot of that thinking is done for you, and if you just copy what Liquid did, you'll be good. But yeah, the more we see these class stacking and switching around to what you're playing from boss to boss, the harder it gets.
That's really only a problem for guilds like maybe 10 through 20, right? Like maybe your guild. But for other guilds that are kind of outside the top 50, they're really only going to start to approach progressing on these bosses maybe like on the 3rd weekend. By then you'll have 2nd sparse, which means you'll have higher level on your embellishments. Your gear level will be a lot higher, so maybe you won't have to class stack quite as hard.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But before we talk a little bit more about the rate, we do want to mention one more time our presenting partner, Coinbase. They are doing a signed jersey giveaway every evening and every time the guild kills a boss. Now, one has fallen today. Many are hopefully yet to come. And if you sign up at TL.gg/Coinbase, you get $20 for free if you use the code TeamLiquid20. And there is a grand prize on the line here where one lucky winner will get flown out to next Race to World First, as long as you're NA and EU, so check that out. And in the meantime, we are hopefully preparing for our interview here in the Secret Lab hot seat. I believe, Max, you can hear us all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. How are you feeling tonight? Long day.
I'm tired. I just had a big headache like 2 hours ago that I got over. But yeah, I'm feeling good now.
All right. Happy to hear you got over it. Feeling a little bit better. Congratulations to killing Styx, I think is set to be done here. But we had a little bit of a look at Lock and Stock. How are you feeling about this boss?
It looks fine. Well, I mean, yeah, what do you mean?
Do you think it looks equally hard as what we saw from Styx? Do you think we'll have a good chance of maybe downing it tomorrow? How are you feeling about the mines that we saw? Like anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have it figured out. We just have to pull it off. It's a lot of like, this is actually funny. This is like a terminology boss. It's going to sound kind of weird, but like most of what we were doing for the last hour was getting on the same page about what is red and blue and up and down and vertical and horizontal and like positioning wise. It's like, it's very obvious like where you should be, but like exactly how you move and rotate as a group is just like kind of unique, and you just need to do that a lot, and like finding good conventions to do that. That's just like the thing. Like I don't think any of the fight is innately hard. Like soaking the mines that you're assigned to soak, you get something where it's like soak, they're all marked. Soak the skull marker in 4 seconds. It counts down, you soak it. That's not hard, right? But like the movements, the mechanics aren't hard either. They're easy to dodge. It's just damage check's pretty real, and then yeah, it's I don't know. It's hard to tell. I'm really tired.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like the fight is more of like just a positioning check like you talked about. Obviously, though, we don't necessarily know on the broadcast what the enrage is, so maybe it could end up being a tough DPS check. Do you know anything about that, or do you not want to talk about that?
I mean, if you can 3 heal it, it should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can make it to the end consistently.
Yeah, we've seen on a few bosses this year, right? The 3 heal has been something that, like, even on the 3rd boss, right? The drop down to 3 and then.
I mean, the tuning's just awful.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's like generationally bad. Like, if there's any argument that there needs to be a heroic week, it's now. I mean, there's like, I'm down to kill hard bosses. It's insane that the 4th boss was like that. It's like naturally, like, you get to a boss and you're like, okay, we have to 3 heal it. It's like, what are we doing here? You know?
Yeah.
You procced a little bit of a meme. I know the Raiders are not that much on social media during the race, but we saw a lot of mentioning about Worgens after your Styx kill. Yeah. Would you maybe like to explain to the class what the meme is and how that originated?
You want me to explain the joke?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes it funnier in my experience. Yeah.
See, because we have many people in chat that haven't understood it just yet.
Oh, well, we just had Scott go Worgen for a big. You can use the Worgen racial on all 4s, and you can make the ball go a lot faster, and it can do like double and triple damage to the boss. Yeah.
Hashtag all 4s.
Oh man.
All right, well,
I don't think I have anything else for you. That's a great place to end it.
I know you're tired as well. I think we could do a shorter one today, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us here, Max. It's been a pleasure as always. Get a good rest. I hope your head feels better as well.
Cool.
Thank you for being part of our Secret Lab hot seat.
Take it easy, man.
No problem. See you later.
Good night.
Oh, man.
All right, you heard it here first. It is the Worgen racial allowing Liquid to do bonus damage with those garbage balls, killing Styx Bunk Junker. It remains to be seen when all the other Race World First guilds will swap all of their characters to Worgen.
I already swapped my character.
Yeah, me too. I bought 4 race changes earlier tonight. Got to get it ready for all the splits.
I'm kind of kicking myself for my past self not buying the 12-pack.
Yeah, they were on discount a while ago. Speaking of things that are on discount as well, the Secret Lab Titan Evo Horde and Alliance Edition chairs, $90 off. Asterisk, discount value stated is applicable for U.S. only.
Ooh.
Discount values differ across regions, but if you use that code, you can get $90 off.
Unlucky, Mix. Unlucky.
I'm still not over this.
I think you get something off if you're European. It's just not dollars. You guys have a different currency or something?
But I appreciate it, Dratnos. Thank
I see. You're not
talking about
the thing that you're mad wasn't about the. I see. It was still the Worgen thing.
Yeah,
you're still on that.
I will.
He left. He's not here anymore. He's gone.
I know. I'm just hashtag all 4s.
Hashtag all 4s.
It gets me. What can I say?
Got the all 4s emoji in the chat. Yes, the ASCII art. Thank you. That's perfect. I'm gonna make that a chat command later.
Excellent.
Hashtag all 4s. Hashtag all 4s.
There we go. Hashtag all 4s. But thank you so much for watching, everybody. We do have an After Dark coming up. I believe we'll be talking about delves, and I believe I'm part of that. Is my information today finally true? Joining the After Dark. Thank you, production, very much. And thank you so much to Coinbase for our presenting partner here for the race, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, the DungeonDojo, as well as our charity that you guys have been donating to phenomenally. So thank you so much for supporting the Pasadena Humane Society. I'll just keep this one a little bit longer because they just, they keep on doing this. And I think it's very fun to just make them do that even longer and just sit here for a while. You guys are
you're doing it too.
Enjoying it. Yeah, I'm part of the group. But we'll see you tomorrow with more Lock and Stock Mythic, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes with the After Dark.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
No, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
Fun,
We did it! It's perfect! This Civic is powerful and fun to drive. The ultimate mount. Honda mounts are magical.
Max, hurry up, they're behind us.
Just a few more tweaks. Hand me that tool.
This better be worth it.
Almost done.
It's beautiful.
We gotta get out of here. Don't forget the PC.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
welcome to Race to World First After Dark, presented by Coinbase. I'm Cams, tonight joined by Makes, and we're going to be talking a little bit about delves.
Yippee!
Our thoughts on them, how we're feeling, how they're evolving to the expansion and stuff. But first, we're going to do our recap the day. Production will put a timer on the screen. I think I've got about 30 seconds to recap everything.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's been pretty easy lately, so I think I can get there. I'm trying to cram more in, because even though I don't have to.
Include the food we had today.
Yeah, I'll do the food.
Okay.
I went and ran back and looked at the menu.
Do you actually have notes for the recap?
No, this is for the show. All right, here comes the timer. Okay, quiche in the morning for breakfast. Then the Raiders did some bunk junker. And then for lunch, I've got no time. Beef bulgogi.
10 seconds.
Dinner was pasta and chicken. They killed bunk junker. They did some Sprocket
5.
Monger. And then they also geared up some alts to do the hard bosses.
1.
The warrior. Did I get it?
I mean, who decides? I don't know. You kind of forgot about lock and stock.
I think I threw him in there a little bit. You're saying, does that count production?
Do they make you do it again if it doesn't count?
I think I heard a ding. I'm not sure. Okay, that counted? I'll take it.
Excellent, Cams. Good job.
They've got some wheel and some beans, and I want to avoid all of that. It's late. It's late in the night, and I don't want beans. I already said no to Taco Bell.
Huh? Okay, good.
But what you should not say no to is free $20.
That's
which
right.
You can get from signing up tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF. Use code TeamLiquid20. Get $20. Got a giveaway, jerseys every boss, maybe some Sprocket Monger jersey tomorrow. Probably that's all, if any, and also a chance to fly out here next race.
That's right. Maybe you'll be on the After Dark with Cams, and you get to do the recap.
If you want to be here this late, do the recap.
Yeah.
Be part of something. I don't know what they'll be next time, but
They always come up with something.
yeah, maybe a good fun one. They're all fun, actually. Let's
Yes,
be real.
so
but
fun.
some of them.
Some are a bit unhinged. Usually
unhinged.
the
We haven't
Dracos
done a
ones.
really unhinged one.
Yeah.
They've either been.
There's a production member that's not here this time that I suspect is part of the unhingedness missing.
That could be. I don't see a green screen either. We had fun last time with the Secret Lab chair and the green screen and the hunt, and
That was my favorite.
yeah, I think something's in the works. I don't want to spoil anything.
All right.
But it's got to be coming up soon.
But not tonight.
No. And this
Tonight?
raid's going a little long. We're running out of ideas.
Oh, really? Maybe chat can help you.
Yeah,
They're pretty good with ideas.
Send me ideas on Twitter or something. But yes, we're going to talk about delves tonight.
Yippee.
They've done some updates. I was running them on my Priest earlier tonight. Some of them I was having an okay time. Some of them I was getting kind of mad. But that was mostly Brand's fault.
Yes, I am familiar with the love-hate relationship that is Bran.
Yeah, he was tanking, and yes, he went and pulled everything. He just kept pulling things, and I was getting so mad because I just wanted to get them done. But I'm liking them better this season. The underwater ones I can breathe in. I don't know if that's just a this week thing, but they're giving me diving gear.
Tools, yeah.
And so I can breathe in them. That's nice. And then the new ones seemed very fast.
I like the new one quite a lot because I'm a demon hunter and I can just jump around. However, I have Bran with me, and he's notorious for just running through things and then adding them.
Yeah.
So that is a bit annoying. Also, what kind of Bran are you running?
Tank.
Yeah, see, me too. And I learned that tank Bran is only supposed to be in the game for healers because he's meant to be healed. He doesn't heal himself.
Yeah.
And I also have a bit of a gripe with him tanking in the stuff on the floor.
And stuff.
He
Okay.
does not move out of floor patches. Which
Oh,
I
I
feel
see
like
what you
is
mean.
bad.
I thought you meant because then you're trying to melee, and
Yeah,
he's,
I'm a melee
that too.
player, so then we're both standing in the stuff.
Yeah.
Not a good fun time.
Yeah, Brian, your little partner. They were going to do rotating people, and at some point they gave that up, and now it's
that's
just
very sad.
Bran, which is all right. I haven't actually kind of looked through the Delvers journal thing yet. I've given up on the PTR. I put my time in on PTR. I kind of like to just play the game as it comes out. You know, I watched the bosses, of course, before coming here, but as far as the wider stuff in the world, I'm kind of going in natty and
Yeah,
just
I like that
discovering
too.
it as I come across it. But delves, I think when the expansion came out, they were quite difficult.
Yes.
For about a week, and
you had to run
thought
them
I was
in
mad
groups.
today. Yes,
because they were so hard.
Yeah, I was getting very tilted at some of those last time. A few where we'd lose people, and then we wouldn't be able to get our bountiful thing, and then you like couldn't complete it because then it would like brick it in some way, and so then you'd have to reset it again. That was pretty tilting, but they've smoothed out a lot of the stuff, I think. Yeah, how are you enjoying the delves this season?
Yeah, so I used to be a delf hater almost. Like you're mentioning, at the beginning of the season, they were introduced as the solo concept, and then you had to group up in order to do delves, where you then got decent gear, but not too decent gear, so it was kind of funky. I feel like now, delves have found their sweet spot, because now you can get like heroic item level gear once a week from delves, which is super good. If you're running alts, if you're trying to slow roll alts, gear alts, perfect system for that.
Yeah, you can get lucky with the map, which I've heard they made more consistent, but I forgot to look up exactly how it's more consistent.
So you can get an item. It's called the Scrap Waver 2000 or something like that. Not promising on the name. It's something 2000. And you can buy it either in Undermine or I believe also of the auction house. And you can also go in a group with someone that has it. And the way it works is you go into a delf, ideally an +8 delf, and you use this item and it spawns a mob, and as soon as you down that mob to 50%, you get a map, and you can instantly use that in this delf. So all you need to do is one single delf, because you can instantly use the map and have the loot at the end of the map, as long as you have this item. And if you have a couple of friends that you're running alts with, then even more easier.
Is the map still a hero item?
Yes, it's a heroic level item.
Dang, yeah, I need to get one of those.
I got hands.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Not
just
bad.
I got some, that's one gripe. The trinkets, kind of like filler, annoying. I just
There's some good delf trinkets.
Yeah, there's some decent ones, yeah. But when you I just need like item level, and then I got some trinket, and it's like, I don't know how good this is. I just need some pants or something. Please give me something to catalyst. But no, I got a trinket and bracers, which I already had. Sad. Used up all my keys for nothing.
Well, I still think it's good, right? Like everybody that's trying to gear up right now, whether you're a Mythic Plus or a Raider, you're still going to be doing your delves this week. Do like the 8+8, or is it 10+8 even now? But like a bunch of +8s anyway. And another thing that they added is you can get gilded crests from +11s, which I think is really nice too. Yeah, it's capped, so you can't go infinite. Additionally to like the weekly cap that you have, you can only go 3 times 7. So you get 7 per finishing a +11.
Okay.
And I believe it's only the bountiful ones. But if you are having a hard time finding a group for keys, if you don't want to pug, and you just want a couple of gilded crests to make your life a little bit easier while you're already filling out your vaults, now at least you can get some gilded crests too, which I think is nice.
Yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, I like the idea of it in that they're just adding that single player track for people. I like that idea a lot. And, you know, I feel like content in WoW, to like make a new kind of thing, it takes a long time, a lot of iteration. You know, the game's very complicated. Lots of specs, lots of different types of players, lots of classes, lots of talent builds, like how much self-healing does one class have from another, that kind of thing. And so it's getting into a pretty good spot that everybody can handle. And I want to see it just keep evolving. Sometimes they'll put a feature in the game like this, and then they just scrap it next expansion, or they just keep doing the same thing over and over, and it kind of doesn't evolve. I would like it to see, like how they have started doing with Mythic Plus. Like they're really messing with the affixes. For a while there, Mythic Plus was kind of the same thing, and it kind of got a little stale. And now they're really trying to just push it forward, because they're like, okay, evergreen system, like they said, which I think they're calling delves, is evergreen.
I think so, yeah. So one of the things that they're also doing with the new season now is that there is basically like a seasonal affix. So right now you get the Undermine people spawning in your delf, and there's like this one guy that first calls his agent, and then his broker, and then his mom. which I think is really lovely. Like there's a little bit of flavor that's fitting for the patch and that kind of stuff, which I think is really, really cool that they're doing that with the Delph and kind of tying it into the bigger system. So it's not just, oh, you're a mole person and you do these single person instances, but you also get some of the flavor of what the patch is actually about.
Yeah, that's good. So when we're not like digging into the earth, do you think the new ones will be called, will they just keep the name delves? Are they not going to be like caves and stuff? Or they, it works so well. I think they keep the name delves, yeah. Even for the ones where we're underwater, or the new one that you were mentioning, it is under the earth, but it's more like industrial digging, right? So I do think delves is a good name to keep it at. Yeah, and you can hide a little cave everywhere, no matter what the expansion looks like. Yeah, I hope that they keep evolving them. I'm trying to think of something that I like is really bothering me about them, other than they don't give me the loot I want. Hey, Kalamanzi, how do you feel about delving?
Oh, he just ate.
How can you tell?
Nice.
I'm smiling.
Yep.
I think delving is great. What are we delving into? Oh, that's whatever.
Perfect. Thank you for your valuable opinion.
The delving into delves is whatever. All right. Yeah, I think I would have to. I wonder how the Raiders feel about it. They don't have to do too much.
No, right?
I saw some of them doing some delves on like Atlas Chi today.
Oh, interesting.
But I don't know what that would be for. But I'm pretty sure I saw it.
He just needs a little bit more snacking.
Yeah, I need some more snacks.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, it could be that they're just doing this for the box, right? The weekly vault is what we generally call the box. So it could just be that that is a reason why they're deciding to send some of the alts just in there while they're waiting. It is quicker than a key. You don't need other people for it. You don't need to rely on them. So it's rather easy to do in between. Like even some of the casters, Tratnos, have been doing delves while we were on mini breaks. So
yeah, and it's a good. You're just sitting there, nothing to do. You got an alt. You can just run in, do some delves, get a nice box in the week. It's kind of satisfying, and you don't have to like look for people in keys and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm happy. I think it's been a great addition to the game, and yeah, I'm pleased with it. I want to do more delves on an alt as long as I get loot I want and a map.
I think the one thing that they should change about delves is how the buddy works. Like right now we have Bran, like you mentioned. I also thought the original idea was to give us more than just one. And I think the implementation of what he does is kind of suboptimal. So if you're a healer, you can go with a DPS or a tank Bran. If you're a tank, you can go with a healer Bran. But if you're a DPS, you're always caught in that weird, like, tank Bran doesn't heal himself, so on his own he's useless. Healer Bran doesn't heal me enough, so I can tank. And then DPS Bran, we're just both useless. Because we're both going to be taking a lot of damage, and eventually that's too much. So I kind of feel like that is a niche they should look into a little bit more, because right now none of the brands feel like somebody I would actually want into my group. But maybe that's also me. Maybe I haven't figured out how to configure the perfect brand just yet.
Yeah, that's one thing that's annoying to me too, I guess, is the min-maxy side. You can look it up on Wowhead, but it's hard to tell which one of those little curio things is actually good, because it's just like a lot of text to equip on him. And yeah, I would like just, this does more damage. This gives me bloodlust or something. Maybe an on-use ability, something like that, that I can, it feels more tangible. Right now, that I'm just kind of clicking them in, and I don't know what I'm doing.
I've been testing a couple of them, because I used to run DPS Bran in the previous season, and now I'm running, of course, Tank Bran right now, because I figured, okay, if I can't tank some of the mobs here, then maybe he can. And just whenever he goes down, I tank a couple of hits until he's back up, and that's kind of like how I'm dealing with it right now. And I just wish that there was a curio, because at least a curio that heals him a little bit. And I haven't found one just yet. So that would be really nice. I would get a lot more sustain into the dungeon to help with that, and like update the AI so it's not tanking mobs in floor patches.
Yeah. Maybe some brand Transmog. Do you know what we could put on him?
Like what?
Some nice liquid apparel.
Actually, that's a Liquid shirt too.
Oh, yeah?
I'm just hiding it. Yeah.
Oh, I've got
There you go. The crew neck. It's very comfy.
Team Liquid established 2000 hoodie. TL.gg/RWF if you want some of that. You can see some of the jersey, the Undermine, I think it says Undermine Showdown on that shirt.
Mm-hmm. The Carnage.
Yeah, I don't know what...
Goblin Cartels.
Mm-hmm. There's some, Golden Cartels one, or Goblin Cartels.
It does say Goblin, yeah?
Squint and
Are
bad
you wearing
eyes. And
glasses
the
or am
Cauldron of
I?
Carnage hoodie. We got the hoodie. I didn't get some of those shirts. I got a couple, but not the Goblin
Not everything,
Showdown,
yeah. Did you get pants?
No,
The
I
short
didn't
shorts,
get
the
them.
Atlas shorts? That's how I call them, because they're so short.
Yeah, they're pretty short?
I
or
think
is
so.
Atlas just
I mean, maybe it's just...
got smalls?
Listen, I don't know.
I'll look around for them. Maybe they're somewhere hiding.
I think he has a pair, but I'm not sure if he's been wearing it around here. He definitely was in the product shots.
Yeah, if BlizzCon ever comes back, so many people were wearing old tiers hoodies and stuff. You wouldn't know. Sorry.
Thank
She
you.
wasn't
Yeah, rub it
BlizzCon.
in.
But a ton of people were wearing them. I couldn't believe how many I saw. Even on the drive, because I drove to BlizzCon and stopped at a gas station outside of Las Vegas. And when I was in the gas station, someone came walking by with one of the hoodies on. I was like, oh.
That is crazy.
Yeah. He didn't look at me, and I felt weird about stopping him and saying, like, oh,
I was in
race.
that guild.
But that was cool to see. So, yeah, get there. Get your own for next BlizzCon, potentially. Hopefully there's a BlizzCon.
Fingers crossed.
TL.gg/RWF. And also, don't forget to sign up for our Coinbase giveaway, TL.gg/CoinbaseRWF. Code TeamLiquid20. We're giving away one of these jerseys that you could buy on the shop, but you could also enter to win every time a boss is killed. So we've given 4 out now. 4 more to come. These will be a lot rarer. It's going to take a while to kill these next 4 bosses, I believe. And then also the grand prize to be flown out here next race. Meet the people. Get some of that Taco Bell with Call of the Mozzie we keep talking about.
I actually posted a photo on Twitter earlier today when he came back with his prize. It was a great photo.
Yeah, we'll hide Tettles away so you cannot find him. You can come explore some of these
shakes his
rooms.
head.
There's a room you've never seen right there.
That's right.
And right here.
And over there.
Mm-hmm. And back here, the bathrooms.
Many such rooms.
There's a lot of bathrooms.
You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, we could show you all of them. Show you the break room. The caster room. Yeah, you can see some of that through some of the streamers. But yeah, so thank you Coinbase for setting that up. But I think that'll do it for tonight's show.
Thank you
Just a
for
little-
watching.
Little Delvey discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, tune in tomorrow. I did not get a time for Rise and Race with Automatic Jack and Aya.
Just stay here all night.
Yeah, it's in about 8 hours. And then in about 9 hours, the Raiders will be in there for Lock and Stock. Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock.
Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock.
Yeah, looks pretty spicy. I'm excited.
Me too.
I can't wait till they've gotten the reps in and it's all coming together. Yeah, but that'll have to be like later tomorrow. But thank you for joining me, Makes.
Thank you
I'm
for having me.
Cams. Thank you, Coinbase, for sponsoring this show, and also the other sponsors, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo. Also, our charity partner, the Pasadena Humane Society, TL.gg/RWF-donate. We've got some stretch goals and stuff. Raised a lot of money so far, over $10,000. So thank you everybody who's signed up and donated and everything and tuning in. We love you all. Have a good night. Come and watch Rise and Race in the morning and more Lock and Stock.
Team Liquid from underdog to champion.
That was my prologue. This is my future.
The
Alienware Pro wireless headset, it's become my main headset for anything WoW related.
The battery life is actually a huge deal for us. One of the few esports that plays all day, every day. 4 days of gaming on one battery, that's insane.
This headset is everything that you can ever want and dream of. Without a doubt, this is the most comfortable headset that I've ever worn. I hate headsets that kind of like clamp on your ears or feel like they're pinning against the side of your head. This headset feels really, really good around my ears while I play.
Quality of sound from the Alienware Pro headset is perfect for shot calling in intense situations. At the race, there's a lot of distractions, and sometimes I just need to be able to hear what the guys are doing in the middle of a boss fight. So after using this headset, I don't think I can use a different headset again. This headset is what you need.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Amongst other things. There's a really weird imbalancing act going on right now where some specs are bringing multiple different massive benefits and others are sort of left in the dust.
Yeah, I know. As a DK DPS spec, I'm well aware of that, Jack.
I'm sorry I had to do it.
It's okay. All right, well, maybe we'll see some more compositional changes throughout this fight, but we can only tell once they all get in the building and logged in. Of course, we are getting a little bit of a later start tonight just because of daylight savings. They didn't want to lose any sleep. So in case you're wondering why they're not live, don't worry, don't crash out. Everything is going according to plan. But it is now time, Jack, for the Honda Guild Grand Prix. Are you ready for today's racer?
I'm very ready. Yesterday we had Shakib, and he set a new worst time. So
bad.
Today we have I'm Fired Up, and let's see if he'll be able to exceed or not.
Or
Shakib's time.
Yeah, we'll see. He looks so good.
He's so well balanced.
He's so demure.
Go.
Yo.
Yo. How you doing?
Going.
Oh, good. Thank you, Fired Up.
He knows.
Live.
He knows. Fired Up. You got raid to do.
No.
Oh no! Watch out for the wall.
Oh, Oh, no, this is not starting off well.
Wait, you know, he's got it. He's got a little drift,
Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay.
Next
like
turn,
that,
next turn.
That scrape would be a lot more annoying in real life.
Oh, nailed it.
Actually, really solid.
Nailed it.
Look at it.
Here comes, here comes.
He's
Clean racing, clean racing.
Okay, let's chill. Little reverse.
That is the exact same area Shakib ran into.
Yeah. You gotta.
That is the exact same. Yep.
Okay, let's
All
go.
right, nice.
Fired?
Look both ways for
I should
safety.
be on
Fired
pace
looks
for,
like he at
for
least
first.
has his license.
Yep.
I'm like,
Yep, slam into that too.
you
Why
don't
not?
think so?
Not right after that.
I think it's
Okay,
the way he
let's chill.
handles the steering wheel. Just
And
I
then
don't
slam
know,
the
feels-
brakes.
Okay, slam the brakes. Little drift, little drift, little drift. Oh, man.
That's
Okay.
rough. So far,
Thank goodness
I'm
we
really
don't
good
have
at
to take a
going
drive
straight.
to get to the studio every morning.
Take it off, a little
Very
rotate.
true.
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Boom. And then straight into the wall, and then straight into that
He's gonna
wall,
go back.
and then reverse.
Reverse over the
for
finish
end.
line.
Oh, no, forward, I guess.
Wait, that was kind of a move right now.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That car is looking good with
Not
all
bad,
the
did I win?
with
130.
all the walls that were being hit onto it. I got to
That's
give a
pretty
big
good.
shout out to Honda
Okay, what
for
did Shaq
putting
get?
together a very safe and sturdy vehicle
Yes,
to survive.
Safety first up. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll tell him
That
at
time
124.
did not look good.
That
see.
was a new worst time.
By a lot. By 5
kind of
seconds.
a lot.
That's significant. That's significant. I don't even know what to say. It was looking so strong in the beginning, Jack.
Until he ran into that first wall.
Yeah, no, that wasn't great. All right, well,
Oh, man.
shout out, of course, to Honda for being the sponsor of the Rise and Race Morning Show, of course, and the Guild Grand Prix. We will be doing it every single day, and we'll see who it is tomorrow. And if they are able to get a worse time, then fire it up. It just keeps getting more hopeless every day.
But thankfully, the Honda is so safe and sturdy that it looks immaculate.
So true, of course. The Honda Civic Hybrid was recently named 2025 North American Car of the Year. This is the 4th time the Civic has won the award, making it the most honored model in the 30-year history of Honda.
Love it.
Is that what you have, or you have?
I have the regular. I don't have a hybrid.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. You should have gone with the hybrid.
The environment can take one for the team.
Yeah. Oh, God. All right. Well, once again, thank you, Honda. W Honda for the Rise and Race Morning Show, of course. Not so W for Fired Up, but maybe next time. He should stick to WoW.
He should stick to WoW. That would have been great if he was walking in and he just made eye contact with him. Be like, stick to WoW.
Yeah, I don't know.
Stay in your
I
lane.
feel like he does like some crazy like blink maneuvers and like reverse time, and it's just
There's none of that in here in reality.
That's true. You're right. Didn't help him out. All right. Something it is here in reality, though, however, is our Race World First apparel. Of course, Jack has got the last year's
race.
apparel. Is this the winning shirt? Or the one that just came with the collection?
I think this might be the
this is
victory
just the-
victory shirt.
Oh, yeah, it might be. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Either way, very cool last year's apparel. And it is also very cool this tier as well, tl.gg/RWF. If you'd like to take a piece of the Race World First home with you, you can go on over to this link. You can see all of the cool stuff that we have, Jack.
Absolutely. We have a new round of derp shirts, of course, as well as a couple shirts for the Cauldron of Carnage, the King of Trade that you see in the top left, and some awesome Murloc swim trunks.
Very nice. Have you received those yet?
Still working on it, okay? Still working on it. I actually haven't directly walked to a Liquid and be like, hey, could I get those swim trunks or anything? So we're just waiting on them to watch the morning show with us.
You should try that.
Yeah, well, they're usually here very, very late.
Yeah.
So
It's very true. We'll work on it.
we'll work on it. Plus, I want to get that mouse pad in the bottom right.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're high quality mouse pads.
I know, I get a new one every season.
I know, it's nice.
That's how I trade it out.
Got a little collection going.
Yeah. I gotta
right.
get like a big fuzzy hoodie like you have.
Yeah, this
too.
is from the Blue collection. It's like all kind of like cozy gear. We saw Heidi wearing the PJs from the same collection yesterday.
So what would happen if somebody wasn't sure what item from the store that they would want to get? I think we have some giveaways, right, for store credit.
We do have some giveaways for store credit, Jack. Tell me about it.
I believe those are part of the Coinbase giveaways that we have going on. if I'm not mistaken.
So it's the Alienware
Sometimes-
one. We play marbles. You're talking about the marbles one, right?
That's right.
With the we do a little wheel before we go to dinner. So if you want a $50 store credit, you can head over to there.
So keep in mind with
play
daylight.
marbles with us.
Yeah, with daylight savings, that gets moved back a little bit. So yeah,
yes.
keep an eye out for that a little bit later in the day.
Yeah, I like completely messed up and forgot that we were losing an hour of sleep, and I was like, oh my god, I can sleep so much, and then I woke up this morning like, shoot, I don't think that was accurate. I'm striking out this
Well,
morning.
we just shifted our schedule an hour to go and stay on track with everything. So we didn't lose anything. Time is just different now.
Yeah. Well, I thought I had an extra hour to stay up, and I didn't. In fact.
Oh, nah.
Not is where I was going with that. But
Owned.
I know. All right, well, let's take a look at our charity. Of course, as you guys know, we are raising money for the Pasadena Humane Society. TL.gg/RWF-donate. If you'd like to support it yourself, you can also send in $35 for your transmog or your UI or a pet picture.
We've also been seeing some battle station updates as well. People showing off their desks and everything like that.
Yes, yep.
Been a big fan of that.
Fantastic. Yeah, you can do that. Whatever. Just want to send a picture of your meal this morning. We don't care. Just give us money for our charity, please. $7,500. We got that sock puppet casting goal, and we are now at $8,700, which means we're very close to Trill versus Caster PvP, Jack.
Absolutely. I'm going to be absolutely terrified when that's coming around. But the live week aura sounds I'm very excited about at $15,000. And of course, we have some WoW TCG unboxing. Would be pretty sick if we unbox something like super rare. I wonder if we'd like do a giveaway for chat, or like does the caster get to keep it?
I think that
citation needed.
I think that's ironic. Already claimed. No, but then Dratno said, I don't know. I'm hearing conflicting.
Everyone just calls dibs. It doesn't mean anything until.
I'm just going to send you in a cornucopia and have you battle it out to the death.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll see that after the Race to World First. It might be broadcasted here. We'll find out.
That'd be good.
Yes, and I did see a little bit of a sneak peek of the Goblin music video. I heard the song.
Yes.
It's very good.
There's quite a range.
I will not reveal the talented artiste, but you're going to be surprised by their singing chops, Jack.
Was it me?
Was it you?
You'll have to find out when we hit $25,000.
Well, $25,000 is that goal they were trying to get to. It is a great cause. They need our help. They got especially hit by the LA wildfires. So if you'd like to help out a great cause and also help us suffer just a little bit here, the talent, you can go to TL.gg/donate. Like I said, $35 for your transmog rating, your battle station rating, or feature your pet on broadcast. Definitely check that out. And we have quite a lot of pets so far. Look at these guys, Jack.
It's a day for hats, so that's right.
Day for dogs as well. No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there's one.
Well,
left.
that one in the top left actually is a cat.
Okay, thank you, Jack.
No problem.
Appreciate that.
Happy to help. The rest are dogs. That's it's like fluffy dog, and that's a fuzzy dog.
Yeah.
And that one's a king. That one's a baseball player.
Are you gonna keep going? Thought we were gonna be.
I think that kind of covers all the bases.
Yeah, very cute. I like when the pictures are wiggly because you know that they like barely got them to calm down before they took the picture. It's my favorite. All right, we are also going to be featuring a pet of the day that is currently adoptable and waiting for its forever home from the Pasadena Humane Society. If you would like to check out some of the adoptable animals over there, you can go to TL.gg/adopt. They need homes. There is a lot of organizations also in the U.S. that I know can help you transport shelter dogs to other places. So I don't know, maybe that's an option for you.
There you go
Not
as well.
here in California. But let's check out the pet of the day from the Pasadena Humane Society.
Aw, it's Huey, Louie, and Dewey.
Are they litter mates? They're so cute.
Aww.
Not neutered male Labrador Retriever mix triplets. 5 months old, out the shelter since 3/1/25. They have a wealthy Scottish Retriever uncle who goes on adventures.
Hopefully he brings them along for a little bit too.
Hopefully. I love their ears. Look at the ears. They're so cute. I bet those are the type of ears that when they walk, they kind of like flip, 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 you know. Jack doesn't have a dog.
Angels, airplanes, we're in DuckTales. Sorry, I just kept.
Yeah. I
might solve a mystery.
Chatties.
Or rewrite history. DuckTales.
I don't know this song.
Wait, really?
No, I don't know.
Oh my gosh. No, like you were just like talking the entire time, and I just like am playing the DuckTales song in my head.
I could see you like you were zoning out a little bit. I was like,
yeah,
thinking, and then you started singing. You broke out into song.
Come on, you don't know the part?
No.
Might solve a mystery or rewrite history. Oh my gosh.
What is this?
DuckTales.
Is it a movie?
No, I mean I think there was a movie, but it was a TV show. Gosh.
I didn't have cable growing up. I missed a lot.
Just out there in the mountains of Colorado skiing and
I know, it was just so
playing with the wilds.
I know.
Gosh.
Such a cool childhood with no TV or Game Boy. Thanks, Mom and Dad. All right. Well, let's check out now the
DuckTales song? Can we just watch it now?
Yeah, I think I need to go do some research in the back. But it is time for Guess the Guildie. We will be playing this game quite a lot. We've already done it a few times. We're actually like really bad at it. So maybe
we'll keep playing until we get it right.
Yes, we have not gotten one right yet today or this tier. So maybe we can do it this time.
That's right.
Let's check it out.
Let's see what we got today. Get ourselves started. The favorite achievement, Chromie Homie.
What is that?
I'm just going to go search because this is our
Honestly,
first clue.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Maybe chat knows. Any guesses? Chat is saying Shaq.
Have we already had Shaq get
we have not had Shaq, no.
Hang on, I almost got it. Chromie, Homie.
Hmm?
This is like a leveling thing, isn't it?
Someone in the chat says the Legion Chromie time scenario.
Is the Time Lord?
Reach Time Lord friendship rank with Chromie is what the achievement is.
Okay.
It's like a rep grind,
Yes.
I guess. Okay. Okay.
So this is
So
somebody
that's
who
really
likes doing that time
Have we had Sang yet? I'm gonna guess Sang. Sang Helios. We've already done Sang. Though, my bad. Who likes the cheat? Yeah, who likes playing WoW?
Who likes playing WoW after a tier is already over?
THD. Is it THD? I'm gonna guess
that's right.
Darn it.
Okay, next.
Save game,
TFT.
not WoW.
Well, this could be anybody.
Oh boy.
This could just be anybody. This is
Uh.
tough. Do you like TFT, Tobo? Okay, not Tobo.
Tobo's got the sunglasses on inside. Wow. Dude thinks he's so cool.
He just walked through the door.
Dude, you can take them off.
He just looks good, man.
No, you're right. You're right.
He's got swagger.
Handsome
okay.
bunch. All right. I'm going to guess. You know what? I'm going to guess Shay. I haven't gotten to know him very well yet, but
Okay.
he's new, so perhaps he's in this. I'm going a little bit
Try it
meta.
out.
So, yeah, I will guess Shay. Darn it. Okay.
Next clue.
If you were a key. Okay, so this is European.
What is that sign?
That's the. Isn't that the pound? No, euro.
I don't know.
Is it euro? Is it euro?
That means
pound?
nothing to me.
Oh my
This
God,
is gibberish.
I think I'm so stupid.
This is like the Star Wars language
it's
that's
the
all just
pound.
like.
I'm pretty sure it's the pound.
Okay.
I'm waiting for chat to catch up. It's the pound. Okay, I'm right. It is. So it's either. It's not Tobo. So it could be Scott. And I think that's the only other person here that lives in the or KS.
Maybe it's Suri.
Well, they have to be here, don't they?
Are they?
Is he here? Oh, they don't have to be here.
I'll say Siri.
I'm gonna say. Okay, I'm gonna say Sarah too because I don't think Scott or KSB give a crap about achievements outside of the race. It's not.
All right, fine.
Okay,
Watch Sang at the race to make sure he doesn't walk into any glass doors.
Yeah.
So Scott. They're sitting pretty close to each other. Ideal date. Let's go to the Winchester, have a nice cold pint, and wait for all this to blow over.
Honestly, Scott.
Did you get that reference?
No. I'm just gonna. I thought we were talking about the state of the
You're
world.
0 for 2 today with reference.
Oh, sorry. I like his message. Hot dogs on Thanksgiving. #up the moose. I don't know what that means. What's the
Dawn
reference?
of the Dead.
I've seen that.
Why do you know the reference?
It's just been a while. I saw it in high school. It's been a really long time. I'm trying to remember literally anything else. It's the one where like his friend turns into a zombie and he doesn't notice, right? Or like the whole world turns into a zombie and he doesn't notice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gosh.
I'm sorry. You're
Shaun
gonna
of the
have to
Dead.
we gotta start it's so funny because I can make like the most brain rot deep cut internet references, but like if it comes to like classic movies like that or shows, just
I don't know if I would call Shaun of the Dead a classic
just
movie.
based on how much
Like
I
a
know
cult
people reference
classic?
it and I don't know the reference because it's been so long since I've seen it. I think it's pretty well known.
All right. Well, let's see if we can have a little redemption hour here. We
Please.
have one more guess
God.
the guilty to
Can
give.
you make another movie reference while you're at it so that
I absolutely can.
understand?
Watch me.
Okay, fave achievement Shafted. I don't know what this one is either.
Gonna go Google this one. Safe search enabled.
We're gonna Google this one. So you shoot players with a silver shafted arrow.
Let's see. Oh, Love is in the Air. Okay. Love is in the Air achievement.
Dude, and it's called Shafted.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Okay. All
Fool
right.
for the Love. That's part of the meta achievement. Okay. Who's a lover boy?
Let's see. Or who's a holiday achievement boy?
Who is Maximum Riz? Well, we already had Nick, so we can't do that.
Can't do that.
Yeah.
Atlas.
Yeah, actually, probably Atlas.
Do Atlas.
Yeah.
Okay. Darn it. Do you know?
Hey, yeah. Who do you think?
Did you just say Tobo?
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
I thought he came in here and said.
Favorite game,
has Riz and
League.
put his
It
own
is
name in.
also my least favorite game.
Huh? Who plays League?
Love that.
I don't know who plays League. Boomy? No.
No, he's No.
I mean, they could all play League is the thing.
Yep.
Oh. Oh. Go ahead.
Dazer?
I think they're British. Look how they spelled favorite.
Oh, true. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the British thing. Yeah.
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 Okay.
Siri?
KSP. Oh. Okay.
Oh, we both have our guesses.
You go. Yeah, you go. Siri. Wait, they're both wrong. Darn it. Both wrong.
Wow Crush Alex Straza, not as a dragon.
Based.
Oh, well, that's just wrong then. Of course you gotta do it as the dragon.
Oh, chat is saying it could also be Canadian spelling. Yips. I'll guess yips.
Is Yips?
Oh my god.
Dang.
Dude, we're so bad at this.
I studied music in university and played drums for most of my life.
Music in university and played drums for most of my life. Huh. I don't know this one. Who's a musician?
Played the drums.
Let's
try Shaq.
There's no shot. It is not Shaq. Put it. Oh yeah, they do say uni also. This is definitely British.
Oh, true.
Okay, I'm putting Tobo. I think you tried to throw us off earlier. It is Tobo. Look at him. He's turning. You're staring at us. It's not Tobo? Okay.
Okay, who is this
it?
then?
Who's a musician?
He's looking around.
Is it? It's not.
Shay, do you play the drums?
He's not British or Canadian.
What's that? Musician? Play the drums? We're trying to
We're cheating here, chat.
trying to get some extra assistance.
We're asking
Looking for
for
somebody who is not American. Favorite achievement is Shafted. Loves Alex Straza, not the dragon.
And it's probably British or Canadian based on the way they're.
Yeah.
You think it's Shay?
Shay?
Shay, we'll put Shay.
You just said baby. But not with a
What?
Hey! just giving us the runaround.
Are you Canadian? Why are you talking like that?
Wait, he's British though.
Oh, he's
right?
British. Oh, I can't hear you from.
Right?
Okay.
From the UK? Scottish.
Scottish.
I apologize.
Oh God. Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
Gosh.
So sorry.
We got to talk to the guildies more.
Okay. My bad.
Shout out to Big John. Bosh.
Oh. Okay. Wow. I didn't know we had two
we go.
Scottish people in the building. Right. All right. Well, apologies to your country.
We got to learn more about them. Come on. Gosh.
No, I'm sorry. I keep you busy. He's a busy man. I bumped into him one
that's the
time,
thing. We
and
don't
I said
wanna-
hello. Got a few words out there. I didn't pick up the accent with that. I'm embarrassed.
We don't want to blow him up. Be like, hey, tell us everything about you.
I know. Yeah. I mean, I used
the middle
to do that
of
in the
raid.
beginning, and then I realized that a lot of them are very shy, and I'm very loud.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, that is going to be it for us for today. I don't think we redeemed ourselves, unfortunately, Jack.
But there's always tomorrow, and we'll be back
There
tomorrow for
is.
more Rise and Race.
Rise and Race presented by Honda. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. We're going to let the guildies go. We're going to go as well. We'll see you in just a moment, hopefully with some Sticks Bunk Junker progress. We'll see you in a bit.
This is something really cool.
Where else can we go?
This is the Honda Prologue. We can go anywhere we want.
The Alienware Pro wireless headset, it's become my main headset for anything WoW related.
The battery life is actually a huge deal for us. One of the few esports that plays all day, every day. 4 days of gaming on one battery, that's insane.
This headset is everything that you can ever want and dream of. Without a doubt, this is the most comfortable headset that I've ever worn. I hate headsets that kind of like clamp on your ears or feel like they're pinning against the side of your head. This headset feels really, really good around my ears while I play.
quality of sound from the Alienware Pro headset is perfect for shot calling in intense situations. At the race, there's a lot of distractions, and sometimes I just need to be able to hear what the guys are doing in the middle of a boss fight. So after using this headset, I don't think I can use a different headset again. This headset is what you need.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Hello and welcome to the Team Liquid Race to World First here at the Alienware training facility as we're getting ourselves ready for day number 6. It is Sunday, my friends, and it's time to introduce all the friends that we have here on the couch. Joining me, I am Jack, joined by Kalamazzi and Tettles as we're getting ourselves ready to, begin our day, get everything rolling. And before we do, I want to give a special thank you to all our sponsors who make this event possible. We have Coinbase, our presenting sponsor, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Monster Energy, Alienware, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo, and our charity partner in the Pasadena Humane Society. You can check them out at tl.gg/RWF-donate. And we saw a bunch of boss progress last night for Styx Bunkjunker, but unfortunately, the enrage has been pretty brutal with 69 pulls in and only 11% on the boss as our best attempt.
Nice.
That means that the Raiders themselves are going to be going into lots of Mythic Plus to get additional gear upgrades and everything along those lines. But first, let's take a quick look at our Coinbase leaderboard as we can see not only that Liquid is there at 3 of 8 Mythic, but also many other guilds are sort of stymied at that point of progression as well.
Yeah, this boss is dumb. It's I think it's a good boss, but man, the tuning might be a little off for a boss in the raid.
It's one of those situations where it's cool for the race to world first. It's certainly killable. They had on that 11% pull, they had one of the trash heaps miss the boss, and multiple people were dead for a long time. So it's 100% killable on this reset with this gear. The problem is this is like the same issue that Narabar and Amir Jasil had, where Blizzard was like, these raids were too hard, and then it's like, okay, well now Styx Bunkjunker, the 4th boss in the raid, is a 70 pull boss by the sweatiest people you know.
Yeah.
And so it's cool for the race to world first. It's going to be very difficult for anybody who actually wanted to raid Mythic.
Yeah, it's going to be it dies somewhere in the world today, hopefully here. But more gear is likely required for this boss, or a bit of a tuning pass, which I don't think should happen as of yet.
I think that the boss probably shouldn't have been a 6.5 minute enrage.
Yeah.
And the orbs should have done more damage to the boss whenever you contacted them with that. And that should have been like the main focus of the mechanic. I also think the territorial bombshells, that's the big thing. Whenever you watch guilds wipe on Styx Bunkjunker, a lot of it has to do with the territorial bombshell either blowing up because it's difficult to kill them off in 30 seconds because they spawn 30 yards away from the boss, and they didn't get them out of the ground fast enough because you have to hit them 75%, or they got contacted by a trash heap on accident by somebody who was rolling their trash ball into the boss late. Then there's like other variables that you could wipe to, whether it be the scrap master one-shotting somebody, missing a bomb.
Bad comp is chosen for the trash pile, right? Like just taken. Like what do you?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's also a possibility, but it's pretty unprecedented that a 4th boss of a raid is being stacked as hard as it is, and that whenever the 4th boss is being stacked as hard as it is right now, Sprocket Master Lockenstock, who Echo, Liquid, Method could have gone to, not being pulled, that kind of is telling about what the difficulty of that boss is. Kind of Nexus Princess Kaiveza-esque.
I would say it's very similar to Nexus Princess Kaveza in the idea of like the positioning and damage requirements being very similar, but also how easily that you can sort of replicate and yoink a strat by just watching Sprocket Monger attempts. I don't think any guild wants to be the first one to progress on it if Styx Bunkjunker is still an option.
So assuming that even if Sprocket Master Lockenstock is easier, the writing is on the wall that it's not an easy fight, otherwise it would have already been killed. So say it's easier. It can be easier by being 10 pulls easier, and it's still a 60 pull boss. It could be easier by being 20 pulls easier and it's still 50 pull boss, but it's still hard, right? And that's the kind of the important thing is like it can still be hard while being not 300 pulls hard. It doesn't necessarily have to be that.
Scaling difficulties we're after here, and the 1-1-1 70 pulls with no end in sight is what we're not looking for this tier. Similar to last year's Twister, I don't think this is getting a 200 pull range, but it does feel like there's not much room for optimization. We've done that 2-tank strat. We're 3 healing. We have a Fury Prot Warrior tanking the boss now as well versus 2 Blood Decays. There's not much left to squeeze out at this point damage-wise. So
they started off and they were double Blood Decay, and then they were double blood DK, and then we decided that we needed triple Moonkin, and then we decided, and then we were like, you know what would go great with our double blood DK? A third. So we were 3 tank 4 healing, and then we were like, you know what? We actually can't 3 tank and 4 heal. What if we instead go down to 2 tanks and 3 heal?
Right.
And then now we go, oh, actually, you know what? We can't afford this second blood DK. We're playing blood DK Prop Warrior.
And the problem is also, how do you replicate this in a guild like mine, who's like World 100 Hall of Fame? How do you have 3 Boomkins, 3 Shadow Priests, 3 Blood DKs, 3 healers? Well, how do you can't do this. You wait for 3 weeks for buffs to come in, or just what do you do?
How much gold do you have?
Not enough to buy players, Tettles.
How much?
I have 2 million gold. I don't know.
Okay, so for 1 million gold, I'm not rating this tier. However, I will progress Styx Bunk Junker with your guild for 1 million gold.
Usually, you're going to want to have mercenaries that are going to give you an advantage.
I got us. Yeah, actually.
Well, I've watched a lot of progression on this fight.
Yes.
So have all the viewers.
Well, we got to get through reverb first. Well, technically.
You don't want me on reverb. I'm not going to do anything on that fight.
At the same time, there probably aren't many guilds going to be 3 healing Rick reverb this week either. That enrage is also tight. So
I think that's fine though, because that's scalable with gear. So long term, it's actually not going to be an issue, and then you'll be able to 4 heal it, and you don't care, right? But the thing with Styx Bunk Junker is that fight is hard for, in my opinion, the wrong reasons for guilds who are also raiding Mythic. Now, for a race roll first situation, it doesn't really matter. It makes for an interesting viewer experience. It kind of makes you wonder what's going to be next, because if this is the tuning of the early bosses, it's going to be crazy moving on to the future. But like. Again, for guilds that are going to be looking to progress this boss on Mythic, you're usually just like that and you're like, oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, it really makes you appreciate just all the work that's going on behind the scenes that we're able to take part in. And if you won the next giveaway that we have with Coinbase, you could actually be going to the next Race to World First and see behind the scenes when these kind of things are happening. To do so, all you got to do is sign up at tl.gg/Coinbase using the promo code TeamLiquid20. Then fill out the form at tl.gg/RWFBTS. That is for behind the scenes. You can also use that QR code in the top right, and you'll be entered in for a chance to win our grand prize to get flown out to the next Race to World First. You are going to be either on NA or EU, and you'll be able to go and see all the behind-the-scenes action that we have in store here at the Alienware training facility.
Dogs, pizza, wings, Taco Bell, food, times. We're all here. Yeah, it's one big party.
Maybe you could get in on a Kalamazoo Taco Bell order. Oh my God, if it's somebody from EU, they'll never be able to comprehend the Taco Bell.
Again, like when you had Makes ordering Taco Bell as well.
She goes, what should I get? And then Kalamazoo just like starts throwing the Doritos Locos Tacos for her in the car.
She liked them. They were good. That was last race.
She did not like them.
I don't think that she liked them.
I thought she did.
She said it was a bad experience.
Oh, everything. Okay, I'm not going to go too far because, Taco Bell is a unique experience, but it's one you need to experience at least once or a few hundred times in life.
You know what's crazy?
In our case, thousands.
Unrelated to Taco Bell, the Raiders saved daylight. That's kind of crazy.
That's true. That's what we do in America. Save daylight.
Daylight's been defeated. It's been saved.
That's right. Icarus could never.
But wouldn't it be the nighttime? The night's been defeated because it's light longer.
We saved the daylight from.
Oh yeah, the nighttime has been defeated. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Oh,
a lot of dorks.
Listen, more sunlight's great. I hate waking up at 5 p.m.
True.
It's dark out.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
As somebody who goes to bed when it starts getting light out, Kalamazoo really loves the daytime. He really loves sunshine and warmth.
Seasonal depression is very real when you have all permanent like darkness.
Well, that might be due to
I don't really have it.
That might be due to your circadian rhythm. Not going to lie.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt going to bed before 7 a.m., but then again,
you'll never know.
I've been doing it for about 10 years now.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell the difference at this point. I promise you.
Okay. Well, until you actually, try it, you won't know. Your entire life at this point, except for Race to World First,
has been a lie.
Has been in darkness. Your life has been shrouded in darkness. Come to the light.
I was born in the dark, Jack.
What are you guys talking about?
By the time I saw the light, it was blinding.
Close enough.
You ever watch? You don't know what we're talking about, Tells?
No, I have no idea. But
I have that jacket.
It kills me that I can't make these movie references around I and Tettles. They just don't get it.
Dude, I'm about to deploy.
They don't consume content.
I'm about to deploy the greatest copy paste of all time in a Twitch chat.
That's right.
Are you guys prepared?
That's why he doesn't get any movie references. He's just living in Twitch.
All right.
Gosh, man.
Prepare yourselves.
Watch The Dark Knight
for the optimal copy paste. Whenever Six Bunk Junker starts again, you need to spam this just over and over again.
Hey guys, I'm Teddles. Spam my Twitch chat. Copy pasta.
It's the greatest.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I'll go with you.
We roll.
We roll. That's right.
Make it yourself.
Yeah, we roll.
Yes, you did. All right, well, how about we roll into some Mythic Plus, because that's what the Raiders are doing right now, and we get to see them farm up a whole bunch of keys. Woo! Oh my God, I love Mythic Plus.
So, I mean, the difference here, these are 10s, which this is going to reset.
Does he know about the scaffolding right here?
We're going to find out.
He stand on the scaffolding.
He does not.
Aw.
He might.
You look at the top right. You see how
Pisslow.
Yeah.
His name is Pisslow.
Yeah, I read it and I just didn't want those words to come out of my mouth.
I'll say it. I'm not professional enough.
Yeah, if Pizloo is standing up on the scaffolding and he can dodge any of the orbs by standing up there, it's quite good. Highly recommend it. Unless the entropic shield for the quartermaster goes up and it's facing him. So
then it's over. Yeah.
Then it's ogre.
And we're very sad. I had a full ranged group with a tank. And we were all standing up there, and we kept getting the shield pointed at us, and I was very sad.
Bit unfortunate. Rickery has a couple items that are pretty decent. There's the actual what's the staff called? You got it. The staff.
The Voltaic Stormcaller.
Yeah, there we go. Which is pretty solid for a lot of casters. I would assume though they're looking to probably craft a weapon of some sort later. I mean, probably at this point after reset, I would assume, unless they're really pushing for like a Styx or maybe Sprocket Monger kill before that happens.
Do you know if the Stormcaller is like equivalent to a semi-level staff?
I believe it is. Are you asking or telling?
I'm just asking.
I believe it is, yeah.
I mean, I got it, and I saw 3,000 more intellect, and I was like, yeah, I'm upgrading my staff, of course.
It is. It is okay.
But I know that the staff from Mech Gun Workshop has a penalty to his primary stat as a result of the on-use.
It is,
and the on-use of the staff will put your trinket on cooldown.
Yes, it is not that bad. Like it doesn't have a penalty like that.
But it's not like amazing. Is the point I just want to.
Voltaic's good.
It's okay.
It only has one secondary stat, just crit.
Right.
Not two.
Right.
That's the that's the big thing with it.
Voltaic will have like the proc for like the bonus haste and stuff. So I wasn't sure how much of a penalty.
You can use the one from Workshop if you have like a trinket build that will accommodate it. Like double equipped trinkets can be pretty solid if you're popping it with a cooldown, like the staff and Moxie Jar and Ayakazan, for example. That can be solid, but like I said, I think they're probably crafting a weapon this week. I would venture to guess if you're able to acquire an offhand or a main hand.
Yeah.
Maybe some niche cases where they just say, hey, we have a good staff and in the vault take that and anything else. But for the most part, it looks like Ascension and Nerubian Embellishment are probably the front runners for raiding this tier again.
Yeah, I'm a little sad there's not a new embellishment or like bonus to make it better. Because we have Nerubian embellishments and then nothing.
Corruption
really
should have been corruption should have been embellishments instead of a weapon enchant.
+1
IMO.
+1.
+3 expedient. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they're coming back next patch, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Perfect Visions. I mean, we're getting close. Why not? Let's go. Bring it back, Before we know it, we'll be in BFA Classic.
Settles, do you understand the reference that is in the lower third?
The Monster Energy logo?
No.
Oh,
Gosh, man. You need to crack that monster open that's sitting next to you.
Oh, I'm leaving on that Mythic Plus train tomorrow.
Yes. Do you know what that's from?
Sounds like a song.
Yes. Correct. Continue.
I don't know.
You might have to ask your parents about this.
I don't know it either.
Call my mom.
Yeah. I'm leaving on that midnight train. Okay.
Oh, my mom's not that old, bro.
What? I mean, I don't want to talk too much about your mother.
I'm just going when it got brought up.
That's like a song from like the 70s and 80s. I'm sure that your parents would probably know it.
Yeah, you would know.
It's one of my mom's favorite songs. Yeah.
Anyways.
Okay.
Anyways.
Gosh, do you even have parents?
So, hypothetically,
do your parents even share music with you?
No.
That's crazy, man.
So how bad would it be if, and let me present to you the position that we're in here.
Yes.
If you were
structured debate.
If you're supposed to craft a intellect dagger, a one-hander.
Okay.
And you've accidentally JB'd yourself and crafted an agility dagger.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is this, and do we think we can get it fixed?
It depends on what mood the GM sees your ticket is in.
Right.
And her it's refunded at times, and at times it's not refunded. So if they're in a good mood, if it's like a Wednesday or Thursday, you're probably good. If it's Monday, you probably are screwed. So
I heard there's hypothetically somebody who's got a ticket open for this current.
Who is it this time?
Well, it is the weekend, so they could be in a good mood.
Who is it this time?
It's one of the healers.
In Liquid?
Yes.
In Liquid?
Perhaps.
Oh no.
I mean, they've stated in the past that if you do end up making that mistake, unfortunately, they can't reverse it. But there's been multiple cases of it actually happening.
Right.
So it's a policy. It's just, hey, who knows what's going to happen? If you low roll a no-go, roll it again, and hopefully you get somebody else and it gets refunded for you. That's what I've done in the past, and it
literally happens. Everybody knows somebody that it's happened to, and it happens literally to somebody like pretty publicly every single tier. Yeah.
I wonder if you could just like order pizza or something like that to the GM office. Just like anonymously pop it off, and then they're in like a good mood, and then you open your GM ticket and stuff like that.
I'm joking about the good mood thing, obviously.
I heard the ticket's been it has not been resolved yet. I heard it's still open.
Oh, interesting. They might say like no, and then they'd be like go Echo.
that would be insane work.
A little unfortunate.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. For your crafts, Mr. Kalmazi. Do warlocks wield swords? Can they do that?
We can use swords, yes.
Okay. So if you were to craft a one-hander, what weapon options would you have? You don't have axes, do you?
To what? To
like what are the types of weapons? Swords, axes, daggers, whatever.
Dagger.
You can craft dagger. Yeah.
So you would have to choose between a sword or a dagger
craft.
craft.
Is okay too. If wands are sleeve, I think you can craft. I'm not sure.
Wands are lame.
Well,
so like if you had to craft a main hand, you'd have to choose between a sword and a dagger. Is that correct? Okay. Which would you craft?
Probably a sword.
Yeah, it looks cooler, right?
Daggers are cool, but swords are better.
Yeah.
But a wand is optimal if you can do that.
Ew.
You like wanding?
No, I think wands are disgusting.
You know, the unfortunate part about crafting a wand is that I've had this happen a million times. Why I don't do it? If I right-click the boss by mistake, it pulls the boss.
Yep.
So I will never craft one. It's like a hunter with a bow. I can't do it.
But it also scuffs a lot of your transmog. You can't go like wand.
There's some
into
good
something
ones.
else.
You're just unskilled in transmog.
Yeah, I agree.
There's disgusting ones.
There's the bee. The bee.
But you can if you have a sword, you can also transmog that sword into an axe.
To a Muramasa. Ooh, that's true.
You know, you have options, right? Dagger can only go into a dagger, but a sword can go into like a sword, axe, or mace.
That's fair.
You know.
What if you just don't mog because you're a big chicken?
Yeah, that's why I didn't ask you. That's why I asked Kalamazi.
I was getting mad at me the other day for not transmogging my character, and then somebody else in my chat just goes, "Dude, why would he ever transmog? He plays a big chicken and a lizard. Like this guy is completely useless."
Maybe production can pull up my transmog if they're bored enough this morning.
What's wrong with your mog?
Nothing. It's perfection.
They should pull up my transmog.
Kalamazi,
Jack B. Caston on Tichondrius. Didn't clean. Actually, I have an entire set on, so it's kind of like whatever.
No, I've custom built my set.
Ooh.
Round up. Yeah, it's. I get many compliments, many.
I need to
input on my set.
I need to work on a mog in my free time. I actually regret not doing that before I left for race. Of putting together a goblin-esque mog. Yeah.
Oh, a goblin mog. You should race change your character goblin.
No, I'm a drag there. I need it for the double jump, double yump.
But goblins get one.
Yeah, I get a 1.5 minute cooldown, or I get consistent double jump.
Well,
and there's a lot of knockbacks in this raid. Well, there's a couple of knockbacks in this raid, which is also quite good for the double jump.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Kalmazi, new set of headphones. How's it feel?
Yeah, buddy.
A gift.
I'm back. Am I back?
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. We can hear you.
Perfect. They cut me off. They can't keep me down. The headset me off.
So
they cut him off from talking.
Basically, we've seen a lot of splits over the past couple days, and we've actually seen a decent amount of Mythic Plus. I feel like the items, there's going to be significant diminishing returns on some of the rewards they can actually get from Mythic Plus. How long do we expect this M Plus session to last?
I mean, I would expect probably. Okay, there's two possibilities here. We either go probably until a break, like lunch, I would venture to guess, or Blizzard comes in and nerfs the boss. I don't think they need to nerf the boss necessarily, not at this point at least, because you're at a. I mean, it's Sunday. Right?
I think they need to nuke it.
I would like it if the weekly reset they would have a nerf.
I was going to say, yeah, I think
exactly.
I think they need to nuke it on the reset.
Yeah,
it's Sunday already, right? Yeah, so you don't need to step in theoretically.
Right, and I think they should nerf it on the weekly reset. Guilds are going to kill it anyway this week. But one of the big problems Narabar had is that they took a long time to nerf fights after World First guilds did, and the difficulty for World First versus even top 20 guilds or top 100 guilds was nuclear. Like,
right.
This may not come as a shock, but if somebody is playing this game professionally and has been doing it professionally for many, many years, they're going to be a very large amount sweatier than your top 100 world raider.
Yeah.
And that's not to flame top 100 world raiders.
It's one of those,
you know, like there's just this massive gap. It's just how it is.
It's one of those things that I would be actually looking to remove territorial bombshells blowing up whenever they were hit by the trash heap.
That'll happen eventually.
I would be looking to do it on the reset. It is just way too hard of a mechanic for a 4th boss of a raid. That is just so punishing in a way that it shouldn't be.
I feel like they should force them to spawn at the nearest trash piles to the boss.
The Tesla, maybe the Tesla coil damage also needs to come down just a tremendous amount as well, because if you basically that's part of the Mythic mechanic, but if you don't press a defensive after you get ticked by it one time, then you're gonna die 100-0. Like there's not really much you can do about it. So you have to be very quick on the trigger with the defensive in a way that I just, again, I think it's a little bit too punishing for a 4th boss, even though they're not like super geared, so I know you can make that argument, but these were the best players in the world. They're doing more damage and more healing than you're going to do at max gear. Or like that's kind of the situation that's occurring here,
well,
right?
Close to it, yeah.
Yep, I'm more or less, yeah, you're not wrong. I would, if they're going to change the boss, I don't think you nerf the health, you just extend the enrage timer though. We talked about
that's the other thing too. I think that is by far the best thing they could immediately do for the boss.
I think that extending the enrage timer and making the trash heaps do a little bit more damage to the boss would actually make it a more interesting fight, because I think the cool part of Styx Bunkjunker is whenever you get on these trash heaps and you're rolling around on the ball. That is probably the coolest part of the fight. It's like the gimmick of the boss, right? Totally fine.
Well, there's also a soft enrage to the encounter as more trash heaps are lit on fire by the boss.
Yeah.
That will happen no matter what. On lower difficulties, they'll only be lit on fire if somebody walks over them. But a Mythic, they're just going to light on fire naturally by the boss. I believe it's 2 every time.
It is.
And so it just steadily fills up the room with ticking damage, consistent rot damage all the time. And that's great. I think soft enrages are a wonderful thing, in fact. And I think that you should really only be having soft enrages for the first, 4 or 5 boss fights. You should just be able to continuously be doing mechanics until you lop off the head of it. I think hard enrages are a great thing when you start getting to boss 6, 7, 8. But it's a strange thing to like, oh, well, you didn't have enough damage, so now you're forced to go do, M+ before going into more mythics.
Again, I mean, for the race world first, it's cool because it's a good viewer experience. But for anybody who actually does the bosses, there's just some bosses that aren't really designed to be hard, if that makes sense. Like the mechanics that would have to be difficult to make them hard fights just don't create an interesting boss. And Styx Bunkjunker has ran into that situation where, the territorial bombshells are like super difficult, and that just doesn't create for a great player experience on the fight.
Yeah, and I think that's always the challenge, is like, how do you make sure, above all else, that something is going to be fun to deal with? It's going to be fun to fight. And there's a lot of encounters, I think, in this raid that are insanely fun for a couple different reasons. Vulnerability phases, I think almost everyone loves.
100%.
I think the reward for standing and positioning properly with one-armed bandit, it's pretty tough, not gonna lie, but it's very rewarding.
Your death is my direct.
It can be.
Can be. Yeah, it can be.
I mean, I'm stoked. I mean, you guys are going to get like a really long race to World First, and if you want it with some ad-free viewing, you can subscribe right now with Twitch Prime.
True.
But ultimately, this race, I'm feeling like it's very Sepulchre-esque. It's one of those situations where you see the 4th boss being super hard. Sprocket Monger is probably going to die before reset, but it's pretty unlikely that we see like one-armed bandit die before reset at this point. And so you know that we're going to have at least a 1 reset tier. We might be looking down the barrel of like a 2 reset tier potentially.
Possibly, yeah.
I think, would you guys agree if I said that Sprocket Monger dies this reset in addition to Styx, but they're going to have to push, I wouldn't say like super late, but they're going to be grinding away at Sprocket Monger pretty much all tomorrow after Styx dies today?
It really depends on how hard the check is on Sprocket Monger lock and stock. I was hearing rumors that it was like a little bit over a 2 million health DPS check, so like per player.
Yeah.
Which is, it's doable, right? So, but it's going to be very, very tight, especially since you're not factoring in the fact that you actually have to do all the mechanics as well. Again, a doable check for certain, but it's gonna be a little bit tight.
Do you agree? Yes, no.
I think it's a little bit too early to call.
Okay. I think they will kill Sprocket Monger with the reset, and I don't know if I would say they like sleep in or anything along those lines for Tuesday, but they're not like rushing to get on this. If they can stay up a little bit later,
I see the path
out a kill or something like that. They're going to try to make sure they do so.
I see the path that you're talking about. I think Styx Bunk Junker probably dies before like dinner tonight, and then I think that they have to. I think they have to start Sprocket Monger progression, and then Sprocket Monger is just more of a matter of like how many pulls is it realistically going to take, and that's not something that we can really start to assess until they are 10, 15, 20 pulls into the boss. Then we can kind of look at it and be like, this is maybe what this is going to be.
Yeah, and it's such an interesting game that gets played at like a macro level with Race to World First, is that as long as there's a lot of things to do for Mythic Plus upgrades, they're going to try to farm into this, because keep in mind, Tuesday's the reset for North America, Wednesday's the reset for Europe, and with any encounter that has a lot of positioning requirements that need to get figured out, maybe even some cooldown requirements that need to get figured out for a fight like Sprocket Monger, there is a lot that other guilds can watch and copy from some strategies. And that's kind of just always how it's been for World First rating, is that, oh, okay, they figured out that this initial strategy doesn't work and they need to make adjustments. Well, that's an hour, 2 hours of time that is effectively wasted for the first guild that is not needed for the second guild to sort of catch up.
Even with that being the case, I mean, you're still seeing Liquid, Echo, and Method, all three at 3 out of 8, still progressing Styx Bunk Junker. There's some fights that aren't really conducive to exactly what you were kind of talking about, because they are, for one reason or another, in this case, the territorial bombshells and just the movement and the mechanics of the fight are very challenging. And while you know that just by looking at the damage check that Liquid showed off, that you're not going to be allowed to necessarily like 3 tank, 4 heal it, and just kind of limp through, you're going to have to actually commit a bunch of damage to the boss. That's known from seeing other guilds prog. Getting all of your raiders on the same page on the traffic rules and making sure that they're rolling the trash heaps in the correct direction, stuff like that, is just something that's going to end up taking reps. Now, I did a little bit of research before coming on, so just talking about some of the landscape of the Race World First stuff. It looked like Liquid, Echo, and Method were virtually the same item level. They were all within 2/10 of an item level between one another whenever they were pulling Styx Bunk Junker. Now, I do think that they're all three running a slightly under-geared Blood Death Knight, but it's not, whenever I say slightly under-geared, we're talking still like 651.
Yeah.
It's under-geared relative to some of the rest of the raiders, because their average guild item level is in the 654 range. The only realistic gains they have, a lot of people have sent their crests, so the only huge gains could be potentially from crafting, which I think not everybody's crafted, but some people have actually already sent those crafts. So there's not just a ton of power still left on the table right now.
Right. At that point, you're at I guess Blizz is at a crossroads of what do you want to do, like we talked about. Do you just leave this until reset? I mean, it probably dies somewhere today, but where do you want to leave it after reset too? Is it just in its current form, or do you want to nerf it a bit too?
I think, like we talked about before, I think it's great to have bosses be very difficult for World First guilds. But I think that once things start having a negative impact on the rest of the player base at large, then that's an area where it's a very clear problem for everybody.
That's why I'm kind of looking at Styx, and I'm like, something's got to be different. And I think that there's still a way for Blizzard to make Styx fine. They just have to take a hammer to him on the reset. Like I'm talking, you turn this boss from an 80 pull endeavor to an 8 pull endeavor. Like we are talking like a major change, and that's more of like anybody who's ever going to raid Mythic this tier needs that boss to kind of change. Otherwise, their experience is going to be terrible.
Is it fascinating? There's 4 difficulty levels officially, but there's almost like
Mythic's got like
6 or 7 total with World First level difficulty, maybe top 20 level difficulty, Hall of Fame difficulty, then cutting edge difficulty.
Well, Mythic raid, and I mean Morgan Day talked about this on an interview. I think it might have been with Max. It was an interview that was after Amir Jasil, how they were talking about Mythic raid has to serve a bunch of different types of players, right? Because there are Mythic Raiders who actually don't get cutting edge, right? Right, just kill a couple of bosses, or they were frogging for a little bit, and they'll kill maybe through, at least in this tier's terms, they'll kill through one-armed bandit, and that was all they got. And you know what? They're totally fine with that. The casual, hardcore, Mythic guild. Obviously, there's some groups that also are just trying to kill the easiest and most free bosses for loot, and that happens every single tier. But then there are the progression level guilds that you're kind of talking about, and those guilds are on an extreme gradient as well, to the point where it varies between Race World First Raiders, who are the best of the best, and they are able to take bosses that are literally impossible and actually make them possible. And then there's all the way down to guilds like Kalamazi's guild, where they...
What do you mean?
You know?
What do you mean?
What did he mean by that?
They kill the boss.
You're right with us now. What do you mean?
They kill some bosses.
Some mercenary.
Post some substantial nerfs, like and some shredded strands buffs. And
we almost had World 12th Heroic Gallywix. Almost is a keyword. We were there.
What are you now? What?
You haven't raided for 5 days. Who knows? I don't know. we were close. We're close. Okay.
Have you killed Gallywix yet?
We haven't raided since Wednesday.
Oh, that's right.
No,
since
Thursday.
Wednesday?
Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday.
My guild's raiding tonight.
Me too. Look at that. Very exciting times. You guys kill Gallywix yet?
Yeah, we got it. Well, we are going to kill Gallywix. We have 2 split Gallywixes to do.
Dude, my gear sucks still. I gotta.
That's probably because you don't raid.
I got in the raid.
Well, if you're not on a raid team
raid,
to get funneled
get
into,
raid?
if you're just doing like a bud run, then you're competing with healers, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I have faith in Tetos.
I'll get gear eventually. I feel like I've low rolled my Mythic Plus gearing a lot.
Yeah, I did 5 10s the other day, and I got 1 upgrade.
I think I'm at all 8 of my 10s being done, and every single time I do them, I just keep getting boots. It's just like the issue isn't necessarily that I'm not getting gear, although that's certainly part of it. It's also like the gear that I'm getting is like completely useless, which is it's pretty bad. Like long term, it won't matter. It kind of sucks for weeks.
Yeah.
I want a
little let down.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think everybody kind of runs into that sometimes. Some tiers you high roll your gear, some tiers you low roll your gear. Right now I'm like low rolling a little bit. But then, maybe I'll zone into Priority of the Sacred Flame and high roll and get the Priority Signet the first time, and that'd be cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Whenever you're low rolling sometimes, you're going to high roll other times.
The RNG does roll around. I notice as a healer, you just don't get any loot for like
we roll
a week or two. Exactly. Don't get any loot for like a week or two, and then just suddenly all the DPS doesn't need anything, and then you get just looted out.
Mr. Week 2 Spymaster over here. We don't get for a week or two. What do you mean? You're like world 10th for a Spymaster.
Wait, he was?
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, we don't get
on a disc priest.
Yeah,
you have 3.
There was literally no justice.
Didn't 3 drop you guys in that kill or something crazy?
Yeah, I think it was like our 2nd or 3rd kill of Silken Court. We got like 3. Well, we got like a total of 3 from our splits and stuff like that. And so I got looted 1.
That is crazy
nice.
lucky.
That is nice. Well, I'm reliable,
Yeah, there you go.
It's okay. That even if my RNG does suck this patch, they're giving me dinars. So like,
well, that'd be next patch, Tettles.
Well, yeah,
Tettles. Come on, read Wowhead.
I meant this patch in the context of this season, but yeah, okay.
Read Wowhead one time.
Thank you.
Just filling you in, Lay behind the times, you don't raid anymore. He jumped my pat down on the shoulder. Tettles. I'm sorry.
He's a flincher.
I am a flincher. Like I'm a nervous bird.
Skittish affix applied to Tettles.
Yeah, it all makes sense now. Oh my goodness. I feel a little bad.
Just a little.
Trash man.
Jack did it to me the other day too, and I actually flinched so hard.
There was probably a good reason for that one.
Yeah,
I understand that one.
But anytime anybody does that, like exact same stuff, it's like, or the tap me on the shoulder, I always like tense up and flinch.
It kind of depends on the moment.
Being defensive is good.
Well, sometimes if I'm like,
I wasn't ready
if
for
I'm
you
raiding,
to touch me. It was just like,
well, I'm so used to like raiding in a room alone, not surrounded by people. So when you have like 8 people in the same room and I'm raiding, I will like hard tunnel vision. And like if somebody taps me on I'm raiding, I will just jump out of my chair, 100%.
My chat has asked me 3 times, man, who's streaming? Is it you or Jack? Because Jack's behind me just screaming, flailing around today as he go hitting the wall.
I did not hit the wall. The wall is brick, and it would hurt my hand.
There's a clip of you somewhere like flailing, get your arm stuck in the blind.
Okay, yeah.
It's crazy that he goes, I'm not flailing, but he didn't deny any of the other allegations.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm passionate, okay? I'm passionate about the game.
That's fair.
He is definitely in there.
Sometimes, listen, you guys just don't understand. Sometimes when you play this priest, you either hit your ramp and then you're a god, or you don't and everyone dies. Okay.
I think it's kind of crazy that he never turns off his caster voice either whenever he's streaming. Kind of similar to how Dratnos never turns off the I'm making a guide video voice whenever he's talking to his guildies. It's actually insane that they use the same, they keep using that voice.
Well, when you talk every single day, constantly, you have to talk in the most comfortable tone. Otherwise, you strain your voice.
That's true.
Because I used to talk in like a higher pitch, and it would actually strain my voice, and I lost my voice for a little while.
I remember that, actually.
I don't think I was talking about the tone per se. I'm talking about the cadence that you use, which it ends up like, it comes off as like, hello, my name is Automatic Jack, professional caster.
Professional, yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm passionate about what I do.
Let me tell you about today's sponsors: Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO.
I know why you're bringing this up.
Wowhead.
You're bringing this up because I made eye contact with you and I didn't read from the list of
Warcraft
sponsors.
Logs.
I made eye contact with you and I read the entire list from memory.
DungeonDojo.
You're just jealous.
I actually didn't notice that you were doing that.
You looked me right in the eye. You looked back at me.
One eye, locked in.
The problem was I was too busy trying to find the copy pasta.
Sure.
I was rolling out.
Yep.
We
roll.
Me and my Twitch chatters. We roll.
We roll.
There you go.
Just like Nick is rolling up on this boss. I love it. Wish he would cast more Radiance, though.
Yeah. Radiance is...
Yeah, Radiance good spell. Well, there is a possibility of some double disc action long term in the raid. I think it's more likely to be appearing on One Arm Bandit, but there is a universe where you could run it on Sprocket Monger, Lock and Stock.
Wait, where are we getting the Druid buff from, then?
I'm sure there's some other druid that could be run.
I'm not sure.
Obviously balance, but I mean balance is good in specific situations on specific bosses. It is very good on AoE and particularly spread AoE, and really bad on single target.
So, what's the stat difference between Feral and Balance?
I think Feral's like haste or crit haste from memory.
So, I mean, like, what is the possibility that a geared Boomkin player in a world-first environment could also flex into playing Feral for an encounter?
Might lose their sanity, but I mean, you could do that, I guess.
Right. I mean, Nick was literally going from Resto Druid to playing Boomkin because Boomkin was so helpful, you know?
Right.
Exactly, well, those stats are the same. I'm pulling up Wowhead right now.
Yeah, I mean, but it also makes me wonder, do they have a third non-healer Boomkin player that they're gearing right now and working to optimize, and then Nick might go back to Priest or something like that? Or maybe Nick can trade a valuable piece of loot to somebody else in here? I'm trying to think about what that would be, though.
I should know where you. I don't know where you get
I mean, he could be rolling for the staff, possibly, or I guess in here for the staff. But you have 2 Demon Hunters as well, which makes it a little interesting. Maybe there's a neck or a ring, possibly.
Maybe they're crit master.
What is Boomkin's main or like main secondary stat?
Mastery haste, like heavy mastery. Yeah. Oh, okay. It looks like they're haste crit. It looks like Feral's haste crit. So it's not exactly a stat.
How bad would it be? I'm curious. You change around some rings and you win, or?
Looks like Feral wears some mastery as well. It's probably a noticeable damage loss to play because you don't really get that. You don't want that much haste as balance. It's not bad.
Okay.
You really don't want that much haste. You just wear it because it's like better than crit.
What about trinket-wise? Are Boomkins running like Aya Kazan type stuff, and then you could also run that?
Yeah,
as
that flexes. You're also House of Cards.
Okay.
Let me look at Feral's trinkets. Feral might end up being like the trinket from Operation Flood. Okay, no, the trinkets are the exact same, and they also wear the best in slots. So you know,
there you go.
Those 3 items would work. They also want Jaster Diamond and Cersei Circlet. So all of those things are just plus tier or completely one-to-one transferable. So it's just like a couple of pieces of like an off ring and a necklace that you would probably need to actually be able to convert your character.
Yeah.
But you also have to have the best in slots. But if you've like crafted a weapon, then you're toast.
Right. Yeah, that could be problematic.
I don't know.
Are you saying Nick's the healer that crafted the wrong weapon?
No.
We're waiting on tickets, what I'm saying. Somebody put in a ticket for a weapon that's miscrafted.
Well,
who was it?
We don't know. I actually don't know.
Tettles knows.
Throwing it out there. Well, Tettles is a
Tettles likes keeping secrets.
He's Yeah, a animated mystery.
Yeah, I don't know if it's public or not. Is the thing.
Probably could dig if you care. Well, actually, yeah, it's fair.
Well, I don't know.
It's probably
All right, Tuttles.
Not really sure.
Keep your secrets. Yeah, keep your secrets.
Don't tell us stuff. We're your friends.
Well,
I just thought we were, but
I just don't know what's public and what isn't. That's the problem.
Okay.
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
That's okay.
That sounds good. Makes sense.
It won't matter because we'll get it restored super fast.
Yeah, and unrelated news, I was talking to Dryny on the walk over here today, and he was seeming pretty positive. I was like, dude, I thought we weren't going to see you play. And he was, yeah, all you need is 3 Mistweaver monks.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, that's the only thing that the boss required was triple Mistweaver.
I love his positivity. It's not even like stoicism. It's like the positivity in the face of adversity.
I think that there's also potentially a world where, like, if Liquid needed like triple Windwalker for God knows what reason, for like, who would be the person to play the 3rd Windwalker? It would probably be Smacked, right?
Yeah.
Which then means that Dryny needs this Mistweaver actually geared.
Yep.
And so I think there's maybe a world where he potentially sees some more play, but we're talking some fringe cases where there needs to be some weird class stacking, which I've seen weirder stuff in the Race to World First for sure.
Right, that's the thing, is that we're still very early in the race. It doesn't feel that way being in on day 6 at this point. Is day 6? Day 5?
Day 6, which is
day
crazy, yeah.
Day 6, woo!
Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday.
Feels like it's like Friday. Like,
I don't know what it feels like. I'm just in, it feels like we're in the middle, you know? We're just in the grind. I got my schedule. I'm a man of schedules. Now I'm in the schedule and I'm ready to go.
There you go. I'm happy for you, Jack.
Thanks. How's your schedule going?
I got added a shift today.
Oh, nice.
Nappy Poo is going to be interrupted, but that's okay.
I'll wake you up.
Well, just come bang on the door.
I'll just nudge you.
I'm excited, though.
You're the hotel room over for me. I could wake you up.
I'm
not saying
don't say what number you're in, actually.
You got to ask.
I did, because I'm above you. I did think about stomping my feet when I left in the morning. I was like, I wonder if I could just stomp since you're below me.
You know what's crazy? He is the room over for me, and I hear this groaning in the middle of the night again. Like, what's going on over there?
Eating the pizza at 4 in the morning. Sorry, I'm excited.
Am I being haunted by a ghost? What's happening?
I'm always awake and out the door before you get up, but I always imagine Cal would have like the loudest dad groan possible when he wakes up. It's loud. I'm awake.
Over 10 minutes.
What was that sound that you just made?
It's how every dad is. They just waking up 10 minutes. The most unearthly noises every day, man.
You got your dad hat on today too.
Well, yeah. I was going to go back and get a quick nap and wash the hair this morning, but now I got to go full on dress up again. So
how often do you wash your hair?
Every day.
Daily.
Okay, that's what I thought too. Well.
Girls don't wash their hair.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to be the one to say it, but
I washed my hair like in 2022 last. It's okay.
Don't you get all sweaty and nasty and stuff?
I have no idea why. I want to be a clean person. I don't.
Me too. Well, I feel like you just, even if you're not doing a lot of physical activity, you kind of just accumulate sweat throughout the day.
Wash my hair pre-COVID.
My hair looks horrible too if I don't wash it every single day. It gets like I don't know if you guys have insanely greasy hair. I have insanely greasy hair if I
do not.
If I don't wash it, and it looks like I've just stepped out of the shower if I go like 30 hours without washing it.
Well, you look great today, Tuttles. Good job.
You do.
That's right. Thank you so much.
Good shower.
Yeah, good comps. Good comps.
Shower.
Yep.
There you go.
I still haven't seen Dratnos talk about hygiene, but I haven't had too many shifts with him.
Well, the longer the race goes, the more likely that it's going to become a problem because he's under this theory that banking showers kind of works, right? Have you ever heard about like operating on a sleep deficit?
Yes.
Yeah. So he does that with showers. He operates on a shower deficit where he double takes showers for days leading up to the Race to World First in hopes that he's able to, well, not in hopes, but in with the theory that he's going to be able to skip 4 days in a row of showering. Now, I think the longer that the race goes, it's pretty clear that the shower deficit catches up with him.
Why do you say that?
Well,
you say he's like Pigpen?
Well, there was Sepulchre that one time.
There's a cloud of dust following him wherever he goes.
Well, he had to. Let's just say that banking showers as a philosophical idea, maybe not an effective strategy.
It's like the same thing as THG's AoE clothes washing.
Dude,
THG always smells good. I don't know, man.
It's true.
The AoE washing of the clothes is an enigma.
I mean, maybe.
Have you heard about this one? Jack?
Yeah, he just like sprays them down with like cologne and.
Oh no. He puts the dirty clothes on top of the clean clothes, and he puts them all together.
Oh, right.
That way, there's like a dispersion of the dust and the dirt. it evens out.
That's totally how it works.
So yeah, it averages out the sweat and the dirt.
Yeah. I believe he believes that works. He does always.
I
good.
actually believe that he doesn't believe that works, but I believe that he says it because it's funny.
I think that actually is the case. Yes, probably, but I couldn't tell you.
He's actually quite smart, even though he actually likes to troll.
Yeah.
Smart gamer.
Yeah, you know.
He is just a grade A Twitch chat troll.
He is. He is. He's a man of few. That's what I'm looking for here. He likes what he likes, and that's what he likes. There you go.
He knows himself.
Yeah, he knows himself. Yeah,
self-aware.
Yep. So at this point, they're farming Mythic Plus just with the intent of very specific pieces. This is like a full-on caster comp. So we know there's the wrist wraps for mages that they want. Is there anything else that the rest of the casters want here?
It could be the staff.
They want IO with this comp, I think. This is actually a great push comp, perhaps.
I mean, actually, it's not bad, honestly.
I do think it's a good comp.
Yeah.
People did think I was crazy for saying that Druid's good.
I think that the problem with... I think Druid is good. I think the problem with Druid is that it does like half the damage of a Disc Priest, and like that matters at like a high level.
For the rest of like push teams, I don't think it matters though. It's only until you're getting into like the half of 1% type stuff.
Once you
start like sweating this stuff up to an insane amount.
If you care to get like the rank 1 title, you probably care enough to not play Druid, but I don't think Druid's bad for sure.
I feel like to get 0.1%, you need to meet the heal checks, and I think that's still a very real difficulty for many healers at a high level. And you just need to have some healers that are able to just meet those checks consistently.
It's
because I mean, think about it. How much of the damage of the overall damage for the party is based off the healer? It's like 5%.
You can get half a key level's worth of damage pretty easily from your healer.
So
just having those differences in the healer, you can get half a key level's worth of damage, which is a big deal whenever you're trying to push those levels that are like rank 1 title levels. And again, but at the same point, you can also easily get the rank 1 title playing, you know, something like the worst healer in any season. You could get the 0.1% title.
Yeah, if you play with a comp that is full of the rest of the FODM stuff, I would agree.
Yeah, that's partially true. And you have to, but I think the biggest thing isn't necessarily like the FODM stuff. It's going to come down to the players. But players tend to play with other players who are similar skilled to them. So that's kind of why whenever you're trying to push for a very heavy goal like the 0.1% Mythic Plus title, that's why you tend to want to FODM reroll, because you're, again, going to play with players that are in general similar to your skill level. So you want the best possible opportunity. Like gaining half a key level's worth of damage from your Disc Priest is just, you know, it's just valuable. But I do think that there's some comps with the rest of Druid that are quite good, and I think that Shadow Priest is actually individually pretty strong. It's just kind of getting suppressed a little bit by Disc being so sick. But like this comp that they're playing right here is insanely good.
+1 IO.
Holy moly!
The triple wizard with the Druid buff. You get all the buffs of this comp. It's quite nice. The alternative to this comp is like a Disc Priest with a Moonkin, and I don't think you'd actually play it with a Warlock. I think you'd probably play with an Ellie Shaman.
Yeah.
But I think that all
more kicks.
But I think that the
prop Ellie too.
I think that all the classes that are shown here on this comp is actually excellent. I actually don't think you need prop Ellie. I think Vengeance is quite good.
I thought prop Ellie did more damage.
Well, Vengeance can't die, so.
Oh, okay. so now there's another factor.
Well, tanks are different.
No, that's precisely the point that I was making.
Oh yeah, for sure.
No, it's that the number one reason for a tank is can they survive the biggest pulls, which enable you to do larger pulls.
Yep, that is
number one factor for healers is can you have the easiest time possible healing through heal checks. And then damage is secondary. That's the entire driver of my argument for like what makes specs good.
That's fair. I will say the thing with healers, and you might disagree with this, is like very infrequently do you actually have to flex even close to your maximum HPS output.
I disagree.
You feel like you have to slam your 100% HPS potential regularly?
For most dungeons, especially War Within dungeons, they all feature really brutal heal checks, both on trash pulls like Priory. If you want to do good pulls in Priory after the first boss, the major factor that limits your pulls is being able to heal through triple paladins. Paladins in Priory are doing this Divine Toll cast that just hits everybody for mass AoE for about half their health, and you need to be able to push up everyone's health pools before the next AoE happens. And when you have 3 of them going, they're desynced, and they make sure they're desynced, but you still need to just push up half a player's health in like 2 seconds before the next AoE. Then you got to do it again in 2 seconds before the next AoE, and so on. Like at that point, none of the healers are really focusing on min-maxing their damage. Some of them do it passively, but the number one factor that allows you to do big pulls, which then allows DPS to do more damage, is healing through that check. That's why I think you're kind of overvaluing, like, oh my gosh, like this healer DPS kind of stuff.
But all the healers are healing there, right? But then
some of them are going to do some passive extra damage and stuff like that. But the difference between it, I don't think is that massive of a delta. I don't think it's like, oh my gosh, like this one does like 400k and this one does like 800k. Like, oh my gosh.
Oh my god,
like,
it's evade.
It's so much faster. Wow. You know, it's just about beating the heal checks. In here, you know, you have to deal with the like shifting void that's like dragging players in. The pull after this is going to have double shifting void that you need to meet that heal check on. You know, most of like Rookery is more like trash heal checks than anything else. I mean, look at the pull they're about to do. They're going to go with like the triple suck, basically. Tracking shadows, that's what it's called.
It's kind of like, you remember whenever you were watching Nick earlier and you're like, you should press his Radiance more? If you were a DPS and you were watching them not press their 1 minute CD for like multiple minutes, you'd be like, this is catastrophic. Like we have just.
Oh, no, I was just picking.
But you see what I'm saying? Like healers don't operate like that. They're kind of like the support of the group, and so it's like a situation where they have so many jobs that they have to do that aren't necessarily just.
But there's a priority list to the jobs.
Of course.
There is always a priority list, because right here at this point, damage is fairly irrelevant for the healer because they're trying to do more aggressive pulls for the DPS so that they can maximize their output, and you are enabling that by focusing on the healing.
But that's also why having them do 600,000 DPS and power infusing people to here is so valuable.
Well, the power infusion is just like free for it, but it's not the difference between like, oh, okay, they killed this like minutes fast.
I mean, it's
all of these pulls are going minutes and minutes.
I mean, power infusion for enhancement charm last season was like 400,000 DPS. I mean, it was not a small amount.
I agree, but what my entire point is, if the healer itself could not meet the heal checks to begin with, the power infusion would be irrelevant.
I think that
because if you just can't heal it, then you're not going to get the bosses down. You're not going to get into higher keys.
I think that
the healer output is the primary factor for what healer is going to be good in each season.
I mean, do you not think that most healers can hit all the HPS checks within like half a key level?
No. No, I do not. I think there's 3 healers that could be within half a key level of each other. Disc, Druid, and Monk. Everybody else is going to start hitting a point at very high key levels, past 12s. Past 12s, where there's a key level or 2, or in the case of like Paladin, maybe like 3 in difference. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that healer tuning in a dungeon environment is particularly wide. Because that's what I was doing on PTR. I was like, I'm going to go do a 12 Floodgate, and let me go do Swamp Face. And then you start limit testing and seeing which healers can heal it the most easily with just random pug groups.
Yeah.
Every healer is in a good spot to do 12s, but once you pass that point, then you start really noticing key level diffs.
Yep.
How you doing, Cal?
I'm great. I'm locked in.
I see that.
Kalamazoo, known Mythic Plus enjoyer.
I mean, I actually want to do more this season. I don't mind it. Last season was not my thing, but Jack's one deep on the healing. As long as I'm alive, sounds good.
Man. What if I live and give you PI?
We were just talking philosophical about Mythic Plus.
I heard.
Yeah.
Then he started yapping about radiances, and my brain just went. I understand just what you're saying. So.
Yeah.
You two got it covered. You're playing the bad cop. He's the good cop. I'm just the guy watching. You know, like.
Let me put it in Warlock terms.
I understand what you're saying, Kettle.
Put it in Warlock terms. Could you time this key with a Demonology Warlock or a Destruction Warlock?
All.
Which one are you picking?
All.
All of them?
Yep. All of them, yeah. Evade's going half, but, you know.
Evade's going Demon Hunter, I think.
Well, I'm saying he would play Affliction, though.
Evade's actually been gearing his Afflock as well. He was playing the Warlock yesterday.
He was convinced it was better than Destro on PTR.
Yes, he was.
I believe he believes that. It is good, though. I will say that.
I believe that he is much better than me at this video game.
Yes,
even playing
that is very true.
Even playing Affliction Warlock, so I trust his better judgment most of the time. It
is very good.
I think Evade is probably one of the individuals who thinks about the game at a level that pretty much nobody else does, and that gives him a lot of advantages.
That's fair.
What do you mean by that?
A lot of people just play the game.
Okay.
A lot of people just log in and they just like play the game. Evade doesn't just play the game. Evade thinks about just like every single decision that's being made in every single spot, like to the T, and how can you optimize that? And that's most people don't think about the game in that way. It's unfortunate that he's not rating the race world first anymore. So he basically stopped because
he wants to.
He wants to.
Slips are gone. So
yeah, he wants to, but then he gets asked to do, make 15 characters, and he's like, no.
Yeah.
I don't. That's ridiculous. He loves rating at that level where it's competitive because exactly like I kind of was talking about because of how he thinks about the game, but then hates the thought of having to do
5 days of splits.
5 days of splits. Yeah, no, there's just no way.
Yeah.
And all the farm content to gear those 15 characters before the season starts with full 639.
No, exactly.
Yeah. Think about all the quests that you would have to do on Siren Isle to upgrade all your Seer circlets.
Almost twice, yeah. If people try and
15 times.
You could party sync and do it one time.
No. Before a tier starts, upgrade all of those characters.
But
with those rings before the tier starts.
Tettles.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Tettles not to be trusted.
I've learned that a lot.
Tettles not to be trusted. You should do this, bro.
Tettles.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that.
Tettles.
Kalamazoo just asked me how to do it, and then
I didn't ask anything. What do you mean?
And then I told him, and then he got mad at me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm just looking for somebody to feed my anger into that day, and you.
Yeah, Blizzard, just play Blizzard, man. Be like the rest of us.
I mean, it's okay. I just by mistake deleted my ring. Oh, I had to restore it. Oh, it's back. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Yeah, no worries. Hey,
man.
I lost it. Smile.
I dropped it in Theater of Pain on my 85-minute run yesterday. We missed the load 11 by about a minute, and we missed a 10 Theater by about half a minute. And we had a duel going on in the arena on Cooldown. Oh no, on the what's the boss's name in the arena?
Zav.
Yeah, Zav. We had a full-on duel.
Yeah.
We hadn't dueled, we would have won we would have timed the key. But unfortunately, a little more important, I guess. So.
You got more Dretha, Koltarak, Gore Chop, Zav, and then the Council Boss.
Yeah, with the Bloodhorn mixed in every time.
Affront of Champions, I think is the name of that fight.
Yeah.
An affront.
An affront?
A front.
Yeah.
Really?
So it's a front is like a
in front?
A front. AFF.
Front. Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically where you
actually don't know that
are like they present themselves as like a challenge.
Yeah, okay.
That's basically the way to say it. Because if you confront somebody, you're like going up to them and like, I'll beat you up. My dad could beat up your dad. But like their actions are an affront to somebody. It's by standing there and sort of like planting their feet, they're sort of issuing a challenge.
I guess that makes sense.
What it is. Best way to put it. Read a book.
That would take away from my World of Warcraft time.
I find a balance, let me tell you.
I can't.
I timed 12s before you did, and I am almost done with the Wind and Truth, the 5th book of the Stormlight Archive, let me tell you.
Is that what you're reading right now, actually?
Yes.
Oh, some massive book back there.
Yeah, it's like 1,400. It's like 1,500 pages, something like that.
More than I've read my entire life.
It's a good book, let me tell you.
I believe you believe it. I will take your word for it.
Lots of action going on.
That's right.
Okay.
I'll do things like sleep or watch TV or watch grass grow instead and have a good time with that. Yeah, so that's okay. Yeah. I don't live in the 60s anymore, Jack.
I could read it to you.
Ooh, that's an offer I might not refuse.
Yeah. I'd help you sleep at night.
Maybe I should read a little more. Actually, sure, I'd probably be okay. Actually.
Nice little wind down. Okay.
It's better than playing on your phone.
That's fair.
That's true. It is a nice distraction, and it keeps me from like doom scrolling. Learn about the surges. Get to learn about the Shards of Adon-Alzium. I can't even
It's a
pronounce that
WoW
word.
book, or is it?
No. It's like fantasy.
Like you started just making words up right there.
Yeah, it's like fantasy-esque. You know, it's people fighting for a continent and fighting for power and the power of the gods, giving people superhuman abilities.
Sounds like a day in Florida.
Yeah.
Superhuman abilities.
Have you ever heard of a hurricane?
People get to fly in the air and heal from wounds.
Well, yeah, literally Florida.
They get to pair with ancient beings.
You can try.
They
El Dorado's in Florida, isn't it?
What is that?
City of Gold.
Did you see the movie?
That's Atlantis.
No, that's underwater.
Right?
That's underwater.
El Dorado ain't above the water, right?
Well, it's covered up by like big waterfall now. Now that Miguel and Tulio went and crashed their boat into the pillars.
Those are the guys with the llama from Disney, or which?
No, that's the Emperor's New Groove.
Isn't the bit with Florida that the people who founded Florida were looking for El Dorado?
Miguel and Tulio. Tulio Miguel.
You don't know anything about this.
Powerful.
It doesn't matter.
In Augustine, there's cannons and stuff there. It's pretty cool. I think they found it there. I don't know, yeah. But they don't teach us stuff in Florida in school.
Why don't they teach you about El Dorado?
They taught me square dancing every single grade up until 7. Thank you, Florida. What a great
Can you show it to us?
Please, please. I gotta see this.
I remember there was like, this is all I remember. Yeah, you had to hold. I don't know, man. I can't do it.
Do you need a partner?
No. No.
Be careful. I have 2 left feet and they're both big.
I'm not touching your feet, Jack. I know what you got.
I would hope that you wouldn't.
I know. We're good. Anyways, shifting gears to something else besides square dancing.
Yeah.
I think now is also
what about two-stepping?
I think now is a pretty good time as well. If you have questions in Twitch chat that you want to have answered by us, since we're just kind of here watching splits, watching them do Mythic Plus and stuff like that, whether it's raid related, whether it's Race to World First related, whether it's just like,
whether it's book related,
what's going on necessarily with the Race to World
Nettles'
First.
personal life also on the table here.
No. It depends on the question, I guess.
Nettles, why are you the way that you are? Let's find out. I don't use Goodreads. I actually don't know what Goodreads is. I assume that's like just where you list the books that you read, I guess.
Jack, how do I heal the first boss of Cinder's Disc? Do you have a guide for that?
Yeah, attack it. The boss in the intermission phase takes full atonement damage. So even though the boss takes 99% less damage, how do we make the chat better? Can you?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's just like 2 lines.
Hit control.
Basically, when bosses put up the immunity shields, there's a very big difference between a boss being immune to damage versus taking 99% less damage. What you should do is you should just atone all your allies, tell those bums to start running the mugs out and run the drink service, and then just full-on DPS the boss the entire time.
I, for one, am shocked that he didn't know how to fix that, by the way.
I don't use laptops. I don't use laptops.
It was just zoomed in.
I don't know. I don't have a mouse to scroll, so.
That's true. Well, I hit control and minus over and over again.
Okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'm a little hurt that you are such an elitist about things that I don't know. Listen, man.
Jack,
I don't always know everything.
Jack's a boomer, apparently.
Yeah. I don't think Sloot ever really read that much, MG.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
What's that guy
doing? What is Letterbox for books? That.
Oh yeah, it's like Letterbox for movies. It's like a My Anime list for books.
Yeah, El Dorado.
None of these things describe. I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a My Anime list is?
I don't know what a letterbox is. I don't know what a My Anime list is. Like, is it a website where I just list what I'm reading, or am I sharing the books?
What you read, and then like you rank them.
Oh, okay.
Like you give them like a rating, and then
English. You know. Yeah.
Feature boss comp predictions. Somebody asked that.
Oh wow.
It's actually interesting because the last few bosses are execute bosses in a sense, and this is not.
I can't answer your question, Fanta, because it would probably involve a lot of spoilers.
I think
I gave you an honest answer.
I think talking about boss comp predictions, if you look at the comp that Liquid played on the first 2 bosses in Cauldron of Carnage and Vexing the Gear Grinders, it seems like they probably expect the most balanced comp to be something along those lines, right? Where it's double Mistweaver, Restoration Druid, Disc Priest, with a prot Warrior and a prot Paladin. That seems to be like the most balanced comp. And then with their DPS options, it's some variation of double to triple Shadow Priest. It's probably double Windwalker Monk. And then there's, miscellaneous buff DPS sprinkled in, where you might have variations between 0 to 1 of some specializations. It looks like one Dev Evoker is good. Looks like one BM Hunter is not bad. Potentially, you can be playing a second.
2 BM Hunters actually on a lot of
Yeah.
fronts,
Potentially, you could be playing up to 2 BM Hunters. You could be playing 2 Mages. It just kind of depends. Like the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th slots are kind of open. Trying to figure out enough range DPS that are like pretty solid are kind of there. But I think that the base of what the comp is likely to be is more or less what they started with on the first couple of bosses. Now, of course, there's some class stacking that has to change things occasionally, like we're watching on Styx Bunkjunker. The fact that they went all the way up to 3 DK tanks just for grips, and then now they're back down to 1 Blood DK, 1 Prot Warrior, and then they're playing triple Moonkin for the bomb damage, the territorial bomb spawns. I think it's one of those things that, of course, the texture of the fight kind of changes the specializations that are good, but roughly they'll be running most of the specs.
Was this running off Wi-Fi?
Yes, that thing's on Wi-Fi.
Okay. It dropped for a second.
Are you good?
Happens.
I'm just trying to find it.
Also, the discussion of them trying to
no internet
build comps early on some of the bosses based around what they expect the final comp to be, like Title's talking about. But they've had to skew a lot more towards, like you said, the heavy Boomkin, heavy Shadow Priest comp for this boss. Even Rick Reverb, you played 3 Warlocks and 3 Shadow Priests. I don't think we're going to see 3 Locks on some of the end fights here. Now, Vault's this tier, 2, 4, 6 for bosses.
Yep.
Right? But we're not killing 6 bosses. I don't think we're killing 6 bosses this week. You might get Sprocket Monger down, but with the variants and comps we've seen, I doubt there are many people in the raid that have 3 slots that aren't, like tanks and healers maybe, but honestly, you're probably looking at 2 raid slots if you're a DPS this tier, which does bring the question, do you further prioritize what you might expect to be more relevant on the end bosses in your re-clear on Tuesday? But then again, re-clear is 3 or 4 bosses on Tuesday.
It kind of depends on how difficult the fights are. If it's going to cost you some pulls, you're realistically, depending on how many pulls it's going to cost you, you might be willing to sack some of that kind of, some of those pulls potentially. But if it's going to be impossible to kill, you're just going to have to play the Blood DK, and we're just losing the Vault slot, and it's just like not really much we can do about it. We ultimately getting the boss killed is going to be the more important thing, because the gear and gaining that gear on a per week basis is like a huge deal.
Right. Plus no Spark this week, but the week after.
Yeah, we'll be able to craft again.
We'll be here. Yeah, Title's
yes, we will.
3-week race. Here we go.
It's kind of like Sepulchre whenever we were like, there's no way they make it to double legendary, and they made it to double legendary.
Yeah, I remember that actually.
Dude, it's just, I just remember Janice and I were talking about it, or like whenever we were doing our recaps, and we're just like, yeah, well, in theory, if they made it to week 3, maybe we could get to double legendary. We're like, there's no way they're in double legendary. And then Halandris is still alive, and it's like Monday, and then Janice and I are just like, well, I think they're making it to double legendary. He's like, yeah, I think they are too. Just like this is about to be a really long raid.
It was certainly a raid. I'd rather have bosses be overtuned than undertuned.
The race is for the race. It's really, really cool to watch them have to prog the hardest versions of a bunch of bosses for sure.
Yeah, it definitely is. I didn't expect it to be Styx Bunkjunker at 70 pulls.
A little bit weird.
Yeah, of all the fights,
a little bit weird.
I was like, I think it's going to be a little harder than people think it's going to be. And then,
it was even harder than that.
I mean, it feels like we just pulled too far in the other direction. This tier, looking at how last tier was, you had, what was it? 1-1, like 8 for Rick Reverb, but you had to 3-heal that fight, right?
That's fine.
Liquid and... Who was the first to get the world first kill on Reverb?
Instant dollars.
Yeah, okay.
Dollars.
Instant doll hairs.
Then a significant jump. We're probably looking at 100+ pulls on Styx, I would venture to guess at this point. And...
69, 70.
Yeah, we're at 70.
Nice.
I don't know if we necessarily need another 30 pulls on that boss. It's more about just like
you need that one good pull though.
Exactly. You kind of have to have everything aligned. It's kind of similar to it's not like Halandris. It's similar to like how you have to kind of kill Halandris, if that makes sense, where you need everything. Or Tendril Sage Swift for newer Race World first viewers. You kind of just need everything to line up at the right time and like be able to capitalize on like a really deep and good pull. And it's certainly doable. It's just the pull that you need to actually be able to get Styx killed is a little bit weird.
Right. So if you're Blizzard at this point, would you step in at some point today and just change the boss somehow, or would you just let it go?
reset?
I wouldn't today. I would absolutely gut that boss in the reset, though. Like,
more than they need to, like,
make that a
guilds, right?
Make that a completely different boss in the reset. I think that leaving Styx in this current iteration is fine for this reset, but it is not fine for anything past this reset.
Well, you just split 2 out of 8 and most of your guilds this tier, right? Early on, just 2 out of 8.
Yeah, that's a scary thought.
I just, you know, if Styx Bunk Junker is similar difficulty to a lot of penultimate fights, that's just like, that's just going to create a lot of burnout if you're actually trying to raid Mythic. There's just no way.
I agree. I mean, we want the curve to progress in a more natural manner where it's not 1, 1, 1, 1, 200, right? But, I mean, this tier does look to be semi-similar.
I thought that they were going to kind of, whenever I did my boss pull count predictions, I literally thought that Blizzard was going to swing the other direction because Nerebar was too hard and Brute Twister and Nexus Princess Kaiveza killed too many guilds. So I thought that Blizzard was, they saw that and they were like, you know, maybe it is a little bit too difficult. Maybe this is going to end up being a problem long term. And then they're just like, oh, what? Hold on.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Make it hard again, I guess. Okay. It's weird because the Severed Strands like stacking Raid Renown buff makes the fights very easy after you get fully max Mythic gear and have that 18% fully ramped damage amp, and the fights become easy then. But the problem is getting a lot of the Mythic guilds to the point where those fights actually become easier whenever you have that fully ramped damage amp and you're max geared. A lot of guilds would stop before they even made it to that point because the fights that were in front of them were, for them, impossible.
Sure.
Oh, they pull that Shredinator? Oh, no, they missed.
No, they went around it. I like this bull a lot. I've been seeing it quite a bit more often.
I think if you have a route, you can do the pull with the hyenas that are on the right instead of this. But if you don't actually have a route, this should be your first pull of the dungeon 100%. Like the hyenas into this. Like, but every single time you do this dungeon, this box with like a Bloodlust pull should be your first pull of the dungeon for sure. It's more like you don't want to accidentally pull the snipers that are off to the right side that are patrolling around. But again, you can route them and then grab some different trash mobs that are off to your left, or off to your left, and then actually take those into this pack.
I think the first pulls are always very interesting, especially in new dungeons. There's the nasty shredders you need to kill a few of anyway, and then it's just a game of like, okay, what can you stack with it?
Dude, I gotta have a conversation with somebody who works at Blizzard about moving those mobs in front of Big Mama's room. Like, dude, the first pull of this dungeon, for context, for like all of PTR, you ran up like the right side and took like the world's largest trash pull into Big Mama, and then Blizzard just like slams a Shredinator and like a Blood Warper and then another Shredinator right into the path that people were going, and then you're like, oh, yeah, well. Like my fun pull.
There were.
They just didn't want you pulling that.
I mean, I did that pull.
Yeah.
And then I saw there were some clips on my channel from like burner accounts. Of that exact pull, like multiple different times, and I was like, oh, they know. It's getting spread around, and then they absolutely nuked it from orbit. We even had some weird things where, like Motherlode, when it was first being designed, they put up like walls all over the place. And they would prevent you from actually running over trash piles to like skip around trash mobs.
I mean, I think that speculatively Blizzard probably just didn't want them to. Blizzard didn't want players actually just ripping the boss with all the trash on pull with Lust.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, okay, we actually want you to do some trash packs before you just run straight into the boss. But it was cool. It was cool to do the boss with all the trash on pull. I was a big fan, but oh well.
You mean in here?
Yeah. I think this dungeon. Here's the thing. I actually like this dungeon. I know this might be controversial. I think this dungeon is sick. I think this dungeon is very difficult if you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of
dungeon too, right? Like, I mean,
kind of like hidden things, I guess you could say. Like, you know, the Shredinators, you don't notice it until they're underneath your feet, and then you're dying.
Like, click that box.
Yeah,
they're not clicking.
Or that too. It's like, well, he's the tank. John Cat form, or John Bear form, as we should call him.
John Bear form.
Doesn't need to click no box.
But yeah, I think it's one of those things that if you don't know what pulls you should and shouldn't do, this dungeon actually becomes substantially harder. Whereas once you actually start to get into the rhythm of things, you're able to actually meet the HPS checks on a fight like Swamp Face. Your DPS aren't going to grief the absolute hell out of you on that boss as well. And those things like really make this dungeon kind of cool. There are some things that I'm not like in love with. Like I thought the last boss did a little bit too much tank damage, but they ended up nerfing that as well. And but I think that this dungeon just in general is really cool. But it's always going to be challenging for Pug players IMO just because of what it is.
We actually griefed second boss yesterday, barely killing it. Then we forgot to shoot the blimp down and tried to do swamp base with the mines.
Oh yeah.
It had the.
Sorry. So what happens if you don't shoot the blimp down?
You just have fire circles.
The water don't go away. The blimp controls the mines in the water, so when second boss dies, you pick up the gun and shoot it down. But if you don't do that, the mines are just there forever. Like
I'm going to be honest with you. I had absolutely no idea that that was a thing.
Someone's going to grab the boss's gun and shoot
I wouldn't call them mines. They're like red circles that are around the room, and they'll like mark you with an artillery barrage if you walk into them.
Every single time we did it on the PTR, and like I've done it on live, somebody's always shot it down. I've never actually had to like do that.
I hadn't seen it until yesterday, and yeah, we got on swamp face.
I guess it probably helps that I'm always the person who clicks that box and then also shoots the blimp down. So it's like I'm just like, what does this thing do?
You have to manually aim the gun, or is it just like
no,
you just click it.
There's an item on the ground. You just use like a.
I've seen that, yeah.
It's like a button, and then you sit there, you cast like for 3 seconds, and then it just like does this RP cutscene thing where the blimp is because and then the blimp falls out of the sky.
I had heard about it, but I hadn't done it myself. We got down there, we're like, oh, what is this? I'm able to go away, and oh no, actually, this is what
I didn't know.
Got blasted.
That's crazy.
Swamp base plus artillery strikes like for the entire fight. Yeah, there's nowhere to go. It's not. There you go. I taught you something, Teddles. Look at that.
There you go. Lessons learned.
I guess it makes sense.
Yeah. Also, they got the kill a block barrier going up because they didn't kill the ads in time, and now it's falling off. It's an annoying bit of extra damage that comes if you aren't killing the ads quickly enough. And sometimes you get like really nasty cast sequences where the last ad might have died, but the boss is still casting like frontals or still casting other abilities, and then it has to complete those abilities, and then it'll actually start its jumpstart vulnerability phase.
So it like spell queues them essentially?
Yeah, it can be very, very rough. But again, that boss also takes 99% less damage, so, you know, Disc Priest can still do full healing and everything whenever they need to.
The World First 15 got timed already.
Nice.
They slammed a Dark Flame Cleft.
Ooh.
A Chinese team consisting of people that we know with Tian and Broken Chun.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so Broken Chun, former Liquid Raider as well.
What do you think about it being Dark Flame Cleft of all keys?
I think the timer in there is very free.
Yeah.
It's, I think the first area, Dark Flame, is like pretty tough. But in general, I think that key's timer is super lenient. So if you don't like run it, then you time the key. That's one of those dungeons. Like I made a video on Tuesday talking about like the dungeon that you should and shouldn't pug. And Dark Flame Cleft was actually high on the you should. This is actually not a bad dungeon to pug, just because the timer is so lenient. And I think that people are actually seeing that. Where some of the mechanics of the dungeon kind of stink. Like the darkness mechanic on the final boss is like not particularly great.
Exciting, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's not particularly exciting, but the dungeon itself isn't hard, and I think that's it's totally fine.
It's one of the better ones, I think, barring the last little gauntlet being.
I just hate the last boss. The rest of that dungeon is honestly, in my opinion, good.
I think a lot of it was because people were expecting it to be so bad, so Blizzard was making sure that it wasn't, and then as a result, other dungeons like Cinder or Priory didn't get as much attention or hype or whatever about it, and like those dungeons feel like they're miles harder.
I think Priory is a lot of fun still, even though it got blasted in the tuning 2 days ago.
Yeah,
Cinder feels like it could have used a little bit more time.
Well, they nerfed Priory over and over again during PTR
I know,
as well.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, a lot of Priory being hard is the same reason that most of the War Within Season 1 dungeons were also hard. It's just like a lot of casters, a lot of really hard mini bosses and stuff like that. And that's the only one that feels kind of similar to like Season 1 of War Within dungeons, where the rest of the dungeons this season, it is a noticeable, like they're all a noticeable amount easier in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
In a way that I like. I think that there's fewer casters, there's fewer just crazy trash mobs that you have to deal with, and it feels a lot. It feels a lot more like you can actually like pug it and have like a normal run, as opposed to needing just like everybody being on the same page. I also think that, a change with the affixes that they did, where they moved Challenger's Peril to 12 with the Guile, and just some of the other changes that they made with the affixes was a home run hit from Blizzard for me. I think they made the season sick. I'm happy with what they've done for 5-mans.
Off to like a really, really good start.
Yeah.
If I'm enjoying it, they probably did a good job, right?
Yep. Well, here's my question though: is that there are a lot of players who are, I'm going to go get my portals, I'm going to go get my 12s done, then I'm done for the season. But by making those things a bit easier to do early on, what is it that's going to keep those players around long term?
They got the 3K IO achievement now too.
True. Okay, so what happens after that though?
Well, I mean, that's fine. It's fine for them to
I
quit.
think if you're pushing the 3K at that point, like you just care enough regardless to keep going past there. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I'm just curious.
I don't think you have to like.
I have a theory.
I don't think you should feel forced to actually like force people to play longer than they necessarily want to.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's part of the seasonality of World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft has become a more seasonal game. Probably post Shadowlands, I think, is around. It was probably like mid Shadowlands, but post Shadowlands is really where it started. In some of the Dragonflight seasons, where it became just like a lot more seasonal of a game. And I think that Blizzard is basically just stating our content is good enough to stand on its own. The replayability of it is good enough to where a lot of people are going to want to continue to play it. And a lot of people do play for rewards, myself included, but there's still a lot of fun in playing even just for the love of the game and not just exclusively rewards. But I think that, if the game is good, even if they have gotten all their portals and even if they have gotten their 3KO achievement, they're, like Kalamazzi said, they're going to want to still continue to play a little bit.
I think a big theory, at least for me, is that when people start hitting a set wall and they don't feel like they can reliably overcome it with more gear, that's where it starts having people getting phased out of it.
Oh, yeah.
And I think part of that is because of the lack of borrowed power. Like, obviously, I'm not saying they should bring back borrowed power.
They should, but we're getting that right now, okay?
I don't think they should. But
a
I
certain
think
extent.
what they should be looking for is a similar, like, Mythic Plus renown track, the way that we have the Raid renown track.
That'd be interesting.
So that way there's a steady power increase that you're getting over the course of a season that is going to allow you to continuously make things a little bit easier. Because eventually you hit a wall with gear, and then things stop getting easier. It's one of those, you stop gaining like 2 or 3 eye levels a week or something like that. And then suddenly the M plus stuff, you just have to like super min-max your quality of gameplay to progress.
Right. Studies have been done pretty consistently with MMR inflation in other video games, where MMR inflation positively correlates with long-term player retention, which is why you'll see like gacha games on your phone or something like that have like insane MMR inflation. You'll see a game like League of Legends long-term. You're getting fewer like LP at the very beginning of the season, but as the season goes on, your LP gains are a little bit easier. It's a bit of a softer player base in the sense of it's just trying to get you to continue to progress to the next tier of gameplay, and it stops at the high level, right? MMR inflation stops once you start to reach those like master levels in the higher games. Whenever you're arenaing, it stops whenever you're reaching
1500 or whatever. I think
Gladiator. I think
that's happening with me with Rivals right now.
In Gladiator, Rivals at some point, you're no longer benefiting from the MMR like inflation over time, but they're still going to try to continue to push you up with just like the behind the scenes MMR inflation. And I think that maybe Mythic Plus could benefit from something like that. Blizzard, I actually don't know if they necessarily believe that MMR inflation is particularly good at looking at Arena, but Arena has like pretty it should go up as the season goes on, but for Arena it hasn't really the past couple of seasons for Arena, which means that it was very difficult for you to actually get the Arena rewards.
Yeah.
But
it doesn't sound very, very fun. But I don't really PvP, so.
But I agree with you, and I mean even things like a Cersei Circlet, I think it does a good job of, if you were doing 15s, now you're able to actually do 16s because this new item has come out and it's allowing you to, you get this kind of jolt, like a half a key level of just ease, just because Cersei Circlet makes it a little bit easier.
But I think the weird thing about the Seer Circlet, and, well, for one thing, in the 0.5 patch, it didn't seem like there was really that much besides just M+ nerfs. And then you have to wait, what is it, like 12 weeks, 14 weeks for the Seers to come around and then provide the next round of sort of like pseudo nerfs to it.
I thought
from Narabar release to when Seers.
Oh, sure.
The 0.5 was just like BRD in theory. But now you're gonna have the Dinar and stuff like that on the 0.5, so that's gonna give you a best in slot piece of gear. So people are going to be able to pick something that's like really overpowered, right? Some of this gear in this game, particularly in this patch, is crazy. Blizzard cooked super hard with a lot of the cantrip effects on a bunch of these items, and because they cooked, some of them are really OP, like Jasper Diamond and Best in Slots. Those items are nuts.
Have we heard much about the Dinar coming besides it just being in the 0.5?
It's in the 0.5. It was in an interview with Nagura and Ian Hazakostas where it was just announced to be in the 0.5.
There was anything else though, right?
There was also an interview with Max and Skarzar, which was like talking about them removing it out of the renown track, and then they were like, yeah, we'll announce
I think
we'll announce where it
better.
comes from in the future.
It was so late in the renown track, it didn't really matter much. Most people, I feel like.
I think that's true. Reading that blue post that they were talking about whenever they removed it out of the renown track and said that it was coming again in the future, how that actually read to me, and I don't know if you guys felt the same way, was we didn't want it to be tied to the raid renown track. We think that this raid renown track is something that we're going to keep for seasons moving forward, and by tying it to the raid renown track, then we're married to the concept of giving you a dinar every single season and attaching that to the raid renown track, where we either might not be married to the concept of giving you a dinar, or the time of which we actually want to give it to you it might actually be a little bit faster than we initially thought. And either of those things could possibly be true. I think that time and time again in the past they've stated that they actually don't want players to have deterministic loot because it's not very good for long-term player retention. Which I guess makes sense.
It also requires players to go into the raid if you're a PvP or an M+er, which I don't think is a bad thing actually, but most people wouldn't agree with that. Because if it's only tied to the raid renown track, it's like, well.
I like having like 1 dinar a season. I would think that's like the nice compromise to it. I understand their reasoning for like, we don't want it to just be like, I do this task and I will always get this loot at this point in time. It is frustrating, like you mentioned at the beginning of our cast titles, where you go and do a whole bunch of dungeons and you just get like 5 rounds of boots.
That was
then
weird. I mean,
you have the days where you just get looted out of your mind. You're like, this is the best.
I was just low rolling. I mean, it just happens, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I would love to see a Mythic Plus renown track as well.
Yeah, I think that would be the sauce.
An M+ dinar would go real hard. Like if you could like pick an item from like all the dungeons.
What if?
That would be really nice.
What if they have an M+ and a raid renown type track, or maybe they are combined, and then by doing either of those things,
it could be combined.
Then you just get 1 global dinar. Done.
Yeah, they could be combined.
Do the gameplay you like to do, and you can't do both and get faster or get ahead or whatever, you know.
That'd be good.
That's part of the speculative reason that I think that they removed it out of the raid renown track as well, is because it wasn't just like, I don't think it's just going to be a raid dinar, because whenever we had them in both of the faded seasons, they weren't just a raid dinar, right? Like you could buy items from Mythic Plus, you could buy some of those items, and I wonder if it's just going to be like a game-wide dinar type of situation where you can take it and buy, I don't know, the Operation Floodgate melee DPS trinket at a myth track item level if you really wanted to, because right now you're just beholden to only getting that out of your vault at a high item level, and that feels really weird, the fact that there's no way to actually guarantee myth gear out of your vault.
And that's the thing, is some classes, I mean, we saw it last season with Gale of Shadows, where this is an insanely powerful item, and the only way to get the best version of it is to just roll it out of the vault.
Exactly.
It's like,
Mythic Plus gearing is simultaneously too good and too bad at the exact same time, because it's too good at the very early points of the season where every raider is forced to do a bunch of Mythic Plus because it's spammable hero track gear. But then after like week 2, after week 3, it literally just falls straight off a cliff, and then you're basically just trying to play the vault lottery with no guarantee that you can even get some of these chase items that you want, kind of like the Gale of Shadows that you were talking about.
I think the best change you can make to M+ gearing, I mentioned it a while ago, I think Dranos mentioned it, I think Max even talked about it in his videos too. You put an item in the vault on the vendor, it's like 12 coins. It takes any item to the next track. If it's a your item, bring it to myth track. That's why you can farm M+ for your Sack Brood, your Gale of Shadows, whatever you want. Maybe you get it eventually on Hero.
Yeah.
In 2 weeks, you get 2 bad vaults. It's a myth piece and you're done.
I agree with that. I think the problem is like it's not very satisfying.
I think it's super satisfying.
No. Part of like the satisfying thing with loot is like getting the loot, right? Obtaining the loot. It's not very satisfying whenever you buy tokens that convert your item from hero track to myth track. And I think that that's probably fair, but I don't know what the solution is.
I don't think it's a great one. It feels like that's like how old badges were in a sense, where you knew like, all right, if I get this item in 2 weeks, I can buy this, which is my best in slot, and I'm done. That feels rewarding to me. I don't know.
I think we're all in agreement though that you should never get mythic loot from end of dungeon reward.
No, you never should. There should be some way to
especially
that loot higher though.
Especially in the current state of how Mythic Plus end of dungeon gearing works. I don't know if I necessarily like how end of dungeon gearing is for Mythic Plus. Just because it feels so unlike any other gearing system in the game because of how spammable it is. Because again, like I said, it's simultaneously overpowered and underpowered because you can't get long-term benefit, but early on in the season, the best thing that you can do is run like 70 dungeons for gear.
Which is what they're doing right now.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's really good loot.
Yeah, it is, and I think it's also just a reflection that this needs to be done eventually, and they might as well make the most use out of their time, while also just kind of warming up the raiders for the day, since raiding for a dozen hours straight on Mythic bosses is insanely exhausting, and it's very, very easy to like push super hard or have the desire to like push super hard and just pound in pulls, but that's not always the best thing for the entire environment.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that we're going to see Styx Bunk Junker dying today, but this is a marathon, not a sprint, right? And could they slam 40 more pulls right now and down Styx Bunk Junker without getting any gear? Probably.
There's just no reason to do that, though. I mean, there's maybe possible looming tuning and or nerfs. If not, you need the M+ down for the reset. So, yeah, just see where it goes and see what the future holds, honestly.
That's right. Well, I know our future is going to hold some transmogs thanks to your submissions to the Pasadena Humane Society. $35, of course, is getting your transmog UI, or I even like the battle stations, people showing off their home setups as well. So let's see if we can check out a couple transmogs as we're watching the Raiders fight Mr. Bubbles right now.
Oh, I might be a little harsh on these mogs this morning.
Sturm. You know what he would say to you? Not with that attitude.
I think it's actually pretty solid.
This looks like a Kalamazoo mog.
Yeah, pretty solid. I like this one. The fairy wings, not the 6-wing special, but the 1 Warglaive is good.
He's got the Warlock helmet. Kind of weird.
I think it's like an old demo.
It looks like the Mage Tower Warlock hat for some reason. I know it's not that one, but it looks like the same vibe.
They stole my class. They steal my mog. Unsurprising. Take everything.
What can you do?
They've literally taken.
It sacrificed everything. What have you given?
My entire class, literally. Okay. With that being said, I think this is good. Nice combination of randomness. The 1 Warglaive is definitely a look.
There must be some kind of bug or something with the Warglaives.
What do you mean?
Well, this is the second or third time we've seen people with only one.
What? He's wearing a fist weapon.
Oh,
gotta be intended. Yeah, the claw.
I didn't even see that. It like blended right in. I thought it was like part of the belt or something along those lines.
I think 7.8. This is solid. Yeah. A little bit of a bias towards the lower end though, because
like a 4. It's like a hodgepodge.
1.5.
Oh my.
Yeah.
You guys just don't know beauty when you see it.
I wonder if there's something missing. I do kind of want to get that little waist, little floaty.
This
yeah.
Guy, yeah. Whatever he submitted this, he knew what he was doing. 1.5.
Rating post built, I think, with a little Murloc on it, I think.
Thank you for submission, though.
Yeah, thank you.
So we can roast you.
This morning,
dude, people also should submit
or Demon Hunters
their gaming setups, their battle stations.
That's what I said. I love that.
You could do UI. You could do gaming setup. I would love to see some of your cool gaming setups.
I like these Fellblades a lot.
Oh, those are the ones from Zereth Mortis. The green. There's like green, blue, red. There's a bunch of them actually.
This guy doesn't. Cool. It looks like a human with Demon Hunter horns.
It does.
You know,
sort of.
I know it's supposed to be a blood elf, but he looks like about as human as they can get.
You know, so do I.
What's this hat?
Oh,
people love it.
It looks like the old Warlock Challenge mode set from Pandaria, sort of. Like not as, curly. It's more modern.
Yeah.
I mean, the rolled up sleeves.
That guy's ready for a long, hard day's work.
Yeah, gotta roll up those sleeves.
I mean, 7.6. It's not bad. I'm not overly excited about it, but there's a little bit of effort put into this.
I think it's cool. 6.5 maybe.
Yeah, sure.
6.3.
Yeah.
You know.
I think it's good. I think it's just like standard.
Yeah. Solid.
Exactly.
Solid mog.
It's like there's thought put into it, but it's not like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever.
It's not my mog.
It's not yours. That we know. We would know your transmog on site.
Idiots.
I told them to pull my mog up. They didn't do it, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, you got to pay.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. $35, you know? TL.gg/RWF-donate.
That's like 2 less tacos, though.
That's true.
But you could get 20 of those dollars from Coinbase.
But it's a great cause.
That's true, actually. And for charity, you're right. Halifax.
What is the Witness of the Kirin Tor achievement, the title?
Some mage stuff hidden.
Yeah. I like this one. I like the asymmetrical shoulders. I'm a really big fan of them adding those into the game.
This guy's from Canada.
How do you know that?
Halifax.
What about it?
Could just be
City, Nova Scotia.
Whoa, okay, cool. You know geography. Ooh, hey.
What? Yeah, the humble brag.
Do not play that.
Wow.
I wouldn't expect a fire mage if I saw this Mog. I expect like some kind of not a mage. So he's trying to hide his true identity here behind like a paladin.
It's like a priest for lumberjacks.
Yeah, like a priest, weird paladin kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. He is like a traveling priest that would offer services to traveling lumberjacks. That's what he looks like.
I actually like how his human looks, which
Yeah.
is like a weird thing to say.
I'd say 8.6.
Yeah, 8.1.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Banger.
I'll give it 7. Yeah, I'll give it 7. I think it's good.
Okay.
I like the buff grizzly male priest look, even though I know it's a mage.
I think that's I think this looks good.
I know it's a mage, but I just can't get the image out of my head.
I whenever I'm looking at this, I just like automatically think of him in combust. Like, how would he look while he's combusting? He's like that full
Like
fire.
a clown, it'd be great.
Yeah, it would look a little bit. It would look a little bit ridiculous while he's in combustion. But whenever he's walking around Dornegal, this guy looks elite.
Oh yeah, RP walking obviously. That's an NPC.
He RP walks to the vault for sure.
It's respectable. You don't? I do. It's how you get good loot.
Anyways,
you should try it, Towels. Maybe that's why you're not very geared. You're not fully immersed in the game. Well, thank you for your generous donations. The Mogs are, they're great.
Woo. Moggin.
Yeah. Mirren, you call it that.
Cool. Thank you guys all so much who have been donating.
That's true.
We're
We're almost at $9,000.
Kind of crazy. We're gonna have a very long race, so we might.
That's true. We might hit that big $25,000 goal for that song release we're talking about from production. Actually.
Yeah.
We got a snippet of it last night. It was actually the end of it.
I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know what degenerates on production had the time to make that song.
Well, you weren't here for Boston, were you? Sandwich Love was a thing.
No.
Not in the, well, you were in a event, but yeah.
I wasn't in Boston.
Yeah, that's true.
It was crazy.
I was rating.
March of 2022, Sepulchre happened. March of 2025, Liberation of Undermine incident.
Man, oh man. Yeah, I'm just having like the...
It's time. I'm telling you, it's time.
The Nam flashback to Boston. Honestly, it was like trauma bonding.
Well,
it was like
good news.
Commiseration. So it wasn't that bad.
Good news.
We're headed for another one.
There's no trauma bonding here at the Alienware training facility in sunny Santa Monica, California. Things can only get so bad whenever the weather is so nice.
It was nice weather today, actually.
The weather's always nice here.
It was raining 2 days ago. Not true. Raining 2 days ago.
You say rain, dude. That's not. It was like drizzling. You know, rain.
It was like constant drizzle.
Yeah.
And I woke up the day after, thought it was an earthquake. It was just a garbage truck at the hotel shaking the whole building. So I mean, that was not really weather related, but you know, it could have been an earthquake and
different kind of weather.
I'm having a great time personally.
Me too. They're like, oh no, long raid. I'm like, let's go. Get to hang out with my buds.
Exactly. It's not like I was doing anything else anyways, man.
Yeah, I was very busy waking up at 5 p.m., sitting in my chair till 7, and then working out for 2 hours and gaming at home.
Woo! Yeah, right now I'm on the schedule of wake up, get to cast the Race World first with some of my best friends, get to talk about World of Warcraft all day, and then I get off this broadcast and I go play Mythic Plus. This is sick.
Let's go.
I'm having a good time.
And make content.
This season rocks. I am so stoked for Mythic Plus this season. I'm on full hopium that I think this season is going to be one of the best ever. It feels like Dragonflight Season 3 for Mythic Plus, where I think that the replayability is really good, and I think that the players are going to resonate super hard with the season.
I think replayability is pretty good this season. I don't know if I put Dragonflight S3 up there.
People love that season for Mythic Plus.
Yes.
It wasn't necessarily like the greatest raid season of all time, but it's well regarded as one of the better Mythic Plus seasons. And I feel like this season kind of has a similar hype for me with how I've been feeling about the dungeons, how I'm feeling about the specs that are good. Class meta feels like it's going to be pretty diverse, and I think that this season is going to end up rocking for Mythic Plus.
That works, yeah. No Augs, down with Aug, right?
Dude, I think that Aug actually ended up being. It ended up causing. Oh my God, we're gonna wipe here. Our tank's dead.
Just tanking in the spark.
Ah, he got it.
So I think AUG ended up actually causing a lot of balancing problems for 5-man dungeons, where it was just way too good, and then it amplified another spec like that was already good.
Already the strongest. You're
Exactly.
buffing the 2 best specs in the game, right?
Exactly. So you were buffing the 2 best specs in the game, and so then that created this weird situation where it was very difficult to have a good wide open meta. But now I'm feeling very positive about how the meta is going to shape up this season. I think there's going to be obviously some stuff that are good. I think the wizard cleave comps that play through like a mage as the primary carry are probably going to be the most popular / the best. But even still, I think there's a bunch of really good compositions that you can play. Stuff like an arms warrior, a BM hunter, and a feral druid. That's probably like a really good comp. There's a couple of DPS DK specializations that are fairly solid. I think the Havoc Demon Hunter rocks. I think there's a lot of stuff that you can play this season.
Nothing wrong with that.
I have one concern about the season. Since you guys talked about Dragonflight Season 3,
yeah,
my biggest beef with that season was that you could rack up like 20 deaths in a dungeon and still time it. Those were the things that I did not like, where it just sort of invalidated deaths. But obviously in Season 1, it was so punishing that like if you had like 3 or 4 deaths, you just would not time a dungeon. So I feel like there's some kind of sweet spot there to it. But that was one of my concerns, where like things would just one-shot you, and then you just sort of shrugged it off, and then you like still timed keys after like multiple wipes. And then people were like not incentivized to like learn through the dungeons. So my hope is at least it's like challenging enough to teach you, but not so challenging that you just like ignore everything and just keep smashing face. I don't know.
Fair. Have you done your delves this week, Jack? Have you been delving at all?
I have not been delving.
Oh,
right not.
You haven't even leveled it up yet?
Nope. I am not of the mole people. I am of light and life. You know.
Sure, Tattles. Have you been delving at all?
I gotta get my hero track piece of gear from the delves. So if you want, what's it called? What's it called?
What's the wave? The wave
scanner.
Like
wave scanner.
Yeah. Search wave, you'll find it. It's some item. Yeah.
Yeah, the wave scanner 2000 might be the item. So if you want, you can buy it with Undermine coins, or you can
on the auction house.
Buy it on the auction house, the Wave Scanner 2000. Okay. And what it does is it summons Zekvir into your level 8 delve.
This season's version.
This season's version of Zekvir into your level 8 delve, which guarantees you a map drop. So you can guarantee once a week a hero track piece of gear from delves.
So like your loot from delves, not from a vault.
Yeah, so you'd have to then go do a bountiful delve on a tier 8, and you can guarantee
with the map active.
With the map active, and yeah, get that hero track piece of gear. I gotta go do that later today.
Oh, that's kind of neat.
Let
me know when you're doing that.
I mean, you have to do 4, 5, 6, and 7 to unlock 8. That's the pain.
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Go follow. It's like
Bran is actually OP right now for healers. Let's
go.
I think there's a Bran effect that makes him do more damage the more healing he's receiving, or something like along those lines.
Nice.
And then I know that people were just like juicing their Bran, and at like 6-10 item level, they were just like clearing the hardest level of delves.
Yeah.
There was something with Tank Bran where he was just like giga OP. I don't remember what the effect was that you needed to put on him though.
It owns.
Interesting. Wait, Tank Brand's new this. No, it's Healing Brand.
It is.
New.
Tank Brand is new. Tank Brand's also new.
Tank Brand is new.
Okay. He died every season from me, every single delve, so I couldn't even tell what was what. But okay.
That's why you're not a healer.
Well, he didn't heal himself either way, so I just
crazy. I know all this mole people stuff.
I'm proud of you, Tuttle. I'm proud of you.
Just well researched.
Well versed in the ways of the mole.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. One with the woodland animals. You, Boomkins, moles.
That's why I'm on the Bench podcast. There's no me and the moles.
Oh, there you go.
Like that. Dude, I gotta record that tomorrow. Oh my gosh. I might have to record 2 episodes here. That'll be crazy.
Whoa. Content creator when they have to make content.
Recording a 2-hour podcast at the Race World First is crazy.
I'll do it for you. It's fine.
You wanna come on?
Yeah, y'all want to invite me? I said, hey.
Yeah, it's alright. I didn't get on any podcasts
figured you just don't like me. It's alright.
You can make your own together.
Yeah.
Maybe we will. Maybe we will, Tattles.
Yeah.
Maybe we will.
What would you guys talk about?
You.
How to beat the bench podcast. Yeah.
Yeah. We talk about you.
Plotting.
Yeah. Things I don't like about Tattles. Episode 369.
Our only episode.
No, we could make a lot of episodes.
What would the podcast be named?
Ooh.
The Tettles Hate Podcast.
Oh.
2 old men. I don't know. Something like
2 old men would be good.
Retirement home.
Yeah.
The retirement home would be elite.
Take me back. Yeah. Yeah, we can work something out. Yeah.
The retirement home. The podcast for slightly older men.
What's the
have the beard oil sponsorship there for sure. Like.
There's other sponsorships that I think that you could probably get as well. One that starts with a color, perhaps.
I don't get it.
Don't worry about it. I'll tell you. I'll tell you later.
I missed that.
Oh goodness, we could do it. That'd be a real.
We could do a little Grumpy Old Men. You ever seen that movie?
No.
Oh wait, really? Tettles, you seen Grumpy Old Men?
I don't watch movies.
Oh my gosh, such a good movie.
Who goes to movies nowadays?
I mean, that's like an old movie. It's like in the 90s, 80s.
Oh, I wasn't. Well,
Dude, I'm too busy playing World of Warcraft.
Oh my
I don't have time
God.
to go to the movies.
They're so good. Like where 2 old men are like both attracted to the same woman, and then they like troll each other and like prank each other in their homes and stuff. Yeah, there's like a nice scene where they're both ice fishing, and like one of them like takes their ice fish hut and like pushes it out into the water and stuff. Oh,
Jack, when are they gonna actually start pulling the boss?
When they finish clearing the trash.
No, I'm talking about the boss, bro.
I mean, at this point, I'm not Jack, but it's probably not until after lunch, I would assume.
Yeah, basically once our shift ends in an hour, they'll start pulling, because that's been my theme. Is I do the first shift, and then they do M+, and then after that they actually fight boss mans. Yeah.
A little bit of a warm-up this morning, maybe get the blood flowing, some keys and all that stuff too.
It's a good warm-up strat. I mean, especially when there's a lot of upgrades. You're seeing, I think Nick is on like Rookery number 4 or something like that with his comp.
I also feel like if Blizz is going to push some changes to the boss, which they very well might not do, they probably don't need to at this point, but if they're going to, they probably do it somewhere around the lunchtime frame, so getting in there and just slamming your head against the wall against the boss could be nerfed in a few hours is probably not optimal versus getting some keys done maybe. If they don't change anything, well, you get some more gear, right? And maybe you're a little more optimized for the boss. But
well, the thing is, it's going to have to be done at some point eventually, so you might as well start chipping away at it, you know?
Yeah, maybe, but you also want to make it so it's not favorable for one guild if at all possible, right? Like you don't want to push a nerf at 10 p.m. our time because Echo's waking up in a few hours. You don't want to push a nerf.
They would never.
It's bad for Echo. Oh yeah, of course, never. Obviously, I don't think they do it in this current race.
I mean, to be honest, I don't think there's a nerf timing that's like
nothing's
necessarily
No.
good nor bad for any guild. I think it's all about roughly the same because it's the 4th boss of the raid, bro.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying it. Just wait till reset for it to be nerfed. I mean, you just change it fundamentally and reset. Like
remove the enrage check on reset.
The boss is killable on this reset. I don't think that Blizzard necessarily needs to step in. It's one of those things kind of similar to Brute Twist or Ovanax where it's killable. You probably don't have to step in right now. You should step in next reset because more guilds and a wider portion of the population who raids Mythic are going to be reaching it pretty quickly. And so you don't actually want them pulling Six-Bunk Junker in that.
It's killable for these 3 guilds, basically.
Yeah.
Nobody else. So if you were Blizzard, what would you change? What is going to change on reset with this boss?
Territorial bomb spawns I would change to not actually get blown up by the heaps of trash. That's
a huge nerf, though.
Dude, the mechanic should not be this punishing. It's a 4th boss of a raid. Like, I would the territorial bomb spawns should not get blown up by the trash. I think the difficulty of this fight should be in the Scrap Master getting those killed off before the Recycler happens. I would change the Recycler from I think it's a 12-second cast right now. I would change it to like a 15. I would just add 3 seconds on top of their cast time to allow people, because it's difficult to actually get to medium size. I think that's actually a mechanic that's difficult to YOLO, because if you have 2 people that accidentally start rolling their trash ball in the same section or the same quadrant, then you just immediately are wiping because you're not getting the Scrap Master picked up in time. You could maybe even have it as a 20-second cast for all I care, right? Like I think that should be part of the mechanic, but I think that should be most of the difficulty. I don't think it should be attached to these stupid territorial bomb spawns. I would literally just remove the ability to accidentally hit them with a heap of trash and blow them up. Maybe I would have them blow up after 40 seconds instead of 30 seconds. I am taking a hammer to this fight. It's not, oh, I'm not carefully calculating a nerf. I'm turning this from a 70-pull boss at 660 item level to a 7-pull boss. You're trying to make it just an easy. I think it just needs to be a much easier fight because it is the 4th boss in the raid. But again, not right now. I would change that on the reset because There's no point doing it right now. There's only going to be like the sweatiest of the sweaty guilds on the fight, so it's
right. I don't think we need to hit it this week.
Exactly. It's not like the end of the world if you kind of leave it, but the longer that you leave it in this state, especially for
it's the other guilds.
Exactly. For like a guild like yours, Kalamazoo, I think that there is no situation where I would personally feel comfortable with like a guild like yours pulling Styx Bunk Junker in this iteration because it will probably kill your guild. If you have to go through an entire raid tier of fights that are going to probably end up being this hard, it's just going to be impossible.
It's not fun.
It's kind of like Sepulchre, right? Where you have Halandris.
We almost died there. We made it through, though, yeah.
Well, it's kind of like Halandris, where you see Halandris and you just like, oh my god, because after Halandris it was Anduin. And then it was Rygalon. You're just like, and then you have the Jailer. You're just like, dude.
We've been here for 2 months. We got a
I've been progging for 3.5 months. Like, what?
Dude, I remember like end Rygalon vibes. We got Rygalon to like 2% in like 90 pulls. We spent 100 pulls wiping as then and eventually killed it. We eventually got it down. Like, oh yeah, and there's Jailer, like a month of prog still. Like, Lord help me. So yeah, I understandable. Understandable.
Yeah, my guild fumbled at the time on Jailer really badly.
What is,
a lot of guilds, I think.
What does chat have to say about Styx? Because I think it's kind of interesting because I think it's simultaneously super cool for the race to world first, but not healthy necessarily for like the state of Mythic raiding.
Chat, please remember, Tettles doesn't raid, and he's an M+er that just wants easy access to good raid loot. That's what chat thinks.
Yes.
What?
Mind, chat.
I don't even think that's not even.
It's just chatting.
Oh my.
It's just chatting.
About to get one guide.
You got one guide.
I'm curious if chat thinks Styx is a fun boss to watch actually. Or if it's like it's like
I feel like it's hard to actually tell what they're wiping to most of the time.
A decent bit of time, most of the visual of the bombshell popping just goes off. In a sense, yeah. I mean, it just spirals really fast too, honestly. With one person
can't
dying.
even get LFR down. Hee hee.
Well, have you read LFR this week, Tettles?
No, don't need to.
Statement's true.
That's true. Tettles, have you tested a 12 yet?
Huh?
Good for tier.
Have you done a 12 yet?
No.
Yeah.
I'm busy farming 10s. I filled up my 10 slots in my vault. I'm trying to get gear, bro. I don't care about pushing.
IO and gear.
I don't care about pushing yet.
I was almost getting one shot constantly because my gear's so low.
Yeah, I'm just in there trying to get loot.
It was fun. Just running around perma with the shield on.
But yeah, I think it's really cool to watch. I just don't think it should ever be a situation where like guilds outside the race world first should be pulling Styx in this iteration.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Hopefully they're a little faster with tuning this time around. So, but we'll. I mean, also reverb is just a boss. Guilds are gonna get faster.
Can you just imagine if a Sick Ran was a 70 pull fight?
I mean, it would essentially be like, for most guilds, it would essentially be like you had, Sick Ran being
a 70 pull boss, like,
and then you had Rashanon being 120 because you also have reverb, which is like overtuned as well.
So Sick Ran, every single time you accidentally blew up one of the images, it would immediately wipe your guild. And as opposed to it actually putting a dot on you, it would wipe you 100 to 0. That's what Sick Ran would be, right? Like that's and then on top of that, the heal check is crazy hard. And if you accidentally got cleaved by the boss at all, then you'd wipe. Like and actually, if you had one of the ads still up, the mirror images still up whenever he did the sweep, then it would wipe you as well.
Sure.
Like this is the kind of situation of like that's how you can make Sick Ran an 80 pull fight. Does it make it a better boss?
Probably not.
Because
no.
It's harder. No, but it does make it a harder fight.
Fair. I do still think that it's better to have fights that are challenging and I mean, overtuned or undertuned. I want to see overtuned, but then. If they need to be tuned, stepping in at a point that's relevant. If not, leave it where it's at. I think leaving it where it's at is okay for now.
I don't think they need to move it right now. It's crazy. Max had some interesting thoughts on it on the end of day interview yesterday, didn't he, Jack? I think you were telling us about this before we came on.
Right, and it was basically that without a heroic week, it's very difficult to know which classes that you're going to want to focus on.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to know which of the fights is going to be really difficult until you go into heroic from the beginning. So it's sort of like a mad scramble at the very start from World First guilds that they have to figure everything out, which happens sometimes, but on top of it, it also makes it harder for everybody, really, when it comes to tuning. Because some specs are just really going to be lacking in one area or another. You might know this from experience with Boomkin. And historically, the Heroic Week tuning pass has been the thing to kind of equalize everything, bring up the underperformers. get stuff figured out. And now I don't think anybody wants to be in that position where they're like, well, we don't want to tune until after the race to World First. I don't think that benefits the World First guilds. I don't think that benefits casual players. I think everyone's kind of aligned that Heroic Week is nice.
Yeah. I think we're going to see some specs actually getting ±5% aura changes tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. I think it'll probably be the week after the race or so.
Why?
I think they would have announced it on Friday.
But I think that we would all agree that if we had a Heroic Week, that would have happened before Mythic
Oh,
dropped.
absolutely, 100%.
And that would have just been a better environment for everyone.
I've never understood. I don't even want to get into it.
That's the thing. I don't really understand why we don't have the Heroic Weeks. I think there's a lot of positives for both casuals and for World First players. And I think the priority should be on the overall player base. But if it also is helping World First, then, that's great too.
Yo, can we cut to Sang's POV? I see he's playing Firestorm Dev Evoker, which they buffed like 7 times.
Like 40% in the
and I still didn't think they were playing it. I thought it was garbage.
Flame Shaper?
Firestorm.
Firestorm, yeah.
Oh, it's
the big
talent. Okay.
Dude, I love Firestorm. Every other evoker hates it.
It's really bad is the biggest issue with it, and they've buffed. I think that it is probably the most buffed ability I've ever seen that evokers.
I have 2 more.
That evokers still don't play.
Okay, yeah. It's super cool though, but it's been buffed a million times since Evoker's inception. Like I played it during Alpha when Evoker first came out. Thought it was super fun, but it was just actually terrible in damage.
It was always terrible, yeah.
Yeah, but it's very cool. It puts down a circle of blistering white hot heat.
And for some reason, the rest of your group can also see it.
It's very cool. Yeah. There it is. Look, there, right there. Bang! The blistering white hot heat being thrown on these mobs.
The circle.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. But yeah,
I'm interested in seeing if he's actually able to do damage with it.
Oh, I hope so. He's not healing.
Well,
he's below the tank right now, so
it's just not. It's always been pretty bad damage. And they keep buffing it, so it's one of those. Oh, the bomb's
running out. No, well, that's why.
Hey, get the bombs back in there.
Tank is sabotaging him.
Yeah,
clearly.
It's okay. We got another one. We got another star fall down.
He reprocced it with white hot heat, or whatever it's called, the talent. Look at that. Holy moly. Oh, a third. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
That's the damage coming in. He passes the tank. Oh my gosh, dude.
We're in our Dragon Rage as well. Big damn. Big damn. Oh my god.
The tank passed him
Eternity
again.
Surge. Eternity Surge is down. All right, another Firestorm coming out here. Oh, and a big Fire Breath. Only rank 1 though. It's gonna do a lot more damage over time than it is gonna be on the initial hit. Sangs does have his Deep Breath up. I wonder if you're gonna be pressing that here. Looks like he's actually playing Flame Shaper, not that Scale Commander that most Dev Evokers have been playing.
Commander's sick actually. If you like mass AoE disintegrate, it's super cool.
You know something funny? I heard you. If you're playing Flame Shaper, you Firestorm single target.
I can see it. I think that was the case a long time ago.
Looks like he's actually pressing Disintegrate, but
Firestorm was a CD unless it procs. I believe might have changed.
Yeah, but it's up right now.
Oh, is it okay?
Yeah, it's
Oh, there it is.
Oh wait,
nice,
hold on.
nice pull out of the Firestorm.
It's for the brew droplets.
Oh, true. A little bit of pre-cast Firestorm back cleave. Yep.
Bat cleave?
Back cleave. Back cleave.
What's the word that you're back?
Look, like a proc into a proc. Yeah.
Oh.
Like behind the boss, that was his cleaving from behind, you know? Like see, yeah, there you go.
I think you said bat cleave at first.
Bat cleave, no. The bat is back.
I am the knight.
Is this what we call the... Dude, I wish we had Mythic Plus comp names that were fun.
We could name them.
Oh.
I think I want to start naming,
Oh, yeah. You could. So it's like in Magic back in the day, you'd name various decks based on what's in them. Like you had Zoo, which is a bunch of wild animals.
Oh, wait.
Gorillas and...
Are we talking about naming this team?
No, like naming the comp.
Oh, okay.
Like Zoo, like Beast.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
God comp in PvP is... Mage Shadow Priest, right? And so God comp in PvE, right? I think that Mage Shadow Priest is like a good name, like, and it was called that, right?
I thought it was RMP, or is it the same thing?
Well, RMP is Rogue Mage Priest. It's different.
Okay.
That's a
Mage Priest.
That's a healer priest.
Okay.
Because it's a rogue with a mage.
Okay.
So it's always a healer priest. But God comp is like it was historically like Frost Mage Shadow Priest, is what it was. And so I think that, for PvE, that would be a good name. And then you got Arthas Cleave, which would be like a Frost Mage and a Frost DK.
Pretty cool. I'd be down for that. Sure, yeah.
I mean, we have Beast Mastery physical damage. We got Blood Death Knight. We've got Devastation Evoker, and we've got Warrior. So physical into
Jungle?
some dragon goodies.
Yeah, you got the BM hunter and the lizard, so you call it like something with the jungle. But if you added a feral druid, then it would really be the jungle.
That'd be cool. Yeah, like zoo.
Exactly, zoo. Yeah, zoo cleave or something like that. I'm down.
I mean, zoo's been like a name of plenty of like different comps and things in various games as well. Like, let's go, man. I'm down for that, sure.
I think we start naming Mythic Plus comps. That'd be fun.
The meat grinder.
The meat grinder, yeah.
I had to throw meat in that group name too.
Yeah, you did.
I'd be down. That'd be cool. Yeah. Honestly, you can make a tier list video on that. Title's probably like,
there you go.
Ranking team name.
And then you could be like Arms Warrior, BM Hunter, Rogue, and it'd be like Zug.
Yeah, you could.
The whole W.
Yeah. The rare W.
Zug.
I'm down for it. Let's go.
Feels like we always kind of have a god comp of like an M+ based on caster cleave.
Well, people call it god comp, but I wish that it was like I wish god comp was like a specific composition, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very cool if we could play a few different specific compositions that all wanted to like play together. You know, if we had a physical cleave, or we had magic cleave type stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. I think raid buffs just do this thing.
Tough, yeah.
I think that there's a problem where there's a couple of raid buffs that are very polarizing. So like the priest and the druid raid buff, those are good because those are good in every comp, right? There's no comp that's like, wow, I hate 5% stamina. Oh wow, I hate 3% versatility. There are specific comps that go, you know what? 3% intellect from arcane intellect is completely useless because I'm playing this stupid warrior, or the warrior for the same time is like, dude, me and this. I'm here with an LE shaman and a mage, and I'm battle shouting. This is completely worthless. And it's there's some of those buffs that for 5-mans that are completely polarizing that I think is simultaneously kind of good, but also kind of bad because whenever the game is just not very balanced.
Yeah.
So if the game was more balanced, then you would actually just those specializations would be purely playing with inside other buffs that benefit them, but the game is so imbalanced that you just kind of take the best specializations and it doesn't really matter anyways.
Within reason, yeah. No. It'd be cool to have like I don't think there'd be a world you had like a melee-based comp and a range-based comp that are both so close in like tuning and overall like effectiveness.
I think you could.
It'd be super cool.
I think this season's actually kind of.
This one could be like that possibly. Maybe.
I think that mage is too OP right now.
Yeah. I mean,
if hypothetically fire ends up catching a nerf in some capacity,
it won't. They're Blizzard's favorite child.
Hypothetically, if it does, I think that there's probably a world where there's some composition that involves like a prot warrior or an arms warrior as the main building block, and then you build around the battle shout.
What do you build around? It's like warrior.
So it could be
arms enhance.
It'd be prot warrior, mistweaver, feral druid, or prot warrior
feral.
or prot warrior resto druid. But I think it would probably be prot warrior, mistweaver, feral, and then you would fit in 2 of the melee DPS. So I'm thinking like potentially like a sub rogue BM hunter or something along those lines. I think sub rogue is actually quite good.
Shaman, like enhancement,
there's a couple of the DK specializations. Enhancement shaman is pretty good too. Yeah, I think that the enhancement shaman is also quite nice. But yeah, and then there's the other comp with the arms warrior. It's probably like arms enhance bear druid. No, it's probably bear druid, mistweaver, and then a third.
Like a BM or like
a BM or a rogue, yeah.
Oh, rogue possibly too, yeah.
Again, there's a couple of DK specializations that are
right, sure.
So, but there's something inside those 2 potential spheres of compositional building where you're building around that battle shout that I actually think that there is a very good composition.
Yeah, Demon Hunter would be better either.
Havoc Demon Hunter runs into this thing where they actually operate the best inside the Wizard Cleave comps.
That's fair. Chaos Brand and also just like their general profile.
What they end up doing with the Wizard Cleave normally benefits them the best as well, particularly with a bunch of the range DPS. They want to pull big, and they need somebody to actually help them do single target, and Havoc Demon Hunter does a lot of single target, so the Havoc operates typically a little bit better inside the Wizard comps, where the Zug Cleaves are like, I'm trying to pull 5 mobs at a time, and don't go over my target cap. Hey, I'm trying to pull 1 pack. Stop pulling. Stop. Do not double pull.
Glad I never have to worry about these sort of problems as a healer.
You just heal, Jack.
Dude,
I just heal.
These are the things that I love about Mythic Boss.
Jack's just zoned out. We're talking about DPS stuff.
Yeah, well, that's what you guys do with me when I talk about healing.
No,
So it's kind of perfect.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well,
Just
it's a reminder of like when you guys talk about like, oh, this thing has like 18 bajillion HP. I'm like, whoa, cool.
Jack doesn't even target the boss. He doesn't look at the boss.
I do target the boss. I
the
smite.
boss died. No, go
I
again.
smite the boss.
Get on focus. He actually.
No, I just target it. I straight target it.
Focus smite.
No, I just straight target. All I do is attack the monster. I attack the big high health monster and then I do healing. Simple. I'm a simple lad.
A simpleton, if you would.
That's right.
Simple Jack.
That's fair. It's not even your name, though.
You're automatic, yeah.
Yeah, Kalmaz is not your name either.
No, it's not.
I'm so surprised.
It's just Cal.
Yeah.
Is that your actual name?
No.
No.
Kyle Amazi? Kyle?
We have
Kyle.
we have the same name.
No.
I know. I was just asking.
I'm not putting any holes in walls. No.
God. What is up, Kyle?
I mean, I got a cousin named Kyle. Name me. Oh.
That's not me.
Kyle Amazi. Yeah, it's close enough. Yeah, sure.
Kyle Amazi. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness. I wonder if they're waiting for another Cinderbrew key.
Possibly.
Probably.
When is lunchtime, actually? It's like in an hour?
2, I think.
It's getting there. We've been smelling the bulgogi.
I think it. Oh yeah,
it is?
I think it's in 50 minutes.
I thought it was a deep fry. Okay.
It's.
I'm not sure how they prepare bulgogi.
It's bulgogi.
Yeah.
So bulgogi is a marinated beef.
No, I know what that is.
So
yeah.
historically, how it's made is it's marinated overnight with seasoning and just the marinades and stuff like that, and then it's typically like grilled. It's like a Korean style beef calamari.
So how do you like? I mean, because it's kind of like shredded beef.
Yes.
Right. How do you like? Are you? How does this work?
I'm unfamiliar with that part.
Right. Is it like a slab of put together meat and then they cook it and then they shred it afterwards, or what do we got?
It's beforehand. So before it ends up getting marinated,
so it's like they shred.
It's cut into the bulgogi pieces. Yeah.
I think they
Kinda like
marinate
strips.
it in baking soda as well. There's some weird baking soda trick with like those kind of meats that makes it super tender, but I don't know how to do it exactly.
I think you're talking about the intestines. We had a conversation.
No. There is some trick. I've seen it recently.
Ah.
Like a lot of like Asian restaurants do it and stuff. Apparently, it's really good. I don't know how to do it exactly. Yeah. Yeah, velveting, is that what it's called, actually?
I used to work.
I think it actually is.
I used to work in a Taiwanese restaurant. They made bulgogi there.
Yeah, it's good.
It's sick.
Oh, maybe it is cornstarch, something like that. Maybe.
I think it's cornstarch. Yeah.
There you go.
Cornstarch is
Very
OP.
good.
You called it baking soda. I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Oh, they're
kinda like
both
soda
white
acid.
powder, so
Yeah. It's baking
they're typically
soda.
the same thing.
From the kitchen.
They're basically the same thing.
From the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is baking soda. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Oh,
Yeah,
it is
I knew
baking soda.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's-
Yep.
I know what I'm talking. I'm a master chef.
I've seen your
I've seen
food
those streams
on Twitter, and I disagree.
It's like, listen, I can't post. Oh, I grilled 5 pieces of chicken tonight. No one cares about that.
Bro, you literally.
I would just post.
Bro,
I'm gonna
you
start
literally
posting
post
that now.
pictures of the most disgusting hot dogs I've ever seen on your Twitter.
First off, they're dot hogs.
Oh man!
First off,
when he did the like 10-pound slow cooker of
Bro, they are
mac and cheese.
They are vile, Kalamazoo.
He did like 10 pounds of mac and cheese, and then he's like, "I'm lactose intolerant." Good lord!
It doesn't matter what it is, a dot hog or a hot dog. It is nasty.
Oh man!
You tried one of the recipes from the cookbook, though, I gave you, right?
I did, and it didn't turn out as cheesy as I was hoping for.
Yeah, that's what I figured out, too, actually.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
gave him
did
a
you?
cookbook?
Yeah. So it called for like half a block. You know when they have like the big blocks of cheese?
Yeah.
You're supposed to like shred half a block of the cheese, and I could barely taste any cheese, but it kind of tasted like I don't know, just sort of like it was like a lot of red enchilada sauce, so it's more like peppery, like light spice going into it, but not cheesy at all. And so it was like spicy and creamy.
Okay.
And it worked out pretty well. It was good, but it just definitely was not what the picture showed.
Yeah.
So, but it was like, one of those lesson learns. Even like a fail project with the food, as long as it's still edible, it's still a win.
I was eating nothing but pasta or macaroni in that pot for like 6 days.
Yeah,
I don't want to
that's
see
crazy.
that recipe ever again for the rest of my life.
That's the thing. I feel like my max now is like 3 days of the same meal.
And it becomes like it's like, ugh.
Because then you just, I don't know, you stop tasting it, your brain just shuts off, makes you want to like stop doing the meal prepping.
It's a tough look whenever we're losing to the BM Hunter on a massive pull like that with Firestorm. That's a tough look.
Thanks having a good time. Trying to maintain his sanity by playing Firestorm.
That's what we were talking about, Mr. Gibb. He had 6 days worth of pasta.
Wait, Pyre was his top damage. It wasn't even Firestorm. This, dude, this. Okay, yeah, we.
Oh my gosh, I am shocked.
Dragon Range pole to be fair as well. But
We gotta start. We gotta start playing. We gotta go back to Skill Commander. I fear. Firestorm.
Nice Firestorm.
Yes, Firestorm sucks.
Out of the back of it. At least they stack. He's in the cleave of both. There we go. Very exciting. Yeah. I feel this being a Rain of Fire fan myself.
Now we're at so low of a target count that we're losing to this Arms Warrior.
Listen, brother, he's having a good time, all right?
Yeah, that's the most important thing, is that we're having fun. Who cares about performance whenever we're having fun?
It does look really cool, though, right? Look at Firestorm. It's pretty
Yeah, I'm excited about it.
For everybody except for his tank, who can't actually see what the heck is going on with the mobs.
That's a tank problem. You know, you got one mechanic, give him two. It's fine.
He figures it out. Just stand in D&D.
It's crazy. It's crazy that they procced another ground effect just by adding a Dev Evoker to their group.
Well, you know, the best choices might not have been made, Tettles, but choices were made regardless, so.
Oh my god, Chef Chewy with that pack is crazy work. I'm surprised they lived.
Chewy. Little B.
That guy just 1 billion damage.
Guy, what does he do, Tettles? What does he do?
1 billion damage.
He's a strong individual, yes.
He makes the mobs do 15% bonus damage that surround him.
Yeah, they're immune to CC,
and they're immune to CC as well. Yeah, and he also has like a knockback that you saw kill Sang right there.
Yeah, he's a powerful individual.
Yeah, that guy defrauds your entire group. A lot of people accidentally pull the entire room with like the first pull of this dungeon, and then they immediately get wiped by Chef Chewy.
Absolutely. It takes some big coordination. So let's see what they're talking about as we take it on over into a Monster Energy. Listen in.
It's to be a bar fight then. Good.
A gift of power.
Can't stop. Tectonic barrier did like fuck up mobs. I feel like they didn't put a scaling on.
Yeah, I don't think they did. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What? The driller behind, yeah.
These are gonna be insanely fast cast by just so I can make it work, you know.
Dude, why is Riven's crying every pack, by the way?
I don't know.
Actually, every pack they
Holt wants to pull 3 extractors, but this
you
pulls
pull one pack. Oh, this pull is so bad. Oh, it's the worst pull ever.
Trying to figure out what he meant was going to be bad on this, because I'm pretty sure this was just the most piss pull I've ever done. I think this might have been easier than doing it.
Do not pull the boss. If you pull the boss, I
don't know about this stacks up.
Why are we not pulling the boss?
Because he will fucking enrage him. The front will be half a second cast time and you will die. It's not.
I'm at 20 stacks of a bleed.
Also that shit.
Heavy slash 13 million. Nice. Yeah, your personal barrier, Renard.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Why is this slow 20 seconds long? What is this? I'm fucking slowed.
If I pulled the boss, it would have been insane, because then I would have kited the bleed and then I would have played.
Bro, where's the lust?
I didn't put it.
Fuck him.
Yeah, late lust.
You keep that shit, bro. You're doing full damage. Look at him.
You have banishment?
Fuck no. The fuck?
But it's probably like fucking capstone.
Nah, it's dude, Jordako knows it's fucking off in fucking somewhere else.
Oh.
Please get my meadery back, Outlander.
focus boss.
That's the first good call you made this entire game.
Yeah. The check the route here. Probably
I'm
like
still
7
waiting.
masterminds.
I'm still waiting for Rubens first.
Just
good call.
mark all the masterminds.
I give up.
Here.
There's no.
We do 10. We do 10 masterminds. Yeah.
I'm over it.
Got this mastermind. Sub. Got ribbons pull here. Sub like 5 ribbons. A little subject. Oh. Got another mastermind in here. Fuck it. Anything, anyways.
Is there a rat beating me up? Tank?
My bees! You put them in cages? They should be free gathering pollen in the forest.
You have to lock up your bees. Letting them be free range was too much labor. And their anger and frustration just makes their honey spicy. Right, Frank? Frank!
That goes off. We're skipping fluids and the...
Oh, we're skipping the boss?
Minecraft zombie ribbons doesn't work.
Is it Ribbons route?
Well, it's just not
Skip boss?
He has full CDs, so we have to go A.
I think we pull this with the rest of the key for no reason at all, and then we'll do one pull, one pack after. Okay. We'll have 17,000
That
kicks.
doesn't sound like a good route.
I'll ping something, we can go there. We will not go there, pull something else, blame the route.
Bro, the route is dog shit, no offense, man.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It strikes me as like something people do on high keys, but you don't do the same route. Like, you watch MBI, watch TGP, and it's not the same route in either key. Like, it's completely different. I feel like you just don't get that. Like, you're not grasping it, and that's fine. But I just, yeah. Also, just dotting stuff before I get aggro is crazy, and then crying is like absurd. It's obtuse. It's obtuse.
Ghastly.
That is ghastly.
The gate
You have to really do the. You have to emphasize the English on it.
You might want to take that gate.
Ghastly.
Ghastly.
That's a posh fucking word.
I've been using it. Yeah. It's a Pokemon, so most people probably know it.
Well, actually, I tuned into MDI, me and my family. We were all the viewership. Like we were watching, and
I'm sorry to hear about your entire family dying, man. Like, if it's just you, come on, guy. Give me a mind
We were making MDI jokes yesterday, and Boomy was not happy. Ha ha ha.
It's actually good though, by the way. Okay, so we're doing this machine on the right and this one here.
Yeah.
And just someone got to trigger every mine as well, just to make it a bit easier. Oh.
Have fun with that.
Demolish this mine. Nice, it walked out with demolish. It's off. Why are the mobs like purple? Is that just Shadow King's making some purple? Or is it...
Wait.
They don't have the buff, so...
I know they get.
I thought it was the
like
buff,
sometimes
yeah.
I see them and I'm like, do they have the buff? But they don't have the
It
buff.
must be Shadow Priest. It's a gimmicky class like that.
Yeah.
It's for real
I don't even know what the
edgelords.
specialists do, by the way, but. That guy. What? I think that was fixated on me. I just ran into it and it just fucking stood still for 5 seconds and then did 0 damage.
Oh yeah, no, it does that. It's very stupid.
Yeah, it's like you run into it and it doesn't know what's going on. It's like, wait, you run into me? The fuck? Pull this machine with the next two. We can skip the two. We can skip the two. We can skip the two.
Okay,
we can
passed.
skip the two. Yeah. I will
I
pull
mean,
it to the
deal with
side
the
though.
mines, though.
Just, yeah, we are killing the mines and we're skipping after. Okay, I'm gonna proc all of these. Wait, are they not scaling? Or like, because I keep soaking and does it reach at the beer? I think it depends on the mine type. They definitely one-shot you, some vampire does.
Now, how do we skip?
Place a gate from here to here and I will pull them to the side. Do not use, okay? Just whenever you think it's good now. Oh, and I'm getting
That's
healed.
good. Didn't work.
Are you in combat?
You're in combat. I'm not in combat.
I'm not.
I'm currently in combat. Hashtag pets.
You night elf on that guy? But you get out. Aren't you supposed to die?
It's a suicide skip.
Right where you belong, under my heel.
Gotta follow that. I get like one pierce at Rocket Dungeon.
Take some high caliber. A gift of power. Get a load of 300 rounds per minute. What am I paying you fools for? Get out here and fix this!
Oh, these guys remind me of Scrap Masters.
I haven't been able to actually fucking trigger run. Actually fucking having a wobble right now.
My power is transcendent. You'll pay for that! Smash! My insurance premium! Crush! Yeah!
Lost! Fuck it, I'm grifting this.
Alpha cannon reflected. No fucking idea what that is. Yeah.
Can you grip me, mate?
This is so fast.
Some high caliber carnage!
Okay. Yeah, I'll hold damage for the guy coming up.
Well done, mortal.
Nice, another parallax.
Nice.
Bombing
Oh, what the
legs.
fuck's that ring?
Oh,
That
Leech. Oh,
Hans?
mein
That
Kumpel.
Hans?
Oh, it has den Geleechen.
Can't trade. I haven't deleted the ring. No.
Actually, I thought I forgot
I mean, it's pretty good for me as well. So.
I forgot it's a ring,
High
which
five
means
dust
it's
anyways.
useless. It's useless because you have
Yeah.
a fucking circlet and a fucking.
Hello and welcome back to the Team Liquid Race to World First EO, the Alienware training facility. I'm Jack, joined with Kalamazzi and Tettles, as we've been enjoying a whole bunch of Mythic Plus to start off our day, and hopefully at some point after lunch, we know lunch is looming with some bulgogi.
I smell it.
Scent
Yeah.
wafting through the Alienware training facility.
You use the word enjoying. What does that word mean? I don't think that word means what you think it means when you're doing M+.
I'm having a
Day 6
blast
of the race.
because I get to watch it with my friends.
I love Mythic Plus.
Yeah, I know. It has been enjoyable. Hopefully some upgrades coming in along the way a little bit.
Well, we would certainly hope so, because while we're watching the Mythic Plus, it's the same group running the same dungeon 4 or 5 times in a row. So there's got to be a very specific piece that they're going for multiple characters to get it done.
It's one of those things that I actually love Mythic Plus. I don't love farming gear from Mythic Plus.
Yeah, I like the progression to go get the gear,
pushing
get IO.
Pushing keys is actually really fun, especially the process where you're actually like learning dungeons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I find that to be particularly enjoyable. Whenever you have to do the same dungeon over and over again for one particular piece of gear, it is a little bit less enjoyable.
How you guys doing?
Closer.
Yeah, I noticed we were a little bit far in the frame, so I had to get a little bit closer to you, Kalamazzi. Now you're covering up the pillow.
I'm gonna stay over here. You guys want to share a pillow?
Kalamazzi and I are friends like that.
Mine's nice and warm for you.
Yes.
So why haven't we pulled Styx Bunk Junker today, Kalamazzi?
There's no reason to pull Styx at this point. I don't know. I mean,
our shift isn't over yet.
Exactly. Very true. Actually, I sort of, I don't know. I don't think coming in and doing a couple M+ keys, getting warmed up a little bit, is actually like a bad idea necessarily. Yeah. But there are some upgrades we're chasing, like you said. At the same time, I mean, there could be a world where the bosses change in a sense. Maybe tuned a little bit over the next couple hours. Hold this pillow up, Tittles. Hold it up. There you go.
They had some hopium.
I mean, probably not, honestly, but at the same time, it is Sunday, and we're getting to the point where we might even just do some M+ for Vault being a bit more relevant in a day and a half when it comes to cracking that. We're probably not going to have 6 or 7 bosses on our loot table this time around. We're probably going to have 4, 5.
Yeah.
And the comp we're playing on this boss might not be what you want in the end boss either, so prioritizing those characters, getting them max Vaults and M+ could be relevant as well. So probably a plethora of reasons.
It's so interesting to see the 4th boss in an 8 boss raid tier start off this difficult, because it kind of has you questioning like what's next to come.
I think that the heroic bosses have always been really good indicators of Mythic, especially the last couple tiers.
It's true.
Ovanax, quite difficult on heroic. Nexus Princes had a good level of difficulty on heroic difficulty, and they followed the trend going into Mythic. If we know that One Arm Bandit was such a wall on heroic to the point that they had to be insanely choosy about which of the helpers that they were going to bring along, and then they had to continuously cut down on them, they must already know that they're going to need to farm a ton of Mythic Plus for that boss, so they might as well be doing it for Styx, especially because they're hitting Enrage on it right now.
I heard a rumor that they're supposed to be getting back into the raid right after lunch.
Yeah,
so
I believe it.
In like an hour to an hour and a half, I kind of expect them to start pulling Styx again. Yep. I really do have this expectation that Styx is going to die pretty quickly once they get back into the raid, probably within like a couple of hours.
All right.
But the thing is with Styx Bunk Junker is that it's like pretty high variance, and so killing the boss is actually really tough. We are kind of in any pull territory, but there's so many variables with the bomb spawns. The territorial bomb spawns are just a really difficult mob to deal with in general, and it can end up causing you hours of progression time if you don't if you're not able to capitalize on whenever you do actually have really clean and consistent pulls.
One of the most annoying things on Styx as well is when you had those Sprocket, the ray beam mobs. What are they called? The Sprocket Masters?
The Scrap Masters.
Scrap Masters.
Yeah, with the recycler.
With the bombshell.
Right.
Yeah, basically on top of them, because you have to run them over to stop the cast. But at the same time, that bombshell, you can't hit it until it reaches 75% health, which is partially why there's 3 Boomkins in, 3 Shadow Priests in. But it can make for a really awkward scenario.
But the thing too is that the damage check on the boss isn't actually trivial. So they originally
not at all.
they originally started on this fight, and they were playing a fairly standard comp, and they played like 1 Moonkin, but they played mostly what they're going to be looking to play for the remainder of the tier. And then they were like, we need 3 Moonkins, actually. These territorial bomb spawns are really hard. So and then they opened up with the double Blood Decay as well. And then they were like, you know what's better than 2 Blood Decays? 3. And then they were like, oh, and then they made it to Enrage at 6.5 minutes. And the boss was at 30% health. And we were just like, Oh, and then now we went from 4 healing to 3 healing and 3 tanking to 2 tanking, and now we're off double blood decay because double blood decay doesn't do enough damage, so now we're back on this prot warrior, and we're still playing triple chicken because we need the triple chicken, and it's literally required, and so they have to min-max their comp to a T to actually be able to kill Styx Bunk Junker, and even still, the damage check is still not easy. Like, they have to make sure that they get every single trash ball rolled into, and they can't have any deaths. They had an 11% wipe where they hit the enrage, but they missed one of the trash balls, which does about 1.5% off the boss, and they had multiple people dead for an extended period of time, which, you know, it's not great. So it's killable. It's going to be really tough, though.
I've got a crazy scenario in mind.
All right, I'm listening.
I love it.
What if the boss is not dead today? Come in tomorrow. Come in tomorrow. We Vantis up on Styx, kill it, and go dark on Sprocket Monger. Ooh. Oh, the plot thickens.
Oh, week 1 of the Racer World first begins.
Vantising the 4th boss. Oh, God.
5 days of consecutive splits into 3 days of Styx Bunk Junker.
It's a possibility. Jack looks like he's losing his
I'm going to be
mind.
sick.
No, I actually think that there's some legs there.
Really?
Hear me out. I mean, Sprocket Monger lock and stock. It's just a single target boss fight. There's no ads you have to deal with whatsoever. Do we know what the enrage is going to be? I assume it's once everything has been empowered, because there's sort of a soft enrage effect after the beta launch where it just increases the damage of the boss every single time.
Third intermission, I think it's around the 6.5-minute mark or so.
I think you basically take that point and you're saying, okay, well, like, this is where the boss is just going to kill us after this setup. If they know that, and they know that they can't get any further on Styx unless they Vantis, there's 2 big objectives. Two big objectives for it. You need to do something to meet the DPS check, which is crafts, Vantis, any other Mythic Plus you can do.
All crests.
All crests sent. Yes. Yeah. So they can. There's a priority list for that. It's probably like craft crests, and then probably Vantis after that, something along those lines.
Because Vantis is the most permanent thing that you can do.
Right, and it commits you to it, so you would not have it for Sprocket Monger. And so then as a result, well, we know Sprocket Monger is going to be this big strategy check of, like, where do you position at this point, where do you position at that point, and it's something that's very easily susceptible to a strat being stolen or yoinked, and then that means that other guilds don't have to take as much time to do it. So it really sucks as a viewer having any sort of scenario where they go dark, but if you are able to benefit by getting a little bit ahead of it, could be interesting. The other factor, though, is we have weekly reset rolling around. They'll have another full day to do it, and they're going to be kind of running out of things to do.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if it would matter if you went dark, because the other guilds would just still have another day while you're into the weekly reset.
Right.
Sprocket Monger is interesting because I've heard the number thrown around is like a 2.1 million DPS average.
Maybe, yeah.
Something like
for
that.
the check to actually be able to be met. Which would be very difficult to actually hit this reset. It's probably possible. I think that the thing that, to me, is the most telling is that they went to Styx Bunk Junker first, even after people had pulled Sprocket Monger. They've seen Sprocket Monger actually getting pulled by some people, and the fact that they didn't do it, it means that at minimum Sprocket Monger is not easy, but it's probably similar to Brood Twister and Nexus Princess Kaiveza, where Sprocket Monger is just straight up harder than Styx Bunk Junker, who's already a 70-pull boss.
Maybe.
I mean, they also just are sort of
Maybe
deep in the Styx and like.
Maybe there's the same amount of pulls. That's kind of my theory.
Okay.
Is that they should be around the same amount of pulls, but there's no benefit in being the first one to do progression until you kill Styx, because it's the hard execution fight. Where there's not a lot of variety, there's not a lot of trial and error for, like, how you position, how you adjust for some of your setup. You just kind of do it.
Is that not in reverse of what you would, like, wouldn't you want to...
Why reveal a strategy when nobody's killed this other boss, which you know is going to be hard focused on execution?
One boss is a damage check fight, which has minimal strategy deviation, and the other fight is a pure execution fight, which has strategy deviation, right? So wouldn't you always go to the more patchworky style boss
Why?
Because there's no strategy to be shown.
I very much disagree with that. You're talking about Sprocket Monger doesn't have strategy that would be shown?
Well, you're saying that Styx is the execution strategy boss.
Right.
Of the two.
What I'm saying is both of them require a high amount of execution, but there's actually more strategy in terms of how you position, where you get yourself set up, that could be yoinked by other guilds.
I think there's a
So if somebody gets ahead of you on Styx, they're going to start progressing on Sprocket Monger, and then you're able to benefit by watching what those strategies are, and then that'll accelerate your progress as a result. And so if you did that first, it's not like you're getting some kind of gear that's going to immediately make sticks fall over. You're just kind of doing some of the legwork first for other guilds. And why do that if you don't have to?
There's a possibility for a more involved strategy on Sprocket Monger as well that might not necessarily be as as easily seen as people may think it is. If there's any kind of strategy you want to hide, you just go dark in that fight. You're the first to get there.
Yeah.
Like, it's unfortunate as it is. And maybe you don't because resets around the corner. It's going to be a long race. But Sprocket Monger is relatively deterministic, I think, barring the RNG of the blue and red buffs on players, which can also throw a big loop into things too, depending what the ops are like. And so I think I side with both y'all, honestly.
I think Sprocket's likely to be I wouldn't say a weak core boss, but a boss that's heavily eased with the usage of like an assignment style weak core, or at least a list where your 21st man is then able to call who's breaking, when they're breaking, what they're doing.
Right, but isn't the proof in the pudding though of like, if it was more worth to do Sprocket Monger, one of the world first guilds would have done it already.
Well, yeah, that was my point.
Mm-hmm. So you guys agree?
So what I'm saying is the reason that they're not is because there's no point in doing the strategy or focusing on it when another boss like Styx exists.
You would always kill the easier boss first, I think.
I think they're of similar level of difficulty. Like I said before, I think they're going to be around the same amount of pulls.
I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah,
I'm just having a good time. Stop fighting.
I'm also having a good time.
I'm just going into the reasons why I don't think that they're pulling Sprocket Monger, and I think it's
Mom and Dad
similar
are
level
fighting.
difficulty. Why do some extra legwork, figure it out for somebody else when everyone is going to have to do Styx anyway?
Fair. I hope I'm benched for it. I don't want to do it.
Really? Wait, Styx or Sprocket?
Just bench me for all of it at this point. I don't even.
Oh my gosh.
I
could come be a retired Raider in Incarnate. We have a nice.
It's raid like 7 days a week. What do you mean?
We have a retired Raider rank who helps us with splits, and sometimes we bring him in for Mythic and everything like that here and there. Come in and farm. Be an extra farm gamer.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah. You don't have to raid 7 days a week. We raid just a couple days. Just a few.
All right. Well, I will contemplate it. But I think chances are low, Jack. Listen, Matt, I like my 3 days a week. Even though we're rating 4 this week for some reason, I like my 3 days a week. I'm getting older, you know. And,
right.
I don't know, brother. I'm not sure about that one. What I am sure of is that I'm a little tired of seeing floodgates. But hey, you know, hopefully this is one of the last few we see before the actual lunch break and then back in the sticks.
Well, if you don't like it, we can go to Dark Flame Cleft. We got Trill and Atlas doing it. A little switch POV.
We do have a plethora of POVs here we could swap to, yeah. I guess there's a possibility. I'm not sure what they're actually after.
What are they doing?
That's a cool route, actually. Let's stick here.
It is, actually. I haven't seen the glider or I guess.
I didn't even know there was an architect in this corner.
There you go.
Yeah, I knew there was an architect over here. I've never seen somebody actually go to this side, though. Typically, you grab a bunch of divers with the architect in the next pull because the divers are actually fairly efficient mobs. I'm kind of interested in seeing what they're going to grab next, or like where they're going from here.
I guess they're following along the wall. What if they were able to lock Gateway straight up?
You actually are able to lock gate on like past those two Predators, past this.
Yeah. I was thinking like
I don't know.
Go vertical.
All right.
You can go that far.
Okay.
Having seen what they pull, I feel like this is less efficient than the other
previous pull.
This corner pack is like fine, but again, you're basically foregoing pulling divers, which are a much easier mob that give you decent count.
That's fair.
I don't think this is better because the architect is inherently a mob that you have to pull solo, or you're only pulling them. You're only pulling them basically with a pack that they're attached to because you can't move them. You're not chaining an architect.
Right. If you get to glide around though, that's pretty cool. Like the skill points in there.
But you're gliding regardless.
I guess theoretically that's true. It's a longer glide either way. You're saving time. We're saving time, okay?
I don't think that this is like that big. I don't think there's a big difference.
It all comes together in the end, Tunnels. Don't worry about that. That's why they're there and we're here, okay?
I think they're timing
that in the 15 characters.
Yeah.
They're easily dominating this key. If I rated as much as them, I'd be world first too.
Can we
chatting,
please?
Chatting.
Would you want to raid this much though? Absolutely.
Dude, I'm also not good. So there's so many problems with this.
Dang man.
Oh man.
Tettle, you're great, Tettles. You're very nice in my heart.
We should have the casters that are not casting during splits during heroic splits, just go raid with Liquid and see if they can keep up.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I could. Yeah, I got it 100%. Keep up with Splat on the bench is about all I could do.
Yeah, no, it'd be fun. That would be fun.
Yeah, brother, I do not want to raid that much. No way. Raiding has become so taxing with like M+ farming anyways. I don't.
Regardless of raiding that much, I think it's difficult for. It's difficult to even explain just how much better these players are than. These are the best players of the best guilds, right? Like these players will literally do 20 to 30% more damage than good players that you know, and it is with the exact same gear, and it is crazy. Like, these players are insane. A lot of it comes down to like min-maxing your globals. World of Warcraft, it has this cool thing where characters, if you play them at their maximum potential, can just do so much, and you can just skill diff the absolute bejesus out of other people, and it's so like that's what makes World of Warcraft specialization super satisfying. But that skill difference, that's why you're watching the race roll first, right? It's because these players are able to just like put on such an excellent show, and they're killing bosses down 15 item levels from when most other good guilds will actually kill these bosses.
Even look at Antrek. I have no idea how they killed Antrek the way they were. Looking at my own guild's proc, 2 nerfs later, like how in the world did they do that?
They killed a boss that there's just no world, there's no planet that you could give me thousands of pulls. I'm never killing it.
I wouldn't leave phase 1. Yeah.
At Globo Gym, we're better than you, and we know it. Sign up now.
That's why we're all here, and they are there. I wouldn't take it any other way. All right.
Those who can't do teach, and those who can't teach cast the race.
Yeah. Let's go.
Oh goodness. Man, oh man. I wonder what's actually in this floodgate for either. Is it
jewelry? Probably.
What is it?
Probably jewelry. I can look at the loot table.
Probably. So, I mean, it's a heavy caster comp here. It has to be.
Ring, maybe?
Ring? I don't think there's a neck in here of relevance. I believe there's one in Cinderbrew that's much better than this neck. Oh, we're actually going back and pulling a double shredder pack here, which is interesting. We gate skipped this, but...
Yeah, they need a lot of percent. That's the other thing is...
Cooldown as well, yeah.
Floodgate's an awesome dungeon since there's a lot of choice, but you also could probably clear the whole instance, or you could kill every boss by just doing like 45% trash, if you really, really had to.
So, for clothies, there's a chest piece, legs, and boots, so unlikely to be anything. There's a cloak that's haste mastery. Could be the cloak. I could see that. The boots are verse heavy, haste light. Let's see. I don't think it's going to be any of the trinkets.
Yeah, just like there's some random piece that they're missing somewhere on somebody, right?
Oh, is there not actually jewelry from this place?
I thought there was a ring, but it could be wrong.
No, it's just a cloak.
Interesting, okay.
Interesting. I thought there was also...
I mean, mostly see groups in here for that melee trinket, but I mean, this group is just pure casters, so it's just some niche item. A pair of boots or like set of legs, something like that, possibly.
I think.
Yeah, it's probably legs or boots.
It might be this cloak that they're looking for, which is ridiculous. That we're. This is the
power gain. I mean.
Yeah, 0.2%. We're back.
Well, it's better than 0.0 and wiping 10% in the boss.
Right. What if everyone got a 0.2% power gain?
No. That's kind of the min-max that you have to have whenever you're doing the race roll first, right? Because they're killing these bosses so early. That's what we were kind of talking about, right? Whenever we were talking about like skill diffing other people. Part of the thing about also killing these bosses early is being able to actually, you're forced to min-max your gear to that level because you're killing these bosses so early.
Right. Yeah, very much so. I'm actually curious what their eye level's at. I think it's 654.1 was mentioned last night. I think
they were.
I think it's a little higher though towards the end of the night.
I think they were pulling pulling sticks at like 654.6.
I heard 655.1, but I haven't confirmed that. I'm gonna try and dig for it. And if that's the case, I want to see what they're actually at when they get back in there today as well. So that would be. I would venture to guess a 0.5 jump, if not more.
Interestingly enough, Echo's probably likely to finish their raid night soonish, and they also did not get 6 Bunk Junker killed off, having a best, if you look on the Coinbase leaderboard on the left side, at 17.12%, still at 3 out of 8. So clearly not an easy encounter. It's not like Liquid was having like an off day or something like that. It's just an insane boss.
Yeah, it's just tuned incredibly difficult. I can't see the average eye level. Ooh, yeah, they're likely 655.5 or something. Every single person's around 655, 656. So
that's good.
Yeah, this is also before M+ today, so doesn't look terrible.
They're also running some like weird compositional stuff with some people that might be slightly less geared, right? You know, like a player like Trill. He got like the reverb radio and some of the loot from some of the earlier Mythic bosses. He wasn't in during their pulls.
Right.
He probably has pretty good gear. Somebody like Boomy, similar situation where he got taken out pretty late. Maybe he ended up coming back. I don't really remember anymore.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up swapping somebody else out, like maybe one of the mages if they had room for Windwalker. I mean, their damage is very solid in single
I think they were
target.
playing one mage.
I think they're playing. Maybe they are playing one mage now at this point. I think it was 2 towards my last little.
Okay.
Look at.
They swapped out one of the mages at some point for like another one of the Moonkins. They moved their comp so much.
It changed a lot.
For a 4th boss. What a crazy world we live in, where you're just like, yeah. So the class stack on the 4th boss is triple Moonkin, triple Shadow Priest.
So also confirmation. There's a JPC command in chat. Man is no longer playing the game. Not true. So I was told the Shadow Priest named JPC the man or something like that.
JPC Wicked.
It was actually JPC in splits.
Oh, let's go.
That's what I was told this morning. Yeah. He is back playing the game. The command needs to be updated.
He's on a very geared Shadow Priest. I was shocked to see that he picked up Shadow Priest, considering Rogue not bad right now. But
yeah.
Hey, he's the man. He can play anything.
That's what he wants. Yeah, he's
shake it up a little bit.
He's the man. He does what he wants.
Well, it's kind of like when you go outside and there's just like it's like super cold outside. You know? Or imagine being in a hot tub and then you go jump in the snow. You gotta like shock yourself back into the WoW scene. You know, it could be too easy for him, too relaxing to go back into Rogue. He's already mastered that the upteenth time.
I too like hypothermia.
Yeah. Oh, come on, it just wakes you up. You only get hypothermia if you stay out there the whole time. You ever done that? You ever like
not
hot tub into jumping in the snow?
Have you ever seen snow?
Yes, I have.
Not you.
Boston.
Him.
Boston.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the only time.
Was that the first time?
Only time, yeah.
That's crazy.
I was like 1 and I saw it. Doesn't count. I don't know. Yeah. Boston, that's it.
Didn't it snow in Florida this year?
It snowed in northern Florida. It was like, I think it was like 2 degrees higher than it needed to be for it to snow where I'm at. It was very, very close. But it was basically snow flurries. But it snowed full on in the Panhandle. Yeah, it was crazy. The northern part of Florida, the Panhandle. You know.
Stop making that gesture. Most of our audiences are in a. They know about the pans.
I'm pretty sure that EU has panhandles as well. What do you think
they got Italy the boot, right?
No, they got the boot, yeah.
Yeah, but they know what panhandles are, is what I'm saying.
I wasn't talking to EU, though. I'm talking to Tettles.
Oh, okay. True. Thanks. Fair enough. Fair enough. My bad.
That's okay. It's all right.
Sounds good.
I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings over there. I'm sorry.
Wait, did you live in the panhandle?
No.
Oh.
No, the Panhandle's like Cowtown. It's like cows.
Cowtown.
Emma Tatman lives in there apparently, but that's about all I know.
Oh.
It's like a bunch of cows and like pastures and stuff.
Also, I don't know if they have the panhandle. I think they have Le Manche.
What is that?
The handle.
Oh.
Le Manche.
Did you look up panhandle in French?
No. Sometimes you just know things, bro.
I don't think...
I would love Tettles to read a script in French. Oui, oui.
Great job.
Like, you get all the time in the world to practice it and everything. You have to like say like 2 paragraphs in French.
I'm proud of you, Tettles. That was good.
I actually don't even remember if that's correct or not. I was just gonna it might be right though.
Tettles somehow desecrates the name of France with unknown pronunciations of words.
And Quebec.
True. My bad.
Yep.
How do you pronounce it? Wait,
what?
You mispronounced Quebec?
Quebec. Well, there's a U.
Oh.
It's, I don't know. It's somewhere not in America. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
The Great White North. Stop playing O Canada. Stop that.
I know the Panhandle. That's all I know. The Panhandle and the Tide. That's
so, where's the national anthem? Where's the U.S. anthem?
Just like a big eagle screeching.
Well, yeah. Well, our production.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Our production's all Canadian, so they just don't have the American anthem.
I think that was the American anthem.
I think that was it. Yeah, I think.
I think it was.
I actually don't even think that was O Canada on ref. It's like a thought. Kind of.
Well, it's okay. You know, we're all doing our best here, right? We're all doing our best. Let me readjust my pillows here.
Oh, we are. I know you're all pillowed up.
I think it's probably
a nap.
I was going to take a nap, and that's not happening anymore. So
I think this might be the last Mythic Plus run, and then we're off to.
I wouldn't
lunch,
be surprised.
And then we're off to Mythic Raid.
A little lunch juicer, and then get back to raid stuff. Yeah,
that'd be optimal.
Hopefully, we can pull some good gear here.
You could load up on.
Bubbles is significantly easier than PTR. Holy moly, as well.
I mean, still tough.
Well, they nerfed backwash from chat 10 seconds to 6. That dot used to persist for 10 seconds.
Watch this. It just res Siri. Big damage going out. Oh, he's going through it. Thankfully, they do. The affix gives you haste and what else?
Just haste.
Just hosty.
Doesn't it give you leech? Is there a tertiary?
Some tertiary.
No.
Speed?
Pulsar gives you leech.
I thought it was haste and something else.
No, Pulsar's mastery leech. It might be haste and speed.
Clarify, chat. What does it give you? Help us, chat.
I know Ascension. I thought Ascension was just haste.
I thought there was like a tertiary effect with each of them.
I'm googling Ascension. Give me 1 second. Or Ascendant orbs, rather.
Haste and speed. There it is.
Okay, yeah.
Frosty and speed. There we are. I knew it.
I was hoping to be like haste and leech, and I'm like, oh, let's go. We're gaming. I never feel the haste benefit. I don't know about you guys. Everything feels kind of the same.
Haste is the hardest secondary stat to get across to somebody that doesn't understand secondary stats.
What do you mean?
Because people, I probably answer it 5 times a week. Yeah, but haste makes me cast faster, so it's the best stat. Like, brother, you might cast spells twice as fast. If it's hitting for 1/8 of the power versus stacking mastery, it's still not as good. But you just can't get it across. Yeah, but I cast faster. It feels better.
They sound like PvPers.
It's just not how it works.
Dude, PvPers do the same thing where they're like, well.
But I'm casting faster.
But I actually get my cast off quicker, so that means that the haste is the best in this very specific instance.
It does feel the best, but by a long shot. But like when it's hitting for 1/10 of the power, it doesn't make a difference, really. Like.
That's right.
Ay.
I'm gonna fight your logic with my feelings.
Ooh.
Well.
Hit him.
More casting equals more damage. You know, honestly, yes, please employ that strategy. I
just don't come to Calabazi, whatever your damage sucks.
I've gotten to the point in my videos in the sim section where I say, hey, you should really sim your character.
Here.
You're gonna lose damage, but if you don't want to, follow this, but don't blame me when it's wrong.
Ooh.
Because so my hands are clean in this. I'm good. It's okay.
Warlock's a vibe class anyways. They don't actually have sims.
I mean, well, you're wrong there.
They just make stuff up, and then they're just like, yeah, this sounds good.
I just hit dummies on PTR at this point and make videos, man. If it's wrong, it's check the website. That's it. I can't wait for, you know.
I did that too. I started hitting dummies for healing checks.
Oh.
I grabbed 19 helper friends, and I had them jump into lava, and then I healed.
Our count situation?
Great.
A little bit weird here.
Yeah, they overcounted, but that's, I don't know, it's kind of rare to overcount. A lot of times you just undercount, so, I don't know. Go Boers.
I can't count it.
This place is certainly easy to miscount in.
Yeah. That's the thing. I'd rather that they just do overcount because it doesn't look like they're going to hit the +2 chest, and it doesn't really matter if they hit the +2 either.
Yeah, they nerfed 10s by a substantial amount as well, and they're super geared to the point where they are just absolutely blasting every single
they're
dungeon.
at Trapper 2 chest here, I believe, correct?
I think.
No, they got 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, I think
top left.
I think we're missing the 2 chests by.
Wait, no, they don't, do they?
That says 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh, for 2 chests, sure. I thought you meant total depletion. Yeah, sure.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's probably a little short, actually, but
yeah,
we'll miss by about a minute or so, probably, give or take.
I was thinking like 30 seconds, perhaps.
I guess they have less, probably. I mean, this boss isn't even that bad, honestly. I don't know. Like, it seems like it's the easiest boss in here. Like the HPS check seems real on certain things, but I don't think. You don't think it's the easiest boss in here?
Bro, I think my tank can get 100 to 0 in this fight.
Sure. Okay, maybe it takes a lot of damage, but it's all avoidable mechanics, though. Like, I don't know. You know, it's been easiest to me. Maybe your tank's ain't that good.
Calabazi has no idea what this fight does, by the way. Jack is all I've learned.
Yeah.
You dodge?
I have an important thing to say real quick. I just found out the other day that the healer never gets targeted in that intermission phase, by the way. So they should always stand off to the side so that they don't have anybody bait lines on them.
Yeah, that's actually a good tech.
Yeah.
So
that massive zap, the damage settles. Holy moly, you're right.
The damage of that massive zap and that heal check is actually insanely high, and your tank can literally at any given point get turbocharged and punched for his entire health bar and just die.
Offensive.
Yeah.
This is the easiest fight in here, he says.
I think it is by a long shot. Maybe I'm playing by people that I was going to tell you.
I think Demolition Duo is...
I would hope that Demolition Duo is easier than this.
I think Demolition...
Oh my gosh, no. In Pugs, you kidding me? It's a complete disaster.
That's why I said I would hope.
We couldn't even shoot the blimp down. Are you kidding me?
Didn't even make it to the last boss.
Yeah, well, we made it eventually. I'll tell you that much.
Face.
Swamp Face is the hardest boss, though. You would concur?
I actually don't think so. I think it depends on the people you're playing with. If you're in a pug, I think Swamp Face is the hardest boss. If you're in a group with people who aren't going to grief you, I think that Swamp Face is
second
a dance.
Okay. But it's a dance you know how to do, though.
It's a heal. It's just a healer check.
Sure.
Well.
Oh, look.
Done.
They two-chested. Huh.
Easily dominated.
20 seconds remaining. I didn't think it was possible.
Yeah, well, they got a lot of gear and it's a 10.
They just got it like that.
All right, what do we get? What do we loot? Tia Sheet. Come on, brother.
I actually didn't see what we got.
I don't know. He doesn't look at loot. He doesn't care.
He's just looking at the party chat.
Someone had 642 legs on, so you're probably in there looking for those. To
Oh, there were actually, I think
there were legs, yeah.
Hands.
But I think it was piss low, so it might.
Character, not a.
Well, yeah, that's the character's name. Yeah. I'm just reading what it says. That's it. What are we looking at here? THG has heroic tier legs. Looks like. Hopefully something relevant drop, but couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Mythic Plus that to be ran for very small gains. We're at the point of the Race to World First when, you know, at the very beginning of this week, splits were pretty crazy. You were actually gaining 20 to 30 item levels on potentially even some pieces. Now, a lot of these characters, we're talking like 6 item levels on 1 slot of gear, and we're talking like a 0.3% damage increase. Something around those
More
lines.
than 0.
Exactly, and it's definitely more than 0. There's still items to be gained, and like Jack mentioned earlier, what happens whenever you get 0.3% DPS on your entire raid? Once every single character gets a piece that is an upgrade, and that, I mean, it definitely does factor in.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It ramps. It ramps.
Hopefully it'll be a heck of a ramp for these guys today.
Looks like some people are standing up and starting to walk to lunch. Maybe we're done with Mythic Plus for the day, and we're going to be able to get into Mythic Raid.
You know what else is ramping? My hunger, actually.
Oh, mine as well. You smell that bulgogi just wafting through the air.
Yeah, they do too. There they go.
Chat, spam sniffer.
No, don't.
Spam sniffer.
Oh, my.
So, okay.
How do I get on these
After
casts?
lunch break, Mythic.
Okay.
Are you saying?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I think that they...
It's a rumor.
That's a rumor. I'm starting.
I'm taking a guess. Yeah, I think it's
We didn't ask. We're just going to make it up. We're going to figure it out, though. Of
course I made it up.
That's right. But then something I didn't make up is that we have a MyBlue giveaway.
Holy moly.
Do we have to spin that wheel today?
There is indeed going to be a nice spinny wheel that we have access to. They do a daily giveaway called the Daily Derp. Congratulations to today's winner, Orange Chowski. They're winning the $50 in Team Liquid store credit, so you can put that towards any of the Liquid or Race to World First apparel. And now if you want to win $50 in Team Store credit, all you have to do is log into MyBlue and complete a daily quest to be entered for a chance to win. As you can see, we have all of these amazing, amazing tier rewards that we have access to. And
It was behind me, but it's
Makes,
Hi.
yeah.
You want to spin the wheel?
Yeah, do it for us.
All right,
Okay.
let's go.
Last time we had a group make a C# sound into the mic, and that was
Oh.
you were there, weren't you, Kalamazoo?
No, I was not.
Oh, it was Makes. Okay.
It's still going.
She had a big
It'll
big
stop
pull.
eventually.
Spin again.
You do it. You got it, Jack.
Can I go this way as well?
You do whatever you want.
Yeah, it's a wheel.
Sometimes they don't go both ways.
One of the great
Sometimes they don't go both ways, okay? Not always. Not a wheel expert. A wheel.
That's a lot of...
Watch it go spin again.
That'd be crazy.
It actually might be.
If it's spin again, then we're leaving.
Yeah.
$1?
$1.
Yeah, buddy.
Go.
Come here.
Jack, you
pulled
left-
back.
You should
I didn't move. You just missed.
You flinched.
You should have left him hanging. That would have been
Shout the high five. Not giving you a high five either.
Okay.
We won $1. So, well, now what?
Oh my God! Oh, buddy! Woo!
I'm going to invest this $1
I guess this is like
Oh, yeah?
$1 now. It's 10
You
Canadian.
invested at Coinbase?
into my Coinbase account.
Your
yes,
Coinbase
exactly.
account?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Why is it
Some
plastic?
currency?
Yeah, it's. I got.
Oh, whoa! I want that one. Take this
Oh,
one.
does it smell? Sniff it. Sniffer.
It doesn't smell like $1.
Oh, okay. Well, what does it smell like? Don't they smell it like syrup? Syrup?
I like that one. That's cool looking. I'll take this.
All right. Here, you can have mine.
Oh, thank you.
Here you go.
Thank you.
You'll pay for it later.
Every individual is equal before and under the law and has the right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination. The Canada Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Section 15.
By the way, ain't in Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Anyway.
All right, anyways.
We're going to get ourselves ready for some lunch, and the Raiders are going to as well. Before we leave and switch into a new round of casters, we do want to give a huge thank you to all of the sponsors who make this event possible, and possible for us to do all of our shenanigans. Our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner in the Pasadena Humane Society. We're going to be taking a little breather, getting some beef bulgogi into our systems, and then coming back to hopefully Mythic, but also a new round of casters.
GN.
Woohoo!
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
Oh, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
How about this to celebrate our spring championship?
I celebrated by getting a new Honda Civic Hybrid. With style, power, and fuel efficiency, it's next level awesome. Get in.
Why didn't I think of this? How do you return a billboard?
Max, hurry up, they're behind us.
Just a few more tweaks. Hand me that tool.
This better be worth it.
Almost done.
It's beautiful.
We gotta get out of here.
Don't forget the PC.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Race World First. My name is Aya. This is Cora here. We've got a new puppers here. She's being very wiggly. And I'm joined with Cyronic and Dranos, of course. Shout out to our sponsors, Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. And Cora would like to remind everyone to donate to the Pasadena Humane Society. because we're raising money for shelter dogs. Oh, I think she's over it.
She's over it.
She's sniffing around. She's got things to sniff. She's got places to be.
She's got to explore.
Oh,
This section of the studio has not been explored yet.
It's true. There's a lot of things. There's been a lot of dogs that have visited us, so maybe she smells them. Corey, do you want to say hello? Come here, Wiggly. Oh my goodness, she's so cute. Okay, she's 9 months old. She's like an Australian cattle dog mix. Look she's looking.
Very cute.
She's very cute.
At the camera.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to let her. All right. Well, to kind of update everybody on what's going on, we haven't really seen. We went back to Mythic Plus, shockingly.
Okay, we got a handoff going.
We're gonna give it back to her mom.
Excellent.
There you go. Goodbye, Cora.
I think
Anyways,
it's not too surprising. I mean, we saw late last night they had an 11% wipe on a pretty clean pull, which is a lot to go.
So we had like 2 deaths for a long time and 1 extra death for a medium amount of time, and then we saw the wipe at 11.5%. There were a couple of balls. There was at least 1 ball that didn't connect with the boss as well, so that does a sizable chunk of damage too. Plus, they have more gear now, so when you add all that together, it's looking possible, but I'm hearing rumors that some Vantis runes might get clicked on boss 4 out of 8 here.
What?
To make this happen.
I guess it is.
There are players who are only going to be in on this boss as well, right? Like Moonkins, for example. It's pretty free for them to click it. We'll see how many players decide to activate that, though, because it is a sizable commitment, but it's Sunday. Your Vantis rune's going away in 2 days anyway, so you can't hold it forever.
yeah, may as well. People are not familiar with that, like particular system. Excuse me. Maybe like explain why that's so important.
So the Vantis rune, you can click it on a boss once per week, and you're buffed against that boss for the rest of the week. And it's a little bit of versatility. It's like 2% verse or something like that. So it's you get a little bit tankier, you do a little bit more damage. It's used to get over the finish line on a lot of bosses. Typically in the Race to World First on week 1, guilds try and hold that Vantis rune until Saturday, Sunday. I think the idea going into this week was we're going to Vantis rune probably hopefully Mugsy on week 1, and then Gallywix on week 2. Maybe worst case like One-Arm Bandit week 1, Gallywix week 2, right? Like that, exactly, if things had gone slow. But it turns out some might get sent here on Styx Bunk Junker, maybe others on Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock before we even reach the One-Arm Bandit, because we're just running out of time to kill these bosses this reset.
Yeah.
Well, I've got good news. We're looking at our other monitor here, and we can see a group of more than 5 players is being converged on, so we might be going back into the raid relatively soon here and see some more pulls on Styx. After juicing up for the entire morning, too, a couple extra item levels on the players that have been replacing those 630s that they still have from last year.
Yeah.
Plus maybe the Vantis runes on some of the characters that won't be used on the single target encounters. That could definitely make the difference.
They knew we were coming.
Yeah,
like us 3.
Thank you,
so they're
Liquid.
like, all right, yeah, thank you so much, Raiders. I really appreciate it. But before we do get into some more polls and hopefully some progress on the Mythic boss, we do have a exciting giveaway. If you are in chat, definitely type hashtag Undermine in the chat. Blizzard has provided us codes to give away for you guys watching from home. You can get a Grizzly Hills pack master, excuse me, an auspicious. I don't know how to say this. The worm, basically.
The old Grizzly Hills pack monster.
Yes. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, speaking of.
Wait.
Oh yeah, yours is Grizzly Hillsest of these 3.
Grizzly Hills.
Yeah.
Got some early
the color scheme of yours. Yeah.
I can't.
You're just going for the ultra.
Oh yeah, I've been spamming M0 ultras. This is the El Clasico.
I was
reliable.
pondering the fridge for a bit and I couldn't decide. And THD was standing there. He's like, "Okay, you should go for bottom left." And so this is a THD recommendation.
Is that one like pear?
I don't know. It's
kiwi?
Ultra Paradise.
Oh, Paradise.
I don't know. You guys open yours and maybe it'll give me.
It doesn't. It often does. On the back, it'll tell you like.
Oh. Tropical breeze.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that still doesn't help much.
How about a private island with a white sand beach, turquoise water, and a gentle tropical breeze?
Okay, so the tropical vibe. So
pure, crisp, invigorating island flavors.
So maybe like kiwi,
pineapple.
Pineapple.
So
yeah.
Now. Yeah,
mango,
tropical,
something
tropically.
like
that.
Yeah, because the color makes me think of pear.
Yeah, well, I don't.
But I don't think it is.
Yeah.
After because pears don't make me think of tropical.
Describe taste.
It is tropically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like I am at a private island.
Okay.
All right.
Some beach music.
Yeah.
Did you open yours?
No, do you want the ASMR?
Yeah, I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Yeah, okay, here we go.
Real slow. Nice and slow. Slower. Slow it down. Nice job.
Okay, and then
good boy. Good?
You got to do the.
Yeah. You got to do that.
Yeah. Nice.
That was nice.
That's
Great
what I
job,
like to hear.
everyone. Yes, indeed. But I also do like to hear that we are potentially getting back into the raid. We just saw quite a lot of Mythic Plus. Do we know if we gained much from that? Was that worth the effort that we put aside from...
It's looking pretty good. Yeah, the item levels are going up. I'm seeing some people sending their upgrades as well. It looks like pretty much all of the runed crests that are remaining on characters are getting sent on the best possible upgrades now.
Okay.
Which is, it's fine, right? Like because we're going to a second reset, on reset 2, those runed crests they're gonna have infinite of those. They're gonna be at the ruined achievement. So it's just a case of using them right now on whatever the best upgrades are to try and make this boss die for a lot of players. I'm seeing the raid composition starting to form up as well, and we may have some people in that weren't in on the previous polls as well.
Yeah, it looks like we see 2 Windwalkers.
Yep,
right?
Trill was not in for most of Prague. He was largely doing Mythic Plus during the progression we saw yesterday. But I'm seeing him entering the raid up at 656 on his Windwalker now, having sent, I believe, all or almost all of his runed crests.
Still waiting on one more person to join the raid. They have the same healer comp, Healing Priest plus 2 Mistweavers. We're waiting on one more DPS to join the raid. It's probably going to be fired up, though.
It could, yeah, we need a mage to... Oh, wait, no, is that a... Jeb E, that's KSP's mage, I believe, in
Fired Up's probably the one missing character.
So we could be on 2 mages as a possibility, yeah. It's unless they want to add something like a 4th Balance Druid.
That sounds fun. Why not?
Could be a vibe for this fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, the comp has been going through some changes to try and make this fight better. The stacking of the Moonkins, I think, has been the biggest story. And then the other story was... loading up on blood decays, realizing we need more damage, cutting back down to just 2 tanks, 1 blood decay. Loading up on healers, realizing we need more damage, cutting down to just 3 healers. It's been a bit of a roller coaster. Something that you very rarely see with a 4th boss of a raid is this level of optimization being required. You know, doing something like we often see them go and do M+ on Sunday.
Yeah.
Because it's the second to last boss, and now they need to finalize their item level on their characters that are in. But this time around, it's happened on boss 4 of 8. So,
yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but this time last race we were finishing up Kaiveza progression. Right?
Yeah, this time last race would have been Kaiveza prog because Silken Court died like on Monday. Yeah, they like started on Monday, finished on Monday, I think, with Silken mostly, and. Yeah, then we had Ansarek for a couple of days into the second reset for quite a while into that second reset.
Do we know where Echo is in comparison with their Mythic Plus and their splits?
So I don't know
their best pull.
Yeah, they also have dumped about 60 pulls into this boss.
Okay.
Best pull's about 17.5% from what I checked while we were eating lunch there.
Yeah, so pretty much the same pull count and progression into this fight. When they last pulled this boss, their raid's item level was 655.6.
Okay.
Whereas when Liquid last pulled this boss, their item level was 655.8.
Okay.
But I expect that's going to jump up to something like 657 across the board here when they pull it next. So we will update as soon as they pull the boss again. We will be able to update you guys on that.
Now we've got about our best pull was 11% this morning.
It was last night, yeah.
Or last night, and I mean it's like damage that they have to squeak out, but none of them, when I've talked to them, seem worried about that.
Yeah,
It's like there's so much optimization left.
For the most part, most of the progression on this boss has been making sure they just don't blow up a bomb.
Yeah.
Right. Whether it's not letting the bomb blow up in the back, running into it with the garbage pile, or just accidentally not running over the territorial bombs that you want to kill instead.
That sounds so easy. What do you mean, Zyro?
It sounds so simple.
It sounds so simple. Why can't they do that?
It's not.
Oh.
Because they also have to make sure they aren't killing off. They aren't forgetting to interrupt the Scrapmaster cast as well.
Okay.
And those can easily just one-shot somebody. You fail that mechanic, you've killed somebody in the raid. You only get, on a 6-minute encounter, 2 battle reses, really, plus the initial. So, just 2 total. So
because that enrage timer is pretty tight. It's right around that 6-minute mark that the boss just goes crazy, and you can live it for a little while. You can survive some of that damage, but not for very long. So, yeah, it's a nasty combination of a DPS check that's fairly tight, and the mechanics all have to work out as well. So you can't have people randomly die. Once you've used that B-res, right, if somebody else dies, you're probably going to miss the check. You need all of the garbage piles to connect with one of their targets. You can't have anybody just expire, or else you're going to lose a bunch of damage on the boss. And again, it's a tight damage check. And because you kind of get randomly put on your ball, sometimes you pop your CDs and then you get targeted for the next ball, and it's kind of a catastrophe. So the damage check, I think, is especially tight because so many people are getting griefed on their CDs across the fight.
Yeah, it makes it a little difficult when the balls are random and
right.
It's definitely like it's really hard though, right? To save cooldowns on this style of bridge. 6.5 minutes. If you're a 2-minute class,
If you hold it
cooldown. If you hold, you just lose a usage. So you may as well just send them.
All right, so we've got our raid frames here. You can see who they're deploying this time around. So Trill is in. And let me check to see if I can figure out who is out.
He's in for Atlas.
In for Atlas, okay. Oh, yeah, Atlas. But Atlas actually left before the end of yesterday. They've made one other change here, which I will identify if I can. Oh, their DPS warrior's gone.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
They've swapped the DPS warrior out for Trill.
If I'm not mistaken, they were running 2 Shadow for most of yesterday, too. Now we have 3 Shadow.
Yeah, so the last pull we saw was this comp, but the warrior turned into Trill.
Okay.
But they made a bunch of changes throughout yesterday. Stuff like dropping down from the 3 DKs to 2 to eventually 1. That was progression over the course of yesterday. Of course, dropping a healer. For a while, we had Dryny M in the raid. Then we didn't. We had Malarcus in, then out, then in again.
Yep.
So a lot of adjustments have happened here. Pretty much the only thing that I don't think they've tried is Rogue. Rogue has pretty much never been in on progression here. They've just left it on the sidelines entirely, because a lot of the damage on this fight doesn't get reduced by Atrophic Poison because it's sourced from a burning garbage pile or an ad that the Rogue wouldn't have poisoned yet, and so it doesn't actually really provide that useful of a raid buff in this fight.
Interesting. I would think that the damage profile of like a Subtlety Rogue would be pretty good.
Yeah, I would have thought so as well, but I guess not. I guess it's not as good as the Moonkins, which is what you'd be maybe thinking about replacing, right? Or the second Fire Mage, something like that. I do wonder. I was looking at the Fire Mages, and they look really good because the Fire Mages dump a bunch of damage into the boss. The Ignite then freely spreads that to the ads that are nearby. But I was wondering if they'd ever think about playing Arcane on this fight, just for some big AoE, just absolutely nuke all that trash. Yeah, a little bit of funnel as well with all the you shoot one of those Arcane orbs in there, and you're gonna have a really good time.
I mean, they are the main character. Wow, dude, Frost could even.
Arcane
Yeah,
mages
Frost could be good. Mages in general.
Mages,
Okay, I was like, Arcane mages, I feel like is kind of like the forgotten speck of mage sometimes.
Yeah, they're like some tiers they're good, and then there are other tiers you just don't see them at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
I feel
but
like
go ahead.
they could just play all 3 of them. But I think the real choice here is they're just playing the spec that has Cauterize.
Yeah, that makes sense. And mobility as well, right? Fire. The mobility isn't always great, but it's especially during execute, it's pretty good. If you have a target you can scorch off of, it's pretty good, and you often do even before execute on this fight. So, because there is quite a bit of dancing around that you want to be able to do. I guess also like Arcane, if you get stunned or griefed on your CDs, it's going to suck. Although Frost or Fire as well.
Yeah, Fire, I mean, because they're running Kindling and this very big cooldown reduction version of Combustion with the tier set, if you hit Combustion and you instantly get turned into a garbage pile,
that's got to be a disaster.
Pretty upset as a Fire Mage.
Yeah. The RNG of it is definitely playing a significant factor.
Yeah, they talk about things being like it's like code red as if 2 Moonkins get targeted for balls ever, and they just don't have that, because then your ability to instantly knock the bombshells off of their garbage piles goes down to 0 pretty much. So they have to adjust based on how many of those Moonkins are targeted by mechanics each time.
I'm kind of curious with the Warlock specialization choice. I think THD's tried all 3 of them on this fight, and he's just stuck with Demo because it's the easiest to just AoE cleave trash on top of the boss. Destro could be a choice on this fight. It's really good for target swapping to the territorial bombshells and maybe fill in as like a pseudo boomkin whenever 2 of them get turned into garbage piles. The problem with Destro is like its single target is not that great right now.
Right. And they've kind of needed to index into single target wherever possible. I think if you're a guild working on this boss in a couple weeks' time and say you don't have access to 3 Moonkins, right, which a lot of guilds don't, I think then having your Warlock play Destro would make a lot of sense to sort of patch that hole, and hopefully you have enough single target damage by virtue of a couple weeks extra gear. And look, I don't want to be too early on this call as well, but I would be shocked if this boss stayed in this state. Even on the next reset, but especially the one after, I think it's likely to catch a little nerf or 2.
This is the kind of boss that I wouldn't be surprised to see something like, an 8% health nerf and then like 2 extra seconds added to the Scrapmaster one.
Yeah, I think that's a very likely thing to see. Maybe the damage of the fire ground as well, getting lowered a little bit to make it a little bit less. The thing about this fight that is there's like one individually difficult job on this fight, which is getting your ball to medium-sized fast enough to hit the Scrapmaster. That's the only thing that's in a vacuum kind of tough. But then there's like 10 things that are all sort of hard that you have to be doing simultaneously, and that combination makes it really, really hard as a fight. So the total pressure, it builds up because there's just all the mechanics simultaneously needing to get dealt with, and you have to do a bunch of damage to beat the enrage check, and you have to heal through or defensive through all of this mythic damage, as we are seeing them finally having 19 out of their 20 players in the raid, the 20th getting summoned right now. Woo! So we might be ready to finally advance here from the 69 pulls we left at last night.
Oh, darn.
Yeah, that would have been a good one to get the kill on.
Take a look at the gear here from Boomy. Looks like he's finally replaced all of those old 630 pieces of gear. He does have the old bracers on, but that makes sense.
Yeah,
right?
those are going to be embellished.
Embellishment.
Yeah. And then he's got a 675 crafted wet main hand, presumably with Ascendance. So, yeah, he's got 2 embellishments, full this tier 658-ish gear, 1 old bracers to activate that embellishment to double it up. And then he's got the very rare trinket, or the very rare weapon, the fist weapon in his offhand.
Always
He's got House of Cards, Eye of Kazan. Yeah, Boomy is...
he's juiced up.
He is, he's got the kind of gear that I think a lot of us would be happy to get by the 2nd month of the raid, the 3rd month of the raid. He's got it here in the 1st week, and yet this DPS check is still tight. So, yeah, this is tough. A tough fight we're looking at here.
Do you think we'll see a little bit of a regression, some time to warm up into this boss just because it's so mechanic intensive?
Not necessarily regression. It's just this is the style of encounter where when a mistake is made, usually it's something that will instantly wipe the raid. It's not something you can really recover from. So we'll probably see a few of those wipes. Now, we could actually just see them straight up one-shotted if everyone happens to do the mechanics properly the first time. But I think it's more likely that there are a couple bombs that explode in the first few pulls, and they ease back into it.
Yeah. Oftentimes on this boss, the wipe is like, it's 60%, something like that, because it is a pretty pass-fail boss.
Right.
There are a few ways that people will get killed, but there's a lot of ways that your raid will get killed. Any of the bombshells going off, for instance, that's usually going to wipe the raid or kill multiple people. There is the chance of somebody getting shot by that recycler cast, and that just does kill one person, but as soon as 2 of those go off, then you don't have a B-res anymore, and yeah, it's usually a wipe from there. Once you're trying to get this boss done with 19 people, I think it's pretty unrealistic with this week's gear to actually hit that DPS check, and you have to then devote more damage to ads, and then you have even less damage on the boss, and it all falls apart. So the boss is unfortunately going to get accidentally pulled here. This is an annoying thing about this one, is that it patrols around pretty much the whole room. They have the raid up here on this wall, which is safe, but somebody was down on the ground and was not safe. Now they've pulled trash.
Oh, no.
Because there's trash out here where you go to reset this boss.
Minus 30 seconds.
Yep, and now they've lusted this trash, so they're going to have to reset the boss again once they are finished here.
It's not going well so far.
Yeah.
All bits.
Boomy popping all his CDs with this lust on this trash. He's still going to lose to impact. And oh, no. The last second
Todd
there.
at the end.
That was
Beautiful
a close
Todd.
one. Oh, it was a close one.
Takes him up to top damage. Yeah. I think they are just about ready here to start this pull.
You guys want to take bets on the first wipe?
They're going to kill it the first pull.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, all right. God knows.
I think it's going to be like a 65% wipe.
65%? Okay, what do you think too?
Bombshell colliding with the rolling garbage pile.
Okay, that specifically?
Yeah.
Go with that? Okay, cool.
At 65%.
All right, Zyro, you think they're going to one-shot it?
Zyro thinks it's a clean
I want to
one-shot.
put that in there.
I'm just being optimistic.
Okay, but like if they were to wipe, like what would you?
Oh, it would be to a bombshell.
You got to pick something different than me. You got to pick something different than me.
Okay, fine. It'll be to the enrage.
The enrage. Okay, nice.
You know,
Copium.
that's also kind of optimistic. I like it. In a twisted way, if you think
Oh, they
about
don't have the world markers down. Okay, the pings are going down on where they want those world markers.
It'll be to the enrage because 4 people died to recyclers.
Oh boy.
That's is that optimistic or pessimistic? I don't know.
A little bit of both.
Hunter's mark down on the boss. That is part of the reason that the Hunter came back in, is because they realized, okay, we actually do need that single target damage, and Hunter's mark basically does 1% of the boss's health.
What spec is he playing?
BM is
yeah.
I think we're gonna see only BM Hunters.
I was gonna
this
say,
year,
yeah.
Marksmanship got a really cool rework this tier where you don't have to play with a pet at all, but you still get like a cosmetic owl that will do the hunter things if you want.
I don't think the hunters think that's too cool.
Well, they have the option now not to, but so you can do either one. But like if you're an MM hunter and you just want to be the lone wolf, you don't have, because you used to be able to play lone wolf, but then you had to summon a pet for pet utility.
Right.
In this patch, they've now patched it in so that you can have all that cool pet utility from an eagle owl thing that will do it for you without actually counting as a pet. I personally think it's very cool, but the problem is it doesn't do any damage.
When's the spear coming back?
Oh, the Serve Hunter? Yeah, I don't think 2025 is going to be the year of the spear. Maybe 2026. It's coming back. What was the last year of the spear we had? It was 2022, right, in Sepulchre?
Yeah, it was Sepulchre Shadow.
Yeah, year of the spear. But we are underway here with this bull. I guess it's more this time around is year of the Spear Hand Strike. That's a Windwalker ability.
Ooh.
Their interrupt.
Their interrupt, yeah.
Yep.
Windwalker's such a fun class to play, man.
Yeah. You can see the opener here as well. Both Boomy and Trill topping the meters. A really incredible opener for Windwalker. They've always had great burst openers, but now in War Within, they scale with that Lust Haste as well. It's kind of crazy, even on single target. It used to not be true. It used to be you just didn't care about Lust at all except in AoE. But now you're happy the single target gets even better as well.
Are they still doing that Lust at around the 60% mark?
No, they're just sending it on pull now for maximum boss damage.
Okay.
Yeah, that was another adaptation they had to make, though, because they were originally using the Lust to get through some ad sets, to also get healer benefit, and they've just decided to forego all of that in favor of a little bit more boss damage. And like Zyra, you were saying, the fight's just a little bit over 6 minutes, so they can't afford to hold CDs for the first set of ads like they were doing in Progression, because they now need that boss damage, which means they need all of their 2 minutes. So they have to just send on cooldown.
I mean, yeah, all of those, you have like maybe 10 seconds of wiggle room, right?
Yeah.
In your 2 minute class, because most 2 minutes tend to last 15 to 20 seconds. So, like, if your 2 minutes are coming off cooldown 5 seconds before a garbage ball spawn, you can hold for that. And then, well, no, you actually just have to hit it right away because you're going to be in the garbage ball for like 30 seconds. So no, you just have to send everything right away. It's actually a kind of a pain.
It's a disaster, dude. It's such a disaster if you get targeted by a ball on your 2 minutes, yeah. But
you're compensated with 200 million damage, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. That does show up, at least for you on the details meter. That's why Shaq is currently in #1, is because he collided with the boss on one of those bombshells. We're approaching that 65% mark, though. Let's see if one of those unfortunate bombshell collisions happens this time. Beautiful Ring of Peace. Oh, is going to move that bombshell. Sort of still under the boss, though.
Huge.
All right, looks like they've avoided that fate this time.
You can see there is a little bit of residual raid damage here from the garbage piles that the boss sets on fire, but they've done a good job so far of not setting any of them on fire from the raiders.
Right.
That's the main important thing. Any extra garbage gets set on fire, it's too much raid damage. When you're already dropped down to 3 heals, you really can't afford to take any extra raid damage.
Yeah, the way that mechanic works is after the boss crashes down there, after that first set of ads, all future casts of that incinerator will automatically ignite the 2 closest fire puddles to the boss. So you see now, I think we have 5 of those puddles burning, which means 1 was accidentally connected with one of the fire circles, but the other 4 are just automatically done by the boss and are nobody's fault.
I think
just got to heal through them.
I think you can probably manage just
a couple here or there.
They
It's
do
okay.
They do eventually despawn over time, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or are they just active for the entire fight from here on out?
I think I've seen some despawn, but I'm not 100% sure. They definitely last a long time.
Yeah.
But maybe not for the remainder. Yeah, okay, there. It looks like those ones despawn, so maybe after a minute and a half or something. But yeah, here we go into the next electromagnetic sorting here after these fire circles. So this is a little bit of a respite in the fight here, as we're at that 3-minute mark.
And they're definitely a lot higher on boss damage than they were yesterday. In the final pulls that I watched, which were before 11 last night, at the 3:15-minute mark, which is halfway towards the end rage, their best pulls, they had the boss at about 54%. Here they had it at about 51%. So there is definitely a lot more single target damage in this raid. Remember, you're going to get a little bit of a big burst of damage near the end of the fight, as because you know the boss is going to enrage, you can definitely just make the call to send the garbage piles into the boss for like 400 million extra damage, as long as it lines up with the enrage. We do have a ton of AoE damage going off here.
This is a bombshell collided with a garbage ball. That's what took them out here.
What did you predict?
I predicted 65%, and it's going to be 40-something. So they did well on getting it 1 later than I thought, or 2 later potentially. But yeah, it is the same cause of death that is the most common cause of a wipe at this point for them, is garbage ball collides with bombshell.
Dude, I'm going to personally walk over to Yips's computer and clear that freaking notification. That has been there for days.
Which one?
You have an unopened collection.
Oh, nice.
Unopened thing in your how is that still? Dude's a world first writer and just letting that flash in his bottom right. I wonder if the stream viewers like find that annoying.
Nick also had you have an unselected PvP talent.
Oh yeah.
For a long time. He finally got rid of that.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Insane. So next time someone gives me some lit for my UI, I'm just gonna refer them to just anybody on this guild. There was liquid reminders, or what are they calling these days? Bart reminders. I'm gonna call it Bart reminders.
I think it's just liquid reminders.
I think Bart reminders is better.
Oh right, no, he changed it.
It's something dumb now, like raid reminders, or like it's something even more generic.
Still a very cool add-on.
Very cool. Yeah. I think it's nice to kind of be able to visualize when these things are coming, like a script almost, or I don't know what is the when you have music, what's sheet music?
Sheet music, yeah.
Sheet music, yeah. I don't know. It's cool to kind of be able to visualize the pattern that you're going to be seeing throughout the entire encounter. He was our MVP of the morning, also MVP of the day.
Bart was?
Our Honda MVP of the day.
That's
yep.
not surprising.
Or his weak auras, absolutely. And there it is. Every time we see that little notification on their screen, that means that Bart is pushing out a update to the weak auras. So he is in the back cooking up some weak auras, tweaking them line by line of code.
Has your raid been using this add-on as well, Drennos?
No, not yet. I do think it's very powerful, though. Definitely worth using.
Is he making it available this tier for everybody?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. The add-on's available, and then I think it's if you're on the Patreon, you can get the pre-loaded in timers for the fight, something like that.
Yep.
Okay.
There's also like a guild version of it as well. If you like subscribe to a higher tier, you can get a code for your entire guild to get the add-on.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think Bart. It is definitely very powerful. You can see here we are seeing Nick. It looks like he's putting in a reminder to regrowth himself.
That is so nice.
Before each of these rolling rubbishes, perhaps.
Oh, that is so cool. I love that.
Yeah, they're just trying to get a little bit of extra raid healing by having some off healing come in from the people that can do it.
So weird that Nick is. I mean, it makes sense, but seeing Nick switching over to DPS.
Yeah, he's also. You look at the top right there. He's clicked his Vantis rune on this encounter, so which is funny because he's obviously a Moonkin on this fight, which they're not going to play on the future fights, but he probably will play Resto Druid on future fights.
Yeah.
Now they're not going to have that Vantis rune for him if they do use him on those later fights.
Well, it's likely that as a healer on other fights, you won't need the versatility to do damage so much.
It's more valuable on the DPS than it is on the healer, that's for sure. Mostly defensive value on those healers.
Oh, Nick, show the territorial bombshell damage again. I want to see who is topping on them. I mean, it's just going to be Moonkins.
It's going to be Moonkins, yeah. It's going to be 3 Moonkins. Oh, there it was. Yeah, it was 3 Moonkins.
Okay.
By quite a lot. Unsurprising, I'd say. But yeah, those 3 Moonkins have all gotten pretty close to each other on the meters as well. When they were first having these 3 Moonkins in, I think there was a bit of a gap where there was, obviously a main Moonkin and then an ult and an off-spec healer, right? And you'd expect there to be a gap, but they've done a really good job now of closing that up, getting all 3 on the same page.
So we went from 3 DKs to 1. We were utilizing like the slappy hands for the ads. How are we making up for that loss in utility?
It looks like the main thing that they're doing is as the rolling garbage comes in to hit the boss, they're trying to use Monk Ring of Pieces to make sure that the bombshells are on one side of the boss so that they don't accidentally hit them.
The rule seems to be to put the bombshells on the middle side of the boss, like towards the middle of the room, and then have the rolling garbage come in from the edge of the room. And that's nice as well because it also reduces the chance of the rolling garbage rolling over a player in the raid because the raid is towards the middle of the room. And if you roll over a player, you're going to stun them and do a little bit of damage to them. So it's good to try and minimize that, especially, again, given that it's a tight enrage timer that we're trying to beat here, so we can't afford to lose any damage to random stuns.
Interesting.
All right, first set of these ads coming out. This one's a little bit easier than the others, a little bit less total targets here. Still got those 3 bombshells, though, that are going to fall victim to the Moonkin Starfall AoE and a couple of nicely targeted individual single-target effects to get them off of those garbage piles.
Impic's playing Enhance, right? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You don't have...
I think this would be a good Ellie fight.
I was going to say, because don't they have their knockback still?
Yeah, both Shaman specs can play the Thunderstorm knockback.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Ellie only for some reason.
It may have originally. I think it was originally, but once we moved to the Dragonflight talents, I think it got put on the class tree.
Could they use that for the odds, I wonder?
Yeah, you could.
It's a last resort sort of thing, but you really don't want to be on that side of the boss if that's where the rolling damage is going to come in from.
Impact really doesn't want to have to do that. You know, if there was an elemental shaman, they could probably, with Spirit Walker's Grace, not lose too much damage to go and get on one side of an ad and thunderstorm it. But it does. Yeah, I mean, the main plan is just to have them come in, I guess, with threat. But gosh, that's hard for the tanks because there's only the one tank that's active there. The other tank is rolling garbage. So
this is a good tier, I feel like, for shamans.
Yeah.
And for resto shamans, too.
I think that the choice of which shaman to bring for that raid buff is not an obvious one. Enhanced, I think, is the default that the guilds are going to go for, and it helps that you have Impact, who's you know, great at that spec, very consistent player, right? But I do think Elemental and Resto both have their upsides as well.
What a beautiful POV of that from Nick. That was actually just perfect.
He's going to spin around and kick the ad that comes out as well. So they have assigned kicks for these ads, but they have another rule that supersedes those assignments, which is if you roll garbage, you're responsible for kicking the first time your ad casts after it gets deposited from your garbage explosion if you go into one of those bombs. And that helps make sure that they don't have a caster in the back that people are going to miss.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. Yeah. And I mean, that's just the perfect execution right there. Go over the hyenas, fill up your guy, get to medium, go over the Scrapmaster, get to large, hit the bomb or hit the boss. Pretty much perfect execution. It's a little more difficult than it would seem, especially when you have 4 of those bombs rolling around at the same time, all trying to go for the same trash piles. That's why they have this arrow weaker that kind of tells them a general direction of where to go right when the rolling garbage spawns.
That one, it sort of assigns which of the 4 Scrapmasters is going to be your responsibility as well, as we do have, unfortunately, an explosion there from at least one of those bombshells. But yeah, that arrow, it's a little bit hard to read. But once you kind of understand that you're supposed to sort of look at the middle of the room, then the arrow is pointing where you should be going and which of those Scrapmasters is your responsibility to pick up. Because you only have like 12 seconds to get medium-sized and then run over your Scrapmaster, or else it is going to finish its cast, one-shot somebody, and they can recover from one of those, right? You've got to B-res, but as soon as a second person dies at random, it's pretty bad. And even one person dying, even if you res them, they might have lost some CDs. Things could go pretty bad pretty quick, and the enrage timer might be out of reach then.
Chad knows you're going to have to keep talking for
Yeah, I can see you guys getting your boba delivery, so I've been monologuing. Don't worry.
Dude, I messaged, just like, we literally have a group DM for boba enjoyers on the, I'll let you guys talk through the replay.
Yeah, let's see if we can figure out exactly what happened here. So we've got the 4 garbage rollers. We've got Lips POV. There are 2 big bombs that need to be connected with.
Okay, that's good.
Whoa, okay, yeah, one gets taken out.
Oh, what?
Did Lip just...
He just went, like, right through it.
Okay. All right, referee, I would like to understand how that doesn't connect. Right there. What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
This is
if this doesn't count. If this isn't good enough to blow up that bomb, that's my question.
Chat, what are we doing here?
Why is it like this? What they need to do on this boss is they need to just make that hitbox like 3 times bigger. If you are on a large garbage ball, you should just be able to hit it from a much wider range than you currently can. Because look at this. I mean, if this doesn't count, the fight is just so absurd. And that's there are some parts of this fight that are kind of fun, interesting difficulty, but if there's just like 1 pixel that's the hitbox of that bomb, I don't think there's a lot of enjoyment with trying to optimize around that, because, I mean, you saw there, that looked like it should have hit.
Does this seem like a fun boss?
I think there's definitely some fun parts of this fight. I think the concept is very fun, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like that bomb not being connected with that garbage ball is just stupid.
It's not fun.
And that really detracts from the experience of this, yeah.
Typically speaking, a fight like this, being this early in the tier, it's an interesting play on like an execution style fight.
Yeah.
Where it feels like if you're able to do every single set of rolling garbages properly for the first X minutes of the fight until the boss enrages, you should easily be able to kill it.
Right.
The fact that you have to do both perfect execution of the garbage the entire fight and also have to have like what seems like an insane amount of boss damage makes it a little less fun in my opinion.
Yeah, now, as later guilds reach this, even if it's not nerfed, we're going to start having those Galagio Loyalty Rewards Club damage amps. We're going to have much more item levels than Liquid, but honestly, the power level of an average raid, if you think about it, like if you look at the gear from one of our partners, RaiderIO, we can look at the page, and if you scroll down, you can see the trinkets everybody has. They have like 15 Eye of Kazan, 15 House of Cards across their raid, right? If you look at the raid comps here, and it's not going to be something that the average guild will have access to. Even if the item level is higher, the quality of those trinkets and of those very rares is going to be not this high for anybody for a while. So, yeah, I mean, this fight has got a kind of crazy damage requirement.
What is this device?
That looks like a grip or a wrist
strength tester,
yeah, grip strength.
Who left this up here?
Jack.
Probably Jack. Yeah,
What
that
is
seems
he?
like
Is
a
this
Jack
his
thing.
fidget toy?
Yes.
Okay.
You can change the tension.
Oh, I don't need to.
Okay.
I apparently have stronger hands than Jack.
Okay.
This is easy.
Fair enough.
I'm gripping it.
And you do that for like hours though.
Probably not. To be fair, I don't know how long he does it for.
Okay, so if we look at if they're not pulling, if we can pull up the laptop here for a moment, we can see the
Press F11.
Oh, do I have to? Okay. F11.
Yeah, gotta hide the
Wait,
tabs.
F11 is brightness.
Function F11.
Function F11.
Yeah.
Okay, I did it. All right. Ready for the laptop.
Did you hide the dating website ads?
There are none on RaiderIO currently.
Okay,
yeah.
fantastic. Oh, that's Wowhead.
Yeah, Wowhead does
Right,
proc
okay.
those sometimes.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, while
Looks like we're getting ready to pull.
Okay, yeah, pull timer coming
That's
up.
fair.
All right.
Next time.
No need. But yeah, the TLDR is that they do have pretty much best in slot trinkets on everybody. The total amount of House of Cards in this raid is 10, and the total amount of Eye of Kazans in this raid is more than that. It's like 15.
It's a lot.
Yeah, they are kitted out here. They have 4-piece on literally everybody in the raid, except for Zasevi, who's wearing 5-piece.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like, oh
Okay,
no,
so he's
poor
just balling
Sebi.
out.
And then
Yeah, he's balling out with the extra item that he doesn't even need. And then, yeah, their trinkets are all from this tier at this point. We've got nothing, I guess Trill is still wearing a treacherous transmitter. Never mind. There's still one
Alright,
last tier
Trill.
trinket.
That trinket's still really
Trinket's
good.
still pretty good, yeah. It caught some nerfs to try and make sure people wouldn't keep wearing it into this tier, but
Yep,
it's
too
definitely
late.
still pretty good.
Didn't work. I'm gripping
GG.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
When I heard you say that, I knew, and I heard them start giggling over.
Oh, I know. I could hear it.
Yeah.
It's all right. There is there are 2 soundboards that our lovely sound people have.
Uh-huh.
One is the ones that you hear on the broadcast. I'm calling them out.
Uh-huh.
The other one, I think they've named the cursed sound, the forbidden sounds, and that's where all the weird ones are. That would probably get one of us fired.
Oh.
Yeah.
So unfortunately here we've had 2 deaths, only 1 B-res. So now we're down a Warlock for the rest of this fight, which is not great.
Yeah, not off to a good start. At 78%, already have used their battle res, but they're still going. I mean, they're not at that. It seems like they're still trying to push through moments like this.
They're not, based off of the past couple of polls, like really ready to kill the boss. So making sure people get more comfortable with the encounter and get more chances to do the garbage right now, so that when we do get a good poll, they can do it more consistently, is really important here.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna keep going, even with the 1 person dead, and see how far we can go, see how consistent we can get. Now, of course, one of the other mythic mechanics on this fight, Dradnos, is these pylons.
Yeah.
This is just extra raid damage, right?
It does 2 different things the pylons do. So one thing they'll do is they'll channel a bunch of damage into a random target. That damage ramps up as well. So basically whoever they're channeling into needs some spot healing and probably a personal or external defensive cooldown. The other thing that it does is it creates extra collision, because if you run into it with your garbage ball, you get bounced back. So it makes the room even more difficult to navigate if that's your job.
What was that GIF that you posted yesterday of somebody spinning around? I don't know. I saw it and I thought it was funny, but I don't know the context of it. Is this a friend of yours, or did this circulate on Reddit somewhere?
I've seen a few different GIFs of the same type.
Yeah.
It reminds me of, you remember Tindril, where people would like miss their floating orbs in the
JPC,
air?
it happened to JPC really bad, didn't it?
And so there's a new genre of GIF, which is people like rolling in a circle circle around their bomb and not connecting with it on this fight.
Because you can't turn like out of 180. It's kind of
Yeah, your turn radius is pretty wide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the how Dragonflying works exactly like on Tendril, right?
Right.
Like your turn radius is capped and you can't turn that much. The trick there is to stop trying to turn the one direction you are,
go a little
away,
bit out,
and then turn back the other way.
Yep.
That's how you get out of that. But no, it's just a gift to laugh at someone else's misfortune.
Oh, okay. That's
Also, the funny thing about that clip is not only the ball failing to hit the bomb, but just the frantic pings on it as well. Just the regular pings and the warning pings going off at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's perfect.
Yeah, even on Heroic, this boss is pretty tricky. We saw this was kind of the place where wipes started to happen for Liquid's Heroic splits. And by the end of their splits, of course, they were very clean on this one, but those day one splits started to run into trouble on this fight often. It was this fight, then Sprocket, then One Arm Bandit, which were all being done with helpers and often had wipes happening. But yeah, next week, I think, I'm curious what the split situation is going to look like next week. Not to start a conversation about something that we're all pretty sad about, but we're definitely going to reset number 2 at this point.
Oh my god.
Potentially reset number 3.
You actually, I mean, I just took a sip of boba. Hold on.
Yeah.
So, I mean, okay, perhaps this is just copium, but to me, it just seems like, or at least I'm hoping, that they're just making these earlier bosses a little bit harder than we're used to, but not necessarily making the later bosses harder. So maybe it'll be more of like an even, spread of difficulty.
I think it could be. I mean, let's think about it this way. Six Bunk Junker, if it ends up being an 80 or 90 pull boss, which is kind of what it's looking like it's going to be right now, they've probably only been in combat with this boss for... Actually, you could look at this on Warcraft Logs right now. I'm going to guess it's probably somewhere like 7 to 8 hours of combat time that they've been with the boss right now.
I bet it's less than that.
It might even be less than that,
find out, though, yeah. Because a lot of these pulls are pretty quick.
I'm thinking progress time, actually, not combat time. Combat time would be a lot lower.
Ah, okay, yeah.
If the next 3 bosses are similar to that, and maybe ramp up a little bit more, I mean, we're talking probably only a day per boss until we get to the final boss. So I think if that's what the difficulty curve of the Rave is, we could see the raid in next week, probably at a similar time to Queen Ensarek.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I mean, the important thing is how hard those later bosses are for sure, because, if the difficulty continues to go up from here, which usually it does, right? Usually the curve is like that, but sometimes there is a valley. Sometimes there's a Painsmith, and then after it, there's 3 bosses that are easier than Painsmith, a Gorefiend, and then a bunch of bosses after it that are easier than Gorefiend. So that can happen. Something that makes me a little bit worried about that is that this isn't an outlier, is that Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock is right there as well. It's been pulled a couple of times, and it looks as crazy, if not potentially more, than this boss. And then would it be possible for One Arm Bandit to be easier, Mugsy to be easier? Maybe, but having tested those bosses on PTR, there's a lot of potential difficulty kind of inherent to how those fights work on Mythic that makes me think that we are going to be in for a tough tier. Now, that being said, One Arm Bandit might have been tuned to be tough on week 1, but the fact that these earlier bosses are so hard might mean they don't even reach it on week 1, and by the time they reach it with week 2 gear, it's actually quite easy.
Yeah, something that Blizzard can do and has done a lot in the past, tuning-wise, is when raiders are working on bosses at the start of the raid, they use that damage outtake, the output that the raiders are capable of with their comp, and they use it to better tune the later bosses. Right. We saw this famously in Nyalotha when the first 3 bosses went down, and then we targeted all of the bosses to see how much HP they had, and then after you pulled it, they had like 15% more HP.
Yeah.
They could do that the other way if One Arm Bandit was potentially a little bit too powerful. They could retune it down right now while they're looking at the output these raids are capable of.
Yeah, it's tough, because I think probably what happened here with Styx is that the guesses of how much raid damage people would do, maybe they didn't realize how much we would lose from having to do all this ad nonsense and from being put on these roller balls. So maybe that's part of why this damage check is so high. You can see at the very top of the screen here, Fired Up actually has a Enrage timer weak aura. So you can see that bar slowly getting depleted. They have this for like Answer X shield phases, right? They have this for intermissions that you have to beat a damage check, but he's actually just got one for the entire fight in Rage Timer now at the top of his screen. And you can see that even with that Lust on pull, they barely generated a lead over that Enrage Timer. And now that Enrage Timer's caught up to them, now they are going to get a little bit of damage once those balls do connect with the boss. That might get them on the good side of this Enrage check again, but it's going to be very close.
And of course the 2 minutes will come up here. You can see they're just barely pulling away now. 2 minutes coming up will help.
Dang, you can see each time one of those balls goes in, a huge chunk gets taken off that boss HP.
But they do not have a lot of room.
Yeah.
It's going to be very close, even with the perfect pull. So we'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. Again, it's just going to be consistency with the rolling garbage, right? If you're able to actually hit the boss, hit the bombs, and not run over the territorial bombshells, that's the main name of the game here for them.
So far, though, I mean, you know, considering that we haven't seen them pull this fight until last night, it seems like they're jumping back into it pretty quickly.
Yeah, the first one we saw was
looking
good. I mean, again, like Zyra said, you know, sometimes you just wipe at an early spot in this, but look at that Weakora that Fired Up has to try and make sure he doesn't run into the bombshell. He's trapped, though. He's got to make his way to the boss.
Yeah, that's big.
Nice, yeah, good maneuver. That looked kind of ugly, but he had to because there were bombshells on all sides of him.
Yeah.
Did mean that he spent a little bit more time rolling and a little bit less time pyroblasting than he would have liked. But it's all good.
You can see they're still just barely ahead after those bombshells came out, or after those rolling garbage came out. So
damage check is still looking good. We're now approaching that 50% mark.
Yeah.
315.
I feel like he's probably the best at the trash ball rolling.
Yeah, Fired Up is definitely looking pretty good at it.
How did he do in the Honda driving challenge?
He did okay. Shaq is the worst by a large margin.
Was this the driving simulator?
Yeah,
thing?
so we have a driving simulator, and it's like a Honda. They're calling it the Guild Grand Prix.
Oh.
And yeah, Fired Up is at the bottom actually.
Oh,
dude, I was so confident because I don't know, I just feel like he's so mechanically skilled with all the weird blinks and stuff that we see him do. I was like, oh yeah, he might be pretty good at this. Tear up so bad. THD was really good, better than I thought he was going to be. I can't remember who's at the top. It might be THD.
I think it is THD.
That makes sense.
And he was going very slow and steady. He almost stopped mid-track, and I was like, there's no way he's going to get a good time. And then he won. So far.
You can see now we were ahead at 3-minute 15 mark. Now
we are way behind the damage check. Now we are getting another spawn of ads here. We are also just past that 4-minute marker, which means some 2-minute CDs are going to be dumped into the boss right about now. And once those balls connect with the boss as well, that is going to do some more damage to help them accelerate a little bit here. But they're still behind that check. They do still have that B-res that is just recovered now as well. So in terms of the execution side of it, this pull is looking pretty good. But yeah, I'm worried about this Enrage. Now you can squeeze out some bonus damage after the Enrage on this fight. It doesn't just instantly one-shot everybody like, say, the One-Armed Bandit does on its Enrage cast. But I'm still definitely worried about our DPS check on this pull. The last set of cooldowns is going to have to go kind of crazy here.
Yeah, what do you think? They're about 5% behind right now looking
something like that. Yeah, it's looking a little sketchy here. We have a little bit over a minute until that Enrage comes out and still 30% of the boss's health. Now we are going to get another collision of garbage with the boss here momentarily if we can avoid these bombshells being in the way. Looks like that's going well so far. Yep, around they go. Big chunk of damage into the boss, helping us stay alive on this check. We have lost a Raider here.
One of the
Res is available.
It's one of the main characters. Got to get that guy up.
Well, unfortunately, we had 2 deaths actually, so we used 1 res there on it looked like a Shadow Priest. But now we are down a player on this very tight Enrage check. This is still looking like a pretty good pull. Goop is dead. A lot of fire is in the room. But we do still have some time before this Enrage. Here comes the last garbage roll of the fight. Fired Up is in great position here, getting to medium size as quickly as possible, and then hopefully identifying which of those ads he needs to roll over. There it is. Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
That was a war zone right there, but he managed to collect just that ad and not those bombshells. And then he's going to do another U-turn, pick up a little bit more garbage, come back around into the boss. And unfortunately, while all that was happening, the boss is enraged now, and the rest of the raid is dying. 13.1% on a pretty good pull. Almost everybody was alive for that whole pull, and there's still so much boss HP that they need to get through. Are we sending more Vantis runes? I mean, what are we going to do to get this boss dead? It's Sunday.
I mean, is the gear going to help them much? Like, it's... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is.
Yeah, I'm not really
That's
sure.
a lot
either.
of percentage
I'm
left.
just surprised you managed to pick up that scrap master.
Yeah, that was an impressive driving there.
Any of those
replay of
three
that,
bombshells,
maybe?
that was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a unprecedented level of I mean, I'm reminded of the brick wall that was Halandris by surprise in Sepulchre when we ran into that, and after that, there were still 4 more really hard bosses. I mean, there's still 4 more bosses after this one as well. This could just be Sepulchre 2 that we're witnessing
Hinting at it
here.
on Twitter. I've seen the tweets.
Yeah, it's possible. The Cams pointed out yesterday that this fight does have crabs and bombs, just like Halandris. It is.
Yeah. But the boss.
It's right there.
Does the boss go like?
Oh yeah.
When you pull him. Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah.
Was that you making it in the actual game?
Yeah, those are the Sepulchre noises.
All right, we're going to head into a Monster Energy listen-in and maybe get some insight onto their reactions of these first couple of polls.
I picked up extra piles too.
I don't know how to always live going, like when I get put into the ball, it's really sketchy. Maybe I'll just play a defensive trinket. I don't think my damage matters, so.
I mean, you're topping right now, bro.
Yeah, you're top
well,
right
yeah,
now, bro.
But I died this pull, so
There's still some new people getting pulls on this. Like our damage will go up a pretty good amount.
I guarantee next pull to buy about 220 million more damage exactly.
Okay. Sense. I'll hold you accountable for that.
Yeah.
A lot of good things about that pull that we made work. That was a really good call for Trill to use this. So Monk is one of the only classes that can like guarantee. Monk and Mage are probably the only 2 non-immune classes that, if they were to get shot, they could live if they knew.
Hashtag house.
Hashtag house.
Hashtag built like a brick.
Hashtag built like the Comfort Inn.
Hashtag built like a house.
Hey, make sure you guys are still doing your W. Drink that W. Ooh, I need an M, actually. I haven't had my M yet. Does it do extra damage to you, Scott? You can hop in the second time.
No, you just have a debuff as a tank.
Well,
That makes you take
I have a
100% more
debuff, yeah.
damage.
But it does 100. Yeah, like I'm just getting I'll be fine now. I'm just gonna play a defensive trinket. I have a different timer.
Sure.
But I'll just always bomb suit it.
That sounds fucking dope.
Oh, sorry, I'll from bustable bomb suit.
2, 1. Time to teach you young
Hashtag Google Chrome. Fucking lip piping up, good opener, I guess.
Red. Okay. Crash now. 3, 2, 1. Look at your marks. He fired up Smack Scott. Spreading in 10. Get a good drag. Bombshells are all broken.
Coming in.
Fire circles 3, 2. All the Spreading hyenas out. got missed. It's fine. Big grips.
Set focus cross.
Oh, yeah, there's a spell for this. Yeah, for the fire under the boss. Don't burn that.
Hicks.
Not fire till it's fire. Amen.
Amen, brother.
Yeah, I could have
Okay.
put those hyenas.
Spreading in
I
3,
just didn't wanna
2,
steal them.
1. Now.
Where does this hyena keep coming from?
You know what it is, man.
You know what it is.
He's in the floor.
He has a little pet icon next to him. What do you think?
I don't think.
Hashtag no thoughts.
Shield Nick, because he's a fucking
Hashtag
turbo
head
feeder.
empty.
Yep.
Okay, we're burning here. What are you talking about? Okay, getting trash in 3 seconds. This is Trill, Shack, Dupe, and Scott. Blue is really close to the boss. Good. Fire circles in 5. Spreading in 3, 2, 1. Now, good binding. Okay. And get kicks. We hit a bombshell.
Set focus cross.
Bomb.
Back up assign cross 2.
Over.
Oh, I double hit, apparently. Let's see.
Bro.
Yep, you hit sticks and the bombshell. Blow up.
Probably
Actually good though.
But you hit
Actually
sticks
good.
first. Congrats, bro.
They just make Styx's hitbox bigger because they don't want the double hit on the bomb, then it would probably help with the stupid, like running into
because
the boss and there's
I
a
bet you
bombshell, like,
he rolled into him and the bombshell slightly into his hitbox.
yeah.
So the bombshell's nowhere near me. What the fuck?
Yeah. Because
It probably got grip.
Look at that.
Gripping is like so weird. You literally
No, it had
like
nothing
it's
to do
so
with
like,
it.
I gripped
It was not the grip. Yeah, it was grip after.
It was just his ball rolled slightly into the hitbox.
Yeah.
You just can't hit a bomb.
You can't hit the boss.
Yeah.
You just have to let it expire on the
too.
set.
Just go into the coil on the left.
Yeah.
Was there a ring there?
Couldn't you have hit?
No,
fire
I didn't
there?
ring, but I thought it was fine.
What if
Like,
instead
it
of
looks fine. Normally I'm trying not
I
to.
would run into the boss here every single ball. There's no way that should have hit, but
What if
I didn't design the boss, so.
what if instead of like going straight through the boss, you go on like the edge of the boss? If that makes sense. You know what I mean? Where it's
like you try and like
flip the side. You don't go through his middle. You go through like the side of him. Kind of you curve.
Yeah,
it.
like you curve it in. Yeah.
Well, I feel like this happened like one time ever, so it's probably.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
doing
it's
a timer.
probably not.
I
yeah.
can't wait for someone to miss.
Hashtag pull again. Hashtag hitbox changed.
Hashtag double the fucking hitbox immediately.
Yeah.
Hello.
You shouldn't be able to have these in melee at all. You should have to range tank them.
Hashtag lid piping up. You know, in the movie Lit, they actually hit a villager with a car.
The fuck?
Yeah, it's like they
that's a
actually
spoiler,
they snap into the real world and he gets hit by a fucking car and they go out to check it's still alive and it just gets up and goes
Okay.
Dude, Nick like that.
3,
There's
2,
no way that happened.
Dude, it does, dude. It actually does, guys. We saw it last night. We were watching it.
Last night before we went to bed.
Yeah.
Where's this mark?
I think someone.
Sorry, Trill.
Oh, I'll get it. I'll get it.
Set focus cross.
Back up assign
We
cross
lost a
2.
little boss damage on this pull. We didn't get large on our third, our fourth pump.
Hashtag get large.
Like stay small.
Hashtag suck it.
No medication for that, right?
Oh, fuck.
Hashtag some European jokes. Let's go.
Okay, priest. I have.
Here we go.
I have some crazy tech. Okay. After that.
Hold on.
Details.
Oh!
Crazy tech.
God. Nice tech.
Dude.
Hashtag blow up.
Your tech is killing Cindy right now.
Stop burning trash in P1. Spread in 3, 2, 1, now. New garb, 3 seconds. Balls are out. Ribbons, Mark, 3, and Scott.
Hit the right one.
Okay, spreading in 3 seconds, guys. Spreading in 3, 2, 1, now.
There's one bombshell over here I cannot grip.
It's fine, they can watch it. First kicks are out. Okay, just get kicks now, guys.
Gonna have to get fire squarish. Okay, it's fucking.
Get it in, guys. Nice. Both can get it in, by the way.
10 AP song.
Circles here.
Take boss into the corner.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone look at the marks now. Boss is pretty close to X. Yep. Nick, Shay, Nick, Shack, smacked, and Scott. Okay. Spreading in 3, 2, 1, now. One more bombshell should be coming in late. There's a bomb next to the boss, close. Someone got it, good. Watch your HP, get kicks now. Get kicks.
Backup assigned
Get
cross
these
2.
Scrap Masters in. Taunt them in if necessary.
I can't help you, dirt load.
Morgan.
Thank you.
Help if your kick is dead, get backups. W. Burning now. Spread.
Take boss.
Don't burn under boss.
Take boss.
Yeah, try not to take the tick melee. Okay, the boss is really close to triangle. Be aware of that if you're picked here. Triangle's like literally on the boss.
Healer in a ball.
Healer in a ball, okay.
Don't smack at least.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
you do it.
There's a Scrap Master like right under. I'll move it.
Yeah,
but-
just watch the HP of the boss here.
Special if you get
Spread now.
Dispel,
Spread now.
yes.
Spread now. No kicks yet.
I got one of the bombs. Yeah.
Kicks now, guys.
other boss, by the way.
Let's go.
Kicks
Res
now.
scoop.
Kicks now. Res goop and get kicks.
Set focus
Yeah, we can
cross.
res Malarcus in 30. Keep going. Get kicks though. Do you need to get your kick mark back up anything?
Who me? No.
Get out of side. Need a taunt on Skull.
We're getting murdered by Scrap Masters.
Kick on Skull.
Any kick. I think they were probably all down.
Good
Yeah.
enough. I'm just tanking it.
Okay, whatever. New garb in 5 seconds. Positions now. This is still a good pull. We'll get him up after. Probably get a...
Boomy.
Bombshells are fucking amazing. Holy shit. Okay, we're spreading in 6. Bombshells should be Astro Piss for this. Spreading
Watch
in
the
3,
dogs, they're coming
2,
in.
1 now. Dogs are coming in.
On Nick.
Nick has 3 stacks.
Nick.
Oh, I can't
Dispel Nick's.
Not disperse.
Blue far. I have no kick.
Nah, that was just that we fell behind really fast there. We were doing really well. Had a
It's so
couple-
bad. Kyle's on purple as well.
I wonder if that is just RNG or if it's like, cause like we've been going pretty close to like the new markers. I wonder if that's been bad or good.
If you watch the lock, I think you like Max. Like,
What are you
like
thinking?
this is when we do good movement for the mages. Like they are basically popping off on the bombshells, right? Like actually doing well.
So
like,
I'm assuming the first log you linked me was yesterday, and the second one was today.
no, it's the same log. I just linked the wall, then I linked the zoomed in window. You can just look the wall. Like it's kind of insane, like how KSP managed to be the same as the Shadow Priest, basically.
Yeah,
Because we had
it's a
2
lot
good
better.
rounds.
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh yips.
Oh yips.
You screenshot the double THD. Wait, which channel did you put it in? It's a
Sticks.
double like.
It's in 6.
No, but also the other double. The
Oh,
girls
I
double.
didn't screenshot that one, but
Didn't someone? I swear I saw someone put it in a. Yeah. I mean, that is like, if they fix one, they should fix the other. Like, it shouldn't double hit the fucking territorials just because. Like, that, it makes less sense because the hitbox is smaller on them. Legally speaking.
Yeah. Doing well. These pulls are very, very good.
Oh yeah, Trill, the Scrapmasters only spawn on 2 markers, so.
So also Suri did something really good there. So Suri, I think, had back one of the back middle ones, like middle left or middle right, and he dropped his Scrapmaster, and then when he got out, he called that he needed like a kick in the back. He didn't mean like it had to just be someone's initial kick because he doesn't have one, right? So that was really good. I just think more that when I notice deaths happen, I think the most common Scrapmaster death, at least early after the trash goes out, is usually someone not getting that initial kick.
That's on it. We keep getting back here. We just need one good.
Oh, we're playing fucking insane right now. Like this is. I think we could kill this at any time. Like if we get to that in rage with everyone alive, and a res for an immune player, I think we will kill it.
Like this ball, we were 10% ahead.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from that Monster Energy listen-in. We are on pull number 76 here, seeing a couple of wipes in a row, basically around the same spot to the same stuff. Dratnos, and we're still kind of poking through the same stuff that we've been having trouble with.
Yeah, it's a little bit. So there are some copium. There's some copium I've heard.
Oh yeah, you said you said I was copium.
Yeah, and I think even from Max as well, we heard that okay, we've got some new players in, so once they learn it, we're gonna get a lot more damage. Make this fight go from looking impossible to possible.
And you think
it doesn't even look that impossible. It just looks really, really hard.
Yeah.
But I do think that I don't think that this is actually all that close to being killed yet, because on most of these pulls we are losing players in that first few minutes of the fight. And I mean, like Zyra said, you know, if you look at that bar at the top of the screen, they open up well, right? They opening up a lead over that enrage check, but it's around that 4-minute mark that they just, in order to survive and not lose any of their players, they're losing so much boss damage to do those later garbage sets. And they end up falling behind that DPS check that is quite tight here.
And they're ahead for like the first 3.5 minutes of the encounter.
Yeah,
right?
you can see right now though that it's closing in, right? They're getting encroached on by this enrage timer now. It doesn't help that the boss is basically immune while it's flying up in the air there.
Yeah, they lose a lot of damage uptime just because of the way that mechanic works. It's a really weird mechanic to have in the encounter, by the way. That it just does it once and then never does it again. I guess he overcharges himself for the rest of the fight, but like, they could do it, whatever.
I think it's designed to give you like a intro difficulty garbage set at the start of the fight, and then you actually get 2 of them on the lower difficulties before it overcharges. But yeah, it is strange.
Either way, the thing that we're seeing, right, about the 4-minute mark is where the red bar on the enrage timer really just gets too far away from them. And I think that's more due to the way that the fight works with the ads, right? Every new set of ad spawns just adds more and more ads to the encounter.
I think it's just once it's overcharged, there's more, and then it's a flat amount added with the overcharge. So all of the sets except for the first, I think, are bigger, but they're the same size as each other.
Either way, I mean, they're just falling way too far behind on these later ad sets. Maybe the lineups aren't as good for their cooldowns, or people are just getting a little bit too lackluster with their positioning. Crazy position for Fired Up here, by
Fired
the way,
Up
in the middle of 3 garbage piles.
In a little safe spot there, but it's not a big safe spot. It's kind of nice though. So it's a nice pocket. Yeah, nobody else is gonna stand on top of him. Although I think there's some danger of him getting rolled over, because I suspect that people are gonna roll their balls freely in this area, not assuming
so
there's
easy
somebody
to see
there.
him amongst all of that.
It doesn't help that he's a fire mage in the middle of all that fire. It does look like he's managed to avoid that though. It's worked out reasonably well. Very well.
Yeah.
You're just happily hopping away in the middle of the room.
Yeah, having a good time. Big damage is still happening here for Liquid. They are well ahead of this DPS check. This 3-minute 15 mark, they're sub 50%. This is by far the most damage they've had on any of these pulls. Perhaps my dooming was premature.
This is actually, yeah, this is like 3% lower than they've had it before. This is by far the best damage we've seen out of them. So maybe the familiarity wasn't copium. Maybe they are finding a lot more damage than we otherwise would have suspected. Because you have to remember, right? The damage is really kind of a cascading effect, especially if you're able to get the boss to execute significantly earlier. You get those extra damage effects way earlier on. But of course, still, I think, like you were saying, we're in a position right now where we're still focused on pure execution right now, making sure we don't blow up any of those bombshells.
Goes down.
We don't have early deaths like we just saw from Lip.
B-Res comes out. That one's okay. We did have the B-Res.
No more, though, for the next minute. Or 30 seconds.
Next. Way to jinx it, bro.
Yeah, 2 minutes left until we start getting into that enraged territory. Still 37% of the boss's HP. This is going to be close. We have another couple of garbage waves to deal with as well. We got THD on this demo lock. He is assigned that rolling rubbish. Goes and locates his direction. And he's going to be medium insta here. He might even be able to pick up a second Scrapmaster. He is. THD absolutely beast mode on this one. He's going to deal with all of those mechanics in the span of seconds there. And then he's going to die, unfortunately.
What did he die to? Looked away.
Yeah, this is a great question, Aya.
Recap.
Press it. It looked like just raid damage.
That's what I was saying. It didn't look like anything hit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's not going to be getting much healing while he's rolling far away from the healers. So that may be what was going on there. Huh, indeed, because it didn't look like he did anything wrong there.
No, well...
But he went down nonetheless, and they did have 3 total deaths there with just that one B-Res that recovered at 430.
Yeah.
They were able to res 1, but now we're down THD and Malarkus. And THD on that demo lock, they have a little bit of XQ, right, Zyro?
Not so much.
Not much, okay.
It's really just they're just like a pretty flat line. I was going to say, 5 minutes into the fight, on Fired Up's POV that we have on our other monitor here, they were actually still just barely ahead of the red bar, only just now slowly starting to fall behind with these deaths on the board.
We have a couple more balls going in, though, that'll get us back caught up for a brief moment. Although now we are missing a healer and 3 DPS. 16 players alive for the last 16% of this boss's health. And we are nearing that berserk here. You can see that bar above Fired Up's nameplate, his own unit frame. You can see that berserk is closing in here. Just about a few more seconds until, is that what, 30 seconds?
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Yeah, so the berserk is approaching, but so is the boss's death. Here comes that last set of garbage time. Fired Up is selected to be one of the rollers. Ooh, potentially a good angle through those hyenas. Looks around for that Scrapmaster, picks it up. Another Scrapmaster, though, is going to go. Looks like they managed to get that just barely in time as well.
Set focus cross.
Gotta go around all these bombshells. Another boss get a huge burst of damage.
Dang.
The Enrage is coming
Here's
up
that Enrage,
very
though.
shortly here in a couple of seconds, and you can see they've definitely bled out
This is a new best pull.
New best pull,
It's up
though.
10%. The boss is finally in the single digits, but unfortunately, 3 bombshells explode. Fired Up heroically, still last person standing. That ice cold protecting him from all that extra damage for a few more seconds.
Shooting fireballs out at the last breath.
9.25%.
Okay.
New best pull. There were a few deaths there, but honestly, this would have still been really tight even without those deaths. They didn't have a lot of players dead for all that long on this fight, and still 10% of the boss's health to go. I mean, this is looking absolutely absurd, and there's not very many upgrades to them to send. Let me check their eye level right now.
Can you pick up the laptop there and see how many of them have sent their sparks? Because we did see that Boomy sent his one-hander.
Yeah. Let me investigate. First, let me investigate their eye level, because I know we checked that before, and I wanted to see actually how much that evolved. So their eye level now...
They were 655.6 before.
Now it's 656.4, so they gained 1 eye level out of all those keys, approaching that runed crest cap. But yeah, let me check the, you want to see how many sparks have been sent?
Yeah, how many one-handers do we have on the raid right now? Or offhands, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess I've just got to open up all of their pages and see.
Yeah.
What websites are you using?
Should be able to see it.
I'll use RaiderIO to...
oh, RaiderIO, one of our sponsors.
Yeah, I'll just pop open all these. Is that the vibe?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Give me 90 seconds.
All right, 90 seconds is what it's called for. Now, something that we can talk about with Stick Spunk Joker in particular, the loot from this boss. There is an int dagger that can drop off of this boss, but you're usually not going to get duplicates of that. So what you
you might get 2, right? But
might get 2.
You might just play like you only will get 1 and send your weapons on everybody except for 1 potential carrier for that.
There's also an intellect staff from Sprocket Monger as well.
And Vexy and the gear grinders too, right?
Right. They've already killed those bosses, so they know that they don't have to worry about that in terms of loot right now. So what they could do is send one-handers on everybody that's not a caster that would be getting one of those items if it dropped. So there's actually a lot of sparks that they could technically send if they felt like they had to get the extra damage for this boss. But as we saw from that poll, there's definitely still extra damage to be gained. It was a 9% wipe with 2 players dead for about a minute and a half, and a couple players died at the end. I think if everything was perfect there, they could have got that at least like sub 5%. So we'll get close. We're on pace for a very close pull here, especially if they're able to optimize just a little bit more. And it looks like they were happy with how that pull went because there was very little discussion after the pull. So we're getting right back into another here.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of just like they're feeling motivated, they're feeling the fire when they basically almost immediately go back in to the pull. And they're going to be doing it here. Pull number 77. Seems like just kind of some things to clear up here and there before we really start figuring out like what that damage check is actually going to be, because it's still early deaths, like you were saying.
Yeah, the early deaths are what we have to cut back on. And usually those early deaths can be just something as simple as getting aggro on one of the hyenas, right? Those hyenas are particularly nasty if they're DPSing a player. They put a debuff on the person that reduces their healing taken as well. So if that stacks up too much, a player will just eventually die because you can't heal them. You need to make sure those are dealt with perfectly. That's why you can see the players with the garbage roll mechanic are prioritizing sucking up those hyenas first, not only to get them in a position where they won't be meleeing your end of DPS players down, but also that they make the ball bigger, make it easier to do your job. We saw THD at the end of that last fight picking up 2 packs of hyenas, instantly getting medium, and he was able to deal with 2 scrap masters because of it. Just a lot of min-maxing that can go into dealing with that Katamari style mechanic that this boss employs.
Question.
Yes.
For viewers watching from home, is this a situation where they should be dobbying yet?
No.
Never Dobby.
No Dobby?
Dob is the mind killer.
Okay, Dob is the mind killer. Give them some hope, Zyro.
Will not Dob. Give them some hope?
Yeah. This is possible.
That's right.
Okay,
and
so
hey, here's the hope as well. Nobody else has killed this thing either.
yeah, exactly. The raid is young. There's 4 more bosses left. If you're having trouble killing this boss, and everyone else is having trouble killing it, you're all in the same boat.
Right.
So you're not too worried about it.
Liquid, they always say they want the raid to be hard because they think they're really good, and so the harder the raid is, potentially the better for them. I did get the answer to your question though, Zyro. How many Sparks of Fortune have been sent by these 20 players? It looks like 12 of their 20 Sparks of Fortune have been sent. In a few cases, it's with that free enchanted rune crest that they got from the Kill Galliwist quest. In a lot of cases, it was using 60 of their gilded crests to make a 675 weapon main hand with Ascendance in a lot of cases for several of those casters with those daggers, and a lot of those melee DPS if they're dual wielders were doing that. Of course, the two-handed users don't have a great option for that this week. Some of them have sent stuff like, I've seen a necklace, boots, those kind of things have been crafted by some. Although, as we move to the possibility of a second week being added this tier, we've got to consider the possibility of a third week and a second spark entering the equation here.
Stop. No.
In which case, maybe a crafted two-hander would be an option.
Yeah, but who would be the person?
Yeah, you'd have to hold for so long as well. And I don't think that's worth, because after 3 weeks of splits, you got a pretty good chance of at least a Gallitech limited edition Capital Punisher, and at best a best in slots from the One-Armed Bandit from those 3 heroic splits that you're going to be running over these 3 weeks. So
the embellishment economy of this expansion is so weird.
So strange. Yeah,
last expansion we had a couple of okay ones that you could put on all of your gear, right? But this time around, it seems like almost everyone wants to go with one of the weapon enchants.
Yeah, just Ascendance pretty much.
I've seen Shamans run the other one, I forget what it's called. It's like Radiance or something like that.
Yeah.
It gives secondary stats instead of just one secondary stat. It gives all the
there was Symbiosis was briefly getting played by some tanks as well, but it's largely just Ascendance and then Dusk Thread, or not Dusk Thread, Ascendance or Dusk Thread or Dawn Thread if you don't like that, a Focusing Lens.
Yep.
But mostly just those, and then a couple of the armor types have a decent option as well, like leather tanks have a leather tank belt that's pretty good, but...
In fact, Toxic Boots.
Yeah, last expansion, I think, it also had a lot of embellishments that never saw play, but it had a few more that did, whereas this time around it's pretty monochrome across the raid.
Do we expect, do we have any idea if they are expecting to readjust their comp anymore, or do we think we've settled a little bit?
Absolutely not. They've been playing with this comp for the past 20 pulls. I think this is
they're locking in.
Yeah.
Unless the boss receives some heinous nerf and they think that they can gain a bunch of extra loot by swapping the comp, I think this is what they kill with. I don't think this boss is getting nerfed either.
In terms of a 4th boss in the raid, do we feel like this is the most we've seen those late adjustments to a comp?
Oh yeah, for 4th boss in a tier.
Yeah.
I mean, this slot compared to previous tiers was Rashanan, a one-shot encounter last tier.
Yep.
Right? It's like Laradar from Amir Drasil.
Right.
You're thinking about Forgotten Experiments from Aberys. Gosh, it would be what? Senarth from Vault of the Incarnates.
I have a crazy memory.
This is all I think about.
It's all the brain power.
Yeah, there's a space in my brain where common sense and useful stuff is supposed to go. That World of Warcraft facts instead fills that space.
Okay.
Even thinking back to some of the GOAT raids, like Siege of Orgrimmar, Shaw Pride was the 4th boss.
Okay, now you guys are just showing.
Yeah, you're really old, man.
That was like a 20-pull boss.
Yeah.
Throne of Thunder, that was Tortos. It was a turtle that you kicked shells into. That was like a 5-pull boss.
Yeah, so this, I think, is unprecedented. The only argument you could make is you could be like, well, this is an 8-boss tier.
Yeah.
In some of the longer tiers, maybe we should compare this to a 5th or 6th boss from a 10 or 11-boss tier.
Fair, yeah.
In which case, we could compare it to bosses like Gore Fiend or Halandris that were in a similar relative spot in the raid and were really hard as well.
Okay.
But I think it is certainly up there with those. It's obviously not at Halandris level yet.
I was going to say, that's definitely an outlier for sure.
It's now, I think, in that top 3 with Halandris for this spot relative to the raid, right, being halfway through the tier.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's just like, I'm just definitely curious if they meant for it to be this hard this early, or if this was unintentional.
I think it was not intended, but I agree with Zyro that at this point it's not going to get nerfed this reset.
I don't think it will.
I don't think you can nerf it this reset.
Frankly.
I hope they do nerf it on the reset.
Yeah.
But I think that at this point, it can't be really nerfed during this reset without things being... I mean, they could take a little bit of health off it, I guess, but anything more than that would be, I think, pretty poorly received.
Yeah. One of the worst feelings as a raider is putting a lot of attempts into a boss that's very difficult, getting to the point where you're about to kill it, and then it just gets nerfed.
Yeah.
I think the more likely thing for Blizzard would be to bring down the level of the next few bosses if they were all tuned on this road that led them to tuning this boss this way.
Exactly. Like whatever numbers they were looking at for how much raid damage we'd be putting out, at least on this boss, they probably missed on that guess, right? And see, the thing that Blizzard's done is they do like to err on the side of being too hard because then they can nerf it. Because if they make it too easy, they can't really buff it because then it'll be killed, and nobody likes a boss getting buffed after it's been killed. So that is often what they'll do. But I think that, yeah, this one definitely has turned out to be a little bit trickier than they probably wanted for a fourth boss. I don't actually think it's bad for the Race to World First inherently to have this, but I do think that when regular guilds start reaching this boss, you know, over the next few weeks, if you're a cutting edge guild and you get those first 3 down and you run into this, I think you're in a lot of trouble if they don't nerf it.
All right, well, let's take a look at the best poll that we had a couple of polls ago at their 9.24%.
All right.
Take a look at this replay.
So we have fired up here's perspective. You can see they already had 4 dead at this point in the poll. And we are nearing the Enrage, which comes out at that 6:30 mark, 6:25, something like that is when the boss actually does go berserk. Now Fired Up does enter this combustion, and then I believe gets almost immediately targeted by the next electromagnetic sorting garbage pile. Yeah, berserk in 30 seconds from here, and then Fired Up getting that. I guess he got his full combustion off, though, so that worked out pretty nicely, yeah.
Well, getting this ball means he's not going to get another one off before the boss. So
right, he's not going to get that kindling cooldown reduction going on there. He does pretty quickly manage to soak up his, actually another person's target.
Woo!
And then, yeah, they barely, oh no, okay, Nick ended up, I think, getting shot by that one.
By Fired Up's ball?
By the one of the Scrap Masters in that area there.
Definitely missed, and that was, you know, a couple extra deaths came out. One of the healers being down here for the residual, which is not ideal.
Now none of those were enough to turn this into a kill, right? You can see here those bombshells going off. The boss was berserking, and they still had 9% to get through. So you can't change one thing and turn that pull into a kill. You probably still needed like 5 things that went wrong to not go wrong.
And extra boss damage.
Yeah, and extra boss damage. It's looking tough here, and there's really not all that much they can do to get much stronger from here. I mean, there are a few players who still haven't used their Vantis runes that they could send. They also have, I guess, that you could do some more aggressive upgrading in a few spots, right? There are a few players who have gilded crests, and they don't have anything good to spend it on. And you could have them spend it on bad targets, but I think that would be a pretty bad call because, Zyro, there are still 4 more bosses to deal with this tier.
And it looks like it's going to be a 2-week tier. You want to be as perfect with your crest economy as possible. Now, to clarify what you mean by bad usage, so this has been kind of a weird overlap that we've had ever since they changed the Mythic tier of items to have an actual Mythic track that you can upgrade, right? Where there's an overlap between the last 2 tiers of Hero Track, where it goes from 658 to 665 this tier. And also Myth Track that has those tiers in it as well. You really want to make sure you're only using your Gilded Crest to upgrade things that are 665 or higher.
Right. Things that are on that Myth Track, ideally. Now, there are a few players that have sent upgrades on weapons on the Hero Track up to 665, just because upgrades on weapons represent so much more value than any other slot. But I think, you know, doing something like a helmet from 658 to 665 would give you a little bit more power, but it would be a serious cost. I don't think that's a sacrifice that they are willing to make because they want those Gilded Crests for next week. They want them to go on whatever they get out of their vault, whatever they get out of Reclear, whatever they get out of killing more bosses next week. But it's kind of weird because if they only kill 4 bosses and they've had anybody swap out between the first few bosses, a lot of people aren't getting very good vaults of raid loot. They're only going to have like 1 slot in their vault from the raid, which nobody was expecting, right? When they killed those first few bosses, they were planning on killing 5, 6 bosses, 7 this week. But it looks like we're probably only on the 1, as you can see. Our raid composition for Styx Bunk Junker, all of the different hero talents that people are using as well. A lot of these have changed from last year as well, which is nice. DK, for instance, we're playing the other one during the Deathbringer, I think it was, or is it Deathbringer? I don't know. They were playing the other one.
Who would know?
Yeah.
I'm completely clueless.
I forget what it was. What the name of it actually? I think it was Deathbringer.
They've got is it Deathbringer and Riders with the
Yeah, Riders the other one and Sand Lane. Yeah.
Okay.
Warrior as well. They're playing Colossus now. They were largely playing Thane last tier, so.
Havoc Demon Hunters get to play Eldrachi.
Playing Eldrachi instead of Felsguard, which I'm not sure how. Some like that, some don't.
I don't.
You kind of get this like launch sequence opener where you gotta kind of press these buttons in the perfect order to do a good opener. It's reminiscent of like BFA Unholy, where you had one of those.
Oh my god, yeah, I wouldn't even be done with my entire opening rotation and things would be dead.
Yeah.
If you want to look at one of the most convoluted openers in the history of the game, I kid you not, go to our partner website, one of our partners, Wowhead, look at the Havoc Demon Hunter guide, go to the opener, and it's like 20 plus exact buttons at the row that you have to hit to get the exact opener down.
And people are still saying it's a 3-button class. It is no longer a 3-button class.
Well, you just have Wowhead open on your other monitor and you just click those buttons in that order. I don't get what's hard about that.
Okay.
Or you have Achille and you have it just tell you what to press.
That's right.
All right, whatever. I'm a Havoc Demon Hunter defender until I die.
Yeah, Havoc is cool. It's actually often had a harder skill cap than it gets credit for. Because so often
really
you've had the movement to deal with as well, right?
Yeah.
And you see a bad Havoc Demon Hunter just go flying through the braid and like.
Yeah, that's me. I'm that one.
You're on Gallywix and they're just like, oh.
I started learning.
I'm off the edge.
I preferred the end of Legion, Radon's Cascading Eyes Demon Hunter.
Yeah,
where the rotation
oh my
on
god.
The AoE consisted of
I-beam.
Oh god, without the AoE cap, it was so. There was a certain trash pack on Nyalotha that was like down at the bottom of a set of stairs. I don't know if anybody remembers that one, where it was just like massive AoE. It was so satisfying. It was the best part of it.
I remember there were some pulls in the Arcway back in Legion where you pulled so much trash and you could literally, you just spent 30 seconds pressing I-beam. It was so fun.
I-beam is my favorite button in the game. But no, I'm convinced that people that think it's a 3-button class have not played it since its beginning.
Yeah.
And
Does I-beam still work the same way it did back in Legion, where it didn't actually root you in place? It was
Yeah,
like
just it's a 99% slow.
so you could actually move during it?
There was a brief period of time in Shadowlands as well where Warriors had Champion's Banner that, if they were playing Necrolord, that made you get that like Death's Advance effect of being immune to being slowed below a certain point. And they could give that to their party members. And if you were ever playing with one of those as a Demon Hunter, it was so weird because you'd press I-beam and you just keep walking at full speed while you were I-beaming. It was strange times. I think they changed how that banner worked. Ooh, fired up. Whoa, that's okay. Production, that's going to be a replay later. We need fired up's face in that replay later as well because there was some cinema going on.
Don't even show
there.
the gameplay. We just him.
Once this poll is done, I need those 10 seconds. That was some gameplay for sure. That was cool.
Somehow it was okay.
Yeah, somehow we lived. Hey.
Somehow the raid is alive.
That's Fired Up's entire existence.
Yeah.
Somehow it was okay.
I can't believe they made that work.
Yeah.
That was extremely sketchy there. All good.
His POV is the most stressful to watch historically. But the one I think that gets watched the most.
Yeah, Max watches Fired Up usually, so
yeah.
A lot of people's eyes are on this particular POV.
I want one of these tiers. I don't know if any of the raiders would agree to this, but I want to see a heart rate monitor.
Oh
like
yeah.
Cruella used to do.
Yeah, I know Cruella when she was raiding with Method and had that heart rate monitor. Now she's a caster.
I know she's over there on the Echo desk.
Right.
Yeah, they got all the girlies over there. They got Rook, they got OK Mage, they've got Cruella.
Congrats on the promotion, Cruella.
Or demotion, depending on your perspective.
Yeah. All
right, maybe we can see that replay of this Fired Up maneuver. You can see he's still got a bit of a smile on his face. I wonder if they're talking about it, because Max will often talk about any weird stuff that happens from Fired Up, because he's of course watching that POV as well. But yeah, there was a crazy ball roll.
I think at the end of this, we should make like a crazy
compilation
edit. Yeah, with like ridiculous transitions and stuff. We'll get some like Gen Alpha to put it together on their phone on CapCut or something.
I don't know. That sounds like a made up word to me.
Oh,
yeah.
CapCut's a mobile editing software. They have a desktop version too, but it's
to make TikToks.
There are entire content creators that only edit videos on their phone.
Wow.
Like,
oh, that's what's wrong with our generation.
Yeah, it's
is that like I was watching your NPC stream earlier.
Oh yeah.
The charity goal.
I probably have to explain a lot of those things if you're not on TikTok.
It's cool. You don't have to. I know enough to know
Janos, that is code. That is Janos code for I do not care. Please do not talk to TikTok about me.
I watched it and it's I was like, okay, I'm old.
It's okay. It's okay.
This is what it must have felt like, to watch like the VHS come out and be like, oh, that's so strange, right? Or like, to see the fax machine come out and you're like, documents can get sent from one place in the world to another, and it's just like fundamentally the world is different than when I was born, and seeing that NPC stream made me realize like, okay, it has moved on past where I am.
Okay, I'm going to cut off your yap session and you crashing out because I really want to play this replay before they go into another poll.
Let's
they
go.
have the replay that you specifically asked for, so I'm sorry to cut you off, but please rip it, production.
Show me the fired up maneuver here.
I don't think he's going to stop on this
No, I was not going to. I was revving up. Okay, watch this. Bang,
oh my
bang,
God,
bang,
yes.
bang.
You should not be alive.
Look at his face. Okay. Okay, so what happened is the scrap master spawned right on top of him, and then you can only roll over that if you're medium-sized. If you're small, it knocks you away, and then he's bouncing off of a medium garbage pile somehow instead of hitting the bombshell that's on it.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
This is so interesting. That's the exact face I make when I'm out at dinner and I think the waiter is bringing me my food, but then they walk right past me. Same thing.
Have you ever had that moment as well where you've ordered food and you were torn between two items and then you see them pull out the other dish that you didn't order for somebody else's table and you're like, I've messed up.
Or somewhere you're with gets it and you try it and you're like, oh yeah, I'm done with that one. Food envy.
Yeah.
That's the worst. Yeah, we gotta. I think that might be a new emote for Fired Up. Once the year ends, or somebody sneak onto his computer and make that happen. That is a good one.
That was great. I'm still shocked that they managed to live that particular happenstance there. I guess the small hitbox kind of helped them out there, that it didn't trigger the bombshell that he was getting knocked right next to.
Do you have a pen pal, Dratnos?
A pen pal.
Yeah.
I think we had them in school. Yeah.
Yeah. Back in the day, you had to wait like 5 months to get a message back from your pen pal.
Yeah. You would send a letter to somebody like in the third grade over in a different school, over in a different country.
Yep.
You'd send them the letters like, oh, I live in America.
You did that?
Yeah. Pen pals. This is a thing you do in elementary school.
I never did that.
You have like a.
No. I didn't know that was like a real thing that people still did.
Yeah.
That was
maybe they don't still do it, but when Zyra and I were in school, back in the day. Yeah. We would walk uphill in the snow. Both ways.
That was you guys that did that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like 15 miles to school, and then when I walked home, it was like 21 miles uphill both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the snow.
Sorry about that.
With the sun out in the scalding heat.
But we didn't complain.
No, never.
Never a peep out of us. Not like these youngsters these days, these whippersnappers.
Yep.
They just love completely. They make their TikToks and they complain.
If you were lucky, you got some toppings on your butter sandwich for lunch.
That's true, yeah.
Butter sandwich?
You'd have nice ice soup.
Rock soup?
Yeah. If you were lucky.
That was a real soup in the Depression era. Called it rock soup.
Yeah, probably lots of nutrients.
Yeah. Well, they just put the rock in it and then cooked. I don't really know how it worked, but they didn't eat the rock. I just put the rock in there. I don't know where we're going with this. But either way, if you're just now tuning in, we are on poll number 80 right now. 4 sticks bunk junker heading into this poll. Best poll being 9% that we got a couple of polls ago. So that food buff, historically helping out the guild, coming in clutch at the moment. Oh my God! And Yips cleared his notification. Wait, no, he didn't. It's still blinking. I see it.
Yeah, the collection tab down the bottom right.
Up.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, next time he gets up from his computer, I'm going to clear it. It's driving me nuts.
What if he gets up during our cast?
Then I will physically take out. You're going to hear. You're going to hear when the sound when people take off their headsets when it's not muted. You're going to hear that, and then you're going to see me on his screen, clearing the notification.
I can't recall.
All right, here we go.
Why is everyone just drifting around?
They're drifting around. Yeah, here we go.
Where'd the boss go? This looks like one of those things in the circus when they are in the cage and they're driving around.
They're practicing for the next Honda race simulator.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, this is actually kind of funny. Wait, I wish I could hear their... Wait, can we go into their comms production? I feel like this is a funny moment. I need to hear them.
Oh, they're done. They're done.
Darn it. Okay.
No more fun.
Yeah.
That boss has respawned. Fun over.
Well, thought we'd get another one of those moments. Did you guys buy your Longboy mount, the expensive one?
Oh, yeah.
No?
I have the old one. Why don't I want the new one?
Well, the new one has a mailbox.
Yeah.
I've got Molly. I've got Katie's stamp whistle.
Yeah, but now you
have it
have
all in one.
infinite.
You only need to press one button, 1 and 3,
I'm
like
good.
your shampoo.
I've got the OG one.
I don't have either. I completely forgot to buy it, and it's probably too late for me. I
I think
hope
it is.
it's
Yeah,
off
I
the
think
store.
it ended in January.
maybe they'll bring it back at some point.
Probably.
I feel I'm out in the wilderness and I need to auction something. I don't know what I'm gonna do next.
Now, of course, you didn't spend dollars on that. You used WoW tokens.
Yeah, WoW tokens.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Oh, how many WoW tokies was it?
It was less than the BFA one because the BFA one was 5 mil, and so you had to buy like a bunch of tokies if you wanted to.
Gold was less valuable.
Did you?
A little bit, yeah.
Did you feel a little cheated, Zyro, with the new longboy?
I don't particularly care too much. Like this whole concept of people getting upset when somebody gets something similar to what they have, and they get upset because of exclusivity. I don't really care for it.
I don't care if it's different. I think when they re-release things that are old, that's where personally I have a problem with it.
I don't care.
My problem is
Back up
if it's something I
assigned
have,
cross 2.
then I don't like it when
Yeah,
it gets
yeah.
re-released.
Well,
But if it's something that I didn't get the chance to pick up, then I'm glad that they
We'll get it.
re-released it.
Okay,
And
that's totally
I think people are being elitist if they are concerned about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't even have those the mounts that we're kind of referencing, and I think they should be gate kept forever.
Ah, yeah.
You didn't play in 2007? Not my problem.
Now, if they re-release the actual original Brutosaur, I might be upset.
Ah, I see.
Oh.
See, I would be too because I have one. But if I didn't have one, I would hope they would re-release it. See how that works?
If they make a new one with new things, they let people have fun stuff, that's fine. Why not?
Yeah, they actually made some really great mounts recently, including that Grizzly Hills Packmaster that Blizzard's given us a couple of codes to give away.
Oh, yeah?
True.
Yeah.
I haven't seen
wonder
that
who
one.
won that one earlier today, but if you missed the chance, make sure you watch tomorrow because I think we've got some more codes to give away.
Yeah.
You should just watch the entire stream because we're giving away stuff morning to night.
That's right.
Oh, and while you're watching the stream, if you do have your Twitch Prime available,
I was about
Oh,
to segue to that as
good
well.
one.
trying to segue to that.
Yeah.
That was smooth.
Because you really don't want to miss out on those giveaways and have ads play in your
That's right. We've got a lot of ads to play to make this event run. So if you want to dodge those, Twitch subs or Twitch Primes are the way.
Also, if you don't have a Twitch Prime available, I've heard that you can get gifted a sub by typing any gifter's question mark.
That's right.
That was working really well last night.
That's right. Feel free to @Zyronic later when he's off the desk, and
Oh, no, I can't.
He'll help hook you up with those as well.
My subscribe button is broken.
Ah, I see.
So I can't do that.
Unlucky.
Uh-oh.
What?
There's a lot of people that need a gifter. Look at all these some of them have subs.
Sorry, you gotta help. You gotta help out, man.
Say Zaryu?
Zyro.
Oh, no, look, Zaryu.
Are you as well? Anybody,
Zaryu,
anybody
come here.
can help.
Get in here, buddy.
That's right.
Yeah.
In the wise words of Grim Patron from Hearthstone, yeah, everyone get in here.
I see, there it is.
You know what? That worked. Oh, there's
Ask
more.
any gifters, and then the people that love gifting subs come to help. Yo, Hybrid, thanks for the 5.
Oh, thanks for the 5 gifted.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
What are we doing here? Oh, wait, no, I can't do that. I don't have my wig on.
You're not a camera. They don't know
I can't start it.
I don't know that.
No, I got it. It's got to be a special occasion. I can't just whip it out anytime.
This is so fried.
It is a little fried.
Chat, what are we doing here?
What are we doing here? We're on pull 70 or 80.
Yeah,
What we're
damage
doing.
check again is looking pretty good. This pull has cost us a B-res, so we are down that resource. If anybody else dies, it's going to be bad. But we are at 50%, halfway to that enrage, slightly ahead of the check as it stands right now, although not comfortably ahead. Can't have anything go wrong from here. Next set of garbage comes out. Ooh, THD into a medium ball there. Nice and quick. Able to roll over his Scrapmaster now.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Okay, but he
large ball.
kind of procced an easy.
Yeah, he had a
He's gonna drift all the way around these bombshells too to get back to the boss.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
trying to manage it.
Here we go.
Sketchy. That was wow. Implemented that very smoothly.
He was able to get to the boss, but one of the things that's a problem with this rolling rubbish is ideally you get to the boss a lot faster so you get more damage
Right.
time. Right? He spent probably an extra 10-15 seconds on the ball.
Actually, I'm not sure he actually connected with the boss either. I think he may have fallen off right before he got to the boss. Looking at him on the damage meters as well, you can see in 15th there. Something that I don't think would be true if he had actually made that connection. So they may have lost a % or 2 on the boss if that indeed was what happened. He sort of had to take a circuitous route there, and that ended up maybe costing him the time of that buff.
Well, that's unfortunate. And you can see we have fired up's POV. They are significantly behind the damage check right now, but we don't think they're, like, again, they're pretty far away from the damage check, but just consistency on doing the mechanics is going to be crucial for them to actually start approaching that potential.
Yeah, and they're not going to be that far behind. Like, as you see right now, they're at 30%, right? And they are going to get another 2 garbage balls to roll in, another 2 sets of garbage balls to roll into the boss, which is going to do a bunch of the boss's health for free. So they're not actually that far off the check right now. This pull could still be it if we have no other deaths, but you can see those raid frames are starting to look pretty sketchy. Here comes that raid damage of this electromagnetic sorting, and this is going to be followed up with even more raid damage as they are going to have those Mythic power coils shooting damage into players, and this one overlaps with some nasty fire circles as well, which are also coming out. So watching those raid frames, you can see a lot of people here are in some danger. Boomy dropping super low, barely going to survive. Last bomb, though, is going to go unsoaked in the backfield. A bomb is missed. That's a rare type of wipe to have happen, but they sent, it looks like whoever could have hit that instead went into the boss. That's going to be a 18% wipe with about 50 seconds to go before that berserk.
Question coming in from chat here, since we've got a moment. People are asking, why do we think they're not moving on to Sprocket Monger, lock and stock?
A couple different reasons. Number one, you've already put a ton of attempts into this boss. They already have had their analysts look at Sprocket Monger as well, and they might have a better idea of what the damage check might be like on that fight. I'm guessing it's probably pretty similar to this fight. If it is similar, why would you go to that other fight to get the information on stream that you would then just be giving away to your competition for free? Now, if you think Sprocket Monger is easily killable,
right,
and you can get the extra loot from that boss, that would help you on this boss, that's another thing entirely. But in my mind, the fact that they're not instantly going to that other boss and killing it means they think it's as difficult as this boss is, and they are better off spending their time on a boss they've already progressed on for 80 pulls.
I'm reminded of when we were pulling Brood Twister Ovanax last year, and it was like, oh my goodness, this boss is really hard. We're going over 100 pulls. Surely Kaiveza is easier than this, right? And everyone's like, why aren't they just going to Kaiveza, right? You've got the option to do both. Well, turns out that boss was even harder than Brood Twister. Now, is Sprocket Monger going to be harder than Styx? Maybe not, right? It might be around the same difficulty, but like you said, Zyra, they have to kill this boss. Hopefully this reset, either way, right? So you may as well do it now. Even if Sprocket Monger is a little bit easier, unless it's a lot easier, there's definitely not much point in going there. And like you said, there's information, right? As soon as, if you spend 5 hours on Sprocket Monger and then go to bed, you're revealing a lot of information about how that fight works. Whereas this progression on Styx, there's not much more for other guilds to learn by watching this, right? Like maybe you learn, oh yeah, that DPS check is really impossible, but for the most part, beating this boss is going to involve just getting muscle memory on your entire 20 players. You can't really do that just from watching another guild do it.
Yeah, you have to. The approach would probably be a lot different if this was in a vacuum.
Yeah, exactly. Like if there wasn't any information leaked, then they maybe would have made the call earlier to do some Sprocket Monger progression instead. Potentially, you know, if this boss doesn't go down, if they actually do think, oh man, we're actually just not going to beat this in Rage, maybe we need to go do Sprocket Monger to try and kill it this reset and at least get to 4 of 8 this reset. But I think the goal is still at least to try and hit 5 of 8 this reset. But yeah, I mean, if they can't get this boss down in the next few hours, the chances of that are going to start dropping precipitously here. It's maybe one of the cases as well where the week starting a day later for EU may actually work out reasonably well for them because they may pick up this boss while in their first reset after the second reset has begun for North America here. We do get a slightly shorter first reset because of that extra maintenance on Tuesday as well that hits this region. So usually it's an advantage, right? Usually you look at on net, it's better to be in the NA region than the EU region for the race, right? That's you'd rather be here. But this time around, there may be a little bit of equalizer, at least, from that texture and from the slightly shorter week that we do have.
Also, the longer the race goes, the less of an advantage there is.
Yeah, it's interesting because the advantage kind of goes away on Sunday, Monday, right? At this point, it's not much, and then it spikes back up on Tuesday if we can, you know, kill a boss, but we have our reset before EU has their reset. Sometimes that is a fear. Something, you know, it'd be a sad way for a race to end, but then it diminishes quickly again over that second reset, spikes back up again at the start of the third reset, and then falls off very quickly into the third reset.
So let me ask you a question specifically about this boss. We're talking about the Enrage being 625. It seems like most of their wipes at the Enrage have been due to the final set of territorial bombshells exploding.
I think they're just trying to go boss at that point, yeah.
They're trying to go full boss for sure. Do you think there's any merit in actually trying to commit to cleaving those bombshells down, and then maybe you can get another like 15-20 seconds of boss damage in.
Yeah, if you have 20 people alive, you know, maybe you can afford to do that, and it's tough because right, you're sacrificing boss damage to then give yourself a little bit more time. But are you sacrificing more boss damage than you might gain with that extra time? My guess is you're probably right. If you have all 20 players alive, the free cleave that you're getting probably does make that worth, because cleave is just more efficient inherently than trying to dupe your single target. So I think they probably will, on the kill, end up killing that set of bombshells, yeah.
Do we know what type of enrage this is? Is this an enrage to all damage or just his damage?
I think it's just the damage source from the boss, yeah.
So that wouldn't apply to garbage fires?
I don't think so, yeah. But the boss does do the incinerator fire circles, and it also, on this electromagnetic sorting, is zapping the whole raid, and that is lethal with the Berserk.
Okay.
Again, maybe not like lethal, but it's pretty nasty. I don't know what percent Berserk it is on this particular boss.
Maybe that's something we need to take a look at.
Yeah.
If we get the opportunity to, that might actually be on this. This if you bring up something like
the Alienware laptop.
Do we have? Does this have? Are we signed into our logs on this? Oh no.
No.
Okay.
We haven't been in logs for a few tiers, unfortunately.
I see. I wonder where I find this then.
You can
It
try.
wouldn't be in the dungeon journal, right?
I think we were using questionably epic.
Okay.
For stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me.
See.
Because the Berserk is like not even in the dungeon journal. I'm not sure if it's associated with the boss. I mean, I can search around on Wowhead a little bit.
Yeah, that would work as well.
Yeah.
Well, again, Chad, if you're just now tuning in and wondering why we're still dealing with the fourth boss in the raid, Sprocket Monger has proved to be quite a bit more difficult than we anticipated coming into the tier. They've only put 80 pulls into the boss, so it's not like it's not a Brood Twister yet. It's not a Kaivezi yet, but
it's not a wall.
For a fourth boss in the raid, this is certainly one of the hardest bosses we've seen at this point in the tier in quite a long time. Now, they've had good pulls. They've had pulls where they're still ahead of the Enrage at about 5 minutes into the fight, which is pretty good considering it's a 6:30 Enrage. So we know that there's a possibility of them killing the boss pretty much any pull, but the consistency of the rolling garbage has been a problem, right? Making sure you aren't running over the territory of bombshells and one-shotting the rod. Making sure you're running into the bombs so they don't blow up and hit your raid. It's a lot more difficult than it would otherwise seem.
So you're confident that they meet the damage check if they do all of the mechanics?
I think they're very close if they are perfectly clean and don't have any deaths that they can't battle res, and they can extend past the enrage by a few seconds.
Okay. Gonna be tough, but this is the guild that can do it.
Yeah, hopefully. I think that it will die this, even if nothing changed. I think they'd be able to kill it this reset, but yeah, the sooner they can do it, the better, because if they can't do it quickly, the chances of then also getting Sprocket Monger this reset are going down. Yeah, this is so interesting. Have a boss of this difficulty. We're nearing that 100 pull mark as well, which is crazy.
What did you guys predict for this one?
2.
5.
Yeah, it was 4. The closest one of us on the desk was Jack, and he was at 37. So
yeah.
He's the closest by
I think Tettles and Cams were both on 1.
Yeah.
Yep. Which is
you compare this last tier, right? Like last year, this was Rashnan, which was 1 shot.
Yeah.
I did a thought experiment with Jack and Kalamazzi last night.
Thought experiment?
I hit them with the, okay, so we're 45 pulls into the boss now. Let's say I give you one opportunity to change your pull count guess. What would you change it to?
Oh.
And this was at about pull 45, 50. I think all of us were in like the 60 to 75 range.
I remember when we first watched progression on this boss, and we saw the first like 10 pulls, and we were like, okay, what do you think the over-under line would be for where this boss dies, right? How many pulls it takes? And I think we set it at 20 or 25.
Oh boy.
Seeing the first 10 pulls. Because the first 10 pulls, they made a lot of prog pretty quickly. Boss was down at the 50% mark, and we're like, okay. Yeah, we didn't know about that Berserk. Neither did Liquid. On Heroic, apparently it has like an 8-minute Berserk. And that, you know, if you extrapolate it to that, the damage check would be reasonable. But it wouldn't be, it would be 3 heal. You could play 4 healers, 3 tanks, and probably hit it still with, you know, good execution, which, yeah, they've decided that that is not what this fight is about. You need to fully optimize that damage and all the mechanics need to be perfect.
Can I say it? Am I allowed to say it?
Say what?
This is a good pull.
This is a good pull.
This is a good pull. We did
Have
just
had
lose.
our first death.
We lost Goop. We used one of our battle reses.
Still have another.
Still have one remaining.
Yep.
30% health right now.
We're doing pretty well on the boss damage as well. 30% at 450 is, I think, the fastest we've gotten to 30%.
Yeah, activate.
Now in that execute.
Execute
Twist
for
of
a lot
Fate
of classes, yeah.
is rolling.
Now, they are going to slowly fall behind here because all of that damage that they had built up from the Lust is pretty much gone at this point. They'll bring it back a little bit once these couple of garbage piles run into the boss, but really this is going to be about extending that enrage timer. That's the main focus here. They need to make sure if they want to have the best chance of killing this boss this pull, first of all, nobody else dies. That's Sari down. That's their final res of the encounter. No more deaths can be battle resed up now.
Next.
And you can see they're just falling further and further behind on the enrage here, Dratnos.
And I think we missed a ball going into the boss there. Very unfortunate turn of events here. They needed that damage to stay reasonable on this Berserk check. I think as a result, we are going to have a lot of trouble here, but they are not giving up just yet. Sub 20% on the boss now. 40 seconds until that Berserk is going to start murdering players. We are going to get another cast of that electromagnetic sorting here. These last few people need to very quickly execute this mechanic and get off of those balls back into blasting the boss. 2 of these balls need to take out bombs. The other 2 going into the boss for maximum damage.
Oh, they're killing the bombshells. This is good. This is good for the enrage. These need to die before the yeah, this is actually really good. Okay, we're going to see a very good enrage pull here.
And last ball, does it go into the boss? Yes, it looks like it does. So we are getting as much of that damage as possible. We are now on a new best pull, 9%. The boss does get big and mad. Both of the tanks are dead. That boss is rolling at players. And here comes the next fire circles. These are going to be huge damage fire circles. Look at these players.
Okay.
Yeah, just getting absolutely blasted by that. And then the next electromagnetic sorting in a little bit as well is going to be pretty brutal. 6.8%. is going to be where the clock stops here after 6 minutes and 50 seconds. So we can see they can survive about 20 seconds into that enrage, but not much longer. And even then, people start dying very quickly into that. So it's not 20 seconds of full DPS.
Right.
20 seconds with a quickly dying raid.
That's a very, very good pull, and that's something that'll give them a lot of confidence as they still up the consistency. That wasn't perfect by any means. So.
Yeah, it could have been better. Now, could it have been 6% better? I mean, yes, but could it have been easily 6% better? I think probably no. I think that those 6% they're going to have to fight tooth and nail to get those last 6% out of this boss.
How much boss HP is a bomb? It's like 1.5%?
Yeah, something like that. So that would have helped for sure.
All right, well, let's take a look at the last minute of that pull that we just saw there.
All right, and actually, yeah, they were going to take a little bit longer to res anyways because they didn't have a soul stone, it looks like, on that pull. Maybe having used it during that pull itself. But yeah, here is the end of the fight. We've got Yips's POV, which is going to be a sad one when that enrage comes out and quickly slaps down both of the tanks. But yeah, this is going to be the last electromagnetic sorting cast. This is the one going into the enrage. Scott is the bomb roller here, but Yips is going to be the person tanking the boss during this enrage.
See, they do. This is the best they've ever done in this particular set of ads. In the past,
all 20 still alive at this point, right?
Yeah. Most of the time, what they've been doing here is just focusing on full boss damage. But as we pointed out during the poll here, they completely focused on just AoEing down these bombshells. These bombshells exploding post enrage was something that was one-shotting them. So they gained themselves an extra, like you said, 15, 20 seconds or so of kiting this boss around. Here is the enrage, though.
Yips trying to run.
Tries to run around and kite it.
They had 20 people alive into that in like 10 seconds before the enrage. And then they, still weren't able to get this boss lower than 6.8%. Now, some garbage piles, I think, failed to connect with the boss. That cannot happen anymore. We need every single garbage ball to get maximum size and get launched into the boss and to do it quickly.
How much health comes off the boss with those garbage piles?
I think it's like 200 million.
212.
So you don't want to miss a single one of those or you're not going to
you can see they got it below $1 billion here at the end.
There was also, wasn't there a bug in Heroic, where your ball could randomly double hit?
I don't know, but if there is, we need to have that happen as much as possible.
They might have fixed that. Yeah, I feel like you would see massive chunks of HP fall off the boss if people randomly were double hitting. But I mean, yeah, 5 balls missing there could have been the difference. I don't think 5 balls missed, but we definitely saw THGs miss at the end there, right?
Yeah, there was at least one missing on that pull, as I remember, yeah.
Okay, so a couple trash balls, a couple early deaths. We had Goop go down. Anybody else before that in range timer?
They didn't. I think they had a B-res for every death up until 6 minutes, 15 seconds or something, that pull. So, yeah, that's kind of alarming.
Yeah.
To have a pull that clean result in a wipe that wasn't particularly close to the kill is spooky.
A little bit.
Now, it's close enough, right? 6.8 is close enough that they can probably optimize that 6.8%, but it's going to be, almost like end boss levels of optimization. Maybe not end boss, but, one of the second to last boss levels of optimization that we're probably looking at here to actually get that 6.8% off of this thing.
And it looks like there's not a lot of things that you could optimize a little better. Something that we were talking about potentially being the case is maybe for the final garbage piles, you could just send all 4 of them into the boss, but those bombs explode at like 620.
Yeah, you're not going to have time to, it's not worth it.
It's not worth it. The extra 10 seconds, you could have all of your raid being alive, and then the extra 10 seconds, you could have maybe 2/3 of your raid being alive, ideally. That will be more damage than that 3%, I'm pretty sure, so.
Back to M+.
Yep.
No, please no. No,
Okay.
no.
Could do some more keys.
Splits.
That's fun. Yeah, we could do a couple more splits. Let's gear another Moonkin.
Okay. Yeah, another Moonkin.
Yeah.
Get one of the healers to swap to Moonkin.
That sounds fun.
There you go. Sounds like a great time.
Find out what that one group was that used the insta-kill button.
Yeah, let them know.
That could be good. Get some help for sure.
Get them in here. Yeah.
Speaking of other groups, we can see on our Coinbase leaderboard, we now have 8 guilds at 3 of 8 Mythic working on Styx Bunk Junker, including a Chinese guild there.
A lot of familiar names.
Welcome back, Chinese
Hero,
players.
yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's my favorite guild name.
It's a great guild name, and that guild, I believe they got World 4th last year.
4th, yeah.
Yeah,
great.
So they're right up there, very strong. Currently behind FSY and ID, but those guilds run a lot less splits than Liquid Echo Method and Huoguo Hero. I think JTH as well is the other Chinese guild that runs an absolute bunch of splits. So
I was curious about how the Chinese raid scene was panning out this time around, because usually there's a lot of mergers, acquisitions between the guilds in between tiers, and I'm not.
It's hard to keep track of what's going on
over here
there.
in America. It's hard to keep track of that. So I asked Supreme about the raid tier, the raid scene over in China this time around, and he said there's really only one good guild. That's Huoguo Hero.
Okay.
Now, he's obviously biased, having been a Liquid Raider himself in the past. I'm sure we'll see those other Chinese guilds, Jichen Hong, the other guilds that we've seen pop up at some point in the top 10 again. But he said that Hot Pot Hero, Huoguo Hero, is by far the standout guild in that region this tier.
Yeah, so we'll be looking out, and I think that, a long tier, a tier that's potentially going to late reset 2, could be great for China because they have the latest reset of any region in the world, right? They're like 32 hours after the North American reset is when their reset is, which means if you have a tier that ends on a Friday, Saturday or something like that, they'll have had half of the progression time that North America will have had. But if we go, late into a second reset, a lot of that advantage is it's still there, but it's less significant. So this could be the opportunity for them to, creep up into that top 3, top 2. Obviously, world first is the goal.
It's also important to mention the Chinese guilds all were ahead of the curve last raid, right? They were the guilds that really kind of showed off the trash deck that people didn't know about. They gained a ton of item level from just farming trash.
Right.
True.
They had the pre-first boss BOE farm split tech, which was nerfed, but would have been it was worth a couple eye levels, to do that. Very scary, combination of words. BOE farming splits. Something that Blizzard has actually done a lot of work to nuke not just that, but BOE farming in general this tier. Because if you think about if we'd been in this position last year, farming the BOEs from the trash would have been a pretty valid thing to do with time. But this time around, because they changed the BOEs to only drop them lieutenants and you're locked to them for the week and they're not tradable at all, that has made that not something at all worth doing. The only thing that's worth doing is once per week, hunt down all those lieutenants with your raid to get your one chance at that BOE each week.
All right, well, here we go. Back into pool number 82, getting that 6.79% best pull just a couple of moments ago. These guys are they took their time for sure between that last one, so definitely discussing a few things here as they kind of reconvene.
Makes sense when you have such a good wipe because now we need to actually really optimize. I suspect they are probably emphasizing making sure to get those balls actually rolled into the boss.
Yeah.
100% certainty. You know, don't go for an extra trash pile. Just make sure that you hit the boss.
It's a good sign because it doesn't mean they're hitting their head against a wall just yet. There's still optimization that they can do. We're not in a situation where we had a perfect build and we still don't have health.
Some of the raiders are rolling into the wall, but it's on purpose.
Yes, right, of course.
They're trying to make sure they are hitting the territorial bombshells. I was told by Twitch chat, whom I trust implicitly,
of course,
that they missed 3 garbage balls last poll.
Ooh, then I mean that would have basically done it.
That's significant.
That's within 2%.
Yeah.
We are in optimization mode.
Yeah.
So like
a couple of deaths not happening here and there.
Exactly.
We're in business.
This could die any pull if they're able to match that damage and go up just a little bit more. Maybe have a few people live a little bit longer in that enrage. We did see the incinerator cast happens at about 6:45, and that will just kill anybody that doesn't have an immunity. But I mean, things are looking good. We could see it kill any pull.
It could maybe get a better kite as well because Yips got killed almost instantly as he was running away. But if Scott can taunt and leap before that enrage, then they could potentially keep the boss from randomly meleeing people for a little while.
See a classic Bale Rock kite out enrage sort of deal.
Something like that could be the vibe as, ooh, it looks like a bombshell has unfortunately collided with a ball here. Now, even if they lived this, they would have lost that damage from the ball rolling into the boss as a result of that collision, and they are going to wipe this one. So, great pull, followed immediately by a pretty bad one, as is tradition.
So, Zyra, I'm going to throw your question right back at you. If you could change your pull prediction for this one time.
Yeah, we should all do ours now based on now we know it's 81, 82 pulls. Where do we think it's going to end?
So I was in the middle last time. I said 65. I believe Jack said 75.
Okay.
Almazi said 61. Or I could be wrong.
Like,
yeah,
in the 60s.
They're interchangeable.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Man, I don't know. I'm going to go 90.
90.
I'm going to go with 130.
Oh.
Really?
Look, we've undershot this thing the last, 4 times we've done prediction.
So you're not going to overshoot it?
I'm trying to not undershoot again. I'm trying to correct that bias and hopefully land exactly on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you, Aya?
Okay, so you said 90?
Yeah.
130?
Yep, so you should go with 110, split the difference.
I want to go in the middle. I think I would have done that anyways. I think so. I'll just go 115.
You could go Prices Right and go 91.
I don't know how that game works, so I think I'm going to go with 115. Yeah.
That's not on TikTok. It's
not on TikTok. I don't know.
That's on cable television.
I just know that people dress up crazy and they have big signs on their shirts of their names. That's about. And there's been a big wheel. That's it. That's all I got.
They don't know anything about Bob Barker, man.
Yeah. It'd be fun to be a wheel girl. The girls that
spin the wheel.
It'll look pretty and spin the wheel. Yeah, I could do that.
Contestants
I could do that job. Huh?
The contestants get to spin the wheel.
Oh, okay. I'll point at the cars.
That is
That is a job. Yeah. That does sound like a great job.
Yeah. Something else I'm really good at, calling out sponsors. Heal.gg/Coinbase RWF. Using that code TEAMLIQUID20, and you can have a chance to win a signed Liquid jersey. Or the grand prize be flown out here to the Race World First next tier.
Yeah, you could have a couple of the caster room goodies that we keep in there for ourselves and keep away from the raiders.
That's right.
You don't have to meet Tuttles if you don't want to.
That's right.
Or Kalamazi, or you can have Taco Bell with Kalamazi, either way.
Yeah, Kalamazi orders Taco Bell about 1.5 times per day on average, so pretty likely to be there when it procs.
Did you do that last night?
Don't think last night was a Bell night.
Have you tried the cheesy dippers yet? I'm trying to get one of you guys to get that.
I've had, those like the burritos.
Yeah, they're like mini burritos.
Yeah, I had that once.
With the steak?
It's kind of messy.
Oh, yeah, but they're so good.
Yeah, I don't really like messy food, though.
That's fair.
I have to say I was disappointed by them.
Really?
So I am a Report of the Week watcher. I watch his food reviews.
Yeah, I love those videos.
I love running on empty.
Yep.
And he gave those a very high score, but he said specifically that he liked them because of the sauce. And as someone who lives in Texas and loves Tex-Mex food, they just didn't really do it for me.
You got to separate Taco Bell from Mexican food.
Yeah, you can't compare it to any real food. Then
can't do that.
It's good in a vacuum. It's not at all good if you ever compare it to any other authentic food.
Yeah, that's true. But the other thing as well, I didn't think they'd be so small. Like I felt like I was Hulk in Endgame when he was like giving
with
the 2 tacos.
Yeah, okay.
Real.
And I was like, well, why aren't these like double the size?
I thought those were shawarmas.
They were tacos. Shawarma was the original Avengers.
Okay. That's fair. So we'll just order more of them then, Thyro.
Well, I don't want to order any Taco Bell.
That's fair. Okay. Well, next time you guys order Taco Bell, and if I'm around, please get me some cheesy dippers.
I've got Chef Heidi's food here. I'm chilling.
That's right.
Sure, but sometimes you want some low tier food, you know, something greasy and salty.
You got that last night with the delivery pizza.
That's true. Somebody ordered it with cheese in the crust, and I was disappointed.
What?
Oh, the
Raiders love
pizza,
that.
yeah, the
Love the
cheesy
cheesy
crust.
crust.
You're right. They are more important than me, but I was looking through all the boxes, and
They're
I was
all cheesy crust.
I was panicking. They were all cheesy
Back up a
crust.
sign
Yeah.
cross 2.
Every single piece, like you couldn't have done one piece, man, without these Raiders. These Raiders and their taste in food is cursed.
The one thing I
Horrible.
will say about that delivery pizza is the garlic dip is that's the play.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
What do? You dip the whole crust or the whole pizza in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you a
I'm not a
garlic
I'm not a
dip
pizza
enjoy?
dipper, no.
Oh, you just eat your pizza straight?
I just eat my pizza.
Yeah, so do I. Well, that's not true. I've dipped the crust in honey, but other than that, you gotta
In honey.
in honey.
Honey's
Try
pretty
it.
good. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm a,
That
I
sounds good.
yes, I spread the lore everywhere. You gotta dip the crust, eat the pizza, and then take the crust.
Dip it in.
And it's like a little. It's almost like a sopapilla.
It's like a hot honey pepperoni pizzas have been more popular recently.
Yeah, but this is different. Hot honey has the honey on top of the pizza.
That has a little like kick, right?
Yeah,
Like
this
a little-
has a little kick. Yeah, that's like with everything. But no, when you're done, you save all the crust, and then you have your little. You set them aside. I like to leave a little bit of sauce on there, and then you dip it in the honey, and it's delicious.